welcome duelists from around the world to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Providence. Day 1 saw 9 rounds of competition with only 3 duelists remaining undefeated, including the reigning TCG World Champion, Ruben Penaranda. Day 2 will see 2 rounds of Swiss into a top 32 bracket where only one will be crowned YCS Providence Champion. But if you're a competitor who didn't make Day 2 or find yourself in Providence, don't worry, we have action for you with all of our public events, things like Attack of the Giant Card, Rivalry of Warlords, and Ultimate Time Wizard. No matter how you like to duel, we have something for you. I'm Steve Kangas, and I'm happy to be your host yet again here on the stage floor in Providence. We're over 1,500 duelists registered, but only one will leave a champion. Duelists around me are raring to go, so for those about to duel, we salute you. Throw it over to the casters to get us underway.
And welcome back indeed. We are here at YCS Providence Day 2, and it's really been a good time so far, right, Steven?
Oh, it's been a beautiful weekend for dueling, and I can't wait to end it off right with today's Day 2 events.
Just been crazy to see the impact of Alliance Insight so far. Yesterday was an incredible tournament experience for everybody who was here, and I have to say, we are still figuring out what this format is going to look like. But speaking of looks, man, it was a good look at all these competitors on stage.
Oh yeah, we got to showcase a lot of awesome archetypes from the brand new Alliance Insight, and maybe going to show off some more today. Things like Regenesis, the brand new Mitsurugi TCG exclusive cards, and the Tear of Providence, Malice.
Yeah, it really showed some stuff. We've also seen some great looks again from returning competitors like Santiago, Carl, even some of our returning YCS champions back here to maybe take them back to back. We'll have to see. But, you know, Ruben Penaranda there, really excited to be here, has an undefeated record, one of the last 3 undefeated duelists we have in this event.
And I do know for a fact that he is playing Malice, so he's definitely one to look out for.
Well, speaking of looking out, let's talk about the event format that we have, what duelists are in store for today.
Yes, and everyone can remember if you watched yesterday that we had 9 rounds of Swiss at 45 minutes, best 2 out of 3. That is going to continue for round 10 and round 11 today in Day 2. Once round 11 is done, we will then cut to a top 32 players. And then for top 32 as well as top 16, it'll still be 45 minutes, but this time it's best 2 out of 3, single elimination. If you lose, you're out. After that, we're going to go top 8, top 4. They'll get an extra 10 minutes, having a total of 55 minutes to play their 3 games of Yu-Gi-Oh! And determine a victor. And then finally, 65 minutes to determine the actual YCS champion.
No photo finishes here when you got 65 minutes on the clock, and it is going to be kind of just an incredible... It's so wild, right? We talk about it all the time, you know, new set dropping, all this stuff, but we're not just here about the cards, we're here about our champions. So, you know, they're not just competing for the title of being the YCS champion, there's also an amazing prize pool for the #1 spot. So, taking a look at what we've got here, it's going to be an ultra-rare Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series prize card, another versus Solaria, one of your last chances to get it. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series trophy featuring Solaria, a Steam Deck OLED model, as well as a Steam code for Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection. You're also going to get the YCS Premium Messenger Bag, as well as a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Top Cut game mat, and an invite to and VIP status at the next World Championship Qualifier Tournament. It's going to be a July 11th through 13th, coming to Indianapolis very soon. And wow, that trophy!
Gorgeous. I wish I was playing, honestly, just so I could have a chance to hold that card in my hands by the end of the day.
Well, we'll have to do it next time, right? But it's just incredible. Again, you can see Solaria there, and every duelist dreams of being able to take that home. It's not just about the title, right? It's also about sort of the glory of being that #1 duelist. Because, yeah, you can make the top cut. But you're not here to make the top cut. You're here to be the king of games here at Providence, Rhode Island.
Speaking of all the kings of games that we've had enter this tournament, it's a very international affair full of some of the best duelists. We have some updates for the bounty players that we've had throughout this weekend, in case you guys are dueling and want to watch what these people are doing as they go. Some of them have unfortunately not joined us here for Day 2. Basically, anyone you see here with less than 21 points was not able to make it, but we still have Jose C, Dominic C, as well as Tavion C, the former Orlando champion.
Oh, yeah.
And, of course, we have Mario D, all still playing today and all going to have a great shot at earning some packs as they duel still.
And you're right about it being an international fair. Duelists from all around the world coming down here. If you're watching and you wish you were here, well, the only way to do that is come on down, right? We would love to see you. But that said, these last duelists are going to be competing for those coveted spots. And I have to say, like, this format has been incredible. I'm hoping that we get to see even more of that gameplay.
Oh, yeah.
But I have to say, you know, talking about like what the vibe of Alliance Insight is, We talked about it yesterday, right? It feels like these big, high-impact cards are really kind of taking control. It's not sort of these one-for-one trades. It's these really big splashes.
Yeah, things like Molcharmi Fulo, Stroan Lockbird, Nibiru the Primal Being, those are the kinds of the cards that are going to swing a game in your favor out of nowhere if your opponent's kind of like trying to combo off and get a ton of value. You're basically forcing them to play more of a half board or a less style of gameplay, otherwise they're going to give up too much advantage to you. And while cards like Ash Blossom Joy Spring, Effect Veiler, Imperm have classically been the best ways people try to stymie their opponents, they just don't feel like enough right now.
It's a great tech update, though, but the other thing that's cool is because the format's changed so much, you also get to play pretty much whatever you want. We still have some Fire King Duelists in the tournament. We have some Heraldic Duelists in the tournament. There's Regenesis still out there. Obviously, we've seen huge representation from things like Alliance Insights, all the new Ignister cards. We've seen all the really cool stuff that we've had from... Honestly, the Mitsurugi is just out of this world how much representation we've had.
And I think if we throw over to our friend Stephen Kangas, who can introduce the players for round 10, we have a new thing to show off from Alliance Insight as well.
Ooh.
Up first in the blue chair from Long Beach, New York, wants to shout out his friend Mihawk, Stephen Wind. And his opponent today in the red chair, all the way from Aarau, Switzerland, wants you to know that in the gym, his squat is double his bench, Rico Eichelberger. Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
Ooh, nothing like the first round of a day 2 at a YCS. We've got Riku playing Mitsurugi Raizio versus Stephen Wind playing Regenesis Kashtira.
Ooh, okay, well, definitely 2,500 from that Kashtira Unicorn, so good looking out there. And speaking about international competitors, Switzerland, wow, can you imagine coming all the way from across the world and still making day 2 even after all that jet lag?
Oh yeah, really impressive to see. I believe both these players are kind of fighting for that spot in top 32. Basically, if either one of them wins, it's going to be really unlikely that they actually get to squeak in there. So these matches are going to be super intense to watch, I'm sure.
Certainly is going to be an interesting duel indeed as everybody's just getting ready here. Steven, obviously the wind is in his sails as he gets ready to show us Kashtira Regenesis. We haven't seen Regenesis before. There's not really like one way to build the deck, but Kashtira Unicorn has just been so good this format with decks like Ryzel Detonator only having got one copy. It's no wonder how he got this far.
As long as you've got 25s in your deck, you can make this kind of archetype work, which is super flexible and cool. That actually makes me wonder, if you have quarter-century secret rares in a Regenesis deck, does that work? Because there's a 25 written on the card.
I mean, 25 is a very significant number in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, right? From Blue Eyes' Defense to Dark Magician's Attack. But there's a lot of cards from throughout Yu-Gi-Oh!'s history that have that sacred number, so it'll be really interesting to see what sort of surprises he has. Obviously, it's kind of known that he's got the Kashtira stuff, but there's a lot of interesting packages that you can use. And it is the original attack. We talked about that yesterday when we did get to feature Regenesis. Just a lot of different spins to it, but Rico's also here with a pretty interesting list himself.
That's right, he's going to be playing the Mitsurugi Raizio deck. Something that we've been seeing a lot of this weekend is Mitsurugi, probably the talk of the town besides Malice. You know, a lot of players really have loved this TCG exclusive archetype ever since Supreme Darkness, and now with Amen no Habakiri no Mitsurugi, that card has just unlocked a whole new world of combos, power lines, and flexibility that the deck has needed for a long time, I think.
We definitely saw that this matchup is kind of difficult for the Genesis player because they usually want to commit all their cards to the field, but if you do that, then unfortunately, Mitsurugi's got that sort of magic drain-like effect, right? You want this card effect to resolve, you're going to need to discard a card, and that can be so difficult for the resource management because, well, you know, Regenesis commits cards to the field, it doesn't usually hold on to anything in the hand.
Yeah, but even if it does, you need to discard those cards even more to activate their effects. So you can just have a well-timed Murakumo and not just have it be like a roaming floodgate. If you just wait, you can be like, oh, the most scary effect like Regenesis Birth, you can just stop that.
Yeah, certainly is. Both duelists are going to have their work cut out for them. But I'm excited to see it. It shows you that, like, Mitsurugi, obviously people knew it was good. You know, we've had it actually win a YCS before, but it's just so wild to see, like, this deck get as far as it does.
Again, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say the Habakiri, like, really is doing so much work for the deck. You've said it yourself. If it says once per duel on the card, you probably should give that deck a look.
Oh, speaking of getting a look, let's go ahead and take out this game 1 here between Rico and Steven. I promise no favoritism on this deck, even though his name is Steven. I will say, good name. Love to see it. We're going to roll to see who goes first. We got Steven rolling a 4, it looks like. I believe they're rolling for high. That's a 5. Rico squeaks it out.
Go first.
Yep, and Rico has proudly declared that he's going first. And something we didn't mention is actually playing Fiendsmith in his Mitsurugi Raizel deck.
Oh, wow.
Which is going to be another kind of one of those sub-engines that people love including to give their deck grind game, consistency, and staying power.
Fiendsmith has been in and out of the deck lists this particular format. Some people think maybe it's a little too slow, not explosive enough, but we've seen how much mileage you can get out of the Fiendsmith cards from previous formats, and this format keeps you in the duel long enough to survive for your other cards to resolve.
I have nothing in draw.
All right, so we have nothing in draw phase from Steven.
Standby phase.
Rico goes to standby phase.
Charming Perulia.
We have a Perulia coming down from Steven in standby phase, trying to get some extra draws off any of these potential Raizel opponents, potential Mitsurugi opponents, or potential Regenesis mirror match.
If only, but seems like he is using it blindly here, but there are so many different decks in the format where Mulcharmy Perulia can capitalize on that draw a few cards.
Even if the worst thing that happens is your opponent like normal summons, you still get a nice trade.
No cost.
All right, so we're just going to activate the prayers with no cost, it looks like, when you're only going to get one of the effects to search here.
Grabbing the deck here. Does look like we have a left-hand accommodation there. So if you're wondering about the format, again, just ask your judge. They're happy to let you swap things out.
Yes, Rico's main deck is not silver and it is not 15 cards. That is definitely his extra deck.
Imagine a 15-card main deck.
Main phase.
So that was the Aramasa that he grabbed. One of the other new cards from Alliance Insight, going to be the main monster search for the Mitsurugi cards.
Definitely a lot more consistency with all of the new cards, and
I will activate Mitsurugi Ritual.
oh wow, nice to just get it.
Yeah, we just hard opened prayers and ritual. That's going to be more than good enough to keep playing, and maybe even play around this Perulia, because I believe we're summoning from the deck.
Yeah, definitely no Fuwalos here, so we're going to go right into the Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi.
Using these two.
Ooh, and we're going to be tributing an Aramasa as well as a Kusanagi, which will add back that prayers and search for another Mitsurugi monster.
Aramaza and Chainlink 2 Kusanagi targeting the Mitsurugi Ritual.
Yep, so Chainlink 2 add back ritual, Chainlink 1 to search. Here we can grab like the Havakiri, which will allow us to summon from the deck again and still dodge that Perulia, but I don't know if he's going to try to ritual summon anymore.
Of course. Searching a Havakiri.
Just like you called it, it's such a great card.
Yeah, this deck has so many fun ways to summon monsters that as long as you don't get specifically Fuwalos, you can totally dodge any other Mulcharmy in the game. So Rico's doing a good job of just trying to make sure that Steven ends his turn with going -1.
Definitely would help put him at that advantage, and -1 is really hard math for Regenesis again, especially if you're able to get that sort of magic drain-like effect of the Mitsurugi online. Having to discard, and you've already discarded a Mulcharmy Perulia, you almost want to keep that just so you don't have to have your card effects negated.
Oh, and this is a really good management of resources here. Tributing the Murakumo off the Havakiri's effect because it's going to come back anyway, so you can just keep it in play. No need to get your opponent's board because there is no monsters, but may as well not sacrifice your Saji if you don't have to.
Definitely no destructions here. It was already a blank field, but Murakumo comes back to the field.
Just to confirm, I know 2 prayers, the ritual spell, and the Habakiri.
Exactly.
Yes, we have 2 prayers.
6 or 7?
6.
Okay.
Being searched there for Rico.
No worries.
Both duelists just kind of locked in. The vibe is definitely different at day 2 of a YCS. Serious contenders who really can see the brass ring they're about to grab.
These are the best of the best for a reason.
Normal summon the Fable Theory.
Ooh, we are going to be giving up a draw here, but that draw will allow us to unlock full Fiendsmith combo. So if you're Rico, I think that trade is more than worth it.
Definitely worth it.
Using the on-field effect.
So Requiem going to go to the graveyard here. And I think we're going to go ahead and bring out Lacrima the Crimson Tears. There she is.
As we see this classic Fiendsmith combo that's going to end up with an Engraver in the graveyard as well as potentially access to a rank 6 and or another Link 2 play. The question I always have is, are you going to end on Desiree or are you going to end on Caesar?
We haven't seen a lot of Desirees hit the field in a while. It seems like Desiree's primary purpose right now is Fiendsmith in Paradise, sending it to the graveyard from the extra deck.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about all day yesterday, where it's like these 1-for-1 trades of like trying to negate card effects. It just isn't worth it, you know? I think things like Caesar that just straight up says no summons is actually way better because you deny yourself your opponent the effects as well as the body that they need to link climb or go for other monster summon plays. So, oh yeah, I was just going to say, here we're going for what it looks like the Necroquip Princess play. For Engraver putting back Lurie. If all we were doing is sequence, we're probably not going to commit to that right now. Just going to see if there's a Nibiru check here. And we are going to go for that rank 6 line.
Feel like if there was going to be a Nibiru, it would have smacked down now, but instead we get Triple D Wave High King Caesar on the field. It's going to be very difficult. Luckily, the Regenesis monsters don't necessarily use effects to special summon, but they can be negated nonetheless.
That is true. I would say going blind, yes, Caesar's a great card to make, but knowing that this is a Regenesis matchup, he might not be that needed. Ooh, are we going to activate the ritual again for Rico to summon from the hand?
Activate Mitsurugi Ritual.
Oh, we're doing it again.
To summon from hand.
Sure.
This will give up another draw over to Steven, but at this point, Rico having the Murakumo, having the Caesar, having the potential of a Habakiri coming down, I think is more than good enough for him.
So the quest continues here. As
Choose to not trigger the Amino effect since it got tributed.
okay, not going to try to trigger that. Interesting.
Doesn't want to clog his board, it looks like, with monsters that he can't necessarily get rid of.
Then from a link summon for IP Masquerina.
Interesting. I don't think we've seen IP Masquerina on this sort of field before. Obviously, we've seen it plenty of times on the featured match stage, but not in this way.
Like
It basically just serves as like an extra form of interruption for him, on top of like using the Caesar or the Murakumo.
I'll draw a turn.
All right, well, now it is Steven's turn, so he's going to go ahead and draw. Let's see if those extra draws from the Fualos helped. Or, excuse me, Furulia.
Yep.
Main phase?
Nothing.
So I think I saw an Archfiend in Steven's hand, which is all he needs to get into his Regenesis engine.
It's not all he needs. He'll also need to reveal a monster with 2,500 attacks. So, again, as Jerome had said on that first stream, the hardest Regenesis monster to summon is the first one. So if he doesn't have the ability to do that, this could be difficult.
So before Steven commits to any plays, he's just going to take his time here, make sure he has a firm understanding of all the known resources Rico has. We can assume that set card is a Prayers, because we saw him have 2 in his hand earlier. With the Murakumo, the IP, and a double Caesar activation. Plus, I don't think there's anything in the graveyard right now that we need to necessarily worry about.
Special Unicorn.
Oh, going straight into the Unicorn.
So that is the level 25, but not revealing it off the Archfiend, like you said. Maybe doesn't want to play into the Caesar necessarily. Because Archfiend is the only one that I believe is not an inherent summon.
That is correct, but it seems like
Options
we're
activated.
going to go ahead and use the effect here.
This is also nice too because this kind of forces Rico's hand a little bit because he's either not going to activate any of his interactions, or if he does, he can fall victim to the rip from the Unicorn to go into his extra deck and banish a card face down.
Well, he hasn't normal summoned yet, so the Cashier Birth could play off. There are a few level 7 Regenesis monsters. I believe it is Sage and Warrior.
Or he could just have Fenrir too. We don't know.
That's
necessarily
true.
What's in his hand. But yeah, you're totally right. These players are way more methodical today in day 2 because they know every single play matters. One misstep could cost you an entire championship.
Definitely a roller coaster of emotions on day 1. You're like, I hope I make the top. I can do this. I can do this. But when you're actually there just 2 rounds away from the top 32, you got to be serious. And speaking of serious, here comes Kashtira Fenrir.
Yep, we get that normal summon thanks to the birth, being able to bring out this level 7 monster. We're going to use the effect here to search. And again, Rico's like, yeah, no, this is all fine. I'm not going to interact with you until you're doing something actually threatening.
Okay, I'll probably have Special Unicorn.
Ooh, and now we have another Unicorn in hand, so now we can summon Archfiend if we needed to, in case we didn't have any other 2,500 attack point monsters.
Speaking of 2,500 attack point monsters, there hasn't really been any information revealed to Rico that this is a Regenesis deck, so it just feels like Kashtira at this point.
That's actually a very good point. I wonder what Rico is thinking he's playing against. But like lots of things can play Kashtira, but seeing this many hard-drawn Kashtira cards, you got to assume.
Take your time.
You know, it'd be really fun if we go like Big Eye, force the Caesar, or force the IP, or force the Murakumo. That'd be pretty cool.
It's a great way to get things started here. Now, we've already used the normal summon effect of the Kashtira Birth, so we'll have to Regenesis the old-fashioned way. Seems like there's a Kashtira Theosis in the hand.
Yeah, like, do you if you're Steven and you have all your hard-drawn Kashtira cards like this, do you just play full cash combo until it's time to go Regenesis and surprise Rico with it at the end?
I think, yes, it kind of reminds me of the way that players hold back on their Fiendsmith engine or start with their Fiendsmith engine in order to keep that information away, force your opponent to use all these different points of interaction on one half of the deck, and then pivot to the other before they know it.
So here we have the Theosis coming down, getting another Fenrir out of the deck. This will allow us to conserve our Unicorn and still go for an Xyz play, or conserve our Fenrir and get the, banish on field as well.
That Big Eye feels like a good target right now, but you would be getting rid of 2 Fenrirs.
Unicorn.
Obviously, if you go Big Eye, you're going to force the IP to go into like an SP line, but that'll eat up either the Murakumo or the Caesar as well, and you're like, I think I'm more than happy to trade those for those interactions. Well, I still have full Regenesis combo in my hand.
Well, but if it is a prayer set, he could tribute the Amino Murakumo no Mitsurugi and then bring it back for that Raigeki-like effect. So this is kind of difficult to deal with either way. And it looks like Rico is eyeballing that face-down card.
I would like to do it Amno.
All right, and just like you said, Steven, the prayers are going to be activated, tributing the Murakumo for cost to get the extra version of the effect.
Something back from the hand or graveyard by losing 800.
Yep, so he's lost
So
800 life points to summon it back from the graveyard.
But he did activate a spell while a Kashtira monster was controlled, so we might get to see some banished face-down cards. And he also activated a monster effect too, so we might actually see Fenrir. Yeah, here we go, Kashtira time.
Yep, so we're going to go ahead and get some banishes from this graveyard. I think the big thing is going to be probably the Fiendsmith cards.
I'll target.
However, they could be chained, technically.
Yeah, is there Engraver in there still, or no? That's underneath the Caesar right now.
I'll target the Habakiri that was properly summoned. I will target the Requiem, and I will target the Kusanagi.
Great declaration there from Steven, saying the Habakiri that was properly summoned.
I was just going to say, based on how methodical these duelists are, I mean, you can tell they are really locked in. They do not want to give up a single game.
You didn't activate a monster effect, right? Okay. No, just Birth.
Yeah, no monster effect was activated. They'll be activating here on this new chain.
Sure.
And chaining 3. Lacrima, target Requiem.
So going to go ahead and return with the Lacrima. Go ahead and target the Fiendsmith Engraver. Taking a quick look at the Kashtira Birth. It's been in the format for a long time, but you, again, want to be methodical. And it's okay. It's okay to actually verify the cards. You don't have to just guess.
Then your board gets wiped.
Correct. Yes, so all the monsters will be destroyed. Unfortunately, none of the Kashtira monsters are in play at the point of resolution to where they would activate and start doing all their fun effects.
Kusanagi get banished face down.
Yep, there we lose the Kusanagi as well as the Habakiri.
Could get a monster back, though. We haven't used Kashtira Birth's special summon effect yet.
You might want to get Fenrir maybe to kind of punish any potential other plays that Rico goes for. But on open game state here, we're going to use the Requiem to summon out, get back that Lacrima, and maybe gain access to our Fiendsmith in Paradise.
Such a small package that has such a big impact, and it's nice because it doesn't take up that much room in your deck. So really good looking out here as we see Fiendsmith of Paradise go to the graveyard. And now there's an additional material for IP Masquerade to be able to link summon with. And as I was saying, it just happened with Rico. So SP Little Knight.
Yeah, just getting rid of that extra extension that Steven had access to in the Birth.
Do I know? I know the.
So here we have Steven just trying to double check if he has to go to Regenesis right now, what he's going to have to fight through. But again, that Caesar is making that Archfiend really difficult to try to summon here.
I think I saw a Sage, so there's definitely something to reveal. And there's also just the Kashtira Unicorn, so it just depends on what he wants to reveal first. It's going to be kind of difficult with the SP Little Knight there.
Yeah, at this point, if you're Steven, you might be thinking to yourself, I might be out of gas staring down the rest of the interactions that Rico has access to. So is there a point to play it out and reveal? But he's going, yes, there is. I'm going to special the Unicorn because, again, it's an inherent summon. You can do it as long as you have no monsters.
We did see some early concessions yesterday that didn't pay off, but hey, we're going in here. So revealing in order to bring out Regenesis Archfiend.
Oh, is Archfiend an inherent summon or no?
I think it might be. Let's take a look at the card text just the same way Rico is. They are brand new cards.
Because to my knowledge, you have to reveal for him, and then he gets summoned, but I guess it just happens.
It just happens, I think. So, yep, you could special summon this card. That is not an effect.
Okay, so never mind then. Caesar is not going to interact with Archfiend at all. I thought he was the only one that would. But like Code or something, you can interact with that. And now Rico's getting, oh, okay. So now Steven's going to have access to a potential search for more Regenesis monsters, as well as a potential monster negate, which could be pretty huge.
It's definitely an upsell point for the Regenesis package because it is all inherent summons, very similar to the Kashtira. If you know that Fiendsmith decks are out there, you don't really have to worry about Triple D Wave High King Caesar unless you're activating cards like Regenesis or Regenesis Code.
So yeah, and then Rico's just staring at these cards going, okay, how am I going to use, like he's staring at those cards more for himself, like, oh, how am I going to interact with these specific cards, and less about what do these cards actually do.
I'll attempt to activate
it's a summon effect, right?
Yeah, it has an summon effect.
So it does have a sort of Elemental Hero Stratos-like effect of adding a Regenesis card from your deck to your hand.
Yeah, but he can get any card, not just monsters.
Which could be important for grabbing Regenesis or Regenesis Code. He already has a copy of Regenesis Birth in his hand, so I wouldn't imagine he'd be grabbing that.
We could get Warrior as well and potentially have a bounce.
You also could just get Regenesis Lord and just go in with a 5,000 attacker.
So here we're going to chain the SP targeting itself and the Unicorn to get that bit of interaction off the board, so that way he can seamlessly use Caesar. But so far, I believe the only effect that Rico hasn't used is the Murakumo's effect to negate an effect unless Steven discards a card. And of course his Caesars. But as we mentioned, Caesar might be kind of not really useful, depending on how Steven plays his cards.
Well, he's got that Regenesis sort of pre-selected from the deck there, but he's having a little difficulty deciding whether or not he wants to use it because you'd still have to deal with the Triple D Wave High King Caesar. Now, there isn't an argument. You just go into the battle phase, go ahead and attack it, and then after it's destroyed, then you start to special summon with card effects. But he may want to maximize his turn a little bit more, but he does have Regenesis. So you get to, again, add to your hand or send to the graveyard one of those sacred Regenesis monsters. Or if you control a Regenesis monster, you can actually add a monster with 2,500 attack and 2,500 defense. Gives you some like weird deck building, options, but I don't know if we're going to see anything too unusual here. It might just be for straight Regenesis cards. Oh, and the Dueling Lockbird. But that's not that big of a deal. We've kind of gotten our big search, and that really is already what Regenesis does.
And notably that Rico didn't use his Dueling Lockbird earlier on the Fenrir's cards because he doesn't want to activate the Kashtira monster effects in response.
So good looking out for holding it, but I don't know if it's going to pay off. We do see Regenesis Sage, who is able to, again, negate the activated effects of your opponent and destroy those cards by either sending a Kashtira monster from the field or from the hand. Not Kashtira, excuse me, Regenesis monster, right?
They're honorary Kashtiras today in this deck.
It's weird. Kashtira's kind of honorary everything, right? So many different decks that it fits into.
Cards in hand. 3.
It is worth noting, too, that I believe now we have perfectly known information for Rico. The only card in his hand is a Mixed Rugi Prayers that I believe Steven's also aware of. So Steven's just going, all right, all I got to do is fight through a Murakumo and a Caesar. How can I best do that?
It's definitely doable, especially from the game state that we have now.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
You're totally right. That's going to be, I think, Steven's answer to both the Caesar and the Murakumo, because you can just go battle phase attack over. But unfortunately, we do have Fiends Within Paradise, and that is... But we have Sage as well.
Yeah, because Sage could go ahead and discard the Regenesis Birth in the hand in order to negate that. And it might be that Rico's thinking that he can't possibly have another Regenesis monster in his hand because he would have summoned it, right? But, well, he might be wrong.
That will trigger Desiree.
Yep, so here we're going to be triggering Desiree. We're going to be returning, I believe, Fiendsmith, Lacrima, or Requiem. We're going to choose Requiem, question mark? And we're going to target the Typhon, but we're going to activate Sage's effect, discarding the Regenesis.
Wow.
It's any Regenesis card, right?
Correct.
Not a monster.
It is any Regenesis card, not the monster. And so here's what's cool. On a follow-up turn later, you can use that Regenesis to go ahead and banish it to special summon a fallen Regenesis monster that didn't happen to come back during the end phase of your opponent's turn.
And because Steven has Typhon in play, Rico cannot chain Murakumo to this because he has 3,200 attack points.
Yeah, so good looking out. Just really methodical play. That is really the theme of this duel.
Really showcasing the sort of controlling nature that the Regenesis cards have access to. Now we're going to swing over Caesar, deal 100 points of damage, and then swing for 2,500 with the Sage.
Just make sure you've taken 800.
Yeah, puts him at 46.
Wow.
Yeah, that puts him at 4,600 life points total. And now we have, I think I saw Steven's hand a little bit there. He has Regenesis Code in hand. And so we can end his turn by going for
46.
Code.
Code and Birth, that's insane. Now, he can't summon anymore this turn, but...
From the extra deck,
Dispel?
right? Or is
well, but he can't special summon since he has the Typhon, right? Because he can't summon any monsters, period. But just really, really good looking out. Very well sequenced plays, and shows you that these two decks pair really well together.
But luckily for us, Code is a quick play, so we can just set it and use it on Rico's turn.
Absolutely correct. And you could use that to get something like a Regenesis Warrior to bounce a monster off the field, returning it back to the hand. Or you could use it to get Regenesis Dragon to banish a spell or trap. We'll see. Steven's in the driver's seat, so let's find out what's going to happen.
I also just realized we get Unicorn back because the SP
from the SP Little Knight, yeah.
Sure.
Make sure the duelists remember that too, but just taking a quick look at the graveyard there. A lot of different options, but may not be helpful when some of those would be over 3,000 attack.
Really good play here from Steven. He played through a Caesar, an IP, a full Fiendsmith combo, as well as Murakumo and a Raigeki.
Tempo phase, main phase.
But Rico does have access to the prayers, but unfortunately the Murakumo is no longer properly summoned because it was returned to the hand. So he attributes that. He won't be able to summon it back out.
Which means that Engraver shuffle back Lacrima for cost.
So here we have the Engraver that was sent because the Caesar was sent to the graveyard. We're going to return the Lacrima to summon back the Engraver. But notably, Requiem is not in the graveyard, so this card cannot just send anything.
as well, right? So it can be face on and sent for cost, I guess.
So for Sage, he has to like send other. I don't believe Sage can target itself. I believe it has to.
No, it does have to send another one.
So right now, Sage is currently not a monster negate, but if we code and then we have a Regenesis card in play, it'll be different. Steve here is just thinking about the best way to go about dealing with that Engraver because he knows full
Engraver's
Fiends with
fine.
combo could be a little annoying to deal with.
Anything on summon?
We do have the Birth, which could Book of Moon the Engraver. I'm sure that's what Steven's thinking about, if that's worth it or not.
You do have to choose one or the other effect there. It can only be once per turn and only once that turn.
I forget, for ritual summoning, can you use face down monsters?
You can, because you are tributing the monsters, and so you can always tribute a face down.
Worth noting.
Now, we are seeing Regenesis code, but a special summon, a Regenesis monster can be locked out of the extra deck. Not a big deal unless you got like an IP Masquerena on your own field.
I believe it does lock you until the end of the next turn as well.
I think so.
So this will affect Steven on his turn, but you can just use the code second effect during your own turn and get plenty of bodies that way. So I'm sure Steven's not worried about it now that we're in the grind game.
You're right that it's the end of the next turn, so it is going to be a while. Here he goes to activate it.
Oh, that is very true. They get back.
Looks like they did finally catch the SP Little
Okay,
Knight
yeah, that's
returns
very
there,
true.
so it's not going to change too much, but
Do
that
we
does
start,
mean...
we start the turn since this is not is a repairable game state? I mean, it kind of.
Judges are kind of figuring that out real fast.
Yes, unfortunately, so the only contention here is that an unknown card was activated and now is known, and so I'm not sure if it's a repairable game state
I started
necessarily.
turn using Fiends on Engraver, and then he tried to use Regenesis
On
Core.
resolution, I try to use code.
So we might have to rewind. We're going to let our judges figure that out for just a moment. Just
No,
a
not yet.
little bit of
This is private
information given up,
knowledge.
but not too much new information other than the Regenesis code.
Yeah, but there is something to note too that a monster effect was activated, so the Unicorn could have a window where it's allowed to trigger now, and then of course so would SP, and then all that. Do we say that happens before or after code activates? All these questions. Again, we'll leave it to the judges here, and we'll let you guys know in case anything does come about. But so far, I can definitely say that this game has been one of attrition, one of meticulation, and both players
So
are
we
playing
start the turn, basically.
masterclass.
Wait, you don't draw?
Yeah, it's like.
Oh, sorry.
I love this. Like, hey, you don't draw. It's like, no, he's not drawing. He just has
Yeah,
the
I drew
Lacquer from
already.
the top of the deck, so we're
So, okay,
good.
the SP comes back, and
Yeah.
that's the situation right now. I just started my turn.
Yep, and he's already drawn for
Okay,
turn.
okay, gotcha.
He's now in his main phase. Engraver has not been activated yet.
Now, we'll update you if there's any penalties on that. Remember, both players
I haven't
are
gotten any
responsible for
warnings,
maintaining a valid game state.
We're
So
good?
you got to remember your SP
Proceed.
Little Knight.
Are we good? Can we play?
Okay.
Yep. So now they're just getting clarification
So
that they
anything-
are
So,
good to keep
so
going.
we're rewinding back to draw phase.
Okay.
Okay, because and if that's the case, then standby phase. I'll tend to activate code.
This just sounds one from deck, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Um,
So now that Steven no longer has the secret
Yeah,
code,
there's
he's like,
all
there's no point in holding this. Use it immediately. Use it where I'm definitely safe. Get access to Dragon. Get access to Warrior. Get access to whatever he feels he needs in this moment.
Neither player really at a disadvantage right now. Rico needs to be aware of that Keshira Unicorn. Activating a monster effect could be very dangerous. But speaking of monster effects, we've got Regenesis Warrior, who can tribute itself in order to return one monster card on the field back to the hand. During the end phase, it's going to come back. So yeah, it's Regenesis time.
That's right. We haven't seen the main sort of gimmick or mechanic of the Regenesis monsters yet. Obviously, they're 2,500 attack weight monsters that can summon themselves, but
big effect.
if they're sent to the graveyard during your opponent's turn,
right.
during that end phase, they will come back.
And none of them are 3,000 attacks, so they're all working
Yeah, that's
pretty
nice.
well in a wide variety of cases. Obviously, Typhon on the
No,
field
we did
there.
not.
No, I haven't.
Neither
Am I
player...
getting a game loss?
No,
no,
nobody's
you
getting a game loss,
you
Steven.
need a lot
It's
of warnings to
okay.
get a
Just
game
going to be a warning as long as you have not made that same mistake before.
So
It's not going to get
main phase is
upgraded.
fine. I would again like to activate Fiends with Engraver, shuffling back to Lacrima.
Okay, so we're pretty much back at the same position that we are just a few moments ago now that we've repaired the game state. So
I'll tend to activate unicorn effect.
So here we're going to chain Unicorn because a monster effect
Okay.
was activated. This could get rid of the Engraver that Rico sent back to his extra deck, which could be pretty huge for turning off this Fiendsmith combo.
I would like to chain SP, target itself, and the Regenesis Sage.
Ooh, we're going to target the Sage to get that monster negate off the board. It is worth noting, though, that if we summon this Murakumo, Typhon will still be in play, and thus it won't be able to activate its effect to Raigeki the board, so
Result.
Rico probably has an answer for it somewhere else. Let's go ahead and see this beautiful extra deck here from Rico.
So it's really interesting, by the way, as Steven took a moment to look at the Regenesis Birth, you can actually special summon as many Regenesis monsters as possible from both your graveyard and banishment.
Yep, so that stage is more than capable of coming back.
And it didn't use its
Here.
effect, so it could be a little bit of a surprise there.
So now Rico's kind of in a tough spot here because his big, Mitsurugi plays don't really have a big payoff to them because the Typhon's in play, and now his Fiendsmith plays don't really have a good starter because Requiem's gone. So what does Rico have access to?
Oof. Well, let's find out as he's about to slap a card down on the field. Looks like it's going to be Mitsurugi Prayers.
No cost for the Prayers, just going to get the add. Sorry, the special from the graveyard. He won't be able to get the Habakiri because that one was not properly summoned, the one that's in the graveyard. But I do see an Aramasa being eyed.
Steven just being incredibly methodical here. Both players playing a reasonable pace, but incredible interactions back and forth. So it is going to be a procedural error minor for the SP Little Knight mistake. Remember, again, both of them need to have that. But there was a slow play minor warner given to Steven, so there may be some adjustments on the clock there for those of you following along at home.
So we have the Aramasa being summoned and the effect to search for another Mitsurugi monster. We paid another 800 life points here to activate the Prayers.
Yes, that's fine.
Commentator's curse, right? I said they were reasonable play, and there was a slow play minor warning.
I did.
But it looks like we're back in the heat of things.
Yep, and there we had a clarification that Habakiri no Mitsurugi's effect has been activated already from the hand, so that once per duel effect will not be able to be used again, but it is still a really powerful level 8 ritual. And there we see the Ryziel portion of Rico's deck. Sending Aggregator, and that will be able to answer the Typhon.
Aggregator chaining one target Genesis Warrior.
Oh, the Warrior. Is it going to force the Warrior out here?
I will attempt to chain for Genesis Warrior tribute cost. I will target the...
Unfortunately, there's really no good targets here because Rico has not used his normal summon yet, and so he can just bring back any of these cards. If he's going to choose the Aramasa to go back to hand.
Okay.
So, Aramasa right back on the field there since the normal summon hasn't been used. And now we're going to Xyz summon into
on
Duo Drive.
I don't know.
No effect, okay. On summon, I'm going to attempt to activate Genesis Birth.
Ooh.
Activate effect, I'll attempt to target.
Can I read it?
Oh, he's going to flip it face down by sending a Regenesis monster to the graveyard. We haven't seen Dragon yet. Oh, now we have.
So yeah, in case you guys don't know, Regenesis Birth has 2 effects. The first one is going to be a Book of Moon-like effect by sending a Regenesis card from your deck to the graveyard for cost. But the other effect that you could do is you can send this card to the graveyard and summon as many Regenesis monsters from your graveyard or banishment as possible. But you can only use one of those effects once per turn.
I like how the Duelists described it as a soul charge, but it's even better than soul charge in the sense that it can also summon from the banishment.
Okay.
Looks like both players have had a slow play minor warning at this point, so it's going to be a total of 6 minutes total added to the clock at the end. So we'll get that in when we can.
Ooh, and that duo drive being Book of Moon is going to give it to Steven. Rico said, "You have officially stopped me. I have no more plays that I can make." We are going to be going to a game 2. Steven Wind is the victor of the first game in round 10.
Steven's got a smile on his face. The wind is in his sails like we joked about earlier, but they've got to kind of lock in. It's true, this is a very different vibe than Saturday on day 1, but they still have to play at a reasonable pace of play. You got to read those tournament policy guidelines, right? This is a competition, not just your local Duel Monsters tournament.
That was a very grindy matchup.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Steven did a great job of fighting through the pretty immaculate board that Rico was able to set up. We essentially had full Mitsurugi combo and full Fiendsmith combo, and Steven was like, "I don't think that's enough to stop my Regenesis."
Regenesis is just such an interesting deck. It kind of reminds me of Kashtira or Horus, and funny enough, Steven is pairing it with Kashtira. But the idea is these giant monsters that just make an impact on the game. Deal with me. I'm 2,500, and I'm going to take out one of your monsters and send it back to the hand. Deal with me. I'm 2,500, and I'm going to banish one of your spells and traps. And it does remind me of that same sort of Horus gameplay. They can get locked up a little bit with that, but Steven did a great job of just staring down, some of the biggest monsters in the game right now that have done so much of the tournament, saying, "Nah, I got this."
Yeah, I really got to commend him for that sort of slow roll he kind of had, the sandbagging of the Regenesis cards. I'm just going to do all my Fiendsmith stuff. I'm going to threaten Rico with all these cards, force his interactions now, and then when he's all out of the really impactful ones, I'm going to go Regenesis combo. And that was more than enough to grind him into a victory. And Typhon doing what Typhon does. Once your opponent's out of resources, it goes, slap it on the board. What more do you have now?
Definitely good looking out there, and good use of the Sage. I think that's certainly a lesson that Rico will have to learn. That Sage, of course, can send cards from the hand. And he did get a peek there. Remember, the Regenesis Archfiend did add that Regenesis from the deck to the hand. So you have to respect the Sage. It's a very interesting card. And we didn't even get to see the real surprise that technically that Omni Negate could have been brought back at a moment's notice with the same card, Regenesis Birth.
Yeah, Rico's definitely going to have his eyes on a swivel, his head on a swivel for these Regenesis cards. I think the big thing he's going to want to look out for in this matchup is maybe utilizing his Ryzeal cards. Obviously, he wasn't lucky enough to draw any of those in the first game. If he gets access to them, I think he's going to really try to prioritize those before anything else. And it looks like we're actually getting ready for Game 2. They're starting right now. I know you guys can't see the board just quite yet. We have a bonfire being activated by Rico here, searching for Ice Ryzeal. So currently we have an Ice Ryzeal in hand. It's going to be normal summoned here for Rico. He's blitzing here. These players want to make sure that they have this game going in their favor. And then we have an Infinite Impermanence targeting the Ryzeal to stop its effect. Ooh, but we have the X'd.
Just much more Ryzeal. You wouldn't even think it was a Mitsurugi deck at this point.
You wouldn't even think these cards are semi-limited with how much Rico's drawing them now.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and send the Eclipse Twins to the graveyard for setups later.
Yeah, in the Ryzeal Mitsurugi theme deck, I don't think there's really any fun value you can get off of this X Ryzeal going first, so just sending Eclipse is going to be super awesome.
We go ahead and get the Sword Ryzeal from the deck there, and let's build the overlay network. Maybe the Duo Drive? Oh, King of the Feral Imps.
Yeah, but remember, it is a Mitsurugi deck, so you don't necessarily need to start with the Duo Drive if you don't need to.
Declare the effect detaching. Ice Ryzeal.
This is also a really fun way for Rico to kind of force interaction out of Steven here, so that way he can maybe protect his Duo Drive later on.
Gonna go ahead and Effect Veiler there, not a common occurrence in every deck.
Now that we have a Ryzeal in the graveyard, that sword will be able to special summon itself.
Summon sword. Use the effect to search.
And this could give us access to Node, could give us access to another Ice that we can use to special summon itself and get access to Duo Drive. And then Steven would need another form of interaction to stop Duo Drive.
I think it's about to break loose here.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about a deck like Rico's, where you have all these three super impact engines that are kind of low to the ground. You don't really need that many cards to get them going. And so you can force your opponent into awkward situations where they use up all their non-engine, but not quite enough. So you can always have something formidable for your opponent to deal with, like this Duo Drive that's about to come down from Rico. If I was a betting man.
Overlay for Duo Drive.
They definitely got a Millennium Necklace if I ever seen one, because you can see the future, and Duo Drive is here to probably attach two materials. But first, we're going to go ahead and attach that X Ryzeal.
Yeah, if I'm Rico and I see two effect negation from Steven's hand, I'm going, you don't got any more. And if you do, good for you. I'm just going to go ahead and use the Duo Drive here to get that extra material, so that way when he gets this cross, it'll be even better for him.
We'll get the Node Ryzeal, and likely Ryzeal cross, just like you said.
If it's not already in hand.
Oh, yeah, you're right, because there's another X Ryzeal.
Or if it's not in his deck at all. Again, there is a lot of engines in Rico's deck. He might not have room for, the quote-unquote bricks, but he's
there we
got
go.
it right there.
X and Node, right?
I've seen plenty of people side out this card going second, so but Rico's going first in this game.
Very powerful, but you're right, it doesn't get everything done in a format, but we're still exploring. Sometimes every card counts, so you can't necessarily put that much in. But we are going to put two on the bottom of the deck. Go ahead and draw one. Ryzeal cross effect, and bringing out the Node.
Here we have Node. We're going to send from hand or send from the board. We are going to send the Troll and Lockbird from the hand instead of getting rid of our Duo Drive. Again, conserving as many materials as possible. Really heads up play from Rico.
Well, you want to go ahead and keep that Ryzeal Duo Drive just to make sure you have access to Ryzeal Cross's negation effect. And speaking of effects, we're going to use Detonator to go ahead and attach the Eclipse Twin set a card, and that may be it.
Yep, we have a classic Ryzeal Detonator, Ryzeal Duo Drive, and a set card. We saw Steven play through plenty of disruption as well as summon negates in game 1, but now he's got to deal with Ryzeal Detonator.
Search or add, right?
It's add or foolish.
Search or foolish, yeah.
Yeah, so he's either going to Foolish Burial or search for a Regenesis card. We're going to chain.
Wow. The Ash Blossom and Joyous Sprang.
All those effects are cards that Ash Blossom can stop.
I'll reveal Unicorn. Special Archfiend.
Ooh, very cool. We have the inherent summon here of Archfiend, and then on summon the effect to search.
So there's two ways to deal with this. Of course, you can go ahead and destroy that monster with the Ryzeal Detonator's effect, but on resolution, you can also use Ryzeal Cross's effect to go ahead and stop that too. And again, it's hard when you don't have that first Regenesis monster on the field, but I don't think we're going to see too many Regenesis this turn.
Yep, we are going to do exactly like you said, Steven. We're going to both destroy it and cross-negate it at resolution of the effect.
Just starving him for cards. Rico trying to make a name for duelists from Switzerland everywhere.
Here we see the Kashtira Unicorn coming down that we revealed off the Archfiend. And we could go into the good old-fashioned Typhon that we saw earlier. Is I think what Steven's eyeing up. Yep, there he is. That will now turn off the Detonator. There is no more cross.
That is fine.
so we can use
Activate Typhon effect.
this to clear the detonator off the board.
Results.
But it is just going to put it back in the extra deck, so it is possible that we'll see it again.
Notably, that does let you dodge the Eclipse Twins bringing it back, which is kind of nice. And now we're going to attack over the Dual Drive 29 to 25. All right, Steven has sort of fought through Rico's board, but unlike last time, I think Rico does have plenty of follow-up here to maybe deal with this Typhon.
There's a lot of conversation around Superstar Slayer Typhon that, like, do you need it? Do you not need it? Is it just coping that you're going to be able to come back of a duel? But this really shows this is 2 duels in a row where the Typhon has just put in so much work. So maybe consider your options, duelists.
It's one of those cards where I feel like at the end of a grind game, it just puts the cap on the duel. Like, okay, from this point forward, I've done all I can to stop you. This is probably going to be enough. But let's see if it is for Steven this time like it was in game 1.
Anything in rest?
The Ryzeal Cross being activated there. Seems
we
like nothing.
That is X Ryzeal, and we still have the aggregator in the extra deck. And like you said earlier, Steven, we put the detonator back in, and detonator is stronger than Typhon, so all we gotta do is summon him back out, and we can clear it no problem.
The effect of a card with 3,000 attack doesn't matter if it's just coming in for an attack itself.
Special summon sword, use the effect.
We're gonna special sword and use the effect here to search. This should get back the Node Ryzeal that we just put back. Or nice, that we also put back last turn with Cross.
Rico definitely getting a big swing of momentum here, so let's see what we bring out.
Summarize the detonator effect to attach.
It's going to be that one of detonator back again. Going to be attaching from the graveyard the Eclipse Twins. Once again, going to be able to recycle this card over and over. Again, that's the entire point of this deck.
You know Ice Ryzeal?
Just Ice.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Then I will activate Mitsurugi Prayer.
Ooh, and now we have prayers this time to go into our Mitsurugi
How
cards.
much time do we have left?
8 minutes.
14 minutes.
Oh, it looks like a little bit larger because it hasn't been added to the clock yet. I think they're going to add it to the clock at the end, so we'll let our judges handle that.
Hawakiri?
Go again.
Okay.
Ooh, but Steven's like 14 minutes. Still probably isn't enough time to do both the rest of this game and game 3. I want as much time as possible so I can play through. This time we're going to get to see what his going first combos look like. We've seen him try to play through some boards here.
Well, Steven definitely hanging in there, but probably right to go ahead and collect his cards with around 14 minutes left with that 6-minute total time extension, 3 for each of the slow play minor warnings. Duelists are definitely going to have to pick up the pace here, but Rico winning there and doing Switzerland proud.
Yes, really good to see both these players sort of adapting to each other. Once Rico knew what was up and he had access to his Ryzeal cards, he's like, honestly, as long as I can prioritize my Ryzeal engine, it's going to be really cool. If you're Steven, I think the only thing you got to really think about is, okay, what am I most afraid of in Rico's deck? And I think the answer is the Ryzeal cards. As long as I save all my interaction for those, I can deal with the Mitsurugi and the Fiendsmith stuff. I did that in game 1. I can do it in game 3.
Well, we also got a little bit of a peek at the types of interaction that Rico was using, and so Steven has to be mindful of things like, of course, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. That's kind of a given these days, but Droll and Lockbird, not necessarily as scary against Kashtira Regenesis, but it does mean that you're going to get one search or the other, right? If you use Kashtira Unicorn, you're probably not going to get access to Regenesis Archfiend and vice versa.
100%. And I'm actually interested to see what the kind of the turn 1 combos are for Regenesis, because it's honestly a very low-to-the-ground archetype. You don't really summon from the extra deck. In fact, some of your cards actually lock you out of the extra deck. So it's going to be really interesting to see. Something like Archfiend plus Warrior and Sage is really all Steven needs, you know, in terms to have his like maximum amount of interactions. Topping it off with Lord, I think, would just be a bonus because that can guarantee your other spell and trap cards like Birth or Code.
Well, Rico already at the ready, and Steven getting his last pile shuffle on. I like that he's kind of a fashion-forward duelist, right? Orange sleeves, orange deck box.
Oh, yeah. He's like, if we match, it's better. It's called synergy.
Hey, there's a lot of synergy in the deck. Why not put it outside the deck, too?
Yeah, I think besides like some normal turn 1 Kashtira combos that we can definitely expect out of Steven's heavy Kashtira package, playing the Kashtira Theosis is really cool, by the way.
Yeah, not everybody who uses Kashtira goes that hard in, but you're right, since he's using Regenesis Code, he's kind of used to getting locked out of his extra deck anyway, so being locked into Xyz monster is pretty much the same thing.
Yep, both players just making sure everything is copacetic. They have their opening hands. It sounds like they're deciding who's going first and maybe getting a clarification of truly how much time is left for them. As we go into game 3, let's see who can come out on top in the first round of day 2 at YCS Providence. Is it Steven or is it Rico? Okay, just getting clarification as well about how they can start.
Good luck.
The hand has been shaken. It's the final game. Let's see what happens.
Both duelists definitely respecting each other. And speaking about respect, did I see a Solemn Judgment in that opening hand?
I also see the Cashier Unicorn as well.
Oh, wow.
Special.
Yeah.
Attempt to activate Regenesis.
Ooh, not using the effect of Unicorn yet, but we're going to chain Ash Blossom, but we do have Unicorn.
Attempt to activate Unicorn.
Resolve.
Ooh, wow.
Now this is actually a really interesting question. Do you get rid of the Detonator, or do you get rid of the Requiem?
That's difficult because one gives an exceptional amount of grind game while the other just sort of shuts things off. However, the Meteorologic Aggregator has been doing the most work here, so maybe you just get rid of it so that you really can lock in on that Typhon. Maybe a third appearance?
Whoa!
Yeah, wow.
Turning off the breaking power of X Ryziel is a super heads-up play from Steven, because he can just go, trust me when I say, with the way I'm about to play this board, you're never going to get to XZ summon once, so I don't care about Detonator.
Well, let's see if he keeps that promise. It's a big check to write, but he's going to go ahead and use the Pressure Planet Race Off to grab the Kashira Fenrir. And I think you're right. I think that, like, just building the best field possible to lock the opponent out seems to be the strat here.
So we have Birth, Normal Summon, Unicorn, thanks to the Birth allowing you to do so. And now we're going to be able to use the Fenrir to search for another Kashtira card. We're going to get another Unicorn into our hand. Do we have any Regenesis, though? If we can top all this off with Regenesis, ending with Unicorn, Fenrir, and full Regenesis combo, feels like more than enough disruptions. And low to the ground ones.
I'm going to set one.
Oh, I don't see any Regenesis here, but I did see a Droll and Lockbird.
Okay, so we have some of the side deck options coming in. That might be more than enough to stymie Rico's turn.
It's pretty good against Mitsurugi.
That might be what you're thinking if you're Steven.
I'll attempt to pass.
Okay, end phase it is.
So I know this board doesn't look like a lot, but if that face down card's what I think it is, we have access to a Fenrir face down banish. We have another Unicorn, potentially to rip another card out of the extra deck. And we have a potential set Solemn Judgment and the Troll and Lockbird.
That's incredible.
That's fine.
We are going to activate a monster effect here, though. That does mean that Kashtira Unicorn gets another bite at the extra deck.
Unfortunately, though, if Rico summons the monster and then immediately attributes it, it will not be able to be targeted by Fenrir.
Chaining one Sachi.
I'll go Chainlink to Unicorn.
There's the Unicorn, but you're right. Fenrir doesn't have anything to chop up with that axe.
So because we've led Mitsurugi here, Steven doesn't really have any tells as to what Rico's going to go for here, so he could still branch into Fiendsmith or branch into Ryziel, but he's going to choose, okay, Fiendsmith is most likely, so let's just turn that off immediately and see if you have any Ryziel cards.
I think Steven's bet the farm on Solemn Judgment against a powerful Ryziel Xyz monster. Oh, and there's the Droll and Lockbird.
This will do a couple of things, guys. This will stop the Habakiri tribute effect from being summoned back, and of course, no more searching for cards from the deck. We did get the Mitsurugi Ritual, though, as Rico, which could be more than enough to get the rest of his plays going. Let's find out.
Mitsurugi Ritual to summon from hand.
Do you Judgment this?
I mean, oh, we do!
And we do! We're going to pay half of our life points to negate Mitsurugi Ritual. We know the Habakiri's in hand, and it's pretty much useless at this moment in time. What else does Rico have?
That is a big gambit there. We're low on time, but half your life points may be worth it to stop things. Looks like we are going to go ahead and drop one last card onto the field spell zone.
We have Ryziel Cross coming down. Okay. Again, drawing it.
I will special summon next Ryziel.
We will special, but no aggregator this time.
Yeah.
Do it right.
And I believe X is mandatory on summon effect, which will take two level 4s off the a level 4 off the board with Fenrir.
Go battle phase.
Did you say go battle phase?
I will attack Fenrir.
He is attacking Fenrir.
So interesting. So he's taking... How
How
strong is...
Oh, to get the two Ryziel names to the graveyard for Ryziel Cross to draw one card and believe in the heart of the cards. Is that what's happening here?
Yeah, because he knows if he
activates.
So yeah, X is not mandatory, which is great. He didn't activate the effect on summon. He took...
He couldn't add anyway with the Droll Lockbird, but he's really doing this with the Ryziel Cross. Oh, but he can't draw with the Ryziel Cross.
Yeah, I'm confused as to what he... Can he even activate it?
Oh,
and it was just 3 Ritual Monsters! Rico's hand wasn't so unfortunate,
wow.
but the Kashtira board of Fenrir and Unicorn was more than enough. That Solemn Judgment on the Mitsurugi Ritual, I don't know if I could have made that call if I was Steven.
Yeah, Rico had me in the first half. I thought it was still going. Steven breathing a sigh of relief as the match winner Regenesis goes on, and maybe one win away from hitting top 32.
Man, what a grindy match between these two players. It took Steven making, I think, a pretty gutsy call and getting rid of that Mitsurugi Ritual, and then Rico going, yeah, the Kashtira cards are pretty good, getting rid of all of my extra deck.
Yeah, that's incredible, man.
And the sending of, and the banishing of the aggregator. In a million years, I never would have made that play. But really heads up from Steven.
I saw the line. He was so dependent on Typhon. It's not really a line. It's just like, hey, I'm going to select this card and go ahead and banish it. But just really good heads-up play, because imagine if he did have access to the Mirror Logic Aggregator. He would have been able to negate that Kashtira Fenrir, and then it wouldn't have been such a threat. And Rico just playing it very calm and close to the chest.
Yeah.
Summon my low-level monster. I attack your monster. Like Jade and Yuki at the end of the series, right? Just crashing in. That's incredible stuff.
Wow, really awesome to see both players, I think, showing off the really fun power of grinding in Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. Things like Mitsurugi being able to kind of have these really fun board interactions of Raigeki and negations by discarding cards. And the Regenesis cards being able just to summon themselves, get constant grind game alongside the Kashtira cards. There we see our champion again, sorry, a winner, Steven Wind.
Probably feels like a champion at this point, but wow, just some incredible stuff. The players obviously exchanging a little information amongst themselves. That's my favorite part of the duels, when they start talking to each other. It's like, okay, so what did you side in? This is what I sided. You don't have to give up that information, of course, but it just reminds you that you're just two people that love this game. And wow, what a performance. Sorry if we're breathless. That's some good Yu-Gi-Oh!
Like, the second I saw the Solemn Judgment on the Mitsurugi Ritual, I knew, oh my gosh, I think that was it. I think he just locked us up. And he did. Just
close it out. Just showing the 3 rituals. I didn't catch to see if it was each of the names.
No, it was 2 Habakiri and then 1
2 Habakiri.
Murakumo.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it'd be wild to reveal basically almost an Exodia level collection of your Mitsurugi ritual monsters, but just good stuff. And you remember we were talking about this before everything sort of kicked off, how fast this format might be with all these different combo decks. Where was the control? I think we found out where the control is. Like, Regenesis has this very... It just has answers. It's almost like a Swiss Army knife being able to sort of pick at all these different options.
Oh yeah, and the Kashtira cards are famous for breaking boards. That helps a little bit too.
Yeah, Kashtira Unicorn Duelists are terrified of it because it really does warp your sense of extra deck building, right? Do I include 2 copies of Fiendsmith's Requiem? Because if they take away 1, well, I need that extra one. But no, I think he really got it done very well there.
Yep, super excited to see what more Steven can do. I believe he still needs 1 more win if he wants to lock up a spot in Top Cut, so his tournament is nowhere near over. He definitely still has to keep competing at the best possible. And of course, congrats to Rico as well for his amazing performance this weekend.
Hey, I mean, he still has a chance too, but we talked about how there's still some wild stuff out there in the field. There's still Kashtira Regenesis, there's still Fire King. We may have a really stacked and wild top 32.
Oh, I've seen some fun stuff out there. I believe we have things like Heraldic Beast Ryzeal and even Horus Crystron on top of all the Malice and Mitsurugi shenanigans.
Well, speaking of shenanigans, why don't we talk a little bit about the shenanigans that happened on stage. We're going to send it to the stage for a Steven to talk to a Steven. So 2 Stevens over to 2 Stevens.
Thank you very much, Steven and Steven. I have Steven on stage. Congratulations on your feature match victory, playing Regenesis Kashtira. Let's start off with the deck choice, because that's one that we have seen on feature match, but you have a chance of topping with this deck. Was that your expectation coming in, and why'd you pick the deck?
I picked the deck, honestly, because no one knew what the cards did. I played 10 rounds. Every single person had to read my cards like 10 times over. But the cards are very simple, and they're really broken. Just big bodies. It almost felt like a better version of Blue Eyes, essentially. And Unicorn versus Malice is just like an FTK. So that was a big reason why I decided to play it. And it feels really good. It's been testing really well. I was honestly expecting to go X3 like round 4, to be honest with you. I guess I'm technically still undefeated, so that's really cool. I just want to shout out my boys at 83 4th. Shout out Mihawk. I would shout out my boy Royster. And all my friends supporting me. It's crazy. I really didn't expect to get this far, so I'm hoping to top. That'd be my very first Premier top, so that'd be awesome.
Well, I'm sure everybody's cheering for you that you just shouted out right there, but you had mentioned a card that I wanted to highlight a little bit, Kashtira Unicorn. It put in work in this feature match, and that seems to be the boogeyman of the format right now. A lot of people looking at that being like, you only have 1 detonator. Malice sometimes is susceptible to that. How much work has that card put in so far?
I played against multiple Malice players, and they literally just have Ash in their hand. My first interaction, special Unicorn, and they get too scared because I feel like all the Malice players, no offense, they're pretty bad. So like they don't know how to play. If I banish their Red Ransom and White Binder, they're just playing like a bad Cyber deck. You play against Ryzeal, I don't even care about banishing Detonator. I usually just banish like Aggregator or Exciton Knight because I want my board to be cleared. They should, in theory, they should never make Detonator anyway. So that. But yes, it's such a crazy card. If I get Unicorn twice, it's broken. So It's really good. Really.
All right, so some heat for the other Malice players out there. Do you realize that the reigning TCG World Champion Ruben is on Malice? Did you get to see his feature match, and is he included in that pool?
No. I think if you're good at the game, that you're just good. Like that's it. That's all I have to say about that. I feel like a lot of Malice players, like it's a hard deck to play, so I feel like I'm being a bit mean. But like I literally played against 5 of them yesterday, and I beat every single one. And I feel like I should never be the case, kind of thing. But Unicorn's broken, so I think that was a big reason why. So
fair enough. So not all Malice players, but it is a tough deck to pilot. But thank you so much, Steven, for the interview. Congratulations on the feature match win. One more to go. Let's throw it back to the casters.
Wow, Steven, they're declaring war on all Malice players, right? The only @Ignister we're going to see is people adding him in the chat, so watch out, Steve-O.
Yeah.
Woo, that's some words. But man, it does show you that there's like a lot of different ways that you can attack this format. People are worried, I don't have the Malice cards. I don't have this stuff. What am I going to do? No, you could just play whatever you want. Man, did he get it done. But we'll see how it goes.
Yes, and something to mention for y'all people watching at home is that there's also not only new sets coming out for the TCG and Alliance Insight, but there's also new stuff happening in Duel Links with Rush Duel. Let's go ahead and take a look at Blazing Chemicalization, one of the newest sets you guys can pick up and play in Duel Links.
Oh yeah, featuring all the great cards from Maddox Sogetsu, but also some new Elemental Hero support. And I have to say, if you have been playing Rush Duel on Duel Links, seeing heroes top all the time in like community tournaments and stuff like that is just so cool. So again, if you want to hit the ladder with one of your favorite decks, doesn't necessarily have to be like some anime stuff like Maddox Sogetsu's deck. You can just bring the old school anime stuff with heroes.
Or Cyber Dragons with Cyber Rush Dragon, of course.
Some really great stuff. What do you want on Rush Duel right now?
Ooh, I would definitely be on the Elemental Heroes if I had to pick.
I'm on Light Galaxy. I'm sorry, chat. I'm a normal monster stand. So just really, really cool stuff, though. But it shows you there's so many different ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. You could be on Rush Duel, Speed Duel, Master Duel. You could be here with us. Please, maybe next time, maybe at the NAWCQ. There's a lot of good stuff going on in the game right now.
Oh, man. So much good stuff happening here at day 2 of YCS Providence. It's going to be so much fun. But we're going to go ahead, hit a break right now before we come back with round 11. Don't go anywhere, y'all. We have more dueling action to show you.
See you.
Hello everyone, Billy Brake here, and I'm at the YCS. That's right, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. We have a lot of awesome public events that go on throughout the whole weekend if you want to play beyond just the main event. And one of my favorites is Attack of the Giant card. That's right, it's an opportunity to win something you can't win anywhere else, and that's these awesome giant Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. So if you go to a YCS, you're going to want to make sure you check out Attack of the Giant card at one of our many public events we offer at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. Hello everyone, Billy Brake here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. That's right, the YCS. And if you are born in the year 2010 or later, we have public events that are made just for you. That's right, the Dragon Duel public events. You can play with kids your own age, you get to bring your own deck, and win awesome prizes that you can only win from our Dragon Duel public events. So if you're a younger kid and you want to come check out the YCS, but maybe not enter the main event, we also have the awesome Dragon Duel public event you're going to want to check out at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series.
All right, welcome back everyone. We're here at day 2 of YCS Providence. I'm Billy Brake. This is a solid walkthrough Tanjige, and we are so pumped to be here to have the final round of Swiss. This is where we're going to find out who's going to make the top 32, who's going to go home. Well, they don't have to go home, but they can't stay in the main event. They will be able to go sign up for some awesome public events, but not going to be part of that top 32.
Absolutely. We've had a lot of amazing duels up to this point. There's still a lot of exciting duels to happen going into that top 32, but there's only one round left to decide who those top 32 players will be. And the players that we have for this round, they're going to be duking it out. Only one of them will be able to make it, I believe. Hopefully.
That's right. These players are going to be on the bubble, but let's take a look at the final round that is already underway out on the floor. We started with over 1,572 duelists competing here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, and now there are only 2 undefeated duelists remaining, which means at the end of this, we will have one undefeated player who'll be walking away with that oversized card of the YCS prize card, another versus Solaria, so that's an extra little bonus prize they're going to get on top of that. And it's going to be awesome to see who's going to make that top 32 cut. This is the proverbial bubble. This is where this is going to make or break some of the players who have 2 losses. Are they going to be able to make it? Are they going to have strong enough tiebreakers to be part of that top 32? We're going to find out. But first, we got to find out who is going to be our final feature match here in the Swiss portion of the tournament. So Kangas, go ahead and take it away and introduce our players here for the final round of Swiss.
Up first in the blue chair from Sydney, Maine. He expected to X3 and then join Ultimate Time Wizard, but he's still here. It's Cody Seavey. And his opponent today in the red chair from Toronto, Ontario, returning to the feature match stage. Still, shout out to his fiance, Rehan Saeed. Duelists are already on stage. He'll throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
Some familiar faces here in the feature match already, but facing off against Rehan's white forest strategy is Cody with Pure Fire King.
Yeah, Pure Fire King's a deck a lot of people kind of didn't expect up until, the past some European events that Dinkai Bui was able to take it down, going undefeated at a couple opens with his Fire King strategy, kind of, maybe inspired players to really try to continue playing Fire Kings without the Snake Eye cards ever since the original Sinful Spoils was forbidden. But his opponent in this final round of Swiss is going to be Rehan. We saw him yesterday, probably with one of the sweetest decks that we had for the entire day, that Azamina White Forest strategy, compiling all those cards throughout the story that's been released over the past year into one super powerful deck. But I got to tell you, Asala, anyone who watched the World Championship this past year knows that I am a big fan of Fire Kings. Grunix is a cool card. I played Fire Kings when they first came out many, many years ago, and then that brand new structure that came out. Well, it's not brand new anymore. It's been out for quite some time, about a year now. But the cards are really powerful, and they actually just work on their own. They don't need the Snake Eye cards. The really big thing that changed that was the release of Fire King Courtier Alconics and Rage of the Abyss. It really gave Fire Kings that extra way to get to Fire King Island, fill your board with lots of fire monsters, at the same time, so you get access to that powerful Link monster, Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, that dominated the meta for over a year, and it's kind of fallen out of favor, but back here again in the Fire King deck.
Absolutely. Not to mention that you also get a lot more value out of Sanctuary. Being able to use Courtier's effect, you have 2 level 8 bodies on the field a lot more often because of the OG Grunix hitting the field so frequently. You are able to actually use Sanctuary's effect when your opponent special summons to go ahead and Exceed summon on your opponent's turn for Grunix Eternity.
Yeah, Yang. of the Fire Kings. I gotta love that name, but it'll be cool to see. I do like the rank 8 access a little bit more. And being able to go into it. And then we also get to see cool cards like Pot of Extravagance that are included in a lot of Fire King decks now. But let's go ahead and find out who's going to be going first. It's game 1 of the final round of Swiss here at YCS Providence. Here comes the all-important die roll. 3. There's only one result that can lose to that, and it's not going to be here. 7 is the average.
Now, both these players already have 2 losses here. So the loser of this match will not be able to make it to top 32. The winner will have a very solid chance, but not guaranteed.
Yeah, you definitely still have to rely on tiebreakers. Not every player with 2 losses will make it into top 32. So you're going to have to hope that the people you played along the way also did well throughout the tournament. And it looks like Cody's going to start things off with that Fire King Courtier Alconics.
I just want to point out, both these players have pointed out to the stream staff that they had no confidence going into this tournament. Rayon really wanted to have a feature match as early as possible because he didn't think he was going to be in the tournament at this point. And Hody mentioned as well, even in the intro here, that he thought he was going to be entering the Time Wizard event. But both these players here, one of them will likely make it to that top cut.
Yeah, come in with low expectations, but be happy to expect the best. So the Alconics is going to destroy Ponix from the hand, and he's going to add a copy of Fire King Kieran.
Chain Link 1, I will activate.
So this probably means he already has another copy of Ponix in the hand, I would guess.
I can only assume, or you already have Garunix, yeah. Ooh, Joel Lockbird is very strong against the Fire King strategy, potentially cutting off Island.
Yeah, but a lot of times you add the Ponix with the Alconics, and then the Droll would have been absolutely devastating, but luckily he had the Garunix already, so he's able to keep getting these monsters on the field despite the Droll and Lockbird. So actually the way Cody went about this played into Droll pretty well.
Absolutely. When you already have Garunix set up, you are just stabilizing, and you set up your ways to interact on your opponent's turn really efficiently, and it's going to just be a threat every single turn now.
Definitely going to be the case. Fire King Avatar Arvata is going to be destroyed from the deck thanks to Garunix. Then its effect's going to special summon back the Ponix from the graveyard. The effect is negated, though he wouldn't be able to search anyway thanks to Droll and Lockbird. But that's 3 monsters on the field going straight to the graveyard for a Link Summon. And there it is, the Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames.
I will attempt to use Princess Effect.
Sure.
Princess Effect is activated. We're likely going to be summoning back that Arvata. Gives you a little protection here from Nibiru the Primal Being. You have Garunix in the graveyard. You have the Ponix in the graveyard to come back. Princess, once Arvata uses its effect to send it to the graveyard, you will have access to that in the grave as well. All your interruptions are set up here.
Yep, definitely. And also has the Fire King High Avatar Kieran in hand that will also, if something goes wrong, will be able to trigger the Garunix in the graveyard.
Yeah, nice little insurance policy.
Yes, Sylvie's fine.
All right, Sylvie's going to be the first card we're going to see from Rehan here.
Going to be able to grab a White Force spell from the deck.
Now it looks like Cody is holding 2 copies of Droll and Lockbird.
Yeah, he's going to have to take a taste of his own medicine here.
Got Tails.
All right, he's going to add Tails.
On resolution, any triggers?
No.
All right, on resolution, Cody is going to use Droll and Lockbird. Tails of Life Force is another card that adds from the deck to the hand. While it'll still be useful to be able to be sent to the graveyard for the effect to be able to summon maybe a White Forest card potentially, it won't be searching for any more White Forest cards this turn.
And we've seen in previous matches how effective White Forest is at accessing all their cards. Every piece searches a different piece, and they bridge through all the different stories really efficiently. But under Droll and Lockbird, I want to see what this deck can actually do.
Droll is one of those cards that seems to be a pretty hard counter to White Forest because it makes them really rely on what they had in their opening hand. Because, yeah, as you mentioned, the deck is known for being able to add the pieces it needs throughout the turn in many different ways. All right, this does look like it has caused Rahan to take a moment to consider his options. How can he play through this Droll and Lockbird best? He does have a copy of Sinful Spoils of the White Forest. Looks like he's going to set that face down. Is it a pass? Is this Droll and Lockbird that devastating?
I mean, I imagine so. He still has to play through the Arvata as well. He's
the
not able to get any resources on this turn to try to continue plays, and you're only playing into your opponent's cards. And yeah, now the Kieran will be able to trigger as well. That's going to eventually trigger the Garunix, and the game is just over.
Cody takes a quick one on the back of Droll and Lockbird. You know, just excellent play there with the Alconics to just, I mean, really it looked like his only fire monster in hand to destroy was that Ponix. So he really didn't have the decision, but he could have, I mean, if you're playing multiple copies of Ponix, which might be the case, yeah, usually is now in pure Fire King, but He could have searched another Ponix to go to the Sanctuary to get
He
Island.
could have destroyed the Grunix in his hand and then added Ponix, or like no, added anything
Oh,
and
he
then
had the
Ponix
Grunix in
trigger.
the hand
Yeah,
too.
there were options, but he chose the line that was, I think, the safest, and we saw it paid off.
Definitely, especially into Draw and Lockbird. Lots of different ways he could have gone about it, but found a way to navigate that masterfully with Fire Kings. And yeah, I mean, I guess this really tells you if you're having a problem with White Forest, Draw and Lockbird might be that go-to answer you're looking for.
Now, Rehan, a little unfortunate for him here that he even had to play the Sylvie because he didn't know that there was going to be a Draw and Lockbird coming down. The interactions that Fire King already presented was potentially doable for White Forest, but after the Draw and Lockbird, if Rehan knew, he probably would have just not played a single card, but now Cody has that knowledge of his matchup. What do you think he's going to be siding in?
Wait, Cody or Rehan?
Cody.
Cody putting in, going second against White Forest. I mean, he's definitely going to keep those Draw and Lockbirds in the main deck. Maybe if you have something like some more Mulcharmies in the side, he's going to be pretty much. Perilia is actually pretty good against White Forest. All the Mulcharmies kind of line up okay, except for Meows, really. They don't summon. No, they summon from the graveyard
They
also.
have a few summons from the graveyard.
But they can definitely get by without having to do that as well. So, I mean, you're just probably looking at some more of those monster interactions from the hand, potentially. Is there, I mean, because White Forest is probably one of those decks you don't like actively prepare for when you're constructing your side deck. So you got to try and find like the cards that overlap that'll also be useful against that strategy.
Absolutely. I think with how prevalent the Mulcharmies are in this format, it just fits really well. There's a lot of strategies that people aren't necessarily prepared for, like White Forest, but the Mulcharmies just line up really well into them because they are just so effective against everything.
Really, they are some excellent cards you want to include in your deck for sure, at least in your side deck at minimum. All right, we're shuffled up. Quick side decking from both of these duelists. A lot on the line here. This is the bubble match, as it were. In order to have a shot at top 32, these players have to win this round. There won't be anyone with 3 losses making top 32. At least more than likely. It would have to take a miracle.
It would take a lot to happen. A lot of players would have to leave the tournament.
Definitely. All right, looks like we've drawn our... I love how the players like construct their hands here as we're diving into game number 2. I used to kind of do the same kind of thing with my hand. I would like make like a little rocket ship out of my opening hand. And
I see when one player does something, usually the other player tries to match it.
Stand by face.
Yep.
In standby
Nothing but
phase,
appreciation here. So it's going to be standby phase, and we're going to see the Perilia coming down here for Cody. This is really strong against White Forest because they do summon from the hand quite a lot.
Well, just taking a look at Cody's hand here, looks like he has double droll again. A little messy when you have already resolved your Perilia, but if you get a few cards out of it, it could be worthwhile.
Yeah, lots of interaction, and then that little baby bird, legendary Ponix.
Activate Deception.
All right, Deception and the Sinful Spoils is coming down for Rehan. It's going to be his first move
Deception
here in
tribute.
game 2. Going to send Droll and Lockbird to the graveyard to try and add the Hollowed Azamina from the deck to the hand.
That's a pretty costly one. Droll and Lockbird is typically very strong against the Fire King strategy. Not strong enough during that game number 1, but I mean the hand just lined up really well into it. I'm not sure if that's a card you really want to be throwing away here, but it looks like it might be the only monster in his hand.
Yes.
All right, the Hollowed Azamina is going to send a Sinful Spoil to the graveyard. He's going to send the Deception here to summon a level 4, level 6 Azamina. It's going to probably be Murasagio.
Yes.
This one lets him add any one of those Sinful Spoils to his hand.
Yeah, when I first read this card, I was like, any Sinful... Wait, this card can add Wanted to your hand? This is insane.
Go Hollowed.
I mean,
And
Wanted's
that-
gotten a little worse over time here,
So shuffle
but
back for cost.
in this deck, there's a lot more options other than
I will attempt to
that
build this.
Sinful Spoils of the Snake Eye.
Okay. Ooh, this is cool. So he's going... Did he... I guess he tried to return the
The effect-
Azamina to the extra
no,
deck to
the
add
effect
back
add
the Hollowed Azamina. And that is going to be met by Ghost Spell in the Haunted Mansion. So Hollowed Azamina stays in the graveyard at least for this turn.
Okay. So at least
no
that
worries.
would force Rayon to summon something from the hand at this position to try to get some more draws for Cody.
And Cody's definitely trying to get some more draws before he's forced to use that Droll and Lockbird to lock him out of the Mulcharmy draws.
I mean, if he does in fact have Ponix in his hand, then he's pretty happy with just forcing Rayon to pass here.
But Rehan's going to continue his plays, activating Wanted, Seeker of the Sinful Spoils.
There is that Diabell Star.
All right. Looks like, I mean, I imagine his next move is going to be able to summon Does Diabell start? I think I might see Curse of Diabell in the hand.
Yeah, we'll see what he ends up giving away. It is Curse of Diabell. Gonna get one draw here, and then
Thinking here.
both the effect of Curse of Diabell will be able to trigger in the graveyard as well as Diabell Star on the field.
Oh, it looks like he drew into another point of interaction. That's right. It's an infinite impermanence coming down here on the Black Witch.
How many cards in hand?
That's going to cut him off pretty well, but I mean, there's still 2 bodies in the field. I don't know if Cody can assume that there are no Fiendsmith cards in Rayhan's deck.
I don't know any of the other cards in hand.
I mean, it's always a case that could be.
Yeah,
I mean, this is always where you kind of want to be with Azamina stuff. You want to get Rosillo Gyalg on the field, then send it to the graveyard, then trying to add back the Hollow Azamina. But you can see Rayhan was trying to navigate it a little bit differently to play around that Perilia. But now Droll and Lockbird is going to not only stop Rayhan from adding for the rest of the turn, but Cody will not be drawing from Perilia for the remainder of this turn.
Yes. Cody only has 2 cards in hand as well at this point. Rayhan able to activate the Foolish Burial Goods. We'll see what this can do under Droll and Lockbird here.
Blackout laughs.
Oh, Blackout Laughs. Okay. Just setting up an interruption on your opponent's turn here.
Pretty cool. The Blackout Laughs will be able to banish that from the graveyard to prevent an effect from being activated by any card he names. I really like the Black Goat Laughs. It's a really cool card. Excellent name, excellent effect.
I suppose so.
I'm saying when I first read that card name, the Black Goat Laughs, I was like, oh, this is cool.
I will attempt to enter end phase.
Yes.
All right, and this is going to be it for Rayhan. He does have the Black Goat Laughs, but besides that, there's nothing else. And then a huge draw here for Cody, potentially. But, you know, Rayhan's so smart putting his monsters in defense mode, knowing that sometimes Fire Kings do have to crash their fire monsters in to the opponent's monsters to trigger an effect like Runix. So really smart stuff here from Rayhan, seeing that he knows this matchup decently well, at least.
Yeah, he has played a lot. Maybe not so much recently, but when he practices, he does practices with purpose here. So he is well aware of what you had to do, even within Snake Eye format, of summoning your monsters in defense position, just so they couldn't even crash their Charmers in. Like crashing a Hida to add Poplar or Eponyx into your Diabell Star was something that happened frequently. So just keeping those good habits from that.
All right, and Legendary Fire King Ponix is going to come down. Its effect is going to resolve to be able to add either a Fire King Skyburn or a Sanctuary. It looks like he's going to go for Fire King Sanctuary.
We'll see if Rayhan has any response of his own. We already saw he lost a Droll and Lockbird for the effect of Deception. Does not to have another one.
Sure.
Sanctuary is going to resolve here, placing Fire King Island on the field.
I will attempt to activate the island.
Island is activating, likely going to be destroying that Ponix on the field. To add another Fire King. Imagine we'll be grabbing...
Maybe Legendary, or the Fire King High Avatar Kirin?
Yeah, either Kirin or Ulconix, I think, at this point.
Just
yours.
It does seem to be his 2 choices.
We saw he did draw Garunix for turn. Otherwise, that would be the easy pick.
Beautiful quarter-century Secret Rare Fire King Island.
Shows the appreciation for the deck, right?
Chainlink 1, I will activate Garunix's effect.
All right, so he is going to add the Kirin. And now this is going to...
Chainlink 2 will call Blackout laughs.
Yes.
So he's going to activate Sacred
Garunix.
Fire King Garunix effect. And now he's going to chain the Black Goat Laughs, calling the Garunix so its effect won't be able to be activated once it is special summoned.
If that's going to hold it back for this turn, but he still has the Kirin in hand.
But without another fire monster to get on the field, he might be stuck with this Garunix on the field.
I know they both have effects.
He might end up just choosing to use Kirin on it at some point and just hope that the Kirin has to leave the field by some other means.
Yeah, he's not. Cody's not in good shape yet. You don't really want to destroy either of these cards on your turn, because if you attack over the Black Witch, it'll summon itself back and be able to set a Sinful Spoil. If you attack the Murasalgyo, it also adds
a
Sinful Spoil. So yeah, he's in a tough spot. He's already used his normal summon. Yeah, that Foolish Burial of Goods really coming in clutch here for Rayhan.
Ooh, okay. That's fine.
Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, as a Fire King player myself, just having Garunix on the field does not feel good.
Yeah, a lot of knowledge here for Rayhan. There's only one card unknown.
Okay,
Ponix goes back to the hand because it was destroyed.
Yeah, so he does have a form of interaction now. He can destroy that Ponix from his hand to summon the Kirin. So he'll have 2 level 8s on the field. So the Fire King Sanctuary will let him exceed summon on Rayhan's turn, but
I mean, we'll see
He's gonna
how
have to
far
do,
he can go.
Yeah, he's gonna have to do it soon before the Hallowed Azamina summon like Ilya Sylvia, or he could just summon back the Murasagyo he just put back.
I don't know if he
I'm
really
a
wants to
big-
do that because then he can't add back the Hallowed Azamina again.
True.
Looks like we're going to be
Philia
doing
Diabel
Phila
effect to that?
Diabel. Because his opponent controls the monster, he can just special summon a level 8 from the deck.
Yep. So it's either gonna be the Diabels of the White Forest or the Diabel Star
Three
Vengeance.
Planix and Kieran, correct?
Correct.
Sorry, Diabel's the White Witch.
I like Vengeance.
All right, on resolution.
Yes.
I would
Brand new Secret Rare Alliance Insight is a beautiful card and a powerful one at that. But Droll and Lockbird coming down again here for Cody. Rayhan can't be happy to see another copy of Droll. This is the third time he's gotten Drolled in
He's
2
been
games.
drolled every turn.
Every turn of this game he has been Drolled Lockbird.
Cool Hallowed effect.
All right, so he's going to activate the Hallowed Azamina here. That means he already has the Sinful Spoils in hand that he's going to be able to send. Let's see if this prompts an effect activation here from Cody just to get the 2 level 8s on the field. And yep, that is exactly what he's doing.
Does Vengeance always count as a Sinful Spell card, right? Does that work with
Yep.
Hallowed Azamina?
Hey, you must have watched a trivia game yesterday. But yes, it does indeed. That is the Sinful Spoil card he's going to send to the graveyard with the Hallowed Azamina.
Yes.
Which is really cool because you can summon the Diabel Star Vengeance from the graveyard.
Yeah, getting maximum value here.
These cards work so well together.
Except for Witch of the White Forest. I
There's
don't
nothing
understand.
Card destruction. Either of them.
Nothing protecting it from card destruction, no.
All right, so it's going to...
So then,
One of the ones you don't see very often.
Yep, we got to pull up the text
effect,
on this one.
sending
It's
Kieran
not
to
one of
grave.
the standard
Yeah, go for
Azamina
it.
monsters.
But
I think
that-
it summons from the graveyard if I remember
On
correctly.
summon, it sends a monster from Field of Grave.
Oh, is that what it
I
is?
will
Okay.
attempt to Chainlink to Sanctuary.
And now he's going to respond with the Sanctuary to try and exceed summon a Fire King using his Fire Kings.
This is threatening that Garunix that's going to destroy all other monsters on the field. There it is,
Will
Garunix
affect
Eternity.
Garunix, Eternity to blow up the field.
The Diabel Star and the Azamina will be going to the graveyard. And now if this Garunix Eternity leaves, because it has 2 materials, it can revive 2 Fire Kings from the graveyard.
Yeah, that's really the best part about the Xyz Garunix is just the fact that it brings back 2 monsters, including you can summon itself back even.
Not that you'd really necessarily want to, but it could happen.
It's a lot of damage, yeah. I like that you can make it, you can like attack and then like during the battle phase, Fire King Skyburn, destroy it, summon back 2 monsters, attack. Get a lot of extra damage that way.
The deck has a lot of tricks available to it. We'll see what Rayhan can still do. Still under that Droll and Lockbird. Still has Vengeance in the grave.
And even though Cody has 0 cards in hand,
No worries.
that legendary Fire King Ponix will be returning to the hand during the next standby phase.
Yeah, Rayhan can't afford to give his opponent another turn here. I don't know if he has any options left over. Really considering himself right now. Gonna have to make a move soon. Looks like he's eyeing that Diabel Star Vengeance. Gonna be activating Spec in the graveyard to banish 2 spell traps to special summon itself.
Now, does Vengeance send a card in the field of the graveyard or destroy a card?
Pay half your life point to, I believe, destroy a card on the field.
Banish these 2.
That's not what he
Yes.
needs. He doesn't want to destroy the
Summon
Garunix.
Yes.
Curse
Let's
of
pull up
Diabel
the
effect.
Vengeance.
Sorry, no.
Yeah, I was
Phila
gonna say,
Diabel
I
effect.
thought it was Fila. Yeah.
5 King, 5 minute attack.
Yes.
All
When
right.
this card is destroyed, it floats back 2, right?
Yes. Up to the number of material it currently has.
Using the hidden ability of Fila to give Diabel Star Vengeance another 500 attack boost.
Every attack point matters.
And still doesn't want to have to get rid of the Garunix here.
He's
But he
in a
also
tough
can't let it
spot.
stay there.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot. Yep.
Just has to pass.
Oof, and then the baby bird, the
Stand by.
legendary Fire King Ponix will fly back to the hand here for Cody.
Come back.
Looks like he drew another Ponix return
I will
here,
attempt
which is
to use
fine.
Fire
It's just
King
another
Alex.
fire to use to
Constant-
fuel the flames.
Fuel the flame. There you go. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Asala. The water's warm. Join us over here in the land of puns and metaphors. And now, yeah, it looks like he's considering, which Ponix do I want to summon? He has a lot of options, actually. He could use the Sanctuary to destroy the Garunix, to get his Sacred Fire King Garunix into the graveyard, and get a search, and trigger the effect of the Xyz Garunix to summon back monsters. So, leading off of the Fire King Island could be really strong.
I imagine that is what you're doing here. He just needs to, especially if you're trying to potentially play around a copy of Droll and Lockbird that was drawn for turn. You want to just get the maximum value out of your first interaction that you can.
And that does seem to be what Cody's doing here.
It looks like he's eyeing, grabbing that Arvada now to give him protection from Rayhan's hand as soon as he's able to resolve this Garunix, or he just commits the normal summon.
I will.
Now, Garunix is going to be able to trigger here.
Chainlink 1 Eternity.
I suppose I should be calling it Garunix Eternity. There's so many Garunixes in this deck.
Nyang. Yeah. I don't know. It's a hard word to say. Yeah. Eternity is a good way to describe it.
Chainlink 2 Onyx.
All right, so Chainlink 1, Garunix Eternity, Chainlink 2 Ponix to hit the field because the monster was destroyed.
Yep.
Yes.
So what is he going to summon back with the
Oh,
Eternity?
sorry, my bad.
He's going to summon back the Sacred Fire King Garunix.
As well as the Kirin. Both materials that were under it.
Chainlink.
So he'll still be able to
Garunix,
summon the
Chainlink
Sacred Fire King
2
Garunix in his turn with its own effect if he wants to get another copy from his deck at some point.
Yes.
Or the same one he could summon from the graveyard.
Still plenty of aggression points available. Now the Ponix is going to be adding Skyburn. Garunix is going to just destroy another copy of Kirin from the deck. Kirin is going to be able to destroy the Vengeance and then special summon another Fire King from hand or graveyard, likely going to be summoning that Arvada in the hand that was added off the Fire King Island. And then it should be really easy to clean up by just going to battle phase.
Yeah, he still has his normal summon available as well. Yeah, just going to go ahead and its normal summon. Oh no, he is just using the Kirin to summon it from hand and destroy the Vengeance.
Mind if I check graveyard really quick?
Yep, just confirming what Rayhan has available in the graveyard here.
Make
See
sure
if there's any effects. Likely nothing here.
I mean, you got to feel for Rayhan just getting Droll and Lockbird every turn of the duel.
24?
Yep.
39?
That should do it.
Is that game?
Yes.
Is that game? It's a lot of damage.
Yes.
He has more damage too. Like he can like Skyburn.
Yep, so
Oh no, I think
39
Skyburn has to
plus
destroy your
24
opponent's
is
card.
gonna
So
be, 65 plus, or 63 plus 18.
yeah, there's 3,900
That
from
was
the
like
Garunix.
91.
Yes.
Or 81 rather, sorry.
Just doing some math here. This is
Good game.
yep, and that's it.
Very
Droll-
clean gameplay from Cody here. Efficient Fire King strategy.
Yeah, he thought he was going to go X3, but now whether he makes top 32 or not, he will not finish the tournament with 3 losses. He did better than he thought he was going to do at the beginning of the weekend, and that's the way it goes. You got to have some confidence. It's okay to be humble and have low expectations, but you have to know that you are capable as a duelist to make it all the way. Now, depending on when he lost, who he lost to, it's going to be up to tiebreakers to see if he's going to make that top 32 cutoff, but he has put himself in that prime position to do so. And unfortunately, on the other side of the field, Rayhan, you know, using such a cool deck that worked really well all weekend, but that Droll and Lockbird just prevented him from really excelling at what the deck does best, and that's just constantly have this continuous flow of adding cards from your deck to your hand while filling up your board along the way. He wasn't able to synchro summon at all. He got a little bit more action in game 2, being able to access the Azamina portion of his deck, but just not enough.
Yeah, really great showing this weekend, but unfortunately not enough this round. Happy that we were able to feature him a couple times here. He got to show off his deck at least once, but Fire King was able to take it this round.
Definitely, and there's the Witch of the White Forest, the new field spell, Out of Alliance Insight too.
I think he
We can
had 2 copies of them in his hand into the Droll every single turn. Very
Yeah.
unfortunate.
Yeah, so close, but just a little short there. You know, you can see, kind of see the disappointment there on Rayhan's face, but
The dread and despair.
it happens to the best of us. You can't win them all. Sometimes you're going to lose on the bubble. Well, half of the people who are playing on the bubble are going to lose. The other half are going to win and put themselves in position. And Cody is on that winning half right now. And yep, there it is, that dread and despair.
I mean, nearly 1,600 players in the tournament. Only 32 get to make it to the next stage.
Yeah, but either one of these decks are cool ones that I would like to see in top 32. We could have multiple Fire Kings potentially making it into top cut, you know, and it's just pure Fire Kings. There's no Snake Eye, just multiple copies. It's like 3 structure decks kind of put together.
I mean, yeah, essentially the gameplay that we saw that during those 2 games is exactly what they're trying to do every single game, right? They're just trying to keep it simple. Maybe have a Promethean Princess access. You have Arvada as your simple interaction to negate. And then you have a bunch of destruction effects, whether it be from Sanctuary, summoning Garunix Eternity, just Garunix effect, sending Kirin, and just even big Garunix, the original Garunix, destroying the field on the standby phase. Just very often, you're just controlling your opponent's board while amassing resources every single turn, and then just overwhelming them with big bodies and a lot of destruction.
Yeah, it's definitely a viable deck. I mean, a lot of people are wondering, okay, is Dinkai Bui the only person who can pilot Fire Kings? He just keeps going undefeated at these opens in Europe with the Fire King deck. But I think he's inspired and lit a fire inside a lot of duelists over here in the U.S. and all around the world, really, to show them, like, hey, Fire Kings is a deck that's strong enough to work independent of those Snake Eye cards as well. And, it's going to be a contender, and it's potentially going to be one of our top 32 decks.
Yeah, I think Fire King is just a very enjoyable deck to play, mainly because, I just like the idea of big bodies. Like, the big bodies are very functional. They destroy cards. It makes the game feel super easy. You just get you're summoning your cards, they're losing their cards, and then you just swing for game very easily. If you're able to summon 4 big monsters, destroy their cards, and attack for game within 4 summons, it feels pretty good.
That's right, and we're going to hear exactly how good it feels from our winner. Kangas is standing by with an interview. Go ahead and take it away, Kangas.
Thank you very much. I'm live on stage here with Cody. Congratulations on your feature match victory with the Fire King deck. It just keeps coming back. What made you want to play that one today?
So I actually wanted to play White Forest, like my opponent was playing, but I couldn't get my hands on the field spells in time. So Fire King was the second choice. It is crazy into Mitsu Raizel, which I expected because I think it is the best deck. And the Malice matchup is honestly not as bad as a lot of people seem to think it is, because as long as you just kind of pop their stuff, they just can't play. So
just pop the stuff. I guess it's that simple. And okay, because Rayhan, when we interviewed him yesterday after his feature match win, he was saying that nobody knows the White Forest cards, so that was a big advantage. You feel like you were very comfortable in that matchup today?
yes. I love the deck. It's cool as heck. Cool as heck.
Very cool deck, very cool deck. Now, you said before coming up, I announced it for you coming up onto stage. You didn't think that you would be making day 2. You thought that you would just go into the Ultimate Time Wizard 2010 event that you wanted to try out. Now there's a good chance that you're going to be in that top 32. So reflect on the weekend, your expectations versus reality.
Right, yeah. I wanted to play frogs.
All right. Do you think that you'll have time if you make top 32? Play around. Is your goal to just, win out from this point, or do you really want to play frogs? What's higher priority for you?
Oh, I absolutely want to win out.
Because this is your first time making a top cut at a YCS, correct?
This is my first time playing in a YCS.
First time playing in a YCS, and you have a good chance of making top 4 at, well, we'll be cheering you on. I'm sure people at home will be as well. Is there anybody that you want to shout out that might be watching?
Yeah, my testing partner, Cameron. He's somewhere around there. The guys up from Maine from Weekend Anime and Spellbound up in Maine.
Shout out to everybody supporting you. Thank you very much, Cody. Congratulations on the feature match win. Let's go back to the casters.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. Awesome to hear from our winner of our last round of Swiss here, Cody, with Fire Kings. I'm really excited. If there's a deck that I can pick that I want to make it in the top cut, Fire Kings is definitely one of my personal favorites. I know I have a lot of favorites. If you're used to watching our YCS broadcast streams, I have a lot of favorite cards, but it's because I love Yu-Gi-Oh! And I hope you at home love Yu-Gi-Oh! Too. But let's go and take a second to talk about something else that I love and one of my favorite things, and that's going to be Regional Qualifiers 2025. That's right, they're going on from May 3rd of this year till June 22nd of 2025 in North and Latin America, and you'll be able to get that beautiful top 8 game mat featuring the 2 of the new Xyz monsters for Dragon Rulers out of Alliance Insight, and of course that top 4 card case. But even more importantly, of these regional qualifiers, this is where you get your invite to the NAWCQ. So go to Yu-Gi-Oh!-card.com events and find a regional qualifier that is happening near you, and make sure you get there before your last chance to get an invite to the NAWCQ or whichever WCQ in your area if you're in Latin America as well. We have the Central American WCQ, South American WCQ, and of course the North American WCQ. Make sure you get your invite before it's too late, and of course get your hands on that awesome game mat. Well, folks, this is it. Swiss is over. The next time you're going to see us, we're going to be looking at the top 32 and finding out who's going to be joining the single elimination portion of the tournament, where it's win or go home. It's going to be epic, exciting. I can't wait to see if maybe Malice will finally win a YCS. Who knows? There's a lot of Mitsurugi Raizel, Pure Mitsurugi, Fire King, and other decks. Maybe some Regenesis in there.
Potentially, we did see some Tomb Keepers up there as well, Primite Blue Eyes. There's a lot of decks out there.
It's a fun format with a lot to be discovered, so stay tuned and we'll find out who's in our top 32 cutoff.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to YCS Providence. I'm Steve Kangas, your host for the weekend, and we have a lot of duelists here, so let's see how their weekend's going. All right, I got Giuseppe here. Giuseppe, welcome to YCS Providence. Where are you traveling in from?
I'm here from Columbus, Ohio.
Columbus, Ohio. How long of a journey was that to get here then?
It was a 12-hour drive.
You drove! Did you come with friends or alone?
Nope, just me.
Just you. Shout out to Giuseppe for driving 12 hours solo. How's your YCS experience been so far?
It's been awesome. I love it here.
How many YCS have you done in the past?
I've done about a couple dozen of them, so doing it for a long time. Gonna keep doing it.
Okay, veteran of the YCS experience. And what are your favorite parts about a YCS? Because YCS are unique compared to locals or regionals. Like, it's something special about these.
Honestly, it's just going to travel, see a bunch of places I normally don't get to go to. Just overall, just hanging out with friends, having a good time.
At this point, if you've been to a couple dozen, do you have any like rivals that you match up against at YCS? Is there anybody that you're like really excited to get a chance to duel against?
Honestly, just everyone.
I see somebody pointing at themselves over there.
I'll be honest, just every event, it's always someone new, but you just get to meet a whole bunch of different people from all walks of life during the game. But it's just great game, great friends, just having a great time.
Best part about it, right, is meeting everybody. So as a veteran of YCSs, do you have any advice for everybody at home who maybe is getting ready for their first YCS or thinking, do I want to go to one?
Honestly, just don't put a lot of pressure on yourself. It's just a great experience overall. Just really enjoy having a good time with your friends, just taking in the city, wherever you go to. Just great positive experience. Everyone's awesome.
All right, you heard it from Giuseppe. Thank you so much. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
All right, I have Ashley here, one of the judges at the YCS. Ashley, how many YCSs have you been to, either as a judge or a competitor, or just in general?
So this is my 27th as a judge. I've only been to one as a player.
That is incredible. As a judge, what advice do you have for any competitors at the event this weekend? Any do's or don'ts that they should keep in mind?
Ask a lot of questions. Ask all your resources. We have Judge Q&A available. We have all the judges here available. We're here to help you. We want you to have an amazing experience. So go ahead and ask. There's a lot of questions. We most likely have the answer.
Okay, that's cool. And now, as a judge, I know you have to answer a lot of tough questions that will come up. What are some common ruling things that happen? Some of the most common ones that you find people are asking about, maybe even that apply to this format that we're in, because I'm sure that there's gonna be a lot of common ones.
Nothing that comes up to the top of my head. It's usually mostly PSAT. Nothing too crazy.
Okay.
I don't think.
So what I'm hearing is that Yu-Gi-Oh players are really good at the rules, right?
That's my job to help them with that. But yeah. So if there's any disagreements, I'm here. That's my job.
That's cool. Well, we thank you for your job. We appreciate you, Ashley. Best of luck out there on the field. All right, I'm here with Eric at YCS Providence. Eric, how's your YCS experience going?
It's going all right. Just got here recently. Just had an hour and a half drive turned into a 2-hour just for traffic, but just happy to be here. At least it's close to home.
So yeah, it sounds like you're very close. So where are you coming in from?
I'm coming in from Wallingford, Connecticut.
Okay, cool. So not that far away. Did you come with friends or by yourself?
Yeah, it came with me, my buddy Sal, Jake, and Chris.
All right, shout out Sal, Jake, and Chris.
There's one more shout out though. My boy Brad. That man is insane.
Okay, in a good way?
Good way.
Okay, good. We love an insane
He is
Brad.
Captain Insano.
Well, how many YCSs have you been to? Is this one of your early ones? Are you a veteran?
This is my third. It was mostly just timing with like work schedule. So like this adjusted to my work schedule perfectly. So I was like, oh, and it's close to home. Let's do it.
How have you performed at past YCS? Have you made a day 2 yet?
No, I'm hoping to make day 2 this time.
Okay, what have you done differently in your prep for this YCS to make sure you get day 2?
Made sure I was siding correctly and making sure I was prepped for worrying about what's meta, what's out of the rotation, make sure everything's in the rotation that's good, and then knowing just my matchups better.
That is fantastic advice for everybody. Your side deck is very important for events like this. Eric, are you a fan of the anime, the Yu-Gi-Oh anime at all?
I watched the original, but anything after that was just nothing really.
Do you remember a favorite character from the original?
The original probably, it would probably be, who would it be? It would probably be Darts, honestly.
Darts. That's a good choice. The Seal of Orichalcos. Do you remember any Darts lines? Can you give a Darts impression for the camera?
I probably couldn't even remember. It was just as a kid.
Darts lines are tough to think about, aren't they? like something about Steel Voracalcos.
Just him having a infinite attack snake just chilling on the field is just pretty funny.
That was terrifying. Do you have an out to an infinite attack snake in your deck?
No, unless it's 3 knights combined together with infinite attack as well.
It's the only way to beat it, everybody. All right, thank you very much for the interview, Eric. Best of luck at the YCS.
Thank you.
All right, I'm at YCS Providence. I got Jordan here. Jordan, welcome to the stream. How's your experience at the YCS going so far?
It's going phenomenal. It's going phenomenal. Steve, do you go by Steve or Kangas?
No one's ever asked me that. You can call me Steve since you asked.
Steve. Well, it's going very well. It's going very well. I have fully collector's rares'd out my deck, which is objectively the best rarity.
That is a bold statement. Some would say QCRs. I'm a secret rare fan myself.
That's fair. That's fair. So I have a long-standing debate with a lot of people about the best rarity, and I'm correct. It is collector's rare. So
are you at this YCS by yourself, or did you come with friends?
This is the first time I've been to a YCS just by myself. So, of course, I know people around the event, but
conveniently nobody here to contest you on your statement on collector's rares then.
Yeah, that's why I did it, right?
Yeah. This is when you're making the bold statements now, because you know you can get away with it.
Exactly.
How many YCSs have you been to in the past?
This is my 7th YCS.
7th YCS? So you're a bit of a veteran by this point. Does this one feel different in any way, or at this point do you kind of like have a routine that you fall into when you get ready for them?
This one feels different, just I feel more prepared than the rest of them. I mean, it's not that I don't prepare for previous YCSs, but I feel pretty confident actually with this one. So I've done a lot of testing, tested for the new Alliance Insight format. So it's exciting. It's exciting. So I don't want to get too hyped up and think I'm going to win the whole thing, but I just am going to go enjoy, play my games. That's the best mindset to have.
Have you made a day 2 at a YCS?
Not yet.
Okay, is this going to be the one?
I'm hoping. I'm open.
All right, we're cheering for you, Jordan. Thank you very much. Best of luck this weekend.
Absolutely. Thank you.
What's up, everybody? Kangas at YCS Providence. I brought some cards from my collection. Let's see if you can guess what they are before any of the duelists here. All right, I'm here with Tavion. Tavion, you have 60 seconds to guess the card before chat does. You ready?
Okay.
All right, go.
Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
Yes?
Is it a continuous spell?
No.
Is it a normal spell?
Yes.
Is it Monster Reborn?
No.
Card destruction?
No.
Let me see here. Does it apply your opponent doing something?
Yes.
Um,
That's an interesting question. I haven't gotten that one before. 15 seconds.
What's the card that banishes face down?
No been a crossout?
Yeah.
No. 5 seconds.
Help.
Phone a friend?
Phone a friend?
Is it forbidden? No, it is not forbidden. Last guess. Tell the camera. Tell all the people at home.
Creature swap?
Yes! Well done, Dave. Yeah, I don't. You pulled at the end. All right, I'm here with Joe. Joe, you have 60 seconds to guess the card before chat. Go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it a monster in the extra deck?
No.
Is it a ritual monster?
No.
Is it an effect monster?
Yes.
Is it dark attribute?
No.
Light attribute?
Yes. Very efficient question so far.
Can it be normal summoned without tributing?
No.
Does it require 1 tribute?
Yes.
Is it level 6?
Yes.
Was it released before 2010?
No.
Was it released before 2016?
No. 30 seconds?
Was it released before 2020?
No.
Can it be activated in hand?
Yes.
Is it effect Valor?
No. Remember, requires 1 tribute. You got that down.
Is it Artifact Lancia?
No.
Is it meta relevant?
Yes. 10 seconds? Now you asked, can it be activated in hand, not must it be?
Must it be activated in hand?
No. Last question.
Is it banned?
No. Can you get a guess?
Nah, I can't give a guess.
It's Fiendsmith Engraver. It's the classic. Is it meta relevant? I don't know. Everyone's on Malice and Fiendsmith. Dang it! Okay, I got Aditya here. You got 60 seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
Was it released in the past 5 years?
Yes.
Is the card meta relevant?
No.
To
be determined.
Was the card released in the most recent set?
Yes.
Is it an Adagnister card?
No.
Is it a Regenesis card?
Yes.
Is it Regenesis?
Yes, it's Regenesis. You didn't even guess spell, trap, anything.
I was just gonna guess every Regenesis card.
Fair enough. Do you think it's going to be meta relevant?
I think the deck is cool. I haven't played it that much though, so I can't give a full opinion. But I think the deck is actually pretty cool.
We'll see if it does damage. Thanks for playing, man. That was fun. All right, I got Daniel here. You have 60 seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
All right, is it a monster card?
Yes.
Monster card. Is it released in a new set?
Define new.
2025.
Yes.
2025. Is it meta relevant?
Yes.
Is it a memento card?
No.
It is not a memento card. Is it a card that has top to YCS?
Yes.
Okay, level 4?
No.
Okay, level 6?
No.
Does it require a tribute?
No.
Doesn't require a tribute. Is it an extra deck monster?
Yes.
Extra deck monster. Oh, geez. Is it a link monster?
No.
Synchro?
Yes.
Synchro.
20 seconds.
Oh, geez. Does it require more than 2 materials?
Yes.
More than 2 materials. Oh, geez. Is it a dragon of some sort?
Yes. 5 seconds. Last guess.
Is it Ancient Fairy Dragon?
No.
One of the Ancient Fairy Dragon variants?
No, but you're close.
Ah, jeez. Crimson Dragon?
Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon. Most people summon it with the original Spirit Dragon, but it does require 2 tuners plus a non-tuner, so it does have that multiple. All right, good stuff. That was fun. All right, I got Hassan. Hassan, you have 60 seconds to guess the card before chat. Go.
Let's do it. Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Is it a quick play?
No.
Does it cost life points to activate?
No, that's a good one, though.
Does it take control of a monster?
Yes.
Is it change of heart?
What? Hassan, how did you do that? What? Okay, what's the secret?
Honestly, I told you I'm good with, I know my staples, main cards, and I just felt like that's what it could have been.
More people need to play this, okay? All right, put change of heart in your deck. Thank you, Hassan. Good stuff.
Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to YCS Providence, where we are eagerly awaiting the top 32 announcement. Over 1,500 duelists registered for the event, but now it's time. Please join me in welcoming head judge William to announce the top 32 that will continue.
Thank you. YCS competitors, our top 32 duelist. In first place with 33 points, Ruben P. With 30 points, in second place, Kamal C. In third place, Lucas S. In fourth place, Alex C. In fifth place, Jeffrey F. In sixth place, Aditya D. In seventh place, Rami O. With 29 points in eighth place, Stephen W. With 27 points in ninth place, Christopher T. In 10th place, Shunping X. In 11th place, Emilio F. In 12th place, Mitchell G. In 13th place, Dominic R. In 14th place, Carl M. In 15th place, Gabriel B. In 16th place, Stephen S. In 17th place, Bradley M. In 18th place, Harrison G. In 19th place, Timothy D. In 20th place, Christian D. In 21st place, Nathan S. In 22nd place, Jesse S. In 23rd place, Evan F. In 24th place, Sean J. In 25th place, Charlie F. In 26th place, Lucas H. In 27th place, David H. In 28th place, Ali A. In 29th place, Jim M. In 30th place, Clark L. In 31st place, Michael P. And in 32nd place, Ryan Y. Judges, please post our standings. You have 5 minutes to confirm.
Congratulations to the top 32 duelists at YCS Providence. Round of applause for everybody who made it into the top cut. And a reminder that we made an announcement on our socials earlier this weekend that we would have a special announcement for updated pricing. And we weren't just blowing hot air, everybody. I have it right here, the announcement for the prizings. So make sure that you stick around because we will air it live at the end of round 32. Stick around, everybody. And we're going to throw it to a break before we get ready for round 32. Congratulations one more time, all the duelists that qualified. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to YCS Providence. I'm Steve Kangas, your host for the weekend, and there's duelists all over the place, so let's check in on how their weekend's going. All right, everybody, I have Riddick here at YCS Providence. How's your experience at Providence going?
It's going good so far. It's my first YCS, so I'm excited to be here.
First YCS. Where are you coming in from?
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. So not that far away then, right?
Yeah, I'm like a half hour away from here.
Oh, very, very close, very close. So you drove, I assume. Did you come alone or with friends?
I came alone, but I will be coming the following days with a friend or two.
That's awesome. Have they helped you prepare for your first YCS? Because that can be a lot of pressure when you show up to one of these big tournaments.
Oh, absolutely. I've been testing quite a bit. Not too much, but enough where I have some experience with the deck, but there's still some plays I need to work out and whatnot.
How comfortable do you feel against the field? Because a lot of it is knowing your deck, but at tournaments like this, you never know what you're going to sit across from.
It's a little hard to say. I'd say I'm a little comfortable with some things, but there are obviously going to be things that are going to throw me off.
Okay, sure. What about your deck made you want to play it, though? You don't have to reveal because people might see this live and then know what you're on. But was there like a specific archetype or like card art or anything going on with like the deck itself?
Yeah, it's definitely the archetype. It's one of my favorites, tied up with DDD, personally. But I am a fan of the archetype. There's some things that were added in that I'm not super familiar with that I have to get more accustomed to.
Yeah, Alliance Insight had a lot of new cards. I'm assuming it's from there?
I'll keep that hidden for now.
Okay, fair enough. Well, first YCS, do you have a routine that you're going to have ahead of your games tomorrow, something that you're going to do mentally to prepare?
Definitely either just trying to run some test hands either in my head or just on the field in front of me.
All right, go into that little mental gymnasium in there. Get some things working around. Well, thank you very much, Riddick, for the interview. Best of luck at your first YCS. We'll all be cheering for you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm live here with Henry at YCS Providence. Henry, how's your YCS experience going?
It's going good. I am extremely motivated for this YCS after how Houston went for me. I'm looking to recreate the success I had especially after my feature match. Very much looking forward to grinding out again at this YCS and hopefully making day 2 once again.
Okay, so Houston you were at didn't go the way you planned. May I ask, how did Houston go? What'd you finish?
So I finished day 2. I was 1 game off of top cut. Unfortunately, I got storm dusted, and there's not much you do about that when you're playing Blue Eyes. So,
Yeah, as a Blue Eyes player, I've been on that end as well. Well, what have you done? Because you said that you're feeling confident, you're feeling ready for this one. What have you done to prepare for this event specifically? Is there anything different than your normal routine?
So I actually have less practice than I normally do this time around because I'm actually working now, but I'm hopefully going to be able to get enough practice in over tonight in the one matchup that I'm worried about, which is Malice, in order to pilot my deck well enough to recreate the success. Because at the end of the day, even if you practice all you want, this game unfortunately has a factor of sometimes it's just natural skill that helps.
Well, what's more important, luck or skill? Every duelist has an opinion on it.
It's most definitely skill. Because at the end of the day, you could be the luckiest person on earth. If you don't know how to manage your cards, you're going to lose every match.
True, and don't blame the cards. You're the one that built the deck, and also you're the one holding them. So I like that mentality. Now, Yu-Gi-Oh! We celebrate the card game. There's also the anime. Are you a fan of the anime?
I have watched the anime, yes. I really enjoyed it, especially Vrains.
Vrains! Okay, do you have a favorite character from Vrains?
So, as much as a lot of the community looks down on people who like her, I very much like Blue Maiden.
Okay, do you have any Blue Maiden quotes in particular that you love to recreate? Or maybe a favorite card from Blue Maiden?
My favorite card from Blue Maiden would definitely be Marinsa's Great Bubble Reef.
Marinsa's Great Bubble Reef, everybody. All right, shout out Marinsa's Great Bubble Reef. Shout out you, Henry. Congratulations on now hopefully your chance to redeem yourself from last YCS. But yeah, good luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, I'm here with Chris at YCS Providence. Chris, how's your YCS experience going?
I mean, it's going all right. I just got here like 20 minutes ago. It's going all right.
Are you registered yet?
Yeah, I just checked in. That's
okay. All right.
You know, I made sure I had to get that out the way.
Yeah, that's step number one. I'd say we could delay this. But how many YCS have you been to?
A couple. I don't know. I mean, I more than I could count. I'll tell you that.
So do you feel comfortable at YCSs at this point?
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay. Is there anything different about this YCS compared to last ones?
I mean, it's Providence. It's different, you know. To be honest, I don't have a full experience just yet because you know I just got here 20 minutes ago. But it's always good seeing friends and stuff like that. So that's always a good experience.
That's cool. Did you come travel alone or did you travel with friends also?
I came with a couple friends.
Okay, nice. Is this your crew behind us right now?
There's some people, yes. Yeah, there's some people that want some of my peoples and stuff like that. Yes, of course.
Have you ever matched up against one of your friends at a YCS before? And if so, is that a fun moment or is that a rough moment?
Yes, I did. I mean, it's fun because it's your friend, but it sucks because, you know, it's like a bittersweet. Like, you don't want to lose to them, but you also don't mind losing to them because it's like, if it's going to be somebody, it's going to be them, you know?
Yeah, bit of a win-win. What's your win rate against your friends, though? Do you have a positive win rate, negative?
I'm XO.
XO?
You know, I'm the man of the hour, you know?
Chris, is that going to continue this weekend?
I would hope so. I would for sure hope so. I absolutely have to.
All right, which friend do you want to take out at this YCS?
To be honest, I don't really have none in mind, but I wouldn't mind playing any of them. You know.
All right, fair enough. Well, I hope you have a great weekend, Chris. You just got 20 minutes. Go check out everything. Go check out the public events, all the vendors and stuff.
For sure.
But good luck at the event this weekend. All right, I'm here with Kiwi. Kiwi, how's your YCS experience going so far?
Not great for my bank account, but for me.
Well, let's show it off. You got a couple of things from the vendors here. What do you got? You got a couple of mats. That's awesome. Why'd you want to go with this mat?
I want to represent my cashiers. Everyone hates me for it, but that's okay because I love them and Unicorn is really good. So.
You know what? We do love some cashiers. I'm a big cashier fan as well. I'll out myself there. So how many YCSs have you been to before?
So the first one was Orlando. I went to Houston, and this is my third one. And this is the one where I'm actually going to try to compete. Ooh. So if you see me, please be nice, okay? I break easily, so.
So first time competing, yes. Where are the nerves at right now? Because if you've been to a couple, you've seen it, but now you actually get to sit at the table.
Yeah, right here, like it's gonna be up here soon.
Deep breaths, in and out.
Yes, I'm just trying to build my confidence to get, just because it's a male-dominated game, right? There's not a lot of ladies, okay? And I know people will be nice, but I know a lot of really good people. Most of the community is really nice, and I'm not here to win. I'm here to tell people, hey, I don't know the game. I've been trying to learn Yu-Gi-Oh for like 4 years. Okay, I still use talents as a quick play.
What's the first deck that you remember learning on?
Okay, so when
I feel like there's a story here.
playing, bird dummy mommies, my harpies, I love them. So I tried playing harpies. You can guess how well that went.
Probably not great. Was it in Duel Links?
Yes.
It would have been good in Duel Links.
Yes, it was in Duel Links. And then I started playing Master Duel. Not great. But I learned to play Pearlies in Master Duel. Okay. So my win rate was not that bad.
Fair. All right, awesome.
This is my first deck. Fiend Smith is like the first engine I learned in person. So it's what I'm comfortable with.
Did you come with friends?
Yes.
All right. How much have they helped you prepare for this event?
So much. I got a lot of help from like really good players. Ruben just took a look at my deck. So
The GOAT? Okay.
yes, and he's lovely, by the way. Really, really good at jump rope. I was surprised.
Yeah, I hear. I think on the World Championship stage he did it.
Yeah. So for those who want to get into it but are afraid, everyone is really nice. Just go, be honest, tell them, hey, I don't really know how it works, but I want to get into it, because at the end of the day, we want the community to grow, not shrink. I always try to tell people, hey, it's okay. Just tell them you don't know, and people will be willing to help you.
Well, that's awesome advice. Best of luck this weekend, Kiwi. We'll be rooting for you. Hello, everybody, and welcome to YCS Providence. I'm your host, Steve Kangas, and behind me, you can see day one just kicked off, but there's a lot of stuff to do at a YCS, so let's take a walk around the venue and see all the cool stuff. So kicking things off, behind me, we have the main event. This is where we will crown a YCS champion, but it's not the only thing that you can do at a YCS, so let's take a look at some of the other stuff. All right, so as we get to the back of the venue, we have our public events. Now, this is where you can do all kinds of fun stuff like Attack of the Giant Card, Rivalry of Warlords, and Ultimate Time Wizard. You see these flags, meeting point red, meeting point green. That's where you'll meet all the other duelists that are signed up for the events that you signed up for. However you like to duel, we got something for you. And if you need any cards while you're here, you can check out any of the vendors. They should have everything in stock, as well as really cool merch you can pick up while you're at it. And if you're in any of the public events, you have a chance to win some of these amazing prizes. We have giant cards like Obelisk, we have Doom Caliber, Molch Army Perulia, and these are some of my favorites. The uncut sheets of quarter-century secret rares. These things are beautiful. Some of the coolest prizes you can get. So again, sign up for the public events. A lot of cool stuff on the line. And finally, this is the main stage of YCS Providence, where all the feature matches will take place, as well as the finals, where at the end of the weekend, we will crown a YCS champion. And that will conclude our little tour of YCS Providence. Thanks for coming along with us. Thanks for cheering on your favorite duelists from home. But remember, come check out a YCS in the future, because no matter how you duel, we got something for you. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to YCS Providence, where it's time to take a look at all the fun prizes that you can get if you come to a YCS and start participating in the awesome public events that we have. We have the legendary prize wall full of all these incredible giant cards. We have full sheets of uncut cards as well, all QCR from different sets. Insane collections of full sets of different packs. We have Infinite and Forbidden, we have Pseudo, we have everything that you can grab here. We have amazing regional qualifier deck boxes as well, along with a variety of dice too, all kinds of cool different varieties of these. If you like coffee, I'm a big coffee guy. You can grab one of the Konami tumblers as well, officially licensed Yu-Gi-Oh merch right there. Do you like taking notes on a physical piece of paper as opposed to Neuron? Well, check these out. We also have official licensed note cards here. We also have incredible mats that you can pick up too, from all different generations of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Multiple different years. We have ones that go back a decade, and there's just incredible selection. You won't want to miss out on some of these amazing prizes. We also have these beautiful giant cards exclusive to the winners of some of the public events. Attack of the Giant Card gets Dark Magician of Chaos. Ultimate Time Wizard gets Jinzo. Over here we have the gold rare Red Eyes Black Dragon for Speed Duel Attack of the Giant Card. Incredible prizes all around. So whether you're at YCS Providence or can make it to a future one, make sure to check out all the public events, because no matter how you duel, we got something for you.
Welcome, everyone. It has been a fun little break announcing the top 32, but we are about to have some fun matches now that it is officially single elimination, and we have the Three Stevens.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah.
I get to cast some more Yu-Gi-Oh! And again, I have it. You can't see it yet. Be patient, everybody.
Okay,
Be patient.
fine,
No,
fine,
no, I got it over
fine.
here. Can't let you touch it. It's a sealed envelope, by the way.
Do you want to
That thing's
switch
sealed.
chairs?
No, no, I'm actually very comfortable over here. And they fixed the seat of my chair, too. I was like really below you guys before, but now I look great. Yeah.
So
Can
we're
we raise
here.
it a little more, actually? Can I be, I want to be up here.
Okay,
Yeah.
always trying to raise the bar. I get it. I get it.
I can just like lower a little bit, you know, to one of those.
Well, I'm happy to be on. It's always awesome to cast, especially with Steven and Steven. We have are we the council or the cabal of
We
Stevens?
used to be the Council of Stevens, but now we're kind of Max Steve, right?
That's
We
right.
didn't form an official team.
True, we do. We have jerseys and everything.
We do have
That was
jerseys.
fantastic. Maybe we'll have to break those out for a broadcast one time.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I came with it on, but production is like, we can't do
Yeah,
this.
it's just too
Gotta look
much
professional.
strip.
Well, we're entering top 32, though. This is a big, exciting moment at any YCS because this is the elite of the event. 1,500, over 1,500 duelists now down to only 32. And we're not going to say the match we have next, but it's very exciting.
It's
but
juicy.
every duelist remaining is in that kind of elite category right
Oh,
now.
yeah, we have like 2 world champions. We
Yep.
have all kinds of different decks represented. You know, some people in the chat were like, did Regenesis made it? Regenesis made it. I cannot believe that we've got that. We've got Heraldic Brazel. And speaking of which, why don't we just take a look at the duels we got right now?
So here is the bracket. We announced the top 32, but oh my goodness, look at that top one right there.
Ruben versus Ryan. We have the 2024 TCG World Championship versus the 2024 Master Duel World Champion. Ooh,
Yep.
Very
And speaking
excited.
of champions, we've got maybe a future champion, Bradley versus Steven, Steven W versus Charlie, Sean versus Christopher, Alex versus Jim, Dominic versus Christian, Jeffrey versus Ali, and Mitchell versus Nathan.
Fantastic stuff right there. And on the other side of the bracket, I believe we'll be able to take a look at that one here shortly. Obviously, the big matchup there, the 2 world champions going against each other is cool, but also the Canadians going against each other with Bradley versus Steven. A little bit of national pride on the line there.
Oh yeah, always fun to see an international top cut for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
And here is the other side of that bracket. We got Kamal versus Michael. And Steven, I see that you're excited. You can take over.
I know, but it's just so many cool names when you think about how stacked this bracket is. Gabriel versus Harrison, Lucas versus Rami, Evan versus Shunping, Lucas versus Clark, Carl versus Timothy, David versus Aditya, the NAWCQ reigning champion, and finally Jesse versus Amelia. This is a stacked top cut.
Yeah, Shunping, Aditya, Ruben, Ryan, Kamal Crooks, which I believe is also Ruben's teammate. I believe they were placed first and second.
That sounds right to me. Yeah, I know. I'm also looking at Carl right there as a brother of the previous YCS champion who had a rough day 1, did not make it to day 2. So I know that Carl was saying like, oh, I got to do it. I got to do it.
Yes.
For the
Bring it in for the family. Got to put that trophy on the mantle just next to his
That
brothers.
family solidarity can make it all the way to the top of YCS Providence, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
A
So
lot
there's
of really
a
cool
lot of
stories.
A lot of narratives. Think about it. We could have a back-to-back. We could have somebody who brings it home for his brother, world champions. This is wild stuff.
Yeah, I think that the biggest one for me is still that Master Duel World Champion versus TCG Reigning World Champion. It's very rare that we get that. And a reminder that the Americas did very well at WCS.
It was all from the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah.
Not to throw any shade on duelists from around the world, but it is true that the World Championship did. But why don't I just throw over to Kangas because we got some duelist introductions coming our way.
Let's meet our featured duelists for round 32 here. Introducing up first in the blue chair from Miami, Florida, your TCG Reigning World Champion, Ruben Penaranda. And his opponent today in the red chair from Toronto, Ontario, your reigning Master Duel World Champion, Ryan Yu. Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back over to us casters to get into the game.
That ball is so close. Yes, we've got Ruben versus Ryan, world champions versus world champions. It's going to be super exciting to see. And they're both playing very similar decks. We got Malice and Malice Attic Nister. Very interested to see how different Ryan's deck is from Ruben's to not include as big of an Attic Nister package maybe, or maybe even none at all.
Well, both of these people know how to duel. There is no doubt about it. And Ryan doing a great job of representing his team because remember the Master Duel is a team event. Unfortunately, his teammate Jesse unable to make it due to some flight complications. But Ryan doing a great job of representing Canada so far. And also the formal Dragon Duel World Championship. It shows you those kids, they grow up and here they are back on the stage.
Yeah, I love it when a duelist sticks around for so long. We have so much history for a player like Ryan. Just really loves the game and does it for the love of the game, but also has just continually improved year over year. Ryan's one of those duelists that we look at as like that kind of next generation to take the mantle. You know, we put up names like Joshua Schmidt, also won the first ever Master Duel World Champion. He's been playing forever as well. But now Ryan's kind of that next generation coming in, joining that conversation.
Well, speaking of the current World Championship for the TCG, remember Ruben is coming in with basically a statistical advantage here. He was the #1 guy. So Ryan actually was at the bottom of the bracket, not throwing any shade, but it is true that he had some bumps along the road to get here back onto the stage.
Yes, in terms of their resumes, both are equally stacked, but in terms of their performance at YCS Providence, we have Ruben finishing first and Ryan finishing 32nd. He almost didn't make it in today, but here he is at a chance to keep going further and win another versus Solaria.
Yeah, it's tough when there's this many duelists at an event. It's not that Ryan is the 32nd out of all these duelists. You know, there's always going to be, what matchups did you have in 9 rounds of Swiss? There's a lot that leads into this as we see the duelists start their shuffles and getting ready for that first round. These are 2 of the top duelists that we see. I mean, obviously so with their performance at the WCS, but very different format, very different decks that we see here, but they should have a lot of familiarity as they're playing, again, similar lists, Malice versus Adagnister Malice.
Yeah, we've been seeing Malice sort of like compete all throughout this weekend, but we've never seen Malice versus Malice mirror. I'm kind of excited to see how maybe they might change the plays, change the combos, or change the forms and times they interact with each other, because when you banish other Malice cards, you kind of unlock their effects rather than stymie them.
Yeah.
Well, Ryan's known for having some really interesting deck choices, right? Also known as a famous Sky Striker duelist, too. I don't think we're going to see too many spells flung to the graveyard, but it just shows you that, like, Ryan knows what he's doing when he's in the driver's seat. So this is going to be a trivial. This could have been our finals, and it's just the first match of the top 32, which is just a treat in and of itself.
Take it in, everybody. We're getting spoiled right now, having this be just the first round in top 32. And again, we do have a fun special announcement at the end of this top 32, so stick around. A lot of reason to watch Yu-Gi-Oh!
Can't see me, but I'm trying to reach across the table to get that envelope. Staring it down.
No, this, again, under lock and key. And by lock and key, I mean a little bit of adhesive on the envelope. But
I ain't trying to catch no hands. I know you can take me,
now.
but man, one day. But speaking of one day, it's time for Game 1 of our YCS Top 32.
$50 to get it framed.
We got Ruben versus Ryan. They're having a nice little chat here, but here we go. The dice roll. I'm assuming it's high. We have 11 coming from Ruben. Very high.
Now, what if they went low? You never know.
I'll be going first.
Oh, there it is. Ruben has probably declared first. We have a beautiful handshake from both players.
Now, Steven Rodriguez, do we say the last names or do we just keep everyone confused at home?
I think confusion is good.
All right, so Steven, I know that you play a lot of the Malice deck yourself. The mirror match, like you said, very complex because the way you interact with each other can actually sometimes enable what your opponent's Malice cards will do.
Well, I don't think it matters necessarily what the sort of matchup is. Whenever you start with Dormouse, I'm always really happy as a Malice player, and so I imagine Ruben is very ecstatic. But something that we've seen kind of change in a lot of Malice decks is the inclusion of differing Cyberse Link 1s. Ever since Link Decoder got taken off and put on the Forbidden list, we need to play more things like Lingaribo, or even I've seen Salamangreat Almirage in some decks. So there could be a world where Ruben tries to do his normal standard Malice combo, but he does it all with a Lingaribo in play.
Well, speaking of standard combos, looks like after we use Dormouse's effect to banish the Chessy Cat, we're going to go ahead and pay $300 to bring that out. Set the trap card, kind of showcasing maybe he's got the sauce, able to use that to dodge. Now we're going to use Chessy Cat's effect.
Yeah, I didn't spot which one that was, but okay, here we're seeing it very quickly.
So here we're going to have Chainlink 1 be Chessy Cat, but then Chainlink 2 will be Malice CMTP07 to search for another Malice name. We're able to activate it this turn because we are banishing the Dormouse as a part of that activation requirement. Not necessarily a cost, but yeah.
All right, so we're getting Malice March Hare, kind of the monster of the moment. Very powerful, really skyrocketed this already powerful deck back to the top cut.
Yeah, it's not one of the best to immediately start off with, but man, the way it lets you extend is beautiful. It really does feel like it's the in-archetype bestial card for Malices.
And I think the biggest problem that it solves is you can now draw too many Malice names, and it's now a good thing because now you can banish straight from the hand, which is just so important for this deck.
Well, it also helps the deck basically recover from its hits on the Forbidden Limited list, right? There are less Malice names. Well, it got a few new ones. Not necessarily as powerful as the other ones, but gets access to them really quickly. And speaking of access, we got Splash Mage on the field to grab something out of the graveyard.
Yeah, one of the classic Link 2s that you go for. There's a lot of options, but when you've already used some of your banish effects and you want to save those for later in the turn, Splash Mage is one of the more safe options, but it can get punished by things like this, where we have Druid Swarm coming out as a chain to Splash Mage's effect.
And because that Dormouse early in the turn already used its banish effect to come back, it won't be able to go again, so we do need to find some other access to a Malice name, otherwise getting to a Link 3 will be too difficult for Ruben.
Now we do still have that March Hare, so Ruben should still be able to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now.
But what else is in the hand is the question, because there's a lot of lines that the Malice cards can go down, and that's why I love watching the top duelists pilot this deck, because what they choose to do teaches you just how strong the deck is. But we have a Nibiru, the Primal Being, at a very critical juncture, because if we get to a Link 3, that is very good for Ruben. Not going to be able to get there.
Not to, glaze up Ryan too much, but this play's even more cool because he's going to get rid of his own Druids, which will get rid of the token from Ruben's board, not give him any bodies to work with to keep Link climbing. Very heads-up play from Ryan to sequence the Druids from before the Nibiru.
Talked about it before, you always have to feel like Nibiru's in the room, but then if you play too conservatively, you might miss an opportunity here. So Ruben didn't do anything wrong, but the comet does come down sometimes. Yeah, we got to change the, what's the phrase, elephant in the room? It's the giant asteroid in the room. Okay, we are just throwing out cards left and right here. So, okay, Ruben had the Malice and Underground, which is fantastic to open, but we also have the impulse to stop it on Ryan's side.
Yep.
Well, the impulse is stopping the White Rabbit's effects to special summon, but yeah, just the same, that Malice in Underground is not going to get anything done. So drawing for turn and summoning the Dormouse.
Normal summon Dormouse is very scary, especially when you have the ability to attack your opponent on this turn. This could be all she wrote for Ruben if he doesn't have the same kind of level of interaction that Ryan had during his turn.
How many in hand?
Also, I want to give another huge shout out to Ryan here for his sequencing. Impulse after you use Nibiru is amazing, because if you Impulse before, you wouldn't be allowed to use Nibiru, the Primal Being, because it is a light monster.
One of the only ones that the Malice deck will run. Happy that you were able to highlight that. And now Ryan has only one face-down unknown card to play through, and then I believe 3 in hand for Ruben.
Also, it is worth noting here, because of the attack boost that was given by Dormouse, we might have enough to do enough damage if we get just one more monster in place. You don't necessarily even need to go into any Link plays. We could just like summon another Malice monster and attack.
So Ryan able to effectively dodge a counter Nibiru, as it were.
Yes, by playing it all the summons, exactly.
It's important because Ruben wasn't able to activate GWC 06 to gain life points back, is still sitting at that lower life point total, 6,800. This is why I wear glasses now, so I can actually read that on the screen. That was a difficulty before.
And if you're Ryan, you're probably thinking to yourself, okay, what could that set card be? It could be another Malice Trap. And we are going straight into battle phase, though.
I'll attack for 15.
We have 15 coming in from this first Dormouse.
Now, does Ruben have anything to absorb damage?
If that set card
with the field
is something like 06, it could get like an extra body in play, but if it's not, this could be all she wrote.
And it looks like Ryan is sequencing the smaller attacks first, almost in like an anti-Gores way, because you don't want something to come out with a GW06 and then block the shot of the Primal Being or something. Waiting to get punished by Tragodia here, you know?
Right.
Okay, save that for the Time Wizard format.
Also, if it is something like a Druid Swarm and stuff, he wants to make sure he saves his most powerful attack to clear over it.
Absolutely. Exactly, yeah.
21.
So that's 5,000 damage if this goes through. But we do have the 06 from Ruben. This allows us to summon a Malice from either the Banishment or the Graveyard.
Now, which one will he use? He's going to try and block the Chessy Cat.
Oh, not sure if he wants to do that. I think we're going to go for the Chessy Cat instead.
Okay, it'll be...
Replay, I will attack. Yep. For 600.
Yep, so I'll take another additional 600.
This is
and we're
tight.
Yep. With your 200. Yep.
So the 3,000 from the Nibiru, he's down to, I believe, 200, if my quick math is correct. That's not even enough to activate a single Malice effect for Ruben.
Yes.
Gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way, just collect those monsters on the field. Maybe backup Adagnister might be able to get him back in the game.
I mean, I never thought I'd see a Malice mirror match where a single Link 3 monster was summoned after all the damage was dealt.
Yeah.
But really good looking out, not overcommitting, certainly thinking, hey, I put the Nibiru down on my opponent's field, he could do the same to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here we have the Red Ransom searching for Ryan's own Malice and Underground.
Interesting to see that we hadn't seen a lot of Nibiru in the feature matches on day 1, but now already been very popular here on day 2, showing that the top duelists, they made the read. A lot of that, you know, the non-engine that you choose to play can be what dictates how far you can go in big tournaments like this. I think Nibiru is a fantastic option here.
I think someone once said, I don't care how strong your plan is, every duelist, when they get hit by a Nibiru, is going to get stumbled.
Yeah,
it's that day 2 difference.
Here we have the Dark coming down. Going to be stealing a Malice name from Ruben, so that way Ryan can keep playing. We're going to go straight into a Link 3 here. Probably going to be White Binder and get access to his Malice Trap cards.
Effect on summon, I will target this.
So you got to wonder if Ruben isn't able to pay enough life points in order to get back in the game. Is he just kind of scoping out what it is that Ryan will do uninhibited?
Yes. Sure.
So here we got the 3 targets for Whitebinder's Banish. It's going to be Red Ransom, his own Dormouse, and 06. And now we're going to use Red Ransom, summon back out, and then banish from the deck. This could be the March Hare line, so we have access to that in case Ruben does have any plays on his turn.
Yeah, that quick effect ability, really, really powerful.
Yeah.
Yep, so we're at a total of 6,200 life points now for Ryan, as opposed to Ruben's 200. Like you said, Steven, though, that's not enough life points to really do any Malice combos with.
Yeah.
Certainly is not.
So Ruben, the reigning TCG World Champion, in the backseat here. Gonna have to, like you said, the Adignister cards can help you get out of situations like this because you don't have to pay life points to activate those effects, but you're gonna be playing theoretically into an established board unless Ruben does still have a Nibiru in hand or something to stop Ryan along the path.
Oh, wow.
Yep. So here we see the power of Malice on Underground, banishing Malice in the Mirror, the brand new spell card from Alliance Insight, which will then allow you to banish another Malice name from your graveyard or hand. That'll be the Whitebinder, adding the March Hare off the Malice in the Mirror. And now March Hare on a Whitebinder on a brand new chain will pay 900, summon itself out, and draw another card for Ryan. Just showing off the extra extension you can do with the new cards from Alliance Insight.
Masterful play. I think we're about to see a tuner monster, speaking of Adignisters.
Yep, because here we're using Cyber's Wicked to search for backup Adignister. So Ryan is playing some Adignister cards, but he might not be playing as many as we think, because his designation on our website is Malice only.
And for anyone wondering, that doesn't mean that he's not playing any Adignisters. It just means that not enough to really warrant that additional tag. So still included in the combo here.
Here we gotta get the Cyber's Wizard, it looks like.
Yep, Wizard Adignister was added from the deck to the hand. Ryan considering his next options. Playing at a great speed, though. Probably has been doing this all day, every day, getting ready for this event.
And again, very impressive to see all this after the fact, trying to dodge those things like Nibiru, like Impulse that you were talking about. If you can just do enough damage to almost beat a Malice player, that's fine.
Sure.
And again, I just want to highlight how different this sequencing is compared to a lot of the other Malice players that we were seeing on day one, even in the earlier feature matches. Just because when you put this deck in the hands of some of the smartest brains to pick up Yu-Gi-Oh cards, it is just beautiful seeing how they choose to navigate. Like, if you just map out Malice effects as a decision tree, that's a really big tree. That's an oak right there.
You can get a PhD in how to play this Malice deck. It is insane.
Yeah. You have to be a computer programmer to use this deck, it feels like sometimes.
It would probably help.
Well, Ryan showing that world champions are built different. Great field here. It looks like we're going to go ahead and combine the Heart Scriptor there and... Oh, the Topologic!
Yeah. This was something we saw a little bit in day one. This is a really fun way to have like sort of a Raigeki-like effect as your end board interaction, because all of your stuff is in the graveyard. So once you clear with Bomber, then you can activate all your other cards to bring your stuff back, and it's really powerful.
Who needs to play Mitsurugi when you could just play Topologic Bomber Dragon?
Okay, so Ruben's first problem to fight through is the... Oh, I was going to say, nothing anymore because he's conceding.
Wow, do you think he was just holding out for the next draw, or he really wanted to see the information?
He really wanted to learn how Ryan plays his Malice deck, for sure. He wanted to see, do you have access to Allied Kotaker? Do you have lines to go into the backup Adignister and stuff?
Are you running the Topological Bomber Dragon? Things like that, yeah. So he did get information, actually, in terms of some things that Ryan is on. And I mean, when you see as strong of a start of an opening hand that Ruben had, it's very rare to see the game go to the opponent, but Ryan had the correct cards to answer: the Dominus, Impulse, the Nibiru. And again, the sequencing, like you highlighted, Steven, being able to play those correctly to counter his opponent's moves. I mean, just class act there from Ryan. Really, really well played.
Yeah, it's almost interesting to see, you know, me and Steven have been talking all weekend that, like, one-for-one interactions like Effect Veiler and Imperm, yes, they're still really strong, but they just don't seem to get the job done against these powerful combo decks like Malice. But when you pair stuff like Impulse with things like Nibiru, the Primal Being, or even Bestial Druisworm, it becomes so much more valuable for you. Honestly, I'd say the biggest thing that we learned about Ryan's deck was he is playing Bestials. Not a lot of, you know, Adignister Mouse players are on the Bestials because they're like, March Hare already does that same job. Why would I need more cards to do the same thing? Well, they don't necessarily do the same thing because you can disrupt your opponent at the same time with cards like the Bestials.
What I've seen typically is with the addition of March Hare, you still can run Bestials, but it's just not that insanely thick, you know, Bestial count that we used to have, where you're running like upwards of 6 Bestials in the main deck. Because it also just doesn't do as much against the mirror match unless you're saving it for something, you know, like that backup Adignister, or rather the Wizard to get that additional card from the graveyard. So Yeah, I think that having the count still makes sense, but you're right that it's not as common in every single Malice deck. We have seen some builds without them.
Both duelists seem to be locked in and ready to go. Fairly quick side decking there. Again, both duelists will have a reprisal performance at the World Championship. So this is almost just practice, right? Just hanging out.
True.
Playing against some of the best duelists in the world. This is how you get this good, is you get up this top, and then you keep getting it again and again and again. So you get that matchup experience that is just world class.
Oh, yeah. This is definitely a matchup that these two have been prepared for this event. They know how they want to side. They know what they're going to bring in, and they know how they're going to play. They have their opening hands ready. My assumption is Ruben's going to go first. Let's see how Game 2 of Top 32 shapes up.
Ryan versus Ruben. Ryan currently sitting with 1 game in his favor in this best of 3. And now we'll have it be Ruben's choice. He won the dice roll before, but after losing, he gets to choose to go first.
Main phase is good. Ruben's going to begin his turn.
So no Mulcharmies, presumably.
Or at least not yet. Some people do hold off on their Mulcharmy just to kind of see the opponent get a little too deep.
True, now that the Triple Tactics talent is only at 1, and some people aren't even main decking it, so...
Well, Ruben's favorite card was Triple Tactics Talent.
It was?
Yeah, so maybe we'll see.
I think he was sad about the Forbidden and Limited list.
Maybe, but a duelist like that, he don't worry about it.
Interesting start here for Ruben.
Yes, the normal summon of the backup was ashed and therefore it cannot continue, so we need some kind of Malice extender, like a Gold Sarcophagus or a Malice in Underground, to keep playing from here. Just backup alone will not be enough. Maybe something like link off into Lingaribo, summon Agnist or Wizard if we have it, but we probably don't because we started with the backup. So a little bit of an awkward spot here from Ruben. Nowhere near as strong as the start he had in Game 1.
Yeah, the Lingaribo in the mirror match will at least allow you to interact with your opponent's trap cards. But okay, we do have the Wizard.
Turns out I'm a little psychic, I guess. Ruben was able to open the Cypress combo without the need.
Monster, not a psychic.
Yeah. Oh, yes, I'm psychic, yes.
Okay, sorry. I misheard.
The Cyber Sleeves never look better. Oh, there's the Mulcharmy held off to the last second. That's
you were right.
Fellow teammate Jesse Cottony is infamous for holding those really powerful cards just so late to where you don't think you have them anymore. Maybe that's something he passed on to Ryan.
Wow.
Or maybe Ryan told him.
Go ahead.
So here we have the pass from Ruben over to Ryan. Ryan's just double checking how Agnist or Wizard works, because essentially this card has like an effect to change the battle position of cards. That might come up here. I think it has it on summon though, so I don't know if you could do it on your opponent's turn.
Nothing too crazy yet. You'd almost think that this was not so much a playmaker deck, but an eye deck, right?
Yes. Ooh, I'm eyeing the only card that Ryan's going to start with here is going to be White Rabbit.
So I'm looking at Wizard Adignister. It has the ability to banish a card from your field or graveyard, then target a monster your opponent controls, changes battle position, but not a quick effect.
Yes.
So only on your turn.
So there we got the MTPO7 from Ryan. This could give us access to March Hare, which would be pretty cool, but we're just going to link off into our own Lingaribo.
Talk about a literal mirror match.
Effective backup.
Ooh, but here we have the backup Agnist to special summon itself because we control a Cyber's Link monster.
Very similar start between these duelists. And another Ash! So Ruben has the same counter.
This is a proper mirror match here. We're mirroring the same board in the same place.
Yeah.
2 cards in hand. I think Ryan may be passing his turn.
Sure.
Oh, the Lingaribo stare down. Both of those guys are so mad.
Honestly, that Lingaribo play from Ruben's really huge because it turns off Ryan's ability to use MTPO7 to get into the rest of his Malice engine, which is maybe something he was hoping for. It is worth noting that with the inclusion of March Hare, thanks to White Rabbit, MTPO7 becomes a bit of a starter now, but more than it used to be. It kind of serves a similar role as TB11.
Now, I was surprised to see that this is the tempo of a Malice mirror match. This is our first one here on the stream, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a lot different than you'd expect.
Yeah.
A lot more non-engine wars going on versus like a bunch of just Link 3s flying around.
Well, that's the thing with the updated FNL list is that, all the other Malice is going to 2. Yes, you have March Hare now, but doesn't necessarily mean that you will never brick.
Rabbit effect.
But we do have the Haggard Lizardos. For cost, going to banish that White Rabbit and then pay 300 to bring it back. So Ryan was at least able to get back into the Malice cards.
Link summon Ransom.
Ooh, and we are going to go for a Ransom now that we're going to be able to dodge the Ash on that card because it was already used earlier in the turn. This will get us access to Malice Underground, which, as we saw earlier, can give us access to things like Malice in the Mirror or other Malice names.
Now, importantly, unless there's a line I'm unaware of, Ryan might have to go into battle phase to clear this Lingaribo so that you can actually use your traps. Which then could mean that Ruben, there we go. So that means Ruben will at least get another turn, but you're going to be playing into, theoretically, a scary field.
Yeah, because you're totally right. Without having access to the Malice trap cards here, Ryan would have been sort of overextending, really relying on this Mouse and Underground to take him all the way if he wanted to like go for game necessarily.
That's why Lingering was such a powerful card in the mirror match specifically, because you can stop your opponent from, you know, fully comboing off. Just sitting on that can sometimes just guarantee that you get another turn.
Yep, and I believe we've taken a total of 1,500 life points as Ryan using all these Malice effects, bringing him down to 65 to Ruben's 6,000. A bit more life points than last time for Ruben, so if he gets access to Malice names, he will be able to pop off, as the kids say.
Is that what they're saying? I thought that's what we said when we were kids.
I've heard it. I've heard it.
Okay.
Speaking of kids, let me be old man grandpa here and get back into the duel here. We're going to have Chessy Cat go ahead and attack and clear out those monsters.
Yep, we were still in the battle phase, everyone, in case you guys couldn't tell.
Nah,
from all the summoning of monsters.
Malice has a habit of just summoning guys whenever they feel like it, you know?
Yep, so we have the effect of Chessy Cat here, banishing Hair. Hair effect to add itself back. We just got a free draw 2. No big deal. No big deal.
I think it's a pretty big deal, personally.
If you're Ruben, maybe.
Yeah. Not ideal, for sure, for Ruben. But Ryan's feeling really good. Ryan's in a dominant position right now.
Effective Splash Mage, target Jesse.
Yeah.
Okay, we're just going to keep climbing up. We want to get as many Link 3s as possible, it looks like, for Ryan. He might just end on the same board we saw last time, Bomber Dragon plus Malice Trap cards.
This is why I know I could never play Malice, because the concept of linking like 5 material down to 3, I can't do it. It doesn't work in my brain. I understand it's correct, but it is the difference maker between the top Malice players and folks like myself who avoid them.
Well, as you used to say, that's why they're up there and we're back here.
Exactly. I love reminding people there's a very good reason that I'm on this side of the desk.
It is a little antithetical to think, oh man, all my powerful Link 3 monsters, they're so great. Where are they most powerful? In my graveyard. Oh, they're most powerful in my graveyard? Oh, okay. I guess I'll put them there?
Yeah. Use them for later. Save them for a rainy day.
Yeah. And now we're going to be doing Dormouse. We've done all this without resolving Dormouse's effect, by the way, y'all. Isn't that nuts?
Yeah. Yeah, Rain's coming down hard on Ruben right now. He's got, what, 1 card face down, and I can't see how many in hand. There's 1 there. I don't know if there's any stacked. But not a lot of resources to play with, as he just has to watch Ryan combo off.
Effect again, 3,000.
Oh, wow, and he's going to have 1 last card if that Access Code Talker resolves.
Yeah, -1.
But in the open game state, we're going to make sure we fire out this MTPO7 because if we wait for the Access Code Talker to banish, we won't be able to chain it.
Yeah, so on resolution of the Access Code Talker targeting the Link in the graveyard, you can do this. And now there's no target for Access Code Talker to try and remove on the field, and we know that Ruben will have some form of starter. Will it actually be able to trigger is the question.
Yeah,
Effective binder, yeah.
March Hare banishing binder that's a special kind of play right there. I love that a little too much, I think.
Yeah, just a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh happening here, but it looks like just confirming everything here as White Binder hits the field.
Yeah, but I believe we used every single Malice name except for Dormouses to banish. No, I think we did banish Dormouse as well and summon it back. So I think we've used them all right now.
Yeah, we got that off the Malice and Underground, I believe.
Yeah, besides Heart Scripter, which we could go into right now.
But a reminder, this is main phase 2 because we had to go battle phase to clear Lingaribo, so that means that it's guaranteed Ruben will get to go a little bit more in this duel. It's just like, how are you going to play from this position is the question at this point. Yep. Set a couple of back row. Heart Scripter, pass.
Ruben's been in the jam before, but let's see how he does now.
Again, we saw Ryan sequence his non-engine very well and his interruptions very well in game 1, but this will be a pretty tough one because even though we have the non-target banish of MTPO7 and Heart Scripter, against Malice cards, that might not be the best. He might save those for the bigger Link monsters.
Well, speaking of saving, this Allure of Darkness might have gotten him back in the duel. He's going to go ahead and draw 2, figure out which Dark monster he wants to banish. Could be that Dormouse that I believe he just drew, and that could really get him back in here.
Could be a little backup Adagnister too. It's hard to see with the glare.
I think I did see a backup, yeah.
57.
This is a little bit of a risky line from Ruben because now this Dormouse can be banished permanently.
That's the tricky thing in the mirror match is that if you banish your opponent's monsters, they come back. But now, target on's back, and there we go.
But this could be just one giant ploy to protect whatever his other Malice normal summon is.
Yes, if we do have a March Hare or something, and we can get that banished, we can get that Dormouse back in the normal summon. We'll see.
And then in your hand, I don't know March Hare because
I want to listen in a little bit.
Yep, Ruben's just making sure he has all the information he needs to make his plays accurately. I believe the only known thing is the set MTPU7, and that is it.
A lot of unknown unknowns. Ruben considering his options. I mean, he did get back in the game with the Allure of Darkness for sure, but now he's basically back to the same situation. He's just got a few cards in hand, nothing to speak of on the field.
And he needs to use Malice cards to start his combos off, because if he doesn't, he leaves himself open to the MTPO7 non-target banish.
Normal summon?
Okay, here we see the...
Effect?
No effect on summon.
He is just summoning the backup.
No effect to Surge.
This could be a Lingaribo line, if he has a second one in his extra deck, potentially. That could
They
be,
never expect the second Lingaribo.
They never do, honestly.
I can tell you, with confidence. And it's a second Lingaribo.
Oh, wow. And using the extra link material spot there opened up by the Heart Scripter.
That's actually really big, because it just allows him to go into things like White Binder more seamlessly.
All right. Okay, maybe the second...
Oh, I told
you!
That is Ruben's favorite card for a reason.
That is 1 of 1 as well. He's like, I can't make my own Heart Scripter. I'll take yours, though.
Yeah. And, I mean, he didn't have that many resources to go for, but the Search of Dormouse, the Allure of Darkness to draw 2, dig a little bit deeper into that deck, is now putting Ruben in a position where he's playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Against a very established field.
All right, we're going to chain Lingaribo on the chain of MTPO7 to banish and negate that card.
But that kind of forces the Lingaribo to go away, so if the other two trap cards are high impact, now Lingaribo's no longer there to negate them.
Yes, also MTPO7 gets a lot worse when you do not control a Malice Link 3.
Okay.
Or on resolution.
Yeah.
It's a good point. Yeah, he wouldn't get the banish effect at that point, so might as well just use it now.
And it is a little bit risky for Ruben to have this Heart Scripter, because we're going to attempt to use its effect. Yeah, to my knowledge, he is able to...
Oh, wow.
Oh. Okay. So Ruben has committed his normal summon, correct? That was a normal
he
summon
has
backup.
From the backup operator. There's going to be backup Attic.
Yeah.
But we have a second one, but there's the Domino Symbols to keep it up the board, and Ruben offers the handshake in concession. Ryan Yu is the winner of this top 32 mirror match of Malice between 2 world champions. What an upset. 32 beating first place.
Yeah, it's incredible, but Ryan's showing that he has absolutely every right to be here. Not only does he have 1 world championship under his belt as the Master Duel World Champion, but he also was a Dragon Duel World Champion, so maybe that's the difference, is that Ryan's got 2 under his belt, even though he is so young. So Ruben learning a lesson here from the next generation of duelists, but great performance here, undefeated, our #1 duelist coming into this bracket, and certainly no slouch, but sometimes you do everything right, and you just have to have the cards, just draw them in the right order. He was talking about that too yesterday.
Yep, game 1, it was very much clear that Ryan showed us the power of his non-engine and how he could play with that. But in game 2, he saw just how strong his engine was at breaking apart Ruben's board and being able to play through it. I mean, going to battle phase with just a bunch of little Malice cards and getting Ruben down solo was just super impressive to see in game 1.
Yeah, definitely depleted all the resources that he had. Just really got him really low. And by the way, speaking of low, we're a little lower on count here of Steven. We're going to have Steven go over to the stage there so he can make his announcements there, or rather interview our winner. It's crazy, though. Ryan just really got it done. That was some just crazy good Malice play.
Yeah, and like we said earlier, it was just impressive to see Ruben do a great job in day 1 and still finish strong, topping another YCS.
Yeah, which is wild. I mean, how many times can this kid do it?
Well, I know he's going to try to do it again at the World Championships later this year.
Yeah, that's right. And he also was here. So, you know what that means, right?
Oh, I think it's time to potentially talk more about the awesomeness in top 32 before we throw over to them.
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and throw on down, right? Oh, maybe not.
Yeah,
my bad.
No,
so
no
I'm
worries.
so excited here. I'm so excited. It's just one of these things where you get like these world championship competitors. You almost got a tunnel vision, lose track there.
Yes.
But it is true to have another YCS championship under his belt will remind duelists of exactly who Ryan is and kind of put him back into the spotlight, not only as a Master Duel champion, but as a TCG champion as well. We do have a lot of other duelists here in competition. It's going to be a crazy event, but it's interesting to see what the Malice matchup looks like. That is, I said it earlier, it does look a lot different than I was expecting.
Oh yeah, 100%. That was definitely the scariest deck of the weekend, and seeing them kind of match up against each other was really impressive, because it is not the easiest thing to interact with if you're any other deck, but also, even if you're Malice, it could be a little tricky.
Yeah, the Lingaribo really put a lot of pressure. You could feel how big its aura was. Tiny little monster, not really a lot of attack, but it's just like Lingaribo lingering around on the field, keeping really both duelists at bay. But once that Lingaribo went away, the Infinite Impermanence just was able to go ahead and negate that, and that triple tactics talent, good as it may be, can't really do much with that Link 3 monster, so he was kind of locked out of the duel from there.
Yep, and now that Ryan advances in the top 16, I imagine he's expecting to play against more Malice decks, more Mitsurugi decks, Ryzeal decks that he's experiencing all weekend long, but you and I have seen some spice as well throughout this, and I'm really excited to update you guys as more stuff advances throughout this tournament. That's what we can expect in later rounds.
Oh, goodness. Well, speaking of later rounds, I'm so glad that we're here for the top 32 because, a lot of really cool things are going to happen in this top cut. Speaking of which,
cool things?
Ooh, I think it's time to go throw over to Stephen Kangas. He's left us for a very important reason, and that's to talk to Ryan Yu on how he had this impressive victory. Let's go ahead and throw to them and see what they have to say.
Thank you very much. I have Ryan on stage. Congratulations on your feature match win versus Ruben. This was World Champ versus World Champ, and I want to start off with that. What was it like when you first found out that you were playing against Ruben in your round 32?
I would say it was more crazy to me that I made top 32 than that it was Ruben specifically. Getting in at 32nd. It was just extremely stressful, but it was a nice moment, like hearing my name and with all my friends there to support me. And Ruben's really good, obviously. I've known him for a long time, respect him a lot. So obviously kind of wish we wouldn't have to play, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. At the end of the day, there can only be one winner at the end of today. But I want to go back to the matchup because it was Malice versus Malice, which I know you were saying, you're like, it happens a lot, but we haven't seen a lot on stream, let alone two of the best at it. So talk to me about the game state, specifically when you're sequencing things like the Nibiru, things like the Dominus Impulse, that turn one, because you were able to stop Ruben in his tracks.
Yeah, so I opened my turn one hand. It was Impulse, Nibiru, and Jurisworm. So typically what I would do, I think, is you want a Nibiru before the Jurisworm, because if I put the Jurisworm on the field, then he can Impulse the Nibiru, and Nibiru's higher impact. But the way he sequenced his turn made me think, like, he's not going for White Rabbit, he's going for Hare, so there's a potential that he can have Underground in hand to banish Rabbit later. And the Jurisworm's not getting as much value if you use it after the Nib, because while it plays around Impulse, if I can send the Jurisworm with the Nibiru, clear his token, that's a huge deal because it robs him of the Link Spider. So I figured with that hand, I kind of just had to take the risk, hope he doesn't have Impulse, and that should end his turn.
I love hearing players of your caliber talk about that mentality because we were just thinking, Jurisworm clears the token, but also the counterplay of his Dominus Impulse potential. Really cool to see that it was a read in your mind of what he had available to him. Well, you're going to go on to top 16, so there's a chance we'll get to talk to you again, but I want to give you the opportunity, Ryan. Is there anybody at home who's watching that you want to give a shout out to?
Just to my family, thanks for their support. Also all my friends here, especially Pac and Jib, as well as Eddie, Enzo, Will. I'm sorry if I'm forgetting anyone, but since this is the first event of a new format, we spent so much time learning the new Malice deck, updating the combos. So I'm just happy that some of us were able to get there.
Best part of the game is playing it with friends. Thank you so much for coming on. Congrats on the win. We're going to throw it back to the casters for a very special announcement.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. I know my name's not Steven, but I am here with Team Max Steve, and it has been an exciting tournament. What an epic match, seeing two reigning world champions, Master Duel, TCG, going at it, and hearing from Ryan talk there, you can see, every decision was deliberate, and he had, the game plan going into it. Really cool stuff, and being able to pick up on the reads, but beyond all the exciting duels we have a really, really exciting announcement, and I'm here from Konami to present the Stevens to talk about these brand new prizes. Ooh. So here you guys go. It's time to introduce something really, really exciting.
I can open this?
You're good to go.
Okay. Oh, and
Wait.
inside.
Let me see that. Okay. So it says here, starting with the South America World Championship qualifier on June 6th to June 8th, in Bogota, Colombia, and continuing through the 2025 through 2026 tournament season, duelists that make it to Day 2 will receive new prizes. Day 2 duelists, based on attendance, will receive a rare version of one of the following top 10 prize cards emblazoned with the event logo, either the YCS or WCQ, in a silver foil wrapper that also features the event logo. Dude, look at those cards.
Yeah, as you can see on the screen, they're going to be Blue Eyes White Dragon, Charge of the Light Brigade, Triple D Wave High King Caesar, Gaga Magician, Shadow Fusion.
Wait, let me see that. Blackwing Gale the Whirlwind, Cyber Dragon, Dante Traveler of the Burning Abyss, Pot of Desires, the Arrival Cybers adding Nister?
Day 2 participants will be based on event attendance. If event attendance is under 513 duelists, the Day 2 promo card will go to top 64. If attendance is between 513 and 1,024 duelists, the Day 2 promo card will go to top 128. And if attendance is over 1,024 duelists, the Day 2 promo card will go to top 256.
Okay, and it says here the YCS prize cards are going to start at the first post WCQ YCS in each of the TCG territories. That's right. Well, the WCQ prize cards start right away at this summer's WCQ events. So if you don't have your invite now, it's time to head down to regionals and go get it. So for North America,
the first YCS with the new prize cards will be YCS Vancouver in British Columbia, Canada on August 16th through August 17th. For Latin America, the first YCS with the new prize cards is going to be YCS Lima, Peru on September 27th through September 28th. For Europe and Oceania, please follow the KDE Europe social media channels for some upcoming event announcements.
Wow, every single TCG region getting these updated prize cards is so amazing, but apparently there's more?
Wait, no, wait.
There's also stuff for prize card and promo cards in top 32 specifically.
And what are those prize cards?
Well, apparently it's Card Trooper, a super rare version of this prize card will be eroded at both the WCQs and the YCSs in super rare rarity. In addition to the Day 2 prize card, Duelists will make top 32 at a YCS in the TCG territories, will receive a super rare card trooper. The YCS prize cards will start at the first post WCQ and YCS in each of the TCG territories, while the WCQ prize cards start right away at this summer's WCQ event, so just like the prize cards we saw earlier.
So again, just to make sure that you understand, for North America, that first YCS with the new prize cards will be YCS Vancouver. And for Latin America, the first YCS is going to be YCS Lima, Peru. And for Europe and Oceania, stay tuned to those social media channels because you're going to get some upcoming event announcements.
But not only is there more for top 32,
no way is there more.
There's also for top 16. So if a Duelist makes it to top 16, addition to the Day 2 prize card, you also get the super rare card trooper and the ultra rare effect veiler for the WCQ and YCS events in each of the TCG territories, starting at this summer's WCQ events.
So go get your invite. And again, we've stressed this before, but Vancouver, YCS Vancouver is going to be the first one for North America. Lima, Peru is going to be the first one for Latin America. And for Europe and Oceania, go ahead and check those social media channels. But wait, there's more. Apparently, we will be announcing additional changes for 2025 and 2026 tournament season prize support after the conclusion of this season's WCQs. So be sure to watch every social media channel. Wow. Okay.
Billy, you just keep giving us goodies, my man.
Hey, I can't wait to see these cards in action with that beautiful logo on the card itself. And as Darling said, there's more to be announced. You're going to want to make sure you stay tuned and follow all of our socials so you'll be able to find out as soon as possible.
My heart of the cards can't handle that. You're killing me, Billy.
Oh, my goodness. It's all amazing. I love it so much.
Okay, so what are we supposed to even do after that? I've got to... Wow.
Yes.
You know what? Why don't we give them a bracket update to show them how the tournament's going on? Sorry, guys. We got so excited about the future, so let's talk about it.
Yeah, so as we just saw, Ryan was victorious over Ruben, going for that 2-0 victory, advancing to top 16. We still have the game between Bradley and Steven Santoli happening right now, where they are each 1-1. We have Steven Wind, which we saw earlier, playing the Regenesis deck, fighting against Charlie, who has taken victory over Steven in the top 16 now for Charlie. We have Sean J versus Christopher T, where Sean coming victorious, also joining our top 16. We have Alex versus Jim, both with 1 win each. We have Dominic and Christian, both with 1 win each. And we have Joffrey currently with 1 win over Ali, and Mitchell over Nathan, 1 win each. All these players are vying for that spot in top 16.
Well, thank you, Steven, for giving me a chance to breathe. Let me get my energies back here because Kamal advanced against Michael in a 2-1 finish, and he'll be playing Gabriel, who beat Harrison, also in a 2-1 finish. Lucas and Rami are still going 1-1, and Evan and Shunping are doing the same, 1-1. Lucas S. is also fighting Clark. He advanced 2-1, but we don't know his opponent. Carl and Timothy are still neck and neck with 1 duel apiece. David is 1 duel against our NAWCQ champion, Aditya. And then finally, Jesse 2-0'd Emilio and is advancing, waiting to find out his opponent.
Like we said earlier, this bracket is stacked, and we're getting even closer to having a really impactful top 16. I can't wait to see it.
Oh, wow. The future of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is looking bright. The present of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is looking bright. Some really great stuff. But hey, you know what's better than waiting for another game? Why don't we jump into a bonus feature match?
That's right. We left you guys hanging there with the result between Bradley and Steven because they are currently waiting for us to talk about their really impressive matchup. And these 2 decks, I'm really excited to talk about.
So jumping in, we are in the middle of the set, but we haven't missed anything. Wait, is that really what that says? Horus Crystron versus Vermil Atlantean?
Yeah, Steven Santoli is playing Horus Crystron. I really appreciate this player. He's one of the best from Canada. He was doing really well with Vanquish Soul during the last season, and I'm really excited to see him bring some more spice to this event. But across from him, Bradley is no slouch, being one of the only Mermail Atlanteans to make not only day 2, but also top cut.
All right, well, it's about to get wild here.
Yep, it looks like Steven is going on first in this game 3, and in the standby phase, we activated Molcharmi Perulia, but Steven met it with Called by the Grave. And here we see, oh my gosh, is that Crystron Solfepnir sending Crystron Smiger to summon itself, destroy itself, and then summon a tuner from the deck?
Looks like it.
But we have Ash Blossom on the Solfepnir effect to destroy itself.
Well, maybe it doesn't look like it anymore.
Yeah, but now we're going to use the Smiger Graveyard effect to banish it and search for a Crystron spell or trap card. Looks like we're going to get the brand new inclusion that came out in Supreme Darkness. This is really the card that sort of unlocked this new wave of Crystron combos.
Well, definitely some really great synergy, too, between the Horus monsters and the Crystron monsters. You definitely want to get them into the graveyard, and so being able to send them with Imseti is certainly an easy way to do that. But right now, Steven's just doing all Crystron stuff all the time, activating his Crystron inclusion.
Yeah, when I first saw that Steven was playing the Horus cards with the Crystrons, my initial assumption was, oh yeah, Zombie Vampire, the really cool rank 8 package, fill your yard, that's really cool. But on top of that, you can go into things like, to my knowledge, number 90, Volton Lord, to protect yourself from some of the Silver Bullet monster effects, like Nibiru or Lancia or even Droll, that can affect this deck really heavily.
Played against a couple of Crystrons in a recent YCS, and the deck's good, kind of going first or second, right? It continues to play and play and play, so maybe Steven Santoli's quest for another YCS win is just going to be activating effect after effect.
Yep, we have the Sulfador sending the Tristaros and the Cluster to the graveyard. Now we're going to use the inclusion to summon back the Tristaros. We're going to synchro summon these two into Elascelatus and bring back the Cluster, I would assume. That's a really good card for this deck. Basically, it's like a really cool in-archetype Icarus attack, but instead of tributing one of your monsters, you actually get to shuffle back one of your Crystron cards from the graveyard or banishment. On top of that, your Crystron cards can't be banished, so it's a really good card against Malice specifically, which is maybe why Steven really valued this archetype and how it matches up against the best deck in the room.
Now, certainly attributes, both of these duelists are not really Bestial adverse. Certainly some of the Horus monsters you could get hit by one or two, but for the most part, Steven's just on cruise control for cool as he goes ahead and banishes.
Actually, funny enough, it's actually a water mirror match if you think about it, because all the Crystrons are water machines, which I find very fun.
Every attribute matters.
Yep, so here we have the Tristaros' effect here. Going to be using that to summon out. I believe we were destroying the Elascelatus there for cost. We're going to get another Solfepnir from the deck. This is not going to be summoned using its own effects, so it doesn't need to destroy something, but it is a level 5 monster, which will allow us to maybe get access to another level 7 synchro play. I don't want to take a guess as to what Steven's going for, but something like maybe Dawn Dragster could be pretty good. I'm not sure how many spell cards, though, he's going to worry about from this matchup. We are in a Game 3 situation, so yeah, he's going to choose to value the second Solfepnir rather than a tuner monster.
Crystron is not a deck you see every day. Obviously, it had a few stumbling blocks because in previous formats it got hit by both Artifact Lancia and Dimension Shifter, but perhaps Steven deciding, with Dimension Shifter now at 1, this is the time to play it.
Yep, so here we see the Elascelatus bringing back the Tristaros, like I said earlier, because it was sent to the graveyard. And here we have the Bureau of the Primal Being, one of those Silver Bullet non-engine cards I was talking about that can really hurt Crystron if you can't get your Rake 8 plays established with Horus cards.
Looks like we're going to chain a few cards here. Crystron's known for being able to get it done one way or the other.
Yeah, but looks like he's going to try to use the quick effect of Tristaros here to quick synchro summon by summoning a tuner monster.
Does let you get additional Crystron monsters to the graveyard.
Yeah, basically. It'll allow him to get things like maybe Citri, or depending on what other names he's playing, like, Trust Wyvern or Emerald Tortoise. I forget what it's called. It's like Parastortle, that's what it's called.
Yes, that's right, that's right.
Looks like we're going to get a second Tristaros for Steven. I'm not sure exactly what his Crystron lineup is looking like, but it depends on how many different names you're playing.
Yeah, we have the unfortunate dropping in on Game 3 of this, so we don't know Steven Santoli's combos by heart, but seems like even Bradley's taking a look here like, okay, I've been playing 3 games of this, but wait, what does this do? And it just shows you that matchup knowledge is a thing in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. You got to find friends to practice against so you get all the different deck types under your belt.
Yep, there's a Citri that I was talking about, and we're going to go into the Samurai Destroyer with that Quick Synchro Summon using the level 2 Citri and the level 5 Soul Fafnir. This is actually a really cool card for like outing a lot of problematic boards. So seeing it getting summoned here is pretty nice, because I also think it has an effect of float, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so, yeah, because if that face-up card in its owner's possession is leaving the field, and it is, what a great way to grab another machine monster. Since the Crystrons are all machines, yeah, this is crazy.
This can let him get access to more ways to keep playing through even this Nibiru token. And he's going to put the token underneath the left EMZ. We're going to... Yeah, we're just calculating how strong this token is. I believe it's like 2600 attack, 14, and then like the Crystron tuners are all really weak. Solfepnir's like 2k defense or something. We're going to use Citri's effect, summon itself back. Sorry, we're going to use Samurai Destroyer's effect, summon back the Citri, which again can quick synchro summon, but a really cool thing it can do is it can actually summon back a monster from the graveyard and synchro with that.
It looks like Bradley may have used up many of the interactions that he had, and if he doesn't, and it is still some stuff that he can use to stop, that means he doesn't have very many water monsters. So unless he just hard draws the Neptibus, this is going to be kind of difficult for him to come back from.
Yeah, people normally think of Mermail Atlantean as like the all-engine deck, where if you have 5 water monsters, you can pretty much break any board you wanted to. But just having the 2 cards in his hand and the known Crystron cluster that Steven has, that might be more than enough to stymie Bradley and give Steven back to his turn. Plus those other 2 unknowns, who knows what they could be.
Both of these duelists not coming in with a completely unblemished record. However, they obviously got this far somehow, so it'll be interesting to see. Although there probably weren't too many Crystron duelists in the tournament, so I think Steven may have a little bit more matchup advantage having played against so many Mermails so recently.
Okay, so if you're Bradley, you're thinking to yourself, okay, what exactly could you possibly have? We know you have Cluster, and we know you have access to Citri, which means level 7 Synchros are on the table. And I think that's it, because he only has level 5 non-tuner Crystron monsters in the graveyard.
The only thing that's kind of interesting about this is, you know, you say the level 7 Synchros, and obviously Dawn Drags are an incredible level 7 Synchro, but Mermail's not really known for spell and trap cards.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm thinking we could go into like another thing like Eleskeletus and get some more float potential, so that way we can still guaranteed have Crystron combos coming back into our turn, and even maybe weaken the attack points of Bradley's water monsters. But here we see Poseidra going to be, I believe, destroying a Neptibus in order to summon that card. And then this looks like it's going to go get a Dragoons. Yep. All these beautiful quarter-century secret rares and ultimate rares coming from Bradley.
Bradley came here to show off his card collection for sure, but it's not just about showing off. You got to show out, so he's got to beat Steven somehow, and he's pausing, thinking about what he's going to get off of that. Let's go ahead and destroy that face-down card.
I believe it's the Poseidra effect to actually bounce a card back to the hand.
That's right.
And he's hoping it's the cluster. But if it is the cluster, we could just chain it and get the double pop. But we need to control a Synchro monster to get the double pop. So Steven's thinking if he can like order his chain links for Citri before he does that, he's going to decide, no, I'll just go back to my hand. We don't know if it was the cluster or not. Maybe it's a card that just wasn't worth activating there, given the board texture.
Save it for follow-up, but this is sort of the duel or die moment. He's got to figure out how to get out of here.
That's right. These matches are single elimination. If you lose, you're out. There we see the Dragoons searching that Neptibus there, so we still have the normal summon, or the activate cost, as I will now say for these kinds of monsters.
Oh yeah, from Santiago yesterday.
Yeah, that was legendary for me. On resolution of the ad, we're going to be activating the Crystron Citri's effect to quick Synchro Summon by summoning a monster from the graveyard. This will give us the level 7 I was talking about. Now, what will it be? It will be the Eleskeletus. This will get back all the resources we need to keep playing on the next turn. We could get Inclusion, we could get Smiger, we could get... Yeah, we're going to grab that Inclusion back to our hand for follow-up. And this does make all the monsters weaker, like I said. So now none of Bradley's monsters can attack over Steven's, very notably, because they all lose 500 attack.
Certainly going to be smaller there.
Yep, I imagine Bradley's just double-checking that part. He's like, oh, so you're telling me my Nibiru and my Poseidra are both weaker than both your monsters? I'm not happy about this.
It is really difficult to get through Crystron, right? They just keep playing. I think what's so amazing, though, about this Top Cut in general is that we have like so many known duelists, right? Brand new format, but to the top rise some shining stars that we've seen before. So maybe it's the deck, maybe it's the duelists. I guess we'll have to find out.
Yeah, so it looks like that was all during Bradley's battle phase, and so that means that we're now in his main phase too, because his monsters aren't strong enough to hit over anything, and that kind of got rid of a lot of the potential he had to break Steven's board.
But so Bradley considering his options, he got to figure something out. Only 4 minutes and 46 seconds left on the clock. He's going to go ahead and summon Neptibus. Pretty good normal summon.
Yeah, because as we saw yesterday, as long as you resolve Neptibus, your opponent scoops, right? Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Unless...
Fun fact, it is an ignition effect, so if Steven goes
super polymerization?
I was going to say Crystron Cluster, but Super Poly works too. Discard the Forbidden Droplet and then summon Garura to the field. Yeah, that's one way to get rid of 2 of your opponent's monsters with different types with the same attribute.
Yeah. And there is a lot of that, right? Oh, and there's the handshake. Steven Santoli manages to get out.
I guess it still stays true. As long as Neptibus gets normal summoned, someone will concede. I guess it's not always your opponent. It's sometimes you that concedes.
Are we just cursed? Anytime I say Neptibus, the duel ends. I'm sorry, chat.
Oh, man, but congratulations to Steven Santoli being the winner of this top 32 match, going to top 16 with Horus Crystron. I know all we saw was the Crystron cards, but that was already cool enough, as long as you ask me.
Yeah, the King Sarcophagus is in there somewhere, at least according to the deck label, so I wonder how big the package is. But What a performance. And yeah, Mermail's still showing off too, though. It shows you that like this is a very diverse format.
Yep, big ups to Bradley here. I imagine this was not an easy matchup by any means for him, but he was still able to squeak in that one win and give himself the best chance possible to get to top 16. But he is still a top 32 duelist, and that is no small feat, especially with how stacked YCS Providence is with some of the best players in the world.
What is with this bracket? The top cut is so insane.
Oh, yes. Really exciting to see. And I actually think we have a bit of a bracket update for you guys as well. We gave you one a little bit earlier, but we have more information about all the rounds that are finishing, so you guys can get an idea how some of your favorite players are doing. So go and take a look right here.
All right, so rounding out from the top, we know it's going to be Ryan Yu versus, well, now we know, Steven Santoli. After that, it'll be Charlie versus Sean and Jim versus Dominic. Jeffrey and Ali are still fighting, and Mitchell and Nathan are too. But on the other side...
Yep, we got Kamal and Gabriel both clinching their spot in top 16. We also have Lucas waiting on the match between Shunping and Evan. That'll be probably a really interesting one if Shunping makes it through for sure. We have Lucas still waiting on the match between Carl and Timothy. We saw Carl's deck yesterday, that pure Ryzel deck with all those arch nemesis are pretty sweet. We have Aditya versus David still playing out, and Jesse is still secured in our top 16. Lots of great players. Lots of interesting duels on the horizon for us, and lots of great news. Man, this top 32 was awesome.
This is just incredible. Again, I can't handle this. This is too much dueling for me.
I know. Honestly, it feels like we need a break, and I imagine some of y'all do need one at home as well. So we're going to go ahead, break for a little bit before we come back with top 16. Go rest, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back really soon.
Hello everyone, Billy Brake here at YCS Providence, Rhode Island, and I am joined by our YCS Houston champion. That's right, it's Pascal Manigat. So excited to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to YCS Providence.
Yeah, definitely, no problem. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, definitely. So first of all, tell me a little bit about yourself. Like, how did you get into Yu-Gi-Oh? How did this all come to fruition for eventually ended with you becoming, well, not ended, your story continues, but you became a YCS champion.
I've been playing the game since, me and my brother have both been playing the game since we were like 10 years old.
Yeah.
And we just loved playing the card game, and like as we got older, we just started to learn more about like the skill set of just building, like understanding deck building and all that type of stuff, and the technical play that just came along. Like we didn't start off good, but it's just a matter of, two kids playing, and then we eventually said, oh, we could actually get good at this.
Yeah, I'm the same kind of way. I have a twin brother, and yeah, when we first started out, I would read like one page of the rulebook. We were so excited to duel. I could only get through one page before we wanted to get there and play your cards. You just learn more along the way, but having that brother by your side to really like bounce your ideas off of and play test with was huge for me, and I'm sure the same for you.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's kind of what made me still want to keep playing, is because we always get bounce deck ideas and tech ideas off each other and everything.
Nice, yeah. So. Big shout outs to Carl. Big shout we know you're out there. But yeah, so congratulations on winning that YCS. But looking back now, all the excitement from Houston's kind of relaxed a little bit. We have the new set Alliance Insight coming, but still take us back to that moment when you won. And I was there. The energy in the room was through the roof. Yeah, how did that feel, hearing those USA chants and holding up that trophy for the first time?
It felt great, especially like I've gotten close to that stage before, and I haven't been able to win it, but like that day, I think I just built my deck appropriately for the meta, and I think I made a good choice in terms of how I built my deck.
And you'd been playing Memento. It was Goblin Biker Memento, and you've been playing it for a while, right?
Yeah, I've been playing it for about a year. Yeah.
Okay, so you were well versed with your deck and like your tech options all lined up. Yeah, that's something I like tell a lot of people when it comes to like winning, is you have to like catch the waves. Like you have like the right deck that you know really well with the right meta counter picks and everything, and you felt like that was like something that led to you getting that first win?
Definitely. I feel like if you could find a good deck and you play it for a while, you're going to learn unique tech choices that are going to be able to compete very well with the meta. So I really like the idea of just like sticking with like one deck for a really long time, as long as it's like meta competitive. Like you're just going to find like ways to maneuver around certain decks that are also competitive as well.
Yeah, so. It worked with success because they weren't like close matches either. It looked like you were prepared for the Raziel matchup and dominated it there in the top 4. And but so you mentioned like you've gotten close before. You made top 4 at the championship. That was back like a Hauka 5-Rex kind of format, right? A lot of synchro stuff going on there. But did you have any moments where maybe like you doubted like if you were going to be able to finish the job and win like the whole tournament? You said you came close. And if so, like how did you push through and continue on with that winner mentality?
Yeah, there was one misplay I did in Swiss that really bothered me. Like I should have won it. It was like against the Malice player I was playing, and I just really just misplayed, and it just bothered me a lot. And my brother was just saying like, stay tuned, just stay focused. And
yes, you gotta lock
even
in.
though I was still frustrated, you know, just the next round goes on, and it's like, okay, let's see if I can win the next round, just taking it one step at a time. And then eventually, when I got that last win in Swiss, I knew I had a real chance of winning.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, that's something else like I give advice to is like, you're going to make mistakes. You're not going to play perfect all the time, but it's how you let that mistake affect the rest of your tournament is where it really comes down to. Are you going to be able to move on from it, or is it going to rack your brain
100%.
every time you sit? Yeah, have to have that strong mentality.
Yeah.
I have similar stories, with Silverman back in the day when I looked like my first YCS win. I was losing it because I was about to lose a game I never should have lost. He was like, Billy, just breathe, calm down, everything's okay. You got to have that not go on tilt mentality for sure. But now, that was Houston. We're here in Providence. You have the chance to go back-to-back and win 2 YCSs in a row. What would that mean to you if you're able to win two YCSs back-to-back?
You know, considering that not a lot of people have really done it, that'd be
present company excluded.
It'd be nice to be in that tier of, like, you know, player where if I could get to that point where I'm winning back-to-back YCSs, that would be great.
Yeah, so it's something you definitely want to do. Hopefully we get to see you up there again. There's definitely still a lot of Rise Heal decks out there for you to face.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how that plays out this weekend. I know I'm going to be cheering for you. So now that you're a YCS champ, did that affect like your preparation coming to this tournament, or did you prepare pretty much the same way you have been throughout the years?
I knew that there was some new cards coming into the meta, so and also the ban list with Shifter and Dweller both being banned, that just kind of changed a little bit of how I built my deck. So
don't you say that was like a helpful thing for
100%.
So you feel like after the Forbidden and Limited list, your deck got stronger? Even?
Yes, 100%. Because those cards, like I built my deck a certain way for the YCS because of those cards.
Yeah, because you knew you were going to have to face.
Yeah, and I knew
every round.
Yeah, face them every round and just have a legitimate chance to play around them and attempt to win.
Okay, so I feel like the path might be a little bit easier this time, maybe a little less resistance going into this tournament. We're going to have to see about that. But so you've been to playing at YCSs for a long time. You're a veteran of the circuit. Is there an important lesson you've learned from competing?
It's always stay poised, you know, just don't let wins or losses bother you too much. And just like whenever you're in the game, like just try to stay as focused as possible. So that's what I would say to anyone that's
one
playing.
game at a time.
One game at a time. Don't get excited for a win. Don't get excited for a loss until the match is over. Then you could reflect on what you did wrong and all that stuff.
That's smart stuff. Yeah, trying to keep level-headed. You don't want to have too much emotions into it, so you can keep making those good decisions and playing strong. Yeah, for sure. Good lesson to learn. So it's only been about a month since you won the YCS, but how has it like impacted your life in general?
I mean, I had some people asking for like my autograph or stuff. That was pretty cool.
What card do they want you to sign?
They want me to sign memento cards and stuff like that. So that was pretty cool.
Any big kabongas? I feel like that'd be a good one.
Someone had me sign the combined creation, and people still say like, "Oh, congratulations" and stuff like that. So it's pretty cool.
Cool. So you kind of won a YCS with an underrated deck, but are there any underrated decks or like techs that you see that deserve more attention this weekend? It can be your own deck.
Yeah, I mean, I think Memento is one of those decks that people, for some reason, is still counting out, even though it won 2 YCSs. So
because I won YCS Mexico City.
Yeah.
Just a couple weeks after you took down YCS Houston, right?
Yeah, 100%. I still feel like people are kind of counting out, calling it like a tier 2 deck or below that even. So there's that. And I think the Fiendsmith cards are a little bit underrated too as well. I feel like people are kind of gearing away from that with the Mitsurugi and the Malice. And
with all the new cards and lines inside, they're not paying as much attention to that strong engine that's still around.
Yeah, but I also think that the Live Twin deck is pretty solid too as well.
They did get new cards and lines inside.
They have a lot of, and they could have used the Fiendsmith engine a lot better than a lot of other decks because every single card basically gets them access to the Wave King Caesar, which is really good. So that's what I'd probably say about like.
Definitely. I think those are definitely some things that people need to be looking at going into the YCS this weekend. So now you're a YCS champ. Part of that is like the story of reaching the finals, who you defeat along the way. Is there any player out there that you're looking forward to facing, or someone you want to defeat on your way to another championship?
I don't know if I want to start a feud. I don't know if I want to start a feud yet. But as long as I play my cards right and do what I'm supposed to do, I have a good chance against anyone. So I'm not scared of playing against anyone, even if they have multiple wins or whatever it is. So just need to make sure
Accepting
I'm
all challenges.
Yeah, accepting all challenges. I could.
Got it. All right. Well, let's try to wrap it up. So you are a champ now. What kind of advice would you give the players out there that are trying to become a YCS champion?
I feel like the best way to go about doing it is, picking a deck that's meta relevant. People might say tier 1, tier 2, whatever it is, but just trying to find a deck that's competitive with the top tier decks. And I would say try to stick with 1, maybe 2 decks, because this is how you really get to learn the combos and unique tech choices that's gonna give you an advantage over the meta. Because the decks nowadays are really complicated. There's a million spreadsheets for different combos and everything, so it's really hard to learn.
To master all that you want to
all the top tier meta decks. You want to learn a few of them and get really good at them and maximize your niche
skill level,
your niche advantage, or knowing the deck really well.
Yeah, prepare. You know what all the decks do. Prepare for all the decks, but want to really understand the deck that you're using yourself and how they match up and everything.
100%.
All right, so you won YCS Houston, and now we're going to see if you're going to go back to back and win YCS Providence this weekend. It's been great talking to you, Pascal. Thank you so much. Really excited to see how you're going to do. Thank you for watching. This is Pascal, our YCS Houston champion. Will he win YCS Providence? Stay tuned to find out here at YCS Rhode Island.
Game on, world. Another game, world?
What's up, everybody? Kangas at YCS Providence on the floor. I got some cards I brought with me for my collection. Let's see who can guess them before you do. All right, I got Lucas here. You got 60 seconds to guess the card before chat does. Go.
Okay. Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Is it a normal spell?
No.
Is it a quick play spell?
No.
Is it an equip spell?
No.
Field spell?
No.
Ritual spell?
Nope. I think there's one left.
Continuous spell?
There. Yeah, you got it.
Awesome. Can it be used to add a card from deck to hand?
No.
Can it be used to add a card from grave or banish to hand?
No. It can't do much.
Can it increase it or decrease attack points?
No.
Is it any sort of meta relevant in the last couple of years?
I would say no.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm not getting this card. I'm so sorry.
No, you keep going. You got this. Think time periods.
Time period. Was this in the last 5 years?
No.
10 years?
No.
15?
No.
I'm cooked.
We like to give you the hardest ones, Lucas.
That's not fair. I'm gonna cry.
5 seconds.
I don't know. Wetland.
Is there a message you want to give your fans?
I love you.
Well, here's my message. Spirit message I, everybody. There we go. Was anybody able to get it? Maybe? All right, I have Charles here. Charles, you have 60 seconds to guess the card before chat does. Go.
All right. Can I get any hints?
No.
Please?
It's hard. None of your friends believed in you. That's your hint.
Can I get a color of the card?
Yes or no questions.
Is the card a monster?
No.
Is the card a magic card?
Yes. Spell card, Charles. Technically it is a magic card, but it's a spell card.
Monster Reborn?
No.
Dang. All right. Graceful Charity?
No.
Dark Hole?
No.
Brand Diffusion?
No.
Red Ice Fusion?
No. Just going right into the individual cards. All right, think about what type of spell it is.
Quick play?
No.
Equip?
No.
Field?
No.
Counter?
Counter spell? Charles. 10 seconds. Come on, Charles, we're all rooting for you.
I don't know. Mystic?
No, it's not. It is Spirit Message I. Do you think anybody's going to get this today? We're 0 for 2 right now.
No.
All right. Well, thanks for playing, Charles. All right, I got Rayhan here. You have 60 seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
Okay, so is it a spell?
No.
Monster?
Yes.
Is it an extra deck monster?
Yes.
Is it an Xyz?
No.
A Synchro?
No.
Fusion?
No.
Link?
Yes.
Will people be playing it this weekend?
I would guess no.
No, okay. Is it a Link 4?
No.
3?
No.
2?
No.
1?
Yes.
Oh my god, okay. Is it
rapid fire?
Light attribute?
No.
Dark?
No.
Fire?
Yes.
Fire Link 1. Cybers?
No.
Fire Link 1 Cybers. Oh my god, Fire Link 1 Cybers? Warrior?
Everyone in chat's got it. No.
Beast Warrior?
No.
Fire Link 1 not Cybers? Fire Link 1. Is the attack under over 1,000?
Yes or no?
Oh, is it over 1,000?
Yes.
Oh, it's over 1,000.
I'll give you one hint before you have to guess. Support's coming out soon.
Support's coming out. Is it Rock of the Vanquisher?
Sky Striker Ace Kagari. There we go. Do you think anybody in chat got that?
100%.
All right. Thanks for playing, Rayon. All right, we have Stason here. You have 60 seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
Oh, is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it a main deck monster?
Yes.
Is it a fire?
No.
Is it a light?
No.
Earth?
No.
Dark?
No.
Is it level 4?
No. You're switching up the questions on me, Stason.
I am. Is it water?
No.
There's 2 left. It ain't no divine, I know that. Wind?
Yes.
Level 4?
No.
Level 2?
No.
3?
No.
5?
No.
1?
No.
I'm so bad at this.
You're bouncing around it quite well.
I am. 7?
Yes. 15 seconds.
Dragon?
No.
Cybers?
No. 5 seconds.
Dang.
Last guess.
I'll say it was level 7, Earth.
Wind.
Wind.
Come on, chat. Let's power them up together.
Chat, help me out. Help me out. Dang, I have no clue. Wow.
It's Kashtira Unicorn.
I should have guessed that, you know?
This card's really good right now.
It is
yeah.
insane right now.
Are you playing it?
I am not this weekend, but I love that card a lot, though.
All right. Shout out to everybody who got it. Thanks for playing, man.
Of course. Thank you.
All right, I have Kevin here. You have 60 seconds to guess the card before chat. Go.
Is it a monster?
No.
Spell card?
Yes.
Normal spell?
No.
Quick play spell?
Yes.
Was it released after 2020?
No.
Was it, before 2010?
Yes.
Was it released within the first 5 sets?
No.
No.
Very specific questions, though. This is good.
Was it released before 2010?
Yes.
Does it?
I'll give you a hint. It's still played today.
Does it remove cards? Does it destroy cards on the field?
No.
Does it remove cards from the field?
No. 10 seconds.
It's a quick play. Oh God, still played today after the first 5 sets.
Come on, your friend. Let's cheer him on. Your friends believed in you.
Oh boy. Quick play spell, you said?
Quick play. You got time for one guess. What do you think the card is?
Still played today. Book of Moon?
You got it! Right at the end! Let's go! Congratulations, man. All right, I'm live here with Mitch, and you have 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Karibo.
No.
Wait, can I ask you any questions?
Any yes or no questions?
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it an extra deck monster?
Yes.
Is it a synchro?
No.
Is it an exceed?
Yes.
Is it a exceed rank 1?
No.
Rank 2?
No.
Rank 3?
No.
Rank 4?
Yes.
Gaga Cowboy?
No.
Utopia?
No.
Does it have Utopia in the name?
No. That actually eliminates a lot of cards.
King of the Fair Olymps?
No.
Does it search for cards?
No. 20 seconds.
Does it negate effects?
Yes.
Negate effect. Is it number 106 Giant Hand?
No. You had the number down, though.
Is it a number?
Yes.
That negates cards as a rank 4. Does it
5
require
seconds.
2 monsters?
Yes. Last guess. You got to get it here.
Oh.
Chat, can he do it?
A rank 4 number. Is it 2?
Mitch, how much energy you got right now?
I took a red-eye flight. I'm really tired, honestly.
Pretty tired? Well, I think you match with this guy. We got the terribly tired Tapir, everybody. We got Baguska.
Oh my God.
Thanks for playing, Mitch. That was
Just
awesome.
like me, for real.
Hopefully you get some more rest before the
All
weekend.
right, that's the plan. That's the plan.
Hello and welcome back to YCS Providence, where we're getting ready for our top 16 feature match round. But while we're getting ready for that, we're going to get to know some of the duelists here. We have Eddie. You're going to play a little game with us. But first, I want to ask you a couple questions. How's your YCS experience been?
This weekend has honestly been a great experience altogether. Like, beginning with Friday when I pulled the gold Wing Karibo coin out of my entry, that was insane. And
that's awesome,
right? It's the first gold coin I've ever gotten out of the YCS, and I've been to quite a few over the past few years. So to have that one in my collection is very nice.
Because you're also a judge, right? So have you judged YCSs before?
Yes, there's one I judged back in 2017, Pittsburgh, but I definitely want to try to judge another event soon. So you might see me in the red judge uniform sometime.
All right, say hi to Eddie if you do. But Eddie, we're going to play a little game here before our top 16 feature match. It's called High or Low. We're going to pull it up on the bottom of the screen. Everyone in chat can play along too. We're going to show one card, one monster. You're going to have to guess if the next one shown is going to be higher or lower level, okay? Think you can do it?
Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard. I mean, I know a pretty good amount of cards in the game, so it shouldn't be too bad.
All right, let's take a look at the first one. What is our first monster card? It's a level 4.
Yes, man with the market looks like. I'm going to say, given it's a 4, I'm going to say the next one's got to be maybe higher.
All right, let's see. Higher? Can we do it? Cyber Dragon, 1 higher.
All right, cool. We got Cyber Dragon. All right, so if we're going higher, that's going to be difficult. I'm going to say next one's probably going to be, I'm going to say level 6, so higher.
You think higher? It's tough because the card pool for 4 and below is really large, but he says higher.
Let's see. You got a feeling? It was! Okay, good job.
Right, sweet. All right, now we're getting closer to the higher level, so I feel like the number of cards in that level are starting to decrease, so I'm going to go with low this time.
Lower this time. Lower than level 6. Let's take a look.
Nope.
Ooh.
Dragon, and that was a 7. Oh, man.
It just kept climbing up on you. All right, we got one more, though. Oh, and it's Wadapon. They already showed it.
Hold up on the last one to be the lower. I would have gotten it. It's fine.
You were close, though. You'll still get a prize for participating. Thank you so much, Eddie. And everybody, we're going to send it to a quick break, but we'll be back with our top 16 feature match right after this.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. Billy Break here with Asala Watu Tanjige, and we are back again to bring you some exciting action. That's right, we finally made it all the way to top 16. But before we get into that match, let's talk about that information that was just revealed after top 32. Brand new prizes coming up for this upcoming year.
Extremely exciting. I mean, being able to make day 2 and already getting something out of the gate is something we were kind of missing before. But, you know, you get those rare packs and it's only one of those cards that you get, so it's going to be really hard to get all of them, right?
Yeah, it's going to be hard to collect all 10. I mean, you'd have to make day 2 at 10 events to even get 10 of those packs alone just to get that specific one that you want. Yeah, one card per pack. It's going to be really interesting to see. Also, the super rare card trooper for top 32, I believe, is going to be something that I know I'm going to want to get a playset of those because, you know, one of those nostalgia cards that's just kind of like iconic to Yu-Gi-Oh! History.
Not a card I've used in a very long time, but it just reminds me of a very different era of Yu-Gi-Oh! But I think, like, even if the effect is still not like as good anymore, it's just like there are decks that have used Card Trooper across several formats, like going even into like 2014.
You know what other card sends 3 cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard? Even though it's not a cost, I guess, but it's a little different. But Tearlament's Merly.
I was going to say Dante.
Oh, Dante. Oh, Dante, yeah. One of the other cards that you can get as one of the rares in the promo packs. I mean, it really just shows a lot of cards throughout the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! From the DM era on to Vrains as well with the arrival at Ignister. But let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket here for the YCS. We see that Ryan is going to be taking on Steven in a Canada versus Canada mirror match. That's going to be pretty cool.
He's only played Canadians up to this point in top 30 in top cut.
Steven?
Yeah.
There was only, I think, like 4 Canadians, I believe, in top cut, so that he had to face both is pretty funny. Charlie's going to be taking on Sean. Jim versus Dominic, and Joffrey versus Mitchell.
Start to cast, and then immediately we have Kamal versus Gabriel. That's going to be a match that we really want to watch.
Yeah, I think Gabriel there he's been topping event after event after event, so he's definitely hungry for that win, but he's taking on that 4-time YCS champion.
Well, next up we have Lucas versus Shuf, hoping to get to face off against one of those players, and then again Lucas versus Timothy, following up again Aditya versus Jesse. Aditya also making top cut yet again.
Yeah, Aditya has been on fire ever since he won the NAWCQ, pretty much making the top cut almost all the events he made. He got really close in the last one. He was top 8, I believe, right? Yeah,
maybe even top 4.
Was it top 4? It was either. Yeah, it was top 4. Yeah, he's been all over the place. And well, let's go ahead and jump right into it. I think Kangas is standing by with our top 16 feature match. So Kangas, take it away.
And up first in the blue chair from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, he wants to shout out Ruben Panaranda, Hani Jawari, and Southside Gaming. It's Kamal Valdez. And his opponent today in the red chair from Brooklyn, New York. He wants to shout out Landipu for being his day one. It's Jib Braithwaite. Duelists are already on stage. Let's throw it back to the casters for game number one.
All right. Two Titans going at it, Kamal and Gabriel. We just talked about them as we were looking at the bracket, and here they are facing off. I believe Kamal is going to be on the Mitsurugi Raziel strategy, while Gabriel is on the other end of the spectrum on the decks we expected to see at the top cut this weekend with that Malice strategy, packing the brand new cards out of Alliance Insight, Backup Adagnister, and Wizard Adagnister. And I believe he is also playing, nope, maybe he's not playing the other Adagnister, so maybe more of a pure Malice deck that is, but this is going to be top 16.
Yep.
So talk to me about talk to me about the difference in these Malice decks. It seems like even though some of the Malice cards got limited, they have started to play less Malice cards in their deck since then.
Yeah, because of the introduction of the Backup Adagnister and Wizard Adagnister, you have your ways to extend through really efficiently. And now it's become a question of, okay, what can you eliminate from your deck list? How many cards do you not want to draw? How clean and consistent can you make the deck? And that's what we've seen in a lot of players here, including Ryan Yu in just the previous match, where they took out some of the Malice trap cards. They do not main deck TV11. They do not main deck GWC.
Yeah, it is just that Malice NTP 07 in terms of the traps there. They found different ways to play the deck to navigate it, but they really focused on efficiency, having a lot of those disruptions from the hand, as well as being able to start the duel off with their starters. I mean, yeah, that Ryan match, which is a very similar deck. I think he might have even shouted out Gabriel in one of the people he might have been working with, potentially, because their decks do look so similar. And you're going to, a card that I thought was going to be huge this weekend, but we didn't really see too much of on day one, but we've definitely seen here on day two is Nibiru the Primal Being.
Yeah, a card that has, you know, coming in and out of formats, and it's one of those things where if people stop respecting it, they can catch you off guard. And there are definitely moments against all these decks where it can shine. It's just not super strong against a deck like Mitsurugi that Kamal is on.
Yeah, and Kamal is a TCG legend, a master of many games, but definitely has been one of the better Yu-Gi-Oh players for some time now. I mean, amassing 4 wins is huge, but Gabriel on the other side, he's been topping so much recently. He doesn't have a win under his belt yet, so a YCS win would mean everything to him here.
But Kamal's not going to give it to him easily. You have to take down this, what is 4-time, 5-time champion?
Something like that. I think it's the minimum 4-time champion. He keeps holding up the pinky with like the hand like it's 6, but maybe he's just staying 5 with the pinky. I don't know what he's.
I mean, it looks like he's.
I think he's going for the 5th one.
He's looking for number 6, I'd imagine.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to see if he's going to be able to get past Gabriel here in game number 1 of YCS Providence, Rhode Island, top 16. We started with over 1,500 duelists, and now only 16 remain in the single elimination portion. Looks like
7.
Kamal's going to roll a 7. Now Gabriel is going to roll an 8.
All right, I'll start us off.
So that's huge. It looks like he's going to start fist bump from both players. Good luck. It's time to duel.
Malice going first. We'll see. This has been the matchup rivalry of the weekend. Mitsurugi Raziel and Malice, the two most dominant strategies in the tournament by far.
Definitely. It was the expected 2 top decks going into the tournament this weekend.
Okay.
Gabriel's going to add Terraforming to add Malice and Underground. Checks on Resolution to see if there's a draw in Lockbird from Kamal. Does not appear to be.
That's fine.
All right, leading with Malice and Underground. So maybe this telegraphs not too many other Malice cards in Gabriel's hand, or is this something you want to do to lead off with Malice and
It
Underground?
depends. Is he going to banish Chessie? Nope, it looks like that is his only starter.
All right, going to banish the Malice Dormouse to be able to pay 300 life points to special summon it from the banished.
No interaction on summon. The effect is activated. We're going to be banishing another Malice name from the deck. It's going to be the White Rabbit. White Rabbit will trigger on the field on summon to set the one and only trap card that they have in their deck. Going to try to find it. Looks like it's at the top of the deck here. MTV 07.
Okay.
So when your opponent sets MTP 07, you're either thinking, oh, maybe they're not playing the other traps, or they already have one in their hand. But chances are, if you had one of the other, I guess if you have GWC
You
in
would
your
have said
hand,
it.
you would still would have said it as a bluff, potentially.
I think, I mean, Kamal, these two players have known each other for quite some time. I think Kamal is very aware of this version of the strategy, and he knows exactly what Jib is doing.
Well, we've seen immediate leak summon for Splash Mage. Splash Mage is going to bring back a Cybers monster, and that's going to give him enough materials to go into Malice Red Ransom. Malice Red Ransom on summon is going to let him add a Malice spell card from the deck hand. Used to only be Malice and Underground, but thanks to Alliance Insight, we get the brand new card Malice in the Mirror.
It banishes from field and grave or only field? What do you mean? Can I read the?
Yeah,
sure.
Malice and Mirror banishes from the graveyard as cost for its effect, and then you get to add a card from your deck with the same type of card that was banished.
Yep, in the on-field effect, you can banish a Malice monster on your side of the field to negate a monster effect on your opponent's side of the field.
Nice ones.
The next, it looks like Gabriel's going to move to activate MTP07 to banish Red Ransom to add Malice March Hare.
This is the reasoning why you only need the 07 at the bare minimum if you're trying to play this deck now. Because of Malice March Hare, you are able to add a monster that you can special summon from the hand, effectively getting you that additional body that the other trap cards would have provided. And now we're going to be using the effect of Red Ransom to banish the Chessy Cat that's sitting on the field. Chessy Cat now has the option to banish that Malice in the Mirror that was added to get another card as well as drawing those 2 cards.
Yeah, if he banishes that Malice in the Mirror, then he'll be able to use that effect that you were talking about where you're able to banish a Malice card from the graveyard and add a Malice card of that same type that you banished, typically going to be a monster. It's a great way to make sure you can always have access to March Hare if you happen to have to use one from your hand here, because you want to have March Hare in your hand during your opponent's turn. Very similar to Fire King Kieran.
There's that Nibiru the Primal Being alternate art. Haven't seen that this weekend.
Oh man, I love that brand new Nibiru out of Quarter Century Stampede.
Normal summon Chessy.
And he even has the Primal Being token on the field. It's going to be in attack mode.
Sure.
Normal summon for Chessy Cat. It's going to allow Gabriel to banish the Malice March Hare from his hand to draw 2 cards.
And he will be able to add that back for free here because he added to hand off of 07 previously.
Yeah, Malice March Hare has the cool effect when it's banished. You can add back a Malice monster to your hand, including itself. So he basically gets, free 2 cards. Pretty nice.
Link away.
Now he's going to link away the Nibiru token for a Link Spider.
Link Spider.
Yep, converting that token into a Cyberus monster here. And now you can go into Cyberus Wicked if you... Oh, you already had backup. So we're going to be able to special summon backup because you control the Link Spider. And now it's going to be able to add a Dark Cyberus from deck to hand and then discard a card.
Add Wizard.
Going to be adding that Wizard Adagnister.
Let's see what he decides to discard. Probably the Fualos, yep. Well, Charmy's not going to be as useful with cards already on the field.
Great to have just in case, but not when you've already started playing.
And what am I at?
59.
Okay.
All right, so he's going to link away all of his monsters here for a Link 3. It's going to be Heart's Cryptor, or is yep, looks like it's Heart's Cryptor.
Cryptor is now at the field, and now you can activate the
Wizard targeting Chessy.
Just putting another monster on the field here, so now you can climb.
Link 3.
This is normally where you'd go into Allied, but as we mentioned, not opting to play that card, so we're going to go into the White Binder. Oh, so I forgot he hadn't even summoned White Binder yet.
Cryptor.
Malice White Binder is going to banish 3 cards from the graveyard, either player's graveyard on summon.
I imagine he's going to banish the 07 at some point. Oh no, because Cryptor can. He has not used White Binder effect yet, so he's going to reset the 07.
I'll trigger Cryptor.
Yep. Yeah, 5,000.
Yep. Thinking on where I want to summon this.
Paying 3,000 life points this turn without access to the GWC in the main deck. You're not getting any of those back.
Yeah, I think that's like the hardest part about not playing GWC 06 here in the deck is because that's like a big way. Yeah, you recover your life points, but as long as you have a life point, you're going to be able to probably find a way to win. But he's going to reset the MTP07 from the graveyard with the Malice White Binder effect.
I'll go Cryptor effect targeting Dormouse.
All right, now he's going to move to use the Heart's Cryptor effect to clear this really cool-looking Nibiru.
Yep, not giving your opponent any monsters here. I do imagine that Jibril knows what Kamal is on, so this does leave the opportunity for X-Ryziel to get some value. And it looks like we're opting to use the March Hare right now instead of keeping it for the following turn. March Hare allows you to not need GWC because you have a way to banish the White Binder in your graveyard, but usually this means there's just going to have another way to access it, whether it be just having the 07 set. Oh, we're going to be linking into the Bomber Dragon.
We've seen a lot of topological Bomber Dragon here this weekend in Malice. It's kind of like the new tech card.
Okay.
We saw Ryan Yu also summon it.
Very effective way of dealing with a lot of monsters at once. Probably how they're going to try to tackle the mirror match. But Kamal finally has his turn here. He has to face down the Heart Scripter, which can banish any card not targeting the Bomber, which can destroy all of his monsters in the main monster zone. And he knows that MTP07 is back there as well.
4 in hand? No, 3 in hand. 3 in hand. And
Not the worst position for Kamal. Like we said, like since this is the Malice deck that doesn't feature the Allied Code Talker Ignister, the inboard's not as crazy. I mean, the Bomber Dragon does present a problem, but Allied Code Talker being able to negate any card is a little stronger.
7 tech.
You have to remember, he did get hit with Nibiru the Primal Being, and this
True,
is still what happened.
You're right. This is through a Nibiru the Primal Being.
Sure.
Very true, very true. But 7th Tachyon is going to be the first move from Kamal here. He's going to reveal a number monster and add something that has some similar attributes about it.
He's going to be grabbing that X Ryzeal.
And he's going to have to put a card on top of his deck.
All right, playing with 1 card down, but X Ryzeal gives you plenty of cards to follow it up.
All right, X-Razil is going to touch down, and he's going to have to send a monster from his extra deck to the graveyard as he special summons at the field. And it's going to be Mirrorlogical Aggregator, Chainlink 1 X to add, and Aggregator is going to be Chainlink 2 to negate going after the Bomber Dragon, it looks like.
Very efficient way to deal with the Bomber Dragon. You're not going to have to deal with it destroying your entire field, while as long as it's negated by Aggregator.
The X-Razil is going to let him add Sword Razil from his deck to his hand.
Activate MTP.
All right, now Gabriel's going to activate MTP07 to try and banish this X-Razil from the field.
Keeping him off of Ryzeal names in the field and grave, so Sword cannot special summon himself. Force Kamal to have to normal summon it if he has to.
Going to add the Malice March Hare to the hand. So we see why he was so willing to throw away the other one, because he knew he was going to be able to get another one with that MTP07. But now Kamal moves to normal summon Ice Ryzeal. Similar to Tour Guide from the Underworld, let's let him special summon a Ryzeal monster from the deck, but it's for level 4. It's a pretty cool card.
Yeah, Tour Guide for level 4. Who would have thought?
Malice on the mirror.
All right, but now we know it is the Malice in the mirror. Being able to use the on-field effect, he's going to be able to banish a Malice card to negate the effect of Ice Ryzeal. Looks like he's going to look to banish from his hand. Could be the Heart Scripter, though.
Is it just any Malice card? Can he banish the Malice in Underground?
I think it might need to be a Malice monster.
Looks like we're going to be banishing the March Hare and then adding it back out in the following. And then Ice Ryzeal will be negated by the effect of Malice in the Mirror. But still has access to the Sword Ryzeal now because a Ryzeal monster hits the field again. But that won't be enough. Kamal will immediately concede.
And we see that even without the Allied Code Talker Ignister, Gabriel's able to do enough, even through that Nibiru, to shut Kamal's turn down before he could really get anything going.
Kamal, looking for opportunity within that turn, but Gabriel only playing the cards that Kamal knew about was able to completely stop his extension.
And you see he's not a lot of enthusiasm, not a lot of happiness. He knows he's only won 1 game, but he's been here before. He knows what it's like to be in top cut and then do well and then not make it all the way and lose early. He doesn't want that to happen again, so nothing but focus and determination here coming from Gabriel.
Yeah, he absolutely knows not to underestimate Kamal as well. Even if Kamal's down 1 game, that definitely doesn't mean that he's out here.
Yeah, that is a scary opponent to have across the table from you for sure. A 4-time YCS champion trying to make it 5 here this weekend. And that trophy that they're all trying to play for is right there on the table, just putting the pressure on. All right, but now going into the side decks, this is where things can get a little dicey. I mean, Malice has found more ways to play through stuff like Artifact Lancia, but that will come in clutch here for Kamal. There's also a bonus with 7th Tachyon. If he has like the proper number of monsters, he can actually find a way to add Artifact Lancia from his deck to his hand with 7th Tachyon.
Yeah, I believe, if you have access to Artifact Lancia going first, in addition to your normal play, it should be near impossible for Malice to crack through. You would need a really strong hand to, 1, stop your opponent from playing, and then have a way to deal with the Lancia as well. It's a lot to ask for, but Kamal just has to find those cards.
Definitely, and at the same time, Gabriel's going to have a plan to be able to deal with those cards. I mean, when you're going second against Ryzeal, I'm not sure exactly what cards you're really going to put in. It's probably just going to be like the standard stuff. I mean, we know that Gabriel is main decking the Mulcharmy Fualos. I think we saw it as he was going through his deck there. So that's going to be something he's going to want to make sure he has in his deck. Maybe you could put in things like Droll and Lockbird if you're not main decking it as well.
You have to imagine that Perulia is in your deck as well. That is going to be the single strongest Molcharmy to have against Ryziel as well as Mitsurugi.
Yeah, we didn't even get to see the Mitsurugi stuff, but as you said, these players know each other well probably. They've been sitting near each other at some point in the event because they've had...
There are very few secrets at this point in the tournament. You can expect that if you are in top 16 of a YCS against a known player, both players will just know the contents of your deck to some degree. There can be some tech secrets, but for the most part, players know what you're playing.
Yeah, it's hard to keep a secret at this stage in the game. But they are side decked and they're shuffling up before we jump into our second game. If Gabriel wins this, he'll be moving on to top 8, but Kamal will not let that happen easily. He definitely wants the win. Even though he already has a few under his belt, another one wouldn't
You can never have enough.
Yeah, you can never have enough. Another one wouldn't be too bad. But yeah, I love to look at like the emotions and the body language from the players while they're playing, because you can really pick up on a lot from that. Unless you're this stoic and focused, you really can't get too much of a read. Because like at the same time, you don't want to get too upset and go on tilt while you're playing. You also don't want to go too much on the other side and get too happy and elated, and then get caught off guard by excellent players like Kamal Crooks.
I mean, when you're in Gabriel's position here, he was able to go first with Malice. That's a game you are expected to win. He was, if anything, just relieved that he was able to take it so easily. But now Kamal, he's in this position where he's going first post side with his Mitsurugi Ryziel deck. It's also very difficult to beat when it's able to start. That's why both these decks are so popular this tournament, why they are easily the most dominant strategies. So we'll just have to see how Gabriel is able to tackle it down, or if Kamal is just as easily able to clean it up.
And we're going to have to find out as we jump into game number 2 of top 16 of YCS Providence, Rhode Island.
Kamal going to take the lead here.
Now it's time for Kamal to show us what he's got.
Hopefully opening some playable hands. Checking for those Molcharmies where you hit it with the Perulia instantly. That is worst case scenario for Kamal if he doesn't have any way to stop it. But there is an Ash Blossom. Is there a second Perulia?
Ooh, that's the new Ash Blossom too, out of Quarter Century Stampede, the new Quarter Century Secret Rare alternate art.
He's using a lot of the alt arts.
I like it. So 7th Tachion's going to reveal Masquerade. That's going to let him go after that extra Zeal potentially like he did in the last game.
Well, knowing that you have to start that way, I mean, it kind of shows a bit of weakness in the hand. You're already going to be down 2 cards because you spent the Ash Blossom and the card that you have to put back for 7th. And now, because you've used Tachyon already, you do not get to use it for Artifact Lancia.
Okay, go ahead.
And then Droll and Lockbird immediately just going to force the pass back.
Wow! Perulia into Droll and Lockbird ends Kamal's turn, and Gabriel moves fast into main phase 1. Normal summons Malice White Rabbit, and it's going to look to set that lonesome but powerful Malice MTP 07.
Now this is where the weakness of having only 07 kind of comes in. The field is definitely a lot easier to make if you had access to TB11 when your starter is White Rabbit. But there are ways to play with just White Rabbit and 07 because of March Hare. But we'll see if there is extension. If you're going into Linger over here, do you have backup Secretary? Or, sorry, backup Adagnister. But it looks like it's Wizard Adagnister here to special summon back the White Rabbit. That's going to make it really easy to climb through.
Ling Karibo's angry. Kamal might be a little angry about what's happened so far. I just love that little face on him. He's like, "Arr."
Yeah, he's a little ticked off. Yeah.
he's not a happy camper. There you go. You see it on the card highlights. You get a really close look up at the furrowed brow of Ling Karibo.
You're very threatening.
But Wizard Adagnister is going to be able to special summon from the hand since he does control that Dark Cyberse Link monster, and will try to special summon back the Malice White Rabbit, which will give him 3 monsters, including a Malice monster. And you know what that means.
Absolutely. Now, this is where the game gets really easy. All he has to do is make Cryptor and enter battle phase, and that could clean this game up very quickly.
Well, he didn't use Dormouse yet, so he might need just like a little bit more. But he's going to go into Red Ransom.
Yes.
Nothing.
Resolve.
Nothing from Kamal, just a yes.
Add Underground?
Yeah.
Where is the Artifact Lancia?
Not off 7 Tachyon. Oh, there. Okay,
there
my bad.
It is.
My bad.
He didn't search it off 7 Tachyon because he had it. See, that's what I'm saying. You never count Kamal out. He has the Artifact Lancia, and he holds it. We sometimes see a lot of players just like snap it at the beginning of the turn, use it right away, and then they just get a pass right back. But this way, Kamal was able to get some value out of it, but unfortunately, it does set up that MTP07 to be able to banish a card since he controls the Link 3 or higher Malice monster.
And then you do have to start with that X-Ray Zeal here. Don't get a whole lot of value, but you are able to send the Duo Drive now because there's nothing you have to negate with Aggregator that will make sure that 07 doesn't immediately cut you off by setting off your sword, because there will be a Ryzeal monster in the graveyard.
Resolution.
Okay.
It looks like there might be another Droll and Lockbird here.
I'll Droll.
But then you have to chain 07 if you're going to do this, because otherwise you will not be able to for the remainder of the turn.
I'll chain him to PO7.
It's another Droll and Lockbird, and now MTP07 is going to add, I imagine, a Dormouse. Yep.
Adding Dormouse, banishing the X Ryzeal. There is Sword Ryzeal in hand, but it won't be able to do anything under the Droll and Lockbird.
Oh man, Droll and Lockbird, just such an iconic and powerful card.
What can Kamal do to not have to pass back again? Now,
It's a pass, and he got the Dormouse off the MTP07.
I imagine it's going to be immediate normal summon of Dormouse. We're going to activate the effect. Is it another artifact Lancia?
Okay. But he has the backup, so he's going to be able to spell summon backup since he controls the Dark Link monster.
He gets to add and then, but immediately discard a card, right? Does he have another card in hand? You get to add something to rotation. Yep, we're going to be adding the March Hare and then discarding it for the effect of backup Adignister.
Now, let's see if he goes into Whitebinder, maybe? No, it's going to be a Link 2.
Maybe Splash Mage into Whitebinder?
Access code gain 3000.
Oh, it's just going to be access code.
I mean, that's a lot of damage. You got to swing last turn, right?
That's it. Gabriel takes down the 4-time YCS champion Kamal Crooks, and Gabriel is moving on to top 8. This might be his weekend. Will be the time he's going to get his first YCS win here with this awesome Malice deck, utilizing some of the brand new cards out of Alliance Insight. Just incredible plays there. I mean, it's tried and true where we see Artifact Lancia come down against Mouse Player, come down turn after turn, but Gabriel matched that Lancia and raised him a Droll and Lockbird every single turn.
Yeah, each single time, a Droll for a Lancia. But I mean, this is what we're talking about with this version of Malice, right? There is the standard version where you're playing all the engine that you can, you're playing all 3 trap cards, you're just trying to see your plays go through. But the focus of this Malice strategy is making it as lean as possible so you can maximize that non-engine, so you have those trades for your opponent's resources.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible. I mean, this is not the standard Malice deck for sure going into the weekend. They definitely tested well and found a way to play it the most efficient way they felt possible. But, you know, big shout outs to Kamal still making it all the way to top 16. Another top under his belt, but he's going to have to wait to another YCS to add another win. But, you know, he's going to be looking forward to that NAWCQ that's coming up this summer as well, because the World Championship is a lot of times like the main goal in a lot of these veteran players' mind. But, wow, I mean, I almost feel like it's almost an us commentator curse here, because all day today that we've been watching has just been Droll and Lockbirds just cleaning up left and right.
I mean, a really strong card against a lot of these decks. We've seen it come here, but I want to talk about this Malice deck. This Malice deck has been so strong into just the last 2 feature matches that we played. It's the nearly the exact same deck list, and it's been just dominating. I want to say a little bit too conveniently, because there have been some unfortunate hands, or at least unfortunate hands into the hands of the Malice player, right? They've had it fairly easy.
I mean, yeah, I mean, fairly easy having to play through 2 artifact links. I mean, if you look at, like, Kamal's hand, ignoring the Droll and Lockbirds, like 7th hacking on artifact Lancia.
Ash Blossom for the Perulia.
Yeah, like, that's a good hand.
It is a good hand, yeah.
But
outhanded by the Droll and Lockbird, standalone, powerful card.
It really is, and I mean, it's smart. I mean, going into this tournament, I thought, yeah, Nibiru is going to be a key card. A lot of people are going to include in their deck for Disruption. Droll and Lockbird was also at the top of my list, mainly because of the deck that Kamal brought here. It was the Mitsurugi Raziel strategy. Adds a lot of cards from the deck to the hand, but also how good it is against White Forest a little bit earlier. But I do think Kangas is standing by with our winner here from our top 16 match. So I'll let Kangas go ahead and talk to Gabriel. Kangas, take it away.
Thank you very much. I have Gabriel, or as we call him, Jib, up on stage. Congratulations on your feature match win. A 2-0 over Kamal, who's won many YCSs. First off, what are your thoughts on the matchup and your opponent today?
Yeah, you know, Kamal, that's my guy. I told him before the match I needed it more than him. So, so yeah, I really need this. I want this win Yeah, so it was a great match overall. Kamal's an amazing competitor and a good friend. So yeah.
Fantastic to see the two of you up against each other, but also another Malice v. Malice. So talk to me about that matchup. What are the hard parts about that matchup in your eyes?
He was playing Mitsu this time, but we can talk about the Malice Mitsu Razel matchup. I think that it's a solid matchup for Malice. Malice has a lot of tools in order to deal with the Mitsurugi part of the deck. I mean, obviously Malice always deals weirdly with Detonator. Detonator is just a threat that it's hard to deal with, but you know, LeBron was guiding me, so.
His spirit overtook you, right?
Yeah, and shout out to Bombardillo Crocodilo.
You also shouted out Lundy Poo earlier when you're coming up. Do you want to explain who that is?
Oh yeah, Lundy Poo. He's my Discord kitten, but you know, that's the GOAT.
Is he here right now?
No, he's not here.
Oh, you're gonna clip that and send it later.
Oh no, he's seeing this.
All right, well, shout out to Lundy Poo. Shout out to you, Jim. Congratulations on the win. Let's go back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Genghis. I mean, his name's Jim. His friends' names are just as interesting as well. So, I mean, yeah, shout out to your friends back home watching. We are about to jump into another match, but before we do, we want to talk about something really cool that you're going to make sure you check out, and that's going to be the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days Collection. I know I've been playing it nonstop since I got it. Mainly Dungeon Dice Monsters is my game of choice in there, but there's so many different games to choose from that you're going to want to try out. A lot of cool games that you've never got to play over here in America. But the cool part is once you buy that physical copy, you get one of two possible artworks of the Harvey's Feather Duster with your physical copy. I know mine, I got the one on the right there, the version, it's like the original version, but the second one we got over here in the TCG, and it is absolutely beautiful and shines really nicely. But if you don't have the Early Days collection just yet, make sure you go out and purchase your copy because it's a lot of fun. Plus, you're going to get a shiny card that you're going to pretty much always want to have in your side deck when you go to a YCS or even your local OTS for a tournament. So make sure you check out the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection. And we're back. Yeah, so we're back here at the desk. We are really excited about the top 16. We got to see that first match, but we're going to jump into our bonus feature match that is ongoing right now. And that's right, it's going to be fan favorite Shumping up against Lucas. Unfortunately for Shumping, he's down a game already. I was kind of watching on the side because we can see the bonus match here behind the caster deck. And Lucas went first. And he did the full Malice combo. Every time I looked over, there was another Link monster on the field. He is playing a little heavier of the Adagnister engine into the Malice deck, using the cards like Allied Code Talker, Adagnister, but we're going to see how Shumping can bounce back here in game number 2. Starting things off with Fiendsmith's Track to add Fabled Lure, and then discard it and special summon it back.
Moving through his plays very quickly, not something you see often with Shumping, but he's going through, activating Requiem effect.
That was a wild thing to say. But yeah, he's a very calculated player. It takes his time to consider his options, but he is moving quickly here at game number 2, down in game. And the Requiem is going to tribute off a special summon Lacrima, Crimson Tears, and that probably sent down a Fiendsmith Engraver, I believe. And now we're going to see the special summon of X Raziel from the hand. There's that sword. That's X.
It's X Raziel.
Yep.
X Raziel is going to send and then add sword from the deck to the hand.
Did he send with the X, or did he just normal summon?
He sent it very quickly. It's under the Engraver.
Okay. That's why I thought maybe it wasn't X. I didn't see anything sent. But he is going to link away his monsters into Fiendsmith Sequence. Ooh, it's that beautiful super rare.
There's going to be met with Dominus Impulse from Lucas.
Yeah, might as well use it now before a Desiree can come out, and that would eventually just negate the Impulse anyway.
Oh, no, it was, in fact, normal summon to not have a restriction. I saw him send something.
Okay, yeah, I thought it was the normal summon. That's why I thought
that makes sense. He couldn't activate Sequence otherwise, yeah. There's going to be Engraver shuffling back. It looks like the Lurie here to special summon itself from the graveyard. I feel like we haven't seen a whole lot of Fiendsmith cards throughout this entire tournament. So it's still here in top 16.
Yeah, there's still excellent cards that can really help a lot of strategies, including the Raziel strategy as well.
Considering his options here, not sure what to do at this point. Potentially going into Agnday, or we're going to activate Track to Fuse. He has another copy of Engraver potentially in hand. Going to be fusing with the Sequence, and then Engraver from the hand.
Do you see the smile on Shumping's face? Like, well, I don't do this too often, but when I do, it's going to be pretty cool. You see that quarter century secret rare, Fiendsmith Desiree out of quarter century Stampede. And now he can equip the Fiendsmith sequence from the graveyard to his Desiree, so now it can't be targeted. And since it has a Link rating of 2, he'll be able to negate 2 face-up cards with that Fiendsmith's Desiree at one time.
And now we are able to special summon the Sword Ryzeal because there are Ryzeal cards in the graveyard. Sword is going to be able to add one of those Pyros. Going to grab another copy of X here. X is able to special summon itself, already having used its search. We're just going to be sending a card from the X deck to the graveyard.
Looks like he's considering what to send. Probably a Ryzeal monster, right? So you can attach it to, or it could be Eclipse Twins. It just depends whether you're going for Duo Drive or just straight into Detonator.
I think at this point you probably are going to attempt to go for Duo Drive, but Dominance Impulse is already resolved. You're not going to respect Nibiru anymore. So there's only a few options that could even happen at this point. You don't need to care about Infinite Impermanence, so Duo Drive is likely going to resolve. Only Ash Blossom could really get in the way.
Oh, and he already has plenty of Ryzeal monsters that he can attach to the Duo Drive on summon, so he does, in fact, do that. Then he's going to detach 2 materials to try and add 2 cards from the deck to the hand, and it's looking like that's going to resolve. And he's going for
Cross and Node.
That's the classic.
That is the typical ones you'd find. Looks like we're going to be getting to the majority of the combo here. A single Dominance Impulse was not enough to stop the rarely seen Fiendsmith track effecting graveyard.
Yep, since there's a rank 4, level 4 is everywhere, Node can just specials from the hand. Now he can send the Duo Drive with Node's effect to special summon back a level 4 monster. So you're basically trading out your Xyz monster for a new one.
Have we used Requiem's effect yet?
Yes. Or which effect? The equip effect?
To equip,
no,
to equip.
I don't think so.
Interesting. It seems a bit wasteful to have done that then. Or you just need the Duo Drive in the graveyard for the effect of Eclipse Twins.
Makes a lot of sense. And now he's going to overlay into Detonator, be able to attach that Eclipse Twins as the material. So Detonator with 3 materials. Desiree, it's going to be able to negate the face-up cards and Ryzeal Cross on the field. So he's going to put back 2 Ryzeal monsters to the bottom of the deck with that field spell to draw a fresh card.
All right, Malice into most of the Ryzeal Fiendsmith end field here. The only thing missing is that DDD Wave King High Caesar. Will he be able to take it down?
Man, this is a stacked top cut. I mean, we got some new faces that are really hungry for a YCS win, but we also have a lot of veterans like Kamal, Shu Ping, and amongst many others. Ruben was in top cut. We had 2 reigning world champions in the top 32.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, they had to face each other in that first round.
Unfortunately for them, great for us. We got to see that.
Yeah, great for us. Unfortunate for them, for sure. All right, now it looks like he passed a turn here, and the first move for Lucas is going to be normal summon Chessie Cat.
Chessie Cat potentially going to force.
I was just going to, the second you open your mouth, I was going to start meowing at you. But yeah, potentially to force.
Got
him.
Go ahead, Billy. It's all you.
No, we're good. It's just me. No. So the Chessie Cat effect is going to activate it, and it looks like he might be using Cross.
Yeah, we're going to be cross negating the effect of Chessie Cat at resolution here, not allowing him to get any value. And then
and an Artifact Lancea on top of that. That might be enough for Lucas to want to go to the next game, but I do see some Adagnister cards in his hand, so he might be able to continue playing. Oh, it's Malice in the Mirror. You're just going to chain that to the Artifact Lancea to try and negate the effect of Detonator.
Okay, it absolutely was not cross. It was Detonator to destroy the Chessie Cat and then chaining Lancea.
It's hard to tell sometimes.
There's no reason to cross and Lancea. So.
True.
We're going to be chaining Malice in the Mirror. He's going to be able to.
Could just Desiree the Malice in the Mirror.
Oh,
he's just going to destroy his own Detonator, maybe? Chain Detonator's effect, target itself, so he'll be able to send it to the graveyard, and then Eclipse Twins will bring it back with the materials. Yeah, a lot of the people kind of underestimate the value of the on-field effect from Malice in the Mirror because, you know, the banishing effect is so powerful, and the way he turns Malice in the Underground into something that can, like, add Malice monsters from your deck to your hand. But it comes up quite a lot.
I mean, just having searchable effect negation is so effective for a deck like Malice because there's something that was missing. Usually you had no real counterplay to your opponent summoning something along the lines of Evil Swarm or Exciton Knight. Your counterplay was having Dormouse on the field linked to your monsters, so that they can't be destroyed by card effects, but that's not necessarily ideal. You'd rather just have something along the lines of infinite permanence to just stop the Exton. Now you have it in theme with Malice in the Mirror.
Malice in the Mirror, meower. No, I tried.
You tried too hard.
I tried. Yeah, I flew too close to the sun on that one. In my head, it sounded so much better, but when the words came out, I was like, meow. Meower? Yeah, I can't.
Let's put it behind us, Billy.
We're moving on. And now it looks like the detonator's coming. Oh, wait. What is... Oh, it's Spell Card Monster Reborn.
You're chaining it to be able to summon back a monster from either player's graveyard. You can't use its effects this turn, and I believe you can't attack it this turn.
Oh, but yeah, that's definitely going to have... Shunping's going to activate that on that quick play spell and negate the Spell Card Monster Reborn. Monster Reborn is a spell card, but this is Spell Card Monster Reborn. It's a really cool one.
A very interesting tech card for this weekend. It's a card I've thought about playing a lot. You can use it both defensively and offensively because you can chain it to eliminate a target for your opponent, whether they're trying to summon it back with like GWC or Eclipse Twins, as we saw here.
All right, Lucas not phased by the onslaught of cards that Shunping is throwing at him. He's going to go ahead and link away into Link Karibo. And since that is a Dark Link monster, Dark Cyberse Link monster, he's going to be able to special summon the Wizard Adagnister out of Alliance Insight from his hand to the field.
If that is definitely going to take up the use of Detonator, and I think at Resolution you might as well cross-negate this as well.
Yeah, but
unless you really want to keep the Eclipse Twins under it, yeah. He's considering the options here.
This is, I mean, for what Lucas is having to deal with, he's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, he knows what his options are. He's just going to see if any of them can resolve. Oh, look, it looks like he's going to let it happen. He's valuing keeping the Eclipse Twins under. Just a little bit more value here. There's nothing to really make. You're still under Lancia.
I mean, Splash Mage seems like something. Oh, but then he'd be able to destroy it. Oh, he's going to link away the Wizard. Does he play 2 copies of... Oh, no, it has to be a Link 2. Yeah, okay.
We're going to be... what Link 2 do you want to make here? Oh, is there another Link 1? Oh, he does play 2 Lingaribo.
Oh.
I mean, it comes up, right?
Clearly, it does. A second copy of Ling Karibo on the field. And his last card's a backup Adagnister, so he's going to continue to be able to put more monsters on the field. He's forced out so many cards already from Shunping, pretty much all the defenses he had. And I mean, Lucas having a solid hand here and piloting it well, showing he belongs here in top 16, even when he's facing off against UDS YCS champion Shunping Zhu.
I just wonder, what can you even make here? Cryptor, obviously there's no cards banished for you to get value off of. You can go for Whitebinder just to try to set one of those trap cards, have some offense on your opponent's turn, but then the Desiree can immediately deal with whatever you set. The Detonator is still there, Cross is able, like there's just so much follow-up for Shu here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, he go into like Splash Mage into a Link 3, into a Link 4.
At that point, I mean, as soon as you try to use Splash Mage, you gotta...
Oh, he still has the Detonator.
Yeah, there's so many things that Shu can do to hinder Lucas's plays. It's just a matter of if he even has to, because of the Artifact Lancia. And there's still that mystery set card. Yeah, I think I like this play more. Immediately conceding, conserve the time, because you know you can't get there.
Sorry, that killed me as well. I think I like this play more, immediately conceding. That is a good one. Yeah, I mean, the time is running down on the clock, so this is an excellent play here made by Lucas to move on into the next game.
Yes, absolutely.
That one genuinely got me. That was a good one. Oh, man. But yeah, so Shunping is evens out the series here. And you see Shunping laughing a little bit about that too, because I mean, this has been quite the epic match. As we did kind of jump in the middle of it, but in game number 1, Lucas was just going non-stop, summoning so many Link monsters. He had that allied Code Talker Adagnister on the field, bringing back those Malice Link monsters from the graveyard, Firewall Dragon, all the good ones. But now, the difference between game 1 and game 3 clearly is going to be the side decks for Shunping. Not only is there Artifact Lancia, there's Molcharm and Meows, which I don't think in any of our feature matches we've actually seen that card activated.
Yeah, not yet. It has definitely been here throughout the tournament. We've seen it in a lot of people's deck lists. It just hasn't been on screen just yet. But this is one of those things that Malice is really good at going first. As we saw, even in this turn, going second into the Ryzeal field, he still had plays into the Cross, into the Detonator, into the Desiree, as well as the Lancia. When you don't have to deal with anything except for the Lancia, I'm sure Lucas can find a way to play if his hand's strong enough.
I mean, yeah, he was playing through a Lancia, Desiree, Detonator, Cross. Like, he was moving through all that in the last game, so maybe he'll be able to find a way to play through Lancia. But yeah, when it's something like Bull Charm and Meows and they're drawing cards as well, that can prove to be a little more difficult. I mean, it's really, any of the Mulcharmies are pretty good. I mean, Perilia, not so great against Malice, but with the new Adagnister cards, there is at least 3 summons from the hand. Normal summon, Wizard Adagnister, backup Secretary Adagnister. You could potentially summon from Firewall Dragon, even though if you get Perilia, you're probably not looking to do that.
A lot of different ways to play through with Malice now is why it's so strong in this current format. Definitely the most popular, like at least top 2 most popular strategies going into the tournament, and second overall within the top 32 with 13 individual Malice decks.
Yeah, it's Malice versus Raziel with some of their cool decks splash in. I mean, I think the coolest deck in the top cut was Steven Santoli's deck.
Yeah.
We haven't got to really see a lot of it, but it's...
he was making sure we didn't get to see it until top cut. We had to feature him as soon as we could, but...
That Horus Crystron deck, that's something I definitely want to take a look at, but I think he might be taking on Ryan Yu this round, so...
He is, yeah.
That's going to be tough for him to get past. But
a lot of players going through the gauntlet right now.
But that's what makes the best story. Like, when you win, you want to make sure you play, like... You don't want an easy cakewalk to the finals. I mean, that would be nice that, you still get the win and stuff, but it's about the story. Like, oh, yeah, I won, but I had to play.
It's so much more rewarding because you beat these other high-caliber players.
Exactly. You want to have that part of your repertoire, your story. Think of the story, and it looks like the Duelists have drawn their hands. A fist bump before game number 3. Lucas will be going first.
All right, seeing Lucas's hand here, there was definitely some ways to play, but that is an immediate artifact Lancia.
Oh, wow, and it's huge that he used it right away because Lucas does have copies of Allure of Darkness. I do see a Terraforming, a Druis Worm.
Yeah, no Malice monsters immediately, so the only way to get to it was through Terraforming for Malice and Underground to actually use... Is that Wizard Adagnister in the hand?
It is. Oh, Indominus Impulse.
It would have been really strong if he had at least one Malice name, but he doesn't have a way to play right now.
Did you see Shooping's reaction to pass turn? He'll draw for turn.
Not
draw
giving
phase,
up any
standby
information
phase,
here.
main phase 1.
Fiendsmith Tract.
That's a good one. Fiendsmith Tract going to let him add a Light Fiend from his deck to his hand and then send a card from his hand to the graveyard. It's going to be that Lurie. Fabled Lurie will special summon itself back out, straight back to the graveyard with you for Fiendsmith's Requiem.
He's filled with this purpose. Requiem to the field. Shu hitting the tank here, or at least maybe Lucas is considering an option here. Okay, we're going to be normal summoning Ice Raziel now. What a fantastic hand. Tracked Ice Raziel Lancia. It's going to be met with Dominus Impulse, not going to, or trying to at least restrict the Raziel engine here, but at the very minimum, you know that Requiem can summon Lacrima from the deck and go into Duo Drive.
Yeah, Shooping is in prime position to win this game.
He looks way more stressed than I would be in this situation.
We have a little bit more information about the hands, too. I mean, the Druis Worm could be impactful, potentially.
Absolutely.
Wonder what he's contemplating here. He's contemplating chaining the Fiendsmith's Requiem.
Just to see what would happen, just to check for Ash Blossom. Before he considers if he wants to potentially do something to Dominus Impulse. I don't know what he would do. I'm very curious at what he's thinking to respond with. Oh, he's summoning the Lacrima from hand.
Oh, okay. That's why it was such a complicated thought for him. Like, does he want to summon the Lacrima from the hand and lose a little bit on the value, or does he want to get an Engraver from the deck? But it does look like he decides to go with the Lacrima of the Crimson Tears to send an Engraver from the deck to the graveyard.
I see some of the contemplation there. Maybe he was attempting to play around any Mulcharmy while a card was still face up on the field for Lucas.
That makes a lot of sense.
He likely knew that it wasn't going to... I mean, it still potentially could have been Fualos, mainly because the Ice summoning from deck was a potential, but if you want to just cut it off immediately, then Impulse would be more useful there, but you only get to use one or the other in that scenario. And now you have 2 level 4s. It looks like we're going to be putting them together for an Xyz summon. So he's considering his options here still. Maybe he wants to threaten Caesar first. Nope. It looks like we're going to go into the extract now, summon that Raziel Duo Drive, No Ryzeal's engraved for its effect, but he's able to activate its effect, detach, and now he's off to the races.
Yep, Duo Drive will let him add 2 Ryzeal cards from the deck to the hand. He just has to find a way to get to 8,000 points of damage, but Lucas might be able to sneak in that Bestial Jerusalem at some point to catch Shumping off guard and survive this turn.
I mean, he'll have to do it before another Xyz monster hits the field, having material with that Ryzeal Cross. Oh, actually, it doesn't even look like he's grabbing Ryzeal Cross. He's grabbing Sword and Node. Very interesting here. Does that mean he has a copy of Cross in his hand already?
Did he side out Ryzeal Cross?
Does that even happen? Is that something people do?
I don't know. Is that something Shumping people do? I'm not certain. No, it looks like he might have it in his hand already. I don't know. It's going so fast I can't see.
I didn't even know he could do that.
Me either. I can't do that.
Looks like Engraver's going to use its effect, putting Lurie back in the deck, hitting the field here. Lucas had no response so far. That would have been a fine moment to have used Druisworm. Now, Shu could potentially go into Fiendsmith sequence using this Engraver as well as the Duo Drive.
This would be a good moment for that Druisworm to come down as well. If he can cut him off from the Engraver, if there's only one copy of Engraver, he won't be able to make sequence or Desiree.
Yep, locking him in here.
Nope, he just discarded Engraver, right? Or is that the same one? No, it is a new copy of Engraver, so now the Druisworm will not be as effective.
Shipping taking the time to consider his options here. At least, like, respecting that there could potentially be a Bestial in hand. It looks like that we're going to be activating Druisworm now. To banish the Requiem, forcing the sequence to resolve, shuffling back all the other Light Fiends.
Now, if Shumping plays like Agmunday, that's a lot of damage just with the Fiendsmith aspect of the deck without having to go to the Ryzeal stuff. He's going to have to find a way to deal with that Druisworm.
I mean, just putting the sequence on the Desiree and attacking deals with the Druisworm for now.
Oh, because it can't be targeted? That makes a lot of sense, but it looks like he is going to go into Agmunday. Which I think he'll still get him to that same like scenario, but the...
Yeah, this works just as well.
Yep, so the Desiree is going to send... Yeah, this is the exact same thing where he gets to clear the Druisworm off the field. He changed the effect of Agmunday that gets targeted by the Druisworm, so it equips itself to the Desiree as it special summons itself back to the field. Smart stuff from Shumping to navigate so well through a Bestial Druisworm. Because at this point, you're like, oh, what could Lucas possibly have? It is Malice. There is potential for Bestials to be there lying in wait, and just played so excellently by Shumping. I mean, both these players have played really well.
Yeah, Lucas had the consideration of if he wanted to activate Terraforming to grab Mouse and Underground, but he opted to keep every card in his hand a mystery so that Shu had to play through as many things as possible.
That's smart stuff. Yeah, sometimes you got to make your hidden cards seem like there's something else, but the extra Ryzeal is going to come down by sending Evil Storm Exciton Knight to the graveyard. That's another Light Fiend. Then he's going to overlay these two for Ryzeal Detonator. Nope, maybe not Detonator. He's thinking about Eclipse Twins because Eclipse Twins can attack twice, right?
Does it have to attack twice on monsters?
I don't think so. Pretty sure no. I've been wanting to see this for a long time, but no one ever does it. The other effect of Eclipse Twins, let me pull it up on my Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron app.
Well, it's going to be Eclipse Twins.
Yeah, so I'm assuming it doesn't have to attack monsters.
And then special summon Node.
Oh, okay. He's just going to send the Eclipse Twins with the Node, special summon back a level 4. Eclipse Twins going to activate to attach, bring back the Duo Drive, attaching the Exciton.
Smart plays have him putting the additional Ring 4 in the graveyard for this play.
Looks like the Duo Drive on summon is going to attach a Ryzeal monster as a material.
That is going to give all of his monsters more attack, so...
Luke is taking a minute to look to the crowd, maybe to see his friend one more time before his life before his life points get reduced.
He's not going to the Shadow Realm.
He's banished to the Shadow Realm forever, Asala.
And that is it.
It's over, and Shumping takes down Lucas in his Attic Nizar Malice deck.
Wow, he is excited about it.
His Ryzeal Fiendsmith strategy. Excellent play. Fist pump in the air. He's so excited to be here. I mean, it's been a while since Shumping's won a YCS. I think the last prize card he got was that Chaos Emperor Dragon, the Armageddon
I mean, yeah, it was in 2018 he won with Striker.
Yeah, and now he is so close to being able to win again. And now he took down Lucas along the way, facing the deck that he thought he would probably expected the most of this weekend, showing you why he likes to play this Fiendsmith Raziel strategy so well. And but it looks like you even just got to look into the camera too. Like, yeah, Xuping's a great guy to talk to. If you ever see him at an event, make sure you say hi. He's super friendly, super nice, and could becoming a multi-time YCS champion. He is a UDS champion, YCS champion, but he was hungry for more. What an excellent match. I mean, yeah, Lucas kind of explained himself, like, what am I supposed to do? I got Lancet. I didn't have a Malice Monster in my hand to really get things started.
It was a very strong hand, just literally lacking the singular Malice Monster to normal summoner. You did have the Malice Monster via Malice Underground, but that plays very poorly into Malice Underground. But if he had an actual Malice Monster, that he would have been able to continue playing because of the Wizard Adagnister in his hand.
Yeah, just absolutely crazy. I mean, a little unfortunate there for Lucas in game number 3. Y'all didn't get to see the game 1 where he was just going crazy on the field, summoning every monster he possibly could. But fortunately for him, Xuping is the guy that just is going to take him out of the tournament, though top 16 is nothing to be ashamed of, for sure. But speaking of top 16, let's take a moment to take a look at some of our awesome players who made it all the way here to the top 16. We have a lot of excellent duelists, so let's go ahead and see who they are. Oh, that's Charlie. I know Charlie from a mile away.
That's Lucas. He just won this feature match.
Unfortunately.
Aditya.
Always with the same move there. Oh, no, not again. Lucas Sacco keeps stopping, and he keeps doing the same thing. Gabriel ready to make it all the way.
He will not yield.
He will not yield today if he can avoid it. Let's go. Oh, there's Santoli. We might be seeing him a little more on. There's his opponent from this round, Ryan Yu. And then Kamal, there he is. Maybe he has 5 wins. I thought he had 4 YCS wins. Xuping with the thumbs up after he just won his feature match. It's going to be quite an epic one. All these players are so happy to make it to top 16. Yep, there's the Fiendsmith Engraver too. It's so cool to see how happy these players made it. A lot of... Hold on, I got to join in. So many players with the peace signs. Now I can also be one of those. It's okay. When I had to do one of those when I won, like the 4th time, they're like, we're going to get it again.
When I won the 4th time.
Sorry,
okay, relax.
Brag. I did like a little 4. I also looked the same as all these players, but let's go ahead and get a bracket update. It looks like Ryan and Santoli are still in the thick of it. 0-0 apiece there, but Charlie won his match, which means we could have Ryan Yu versus Charlie Fudge, which I met them together at the 2017 World Championship.
I did too.
You did too, and that was when Ryan actually won the Dragon Duel World Championship. But moving down to the other half, it looks like Jim defeated Dominic, and Jeffrey and Mitchell are still going at it. 1 game apiece there for them. Who will face Jim? We'll find out shortly. And on the other side of the bracket,
we have Jib versus Xuping. That's going to be the next matchup here.
Oh man, another good one.
Oh, we do have so many matches to choose from this, but following that up, we have Lucas versus Timothy, still 1-1 each. One of those players will be moving on. Aditya down 1 game against Jesse in the remainder of top 16 here.
That's right, down but not out. But man, so many epic matches to still come. It's like this is what happens when you have so many excellent players in the top cut. They're going to end up facing off against each other at some point through it, but it seems like in every round of this top cut, we have epic matches. I mean, all these duels are incredible. We started with over 1,500 players here at the tournament, and then now we're down to the top 16 of top 8. We're moving into the top 16. We're currently in the top 16, but about to be in top 8, and we're going to find out who's going to win the YCS. Will Malice be able to do it? Will Xuping win again? Find out next time. But we'll be right back for our next top 8 feature match, so don't go anywhere if you want to find out the conclusion to YCS Providence, Rhode Island. Stay tuned.
Hey, Duelists, it's that time. Alliance Insight will be here before you know it. Like, literally before you know it. It drops at your official tournament store on April 30th, and its launch and legal date everywhere else is going to be May 2nd. And if your calendar seems to have a couple of dates punched in for Yu-Gi-Oh!, well, you're not crazy. May 3rd is going to be YCS Providence, which this set is going to be legal in. And I'm really excited to see what the tournament impact is going to be, because it's got great new cards for decks like Ryzel, Malice, Ryuge, so all the stuff from Crossover Breakers. It's got little pockets of support for different decks that are fan favorites, like Shining Sarcophagus, Red Eyes Metalmorph, Cyberdark. There's a lot of stuff in here. There's also new decks. We talked earlier this week about all the great new Regenesis monsters, which can kind of be like backdoor support cards for decks like Dark Magician, Blue Eyes White Dragon. There's actually a lot of different monsters that either have 2500 attack or 2500 defense, and in some cases both. And there's all the great new Mitsurugi cards, as well as some other TCG World Premiere cards that we'll hope we catch along the way. There's also like new Dragon Wars. This set's got enough, and I haven't even covered the Adignister, Alliance Code Talker. There's so much going on. So the only way we can find out what's inside this booster box is by opening this booster box. So what do you say, Duelists? Is it time to open? So let's get into it, and let's find out what we've got in our Alliance Insight. All right, go ahead and pop open the display box. These into 2 random piles, and let's do it. All right, first pack, new set. Always a good feeling. All right, see what we've got here. Starting off with Legendary Lord Six Samurai Kizan, Eternal Sunshine. Also got Filia Diavel, as well as Regenesis Warrior. Oh, it's a common. That's super convenient. Oh, an Abduction. Abduction? I don't know if that's new. Let's see. Target one face-up monster your opponent controls. Banish one monster from your deck or extra deck with the same original type, attribute, and level, rank, or link rating. And if you do, take control of the targeted monster. And if you banished a monster with the same original name, that monster's effects are negated. Interesting. We've also got Giant Crackhorn. That definitely looks wild. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can special summon this card from your hand in defense position. And if you do, change the attack target to this card and perform damage calculation. You can only target one plant monster you control, except Giant Crackhorn. The attack of that monster and this card become the combined original attack of both monsters. Oh, wow, that's cool. I've also got Ryuge Ends and Dippity. Oh my goodness. So I play Magic Key, and I can't tell you how excited I am for a level 4 Light Fiend normal monster. That's insane. I cannot believe that is in this set. The deck gears are just turning in here. The deck building gears, I should say. We've also got Dawn Angel Combi here. Interesting. If you control no monsters, or all monsters you control are fairy monsters, you can special summon this card from your hand. You contribute any number of fairy monsters, including this card. Special summon one fairy from your deck whose level equals the total levels those monsters had on the field. You cannot special summon the turn you activate this effect, except fairy monsters. That's neat, and I'm pretty sure that's a TCG World Premiere. So that was a stack pack just to begin with. The Dippity. Oh my goodness, sorry. Light Fiends. You know if you're a Fiendsmith fan, but definitely Magic Primite Fiendsmith is a deck. Okay, so Tensei Ryuge Anva, nice. Oh, this one's new. Mitsurugi no Miko Wolusu. So you can special summon this card from your hand by tributing one other reptile monster from your hand and one monster your opponent controls. Oh, that's cool. But you cannot special summon nor activate monster effects for the rest of the turn except reptile monsters. You can only special summon Mitsurugi no Miko Wolusu once per turn this way. If this card is tributed, you can discard a card, and if you do, add this card to your hand, and you can only use this effect once per turn. Okay, interesting. Also got Curse of Diabel, Wicked Serpent Night Dragon. Nice to have a little retrain there. Ooh, nice! First ultra Nebulous Dragon Ruler of Mishaps. He's just a little mishap dragon. All right, so you can discard this card and one dragon or dark monster, then target one of your banished dragon ruler monsters with different attributes, except, of course, Nebula Dragon Ruler of Mishaps. special summon them, but they cannot attack this turn. You can banish this card from your graveyard this turn, or excuse me, this card and one dragon or dark monster, then target one Eclipse Dragon Ruler of Catastrophes in your graveyard, special summon it. And you can only use one effect of this card once per turn and only once that turn. So Nebulous Dragon Ruler Mishaps, very cool. Ooh, another new one, Mitsurugi Tempest. If you have a Mitsurugi ritual spell in your graveyard, tribute 3 monsters whose original names are Ame no Murokuma no Mitsurugi, Futsu no Mitama no Mitsurugi, and Ame no Habakiri no Mitsurugi. Must be one of the new ones in the set. Make your opponent banish exactly 8 cards from their hand, extra deck, field, and or graveyard. Looks like they get to choose, but that's still okay. Awesome. Aspaschool. When this card is normal summoned, you can special summon 1 level 6 or lower fish monster from your hand in defense position, but banish it when it leaves the field. It's not a tuner, so that's interesting. If this card is banished, you can special summon this card in defense position, so possibly for Goaty monsters there, or really just maybe even like backdoor shark supports. That's really neat. We've also got 7 stars / Army Annihilator Hagun and Migratory Zeafert. If a water monster, if a water Xyz monster is on the field, you can special summon this card from your hand. During your main phase, you can detach 1 material from a monster you control. Then you can special summon 1 level 3 or 4 water monster, interesting, so shark stuff, from your hand or graveyard, but its effects are negated. Also, it can be treated as a level 5 monster this turn. Interesting. If used for the Xyz summon of a water monster. So yeah, you get a lot of access to a lot of different stuff there. Very cool. All right, so let's see what else we've got in here. All right, so we've got Ryzel Mass Driver. It's just going to be a common there. NT8000 Serious fan. Chaotic Elements. Add a level 5 or higher monster, light or dark, or pyro or aqua from your deck or graveyard to your hand. Then, if you have 3 or more pyro and or aqua monsters in your graveyard, you can destroy 1 card on the field. If your opponent controls a monster, light or dark, pyro or aqua, you can banish this card from your graveyard, then target 1 monster your opponent controls. Take control of it till the end phase. Pyro, that's Vados support. Okay, that makes sense. Kind of funny there. Hrimnir, the Divine Follower, also looks like a new one. You can tribute 3 fairy monsters. There's going to be 1 fairy monster from your hand and or field. Send a continuous spell from your deck, but send it to the graveyard during your opponent's end phase. If this card is sent to the graveyard by card effect, you can special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. You can only use each effect of Hrimnir once per turn. Oh, we got World of Spirits! Ah, that looks so cool. If you recognize a lot of those monsters, Luna from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D says hi. And there are many of her monsters sort of rebuilt and retrained throughout the set. We've also got Regenesis Birth, nice. Also Bomber Place, looking at Prima Materiactor, and then finally White Reanimator there. Okay, so found what I believe are a few new TCG World premieres, but let's see what kind of rares we can find here. We've got Moisa White, as well as, Mitsurugi Sacred Boundary here. So, your opponent cannot target Mitsurugi ritual monsters you control with the effects of monsters that were special summoned from the extra deck. You can target looks like 3 Mitsurugi cards in your graveyard, except Mitsurugi Sacred Boundary. Shuffle them into your deck. Then, if your opponent controls a monster, make them tribute 1 monster they control, their choice. Wow. Okay, now that's cool. That's definitely taking the deck in a different direction. Also got Regenesis Dragon. Super cool if you want to build that deck since it's common. Curse of Diabel. Oh, and we've got the very first card in the set, Wizard at Ignister. Sort of a throwback to the old Vrains days. All right, so also got number 69 Heraldry Crest, Shatter Stream, Cyber Jormungandr. I think I'm saying that right. Let's Go Together. Oh, it's the kid from the. Oh, no, I can't remember it now that I said it. Chat, you can remind me when you can in the comments. And then Karima the Fairy Spirit. Speaking of Luna stuff. Okay, so take a look as we dive back in, and we've got Here there be dragons. Heraldic Beast, Stad Whale. Oh, Evil Hero Vicious Claws. Very cool, very cool. Tiki Piece, and for a rare... There she is, Beauty and Grace incarnate. It is Dark Magician Girl, the Magician's Apprentice. And I'm actually really excited for this because I just play Shining Sarcophagus. And I can't tell you how desperately we needed this card before, but let me just read the effect and that'll probably help. So, you can special summon this card from your hand by discarding one card. And if you do, this card's name becomes Dark Magician Girl. Also, you can only special summon Dark Magician Girl, the Magician's Apprentice, once per turn this way. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add one Shining Sarcophagus from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect to Dark Magician Girl, the Magician's Apprentice, once per turn. Gains 300 attack for each monster that mentions Shining Sarcophagus in the graveyards. Oh my goodness. That's going right into my Shining Sarcophagus deck. And I'm going to get this a little closer so you can really, really see. Sorry to, fangirl out here, but man, just good stuff, good stuff. Ah, that's cool. Okay, set it aside. We've also got Vingolf's Blessing here. When this card is activated, you can send a light fairy monster from your deck to the graveyard. Fairy monsters you control gain 100 attack for each fairy in your field or graveyard, and graveyard. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target one level 4 or lower fairy monster in your graveyard, special summon it. And you can only use each effect once per turn, or use this effect once per turn. That's so interesting that there's like that much new support there for the fairy stuff baked in, so it'll be neat to see what kind of fairy decks emerge out of this. Wasn't expecting that for sure. Let's take a look. Dragon's Mind, nice to see. I think that's Seiyaru on there, very cool. Regulus the Fairy Beast, okay, yeah. And also got White Reanimator, so doing good so far, an Ultra and a Secret. But let's push our luck and see what else we find. All right, so fish and bids. Well, I guess 7-colored fish is on the menu today. I've also got Regenesis Warrior, as well as, skipped a little bit. We got Sinful Spoil Sanctification, Crimson Firewing Pegasus, and Heraldic Beast Griffin there in beautiful super rare. Trying to make sure we get in the focus, but man, that is cool. Also have Migratory Xerophert, as well as Ryuge End, nice, Bomber Place, and finally 7-star / Army Annihilation Hagung. Try saying that 7 times fast. Okay, so going back in. And let's see what's in this one. All right, so another Wicked Serpent Night Dragon. Also got Arkezon. Looking at Materia Actor Melt Through. We did take a look at Mitsurugi no Miko Wosu and Ho. So about that Cyber Dark support that we mentioned earlier. Oh, nice. Okay, that definitely deserves a closer look. Oh, that's so cool. A lot of Cyberdark fans still out there. Let's tell them what they get with this one. This card's name becomes Cyber Dragon while on the field or in the graveyard. If this card is in your hand or graveyard, and you have another Machine Cyber monster in your field or graveyard, you can send one Cyber Dragon monster from your hand or deck to the graveyard, special summon this card. Then you can add a Cyber Spell or Trap from your graveyard to your hand. But you can only use this effect of Cyberdark Worm once per turn. Oh, that is just the prettiest. Oh, that's just... I'm staring directly into the card, and no sunglasses here, my goodness. Okay, that's nice. Okay, we're going to set that right next to Dark Magician Girl. Number 69, Heraldry Crest, Shatterstream. Very cool for Zexal stands. Got Brain Controller as well, Code Igniter, and another Apsa School. Okay, so... I don't know if we're going to top that, fam, but let's see what we can. And we're back here for a pretty stellar top 8. Some decent pulls there, by the way, out of Alliance Insight, huh?
Yeah, I wonder who that guy was. I'd love to hear him talk more about Yu-Gi-Oh, I think.
Well, I got bad news for you. You might actually have to. Jokes aside, though, what an incredible match we just came off of. But we're getting down to the wire here.
Gabriel versus Kamal, Shunping versus Lucas, some amazing matches in those top 16 to give us our top 8 players. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket for top 8 so we can talk a little bit more about who you guys can expect in this round. We had Ryan Yu versus Steven Santoli, with Steven Santoli coming on top. We got to feature him earlier with his Horus Crystron deck. Really awesome to see. And we have Charlie versus Sean with Charlie getting just above Sean. I believe Sean was playing Live Twin, if I'm not mistaken. So really unfortunate not to see that go further, but great job, Charlie, to get here to the top 8. We have Jim versus Dominic, with Jim coming out on top. He's going to be playing against Joffrey, who was able to take the win against Mitchell in top 16.
Taking a look at the other side of the bracket, although that one's stacked by itself, we do have Gabriel going to go head-to-head against Shun Ping. Each of them had some incredible matches, having to beat Kamal and Lucas respectively. But our next side of the top 8 is going to be Lucas versus Aditya, our NAWCQ reigning champion out of Plano, Texas, so a local friend. But yeah, there's going to be some incredible stuff here as we only have 8 duelists left.
And in just a moment, we're going to give you guys an introduction for the players of Steven Santoli versus Charlie. So let's go ahead and throw over to the crowd to see what they have to say.
Up first in the blue chair from Indianapolis, Indiana. He's here to duel and entertain you, Charlie Futch III. Also wants to give shout-outs to Kamal, Ruben, and Hani. His opponent today in the red chair from Hamilton, Ontario. He doesn't believe in leap years and thinks daylight savings time change should be bigger. It's Steven Santoli. Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
Steven in sunglasses, huh?
I don't know what it is between you and me, Steven, but we have featured so many Stevens on broadcast today. Here's another one, Steven Santoli, who we saw earlier, like I said, playing Horus Crystron, and we have Charlie Futch playing Mitsurugi Ryzeal.
And Charlie, actually another Dragon Duelist champion in his own right. He went to the NAWCQ and actually topped in the same event that Ryan Yu became the world champion. So that was just an incredible year for young duelists, and it shows that they are still here and doing some great work.
I mean, to get to where he is right now in top 8, Steven had to just beat Ryan Yu in top 16. So really excited to see how this matchup shapes up. Steven playing, I think, the most unique deck we've seen. Definitely not one on anyone's radar for this event. Horus Crystron. He's been taking on a field of Mitsurugi Ryzeal's Malice and Fiendsmith decks. Let's see if he can keep it up and earn himself a spot in the top 4.
Yeah, it makes sense that Horus Crystron has a lot of inherent strengths, right? You don't fall into the Bestial trap because you have a lot of different attributes there, and you do have the inclusion of that Crystron Cluster trap card in order to protect your own monsters from being banished. So Malice matchup actually kind of in the Horus Crystron favor too, but this is not going to be a Malice matchup at all. It's going to be Mitsurugi, so we'll see how Charlie pulls things out.
Yeah, to my understanding, a lot of the Crystron cards don't really mind being destroyed, so I'm not sure how well the interactions that Mitsurugi Ryzeal puts up will be able to interact with them. But you can't go wrong with Detonator plus Murakumo. I feel like that's going to be a thorn in the side of any deck, no matter what you're playing.
Yeah, I mean, if you eventually destroy all the Crystron cards, they eventually have to go away, right?
Right? Maybe? Who knows? It should be exciting to see, though. Again, Charlie, like you said, has a big kind of, I would say, what's the word, resume in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Throughout the years as a Dracula duelist, but now here being in the TCG YCS stage.
Oh yeah, he is a grown duelist now, and having traveled all around the world and been on so many different featured match stages, I think he'll be completely comfortable here. But his opponent is a multiple international YCS champion himself, so again, stacked top cut. Incredible showcase here.
Yeah, I always mentioned I first saw Steven Santoli play when he was playing Vanquish Soul, so it's really nice to see him play yet another off-meta pick, which is pretty cool.
So it looks like we are going to be having an accommodation. We always talked about that, right? Left-hand accommodations. Charlie's got a little bit of an injury, so we are going to let him play his deck sideways. Don't get any ideas if you're at home. Just make sure to ask your judge if there's something we can do to accommodate to make sure this is the best experience for you. We're happy to do that.
Oh, yes, for sure. Having that particular wrist movement might be a little hard today for Charlie, but don't worry, we're more than happy to help him out.
Absolutely. Duelist getting set here. Judges giving some instructions. It's just wild to see that really, you know, we talked about the format, the cards, the decks, etc. But the story of this event is experienced duelists are just making it back to the top tables no matter what.
Oh, 100%. It turns out it doesn't matter what you play, whether it's Mitsurugi, Ryzeal, Malice, or Horus Crystron, you deserve to be here, you deserve to duel, and as long as you can duel, you have a chance to be at the very top tables.
Yeah, we joked around from time to time like, oh, I've never seen a deck win a tournament, but this really does sell that narrative again. These duelists, whatever it is they're playing, they're going to make it back up here. So after this YCS, we'll have to see how the NAWCQ goes, huh?
Yeah, it will be really interesting, I think, as the format evolves, as new sets come out, as new non-engine techs, counter picks, and whatnot come out. It's just going to be all exciting.
Well, Santoli seems like he is locked in, same thing as Charlie, so I'm sure they're excited to be here, but right now they still have duels ahead of them, only a couple of duels away, and they may be the next YCS champion, taking that beautiful trophy home that's in front of them.
It's going to be really exciting to see as we hop into Game 1 between Steven Santoli and Charlie Futch in the top 8 of YCS Providence. 55 minutes on the clock. All we got to do is figure out who's going first.
Yeah.
Santoli will be getting a 9. Oh, it might have hit something.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, so we're going to re-roll that 5. It's going to be a 5 total.
Ooh, that changes things.
It's an evenly matched.
Ah, some wild dice.
Ooh, so no,
Good
Charlie
luck.
did roll a 6 there, meaning he has the option of going first.
There's 2 cards here. The sleeves stuck together. Just push this one back. I ain't looking at anything yet. There's 2 cards here.
What was the order? Was it left?
It was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Should we randomly pick one? I haven't looked at anything.
So here we have an accidental pick of 6 cards on the top of the deck of Steven, but luckily it's all been face down, it's all been unknown, so it doesn't really matter. Pick a random card out of here. He's going to reveal
yeah.
a Duam 2F. That was a Horus monster.
A lot of information there. Now, if you're wondering what just happened, again, when you draw an extra card, but you haven't added it to your hand, you do reveal it to your opponent. We chose a random one here, and it goes back to the top of the deck.
And here we have the Perulia, so now we know what that 6 card is going to be. Oh, or we're not. We're going to be with an Ash Blossom here, so no draws for Steven Santoli off that Perulia.
Yep.
Here we have the normal summon of Aramasa, going to be searching for yet another Mitsurugi monster here. And then here we see the Amen no Habakiri no Mitsurugi. We're probably going to get that powerful once per duel effect to get deeper into our Mitsurugi engine.
Just shows you how powerful one card could push a deck over the edge. But the same story really for Santoli, because honestly, just some really, really good use of that Crystron cluster, being able to stop cards from getting banished. But this is not one of those banished decks, so maybe this is where the story of the Crystron stops.
Oh, 100%. We're going to see the Habakiri choose to go for that Saji, and we're going to tribute the Aramasa potentially to fully resolve the effect. Debating here. Charlie's going to choose to do the Saji because the Saji was tributed. Now we can search for any Mitsurugi spell. That's, of course, going to be the Mitsurugi Ritual.
Sure.
There we see that powerful ritual card being used. It's going to be summoning from the hand. We're going to get that Amino Habakiri no Mitsurugi by tributing cards from our deck. Looks like we're eyeing another one to be tributed.
Yeah, might be.
We could choose 2 different level 4s like Kusanagi, but given that we're playing Mitsurugi Raizo, there's a chance that this Aramasa we have in play is the only other level 4 Mitsurugi we have, so we might not have enough actual material to do it.
Considering one or the other.
I'm not sure what other level 4 reptile he could have.
It's always like that Yu-Gi-Oh meme with the path not taken, but it looks like we're going to send Kusanagi and the Aramasa.
Yeah, like I said, this version of the deck plays very few of the actual Mitsurugi cards. It's pretty much as many as you can play, so getting rid of that extra body on feels a little annoying if you're Charlie. Oh, and just a heads up for everyone watching at home, we did have a DC minor issued to Steven for that extra card drawn at the start of the game.
So again, just a warning. Hasn't happened earlier in the tournament, so not a big deal, but play will continue with that penalty.
Yep, and here we have another Habakiri going to the hand. And we added back the ritual, I believe, off of the effect of Kusanagi, which I think we're going to play right now.
Oh, wow. So I did catch a peek at Charlie's hand, and he does have a cross-out designator, so this is kind of going to be uninterrupted play. No matter what happens, he does have the way to stop it, but let's go ahead and resolve these card effects, see what's coming next.
Yep, there we see the Murakumo coming down, tributing the Habakiri that was properly summoned, meaning we can now use its tributed effect to summon back and add a card to our hand. Or should I say, add a card to hand and then summon back. We're going to add the prayers here and summon back the Habakiri, like I said. This is pretty much the full Mitsurugi combo here to have the interruptions in Murakumo as well as that prayers.
You're good.
But from the look of Charlie's hand, he doesn't have any access to his Raizo cards.
Well, we've seen Mitsurugi Pure get pretty far in the tournament. This is one way for you to play a Pure deck, just don't draw the Raziel cards.
Yep, so here we see the prayers coming down, going to be tributing our Murakumo. We're going to get both effects now. This is probably going to add back, I believe we normal summon the Aramasa to start all this off. So we're just going to figure out the best way to go about this. We're going to add another Habakiri to the hand.
Wow. Somebody's got a favorite Mitsurugi, that's for sure.
Oh, yes. And then we're going to pay the 800 life points. That's part of Mitsurugi's prayer's ability to summon from the graveyard.
Yeah, this is everything.
Sure. It's going to be Aramasa in defense mode. That could be the first level 4 that we need. And then we're going to bring back the Murakumo and Raigeki the whole board?
Yeah.
Oh, no board to be gone. Okay, makes sense, makes sense.
Sure.
Let me destroy all the monsters you don't have. But you're right that we do have a level 4, so it's possible if we get another one out, it might be time for a duo drive. But speaking of Exceed Summons, we're in the opposite direction here, rank 8.
And I think you can tell by Steven's face, he did not expect. Is that Numeron Dragon?
Yes?
No, it's Dragoogleon. It's Dragoogleon. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's right, from Maze of the Master.
I saw a giant yellow dragon. I was like, what could that be? Yeah, that's the new Dragoogleon from Meg of the Master. I believe it's more commonly used in the Tachyon deck, not normally used in this one. Speaking of Tachyon, there we see 7 Tachyon coming down from Charlie. This will give him that other level 4 he needs to get into the rest of his Ryzeal cards.
That makes perfect sense. I mean, take advantage of the fact that you have so many great level 8s.
Yeah, so this, I believe the Dragoogleon was able to search the 7 Tachyon and be able to bridge the Mitsurugi cards into the Ryzeal cards, which is what Charlie was trying to hope for. And you see Steven kind of dumbfounded by how powerful this is being.
So some wild and innovative stuff. Shows you how Charlie got this far in the tournament, but he still hasn't necessarily got into it now that he's got the Ice Ryzeal. I believe he's already used his normal summon, but may just send something to the graveyard. Is he going to send them all?
We're going to send the Foolos from the hand of the graveyard, especially Ice, and now we're going to overlay these two into Duo Drive. Does Steven have a way to interact with this? Because if he doesn't, it might be lights out. But like you said, Charlie has, what's it called? Crossout Designator. So even if he had something, he would have been able to stop it. And oh my gosh, we're going to detach from the Dragoogleon as well as from the Duo Drive to maintain that extra bit of material under Duo Drive to have the protection in case we search for Cross here. That was a really awesome sequence of plays there from Charlie.
Certainly very creative there. Shows you that we haven't really figured this format out. There's a lot of different things you could add, even to some decks that, well, we thought we'd explored over the weekend.
Yeah, it is worth noting that because he went for this, I'm not sure he's going to have access to Murakumo anymore, because now that Murakumo has been detached, was it still properly summoned or no?
It should still be considered as properly summoned,
okay,
yes.
So that's good to know in case he can revive it back with prayers or something like that.
What a heads-up way using Dragoogleon to be able to get the Tachyon cards. That's such an interesting play. I don't think I've seen that this whole weekend.
Yeah, Divine Golden Shadow Dragon Dragluxion. What a card. What a rank 8. And Steven thought he was the only one summoning rank 8s in this tournament.
Yeah, apparently not. Well, we're going to go and send to the graveyard. Its time in the spotlight is over as it's sent for the cost of Ice Ryzeal, or Node Ryzeal, excuse me. Going to bring back the Ice Ryzeal.
Yep, and now we're just going to go ahead and overlay into the good old detonator. But something to be noted is that we don't have access to Eclipse Twins, it looks like. So this detonator might be just the only one that he can go for here. Oh, he's going to choose to back up just a little bit here. Make sure he goes exactly the right order he wants. He's sequenced perfectly so far. May as well not make a mistake now at the end.
Still going the same direction. Maybe yes, maybe no.
Yeah, we've been seeing this all day in day 2. The meticulous nature of these players is, I think, what really warrants them being here at the top tables.
And the creativity, too. But now we're going to go ahead and drop down. There's the Ryzeal detonator.
Pause time.
Classic.
It's like we're getting some instructions there from the judge. And we're just going to take a quick look at the text of there. Why don't I pull up?
It looks like the judges have a question about how Dragoogleon was able to get us here, so they pause the timer.
If it's special summoned from the extra deck, you can add a Galaxy or Tachyon card from your deck to your hand. That's how we got 7 Tachyon.
Yes.
Then you'd attach 2 materials from it. We didn't use that. We're not doing any rank 8 effects, that's for sure.
Yes.
So I think it's good.
Yep, and then we're going to attach the Dragoogleon using the detonator here.
Just do anything when detached.
Steven just making sure he has a clarification of, hey, why'd you do that? There's a reason you did this, right? I promise. I just need to know.
I mean, just style points for sure. But Charlie isn't just here to style. He's here to try to win against Steven, getting ever closer to being a new YCS champion here.
Ooh, and there we see Star Ryzeal, a card that was also released in Alliance Inside to support the Ryzeal deck. Haven't seen it, I don't think, so far today, but it's nice to see Charlie showing it off here.
Only in the pure Ryzeal build. I haven't seen any mix and matches here, but we are going to use the effect to special summon it by detaching an Xyz material. I wonder if he's going to attach it from the detonator or the duo drive.
I haven't cheated.
Go
ahead. I only searched once and summoned, and I used the effect in hand.
Oh, again, the judges have a quick question here about how Habakiri has resolved
effect
throughout
once,
this.
I believe.
Yes.
I think.
Just clarifying that, yes, there's one effect that's once per duel, and the other effect is once per turn.
Of this? I've used both of these. Is that what you're referring to?
Charlie, a confident duelist, knows exactly what he did.
I added prayers off. Wait, can we pause it?
Yeah, so he's just clarifying that he added his second copy of Prayers off the Habakiri. It's always important to have clear communication with your judge in case they have any big questions for you about how stuff has happened.
Certainly a complicated field for sure. Just making sure everything is on the up and up.
Yeah, prayer, I got
Yeah,
prayer,
he added
and
the
I
one.
summoned back, and then I summoned Sir,
We're good. I've been following less along than I should have been. You're good.
Yeah, Steven's kind of dumbfounded just like some other people are about like, oh my gosh, how did we even get here? It's kind of impressive. And Charlie's like, guys, I promise, I'm just him. Trust me, we're good.
He is that duelist. All right, but speaking of that duelist, we're going to go and drop the Star Ryzel.
Going to be attaching that extra material we saved on the dual drive earlier, and now we're going to get to search for a Ryzel spell trap.
Now, you said we didn't have access to the Eclipse Twins, but maybe that's why we put the duo drive in the extra monster zone. Is it going to be used as material to drop down the Eclipse Twins?
I like the way you think.
But there's a lot of other different options, too, now that he has access to Sword Ryzel. So it looks like they were just verifying if the Aramas's effect was activated twice, but it looks like it was not. But we'll give you any updates we receive from our judge team.
Here we're going to see another Ring 4 coming down from Charlie. We have the big 2. I wonder if we're going to get anything else. Something like that Gusto Emerald could be pretty cool to recycle some of our resources.
Dugaris is also an option, too, if you just want to dig deeper into the deck, sort of set up advantage before Steven kicks off his Crystron Horus themed turn.
Ooh, you're so psychic today. We're going to be using the Dugaris here to get some extra draws to our deck or extra summons.
And the judges did verify everything was good, so this is a fair and square duel.
Yep, Charlie is just him.
Yep.
Man, that is an interesting turn for sure.
Yep, we're going to discard the Habakiri off the Dugaris' effect. And can you use 2 rank 4 monsters to summon Eclipse Twins?
You can. Mix and match.
That's exciting.
So you can do a 4 and a rank 4, or 2 level 4s, or 2 rank 4s.
There we see the cross-returning more 2 Ryzel names. A really great way to sort of make up for that, new semi-limits on all the main ones, Sword, Ice, and X'd.
From Charlie's perspective, what semi-limits? I mean, he has access to everything he needs, and now he's going to drop down these 2.
Yep, so here we see the Eclipse Twin. So if you're Steven, you're thinking to yourself, okay, what am I actually having to play through here? We have a full Mitsurugi graveyard, as well as a triple material detonator across, and a whole hand from Charlie.
So
that's
it's
kind of a lot.
interesting. Yeah, when you really look at it, it looks about the same as your last format Ryzel board, but it's so consistent how we got here. Like, Charlie always has a way in.
And we have the prayers to get back our Murakuma from the graveyard.
Free Raigeki. Feels good.
Steven just looking at this board texture and going, okay, how do I start here? It looks like he has a Foolish Burial in hand, which is a really good way to start off all the Crystron plays. He's going to lead with that. We can see the Sending Smiger, get into Inclusion, or get into Cluster. Let's see how he wants to go here. He's going to be sending Fist Wyvern, actually. This card will let him search for another monster card by banishing it.
Hang here.
Specifically a Crystron monster.
That monster.
We're going to
He's
do
doing
that.
it.
So here we could probably get Tristaros, Smiger, just get into more of the Crystron Synchro plays. Because I think I saw an Inclusion already in Steven's hand.
Well, I'm starting to see how he's managed to do so well in all these different scenarios, because think about it, if you destroy Crystrons, they're really not opposed to that. And with
no, that's
Crystron Inclusion, well, or to be Crystron Cluster, he's not getting banished.
But that draw on Lockbird is going to be the nail in the coffin for Steven. He's like, yep, unfortunately with your board, my hand cannot play through draw on Lockbird, so sadly I'm going to have to scoop it up here. And we're going to have to go to game 2.
Talk about the commentator's curse. I was getting excited there, but I think that is all she wrote as Charlie drops down the Droll Lockbird and locks Steven Santoli out of the duel.
Yeah, it was one thing for Charlie to set up that amazing board off of just one single Aramasa, but it was another thing for Steven to go, I have to fight through all that, and I have to play through a Droll Lockbird. I don't think my hand can do this right now. Let's go to game 2 and 3. Let me get my sideboard. Now that I know all of what you're cooking with, let's see if I can counter it.
Well, many minutes left on the clock. There's 42 minutes in total, so both duels have plenty of time here. Of course, still just 3 minutes for the side decking, but they're not in any rush. But wow, just wild stuff here, and it shows that Charlie's deck is a very consistent and interesting build. But for those who are thirsting to show off something new, this water deck it's really gotten far into the tournament. I mean, this is the only Crystron deck I think we've seen get this far since all the new Crystron cards were introduced in Supreme Darkness, right?
Oh, 1,000%. It's been really fun to see sort of the inclusion of the new cards like the Tristaros and the Crystron inclusion, just be able to get so much extension for the deck and summoning these powerful level 7, level 9 synchro monsters.
It's a lot of really cool stuff. We did see that against the backup feature match we had against Bradley, just the neat stuff you could do, chaining and synchro summoning right before Nibiru smacks down, so you can get things like Samurai Destroyer. So Steven Santoli has a lot of different options here, and he's going to have a chance to go first.
Yeah, I would say something he wants to maybe lean into when he's going first here is going to be cards that allow him to stymie Charlie's ability to summon Xyz monsters. Because, like I said earlier, I feel like the Mitsurugi cards, you know, the Raigeki, the Monster Negates, those don't really affect the Christian cards nearly as much as the Detonator does. Just being able to stop your material from being able to be Synchro Summon, because if you activate your Staros and they chain Detonator, no Synchro Summon for you.
That's true. They don't mind getting destroyed, but they definitely need to group together if they are going to Synchro Summon, so it could still be a problem.
But I'm sure Steven was not able to get to the top 8 of this event without playing against a Ryziel deck, so I'm sure he has a game plan. Maybe it involves those Horus cards that we still have yet to see. We have a little bit of a It's a Duamutef.
Yep.
Sneak peek at the beginning of the game, but we weren't able to actually see it come to fruition.
Well, even then, with the opening hand that Steven had, I don't think we would have been seeing it anyway, because no access to King's Sarcophagus, right? Unless you're going to tribute too, I don't think we're going to see him on the field. But obviously the Horus engine is there for a number of different reasons, right? It is able to send various cards to the graveyard. We know lots of Crystron monsters love to be banished out of the graveyard to get things going. And it could just be for consistency. Maybe it's not really the Horus part that he's relying on. It's really just the sort of equivalent of the Drag Luxion, right? Here's my weird level 8s that I'm using in rank 8s to make sure my Crystron plays pop off the same way your Ryziel plays do.
Oh, 100%. And I know earlier when I was watching Charlie play, I was like, oh man, this is a really cool Mitsurugi combo, but how on earth is it going to bridge into Ryziel? He's like, don't worry, I'll show you. That was really impressive to see, and it earned him that Game 1 victory. But will the same thing happen in Game 2?
Well, he's feeling all right. Takes a look out to the crowd. Kind of thinking to himself, I got one down. Just a few games away. Maybe I'll be the YCS champion. Could be Steven Santoli too, though.
The hardest game to win is Game 1, but the one you need to win is either 2 or 3.
It's the best 2 out of 3. That first loss doesn't matter as long as you get 2 more wins.
We are both players eager and willing to go. I'm actually kind of excited to see what Steven chooses to do here going first or second. I know that Charlie had that really scary turn 1 going first, but I know Steven, he loves playing going second cards in a lot of his decks. He's not afraid to break a board or 2.
We did see the super polymerization earlier, and he's got lots of interesting targets, so be interesting to see if he fuses out something. But right now, he's just waiting for the game to get going.
Yeah, you can totally tell how antsy he is. He's like, let me get my game going. Come on. All I got to do is play, and I'll be able to smoke.
Okay, there we go. There's a smile for us.
Yeah. Once the game gets going, it's all going to be different.
When you're a veteran competitor, you know, you don't necessarily have to wear your heart on your sleeve. You're just here for, you're like, okay, cool. Maybe I'll win another one of these. I can put this trophy next to the other ones. Maybe not. I'll get them next time.
Oh, yeah. Always exciting to see that kind of stuff, that kind of attitude of, I'm here. I just got to play the game that's in front of me, and hopefully it'll end in my victory, and then just keep going from there and there and there.
Caliber of our competitors is just so great. Like, we have had some humble duelists really getting it done, and Charlie and Steven just exchanging a few laps here.
Charlie's looking a little relaxed to me. He might be like, guys, I'm so good. I got this.
Definitely leaning in that seat, that's for sure. All right, here we go. I think the people are starting to look alive because we might be going to our next game soon enough.
I'm just getting clarifications on everything that's happening here, how the game's going to continue from here with the rest of the time they have to play.
It's like we are getting that clock ready. I can't wait to see it. I know the duelists can't wait to be dueling. And I don't think I ever would have imagined that this is where we would be at our top 8, that these are the decks we would be seeing. Certainly the duelists, for sure.
Oh, no question. If you had told me Steven Santoli and Charlie Futch in top 8, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, but Drag Luxion and Horus, wait, what?
Yeah. Those are some level 8 and rank 8 monsters I did not have on my radar this weekend.
Well, 8 is a great number. We'll see if Steven Santoli manages to draw into, maybe he did side deck a lot of cards. Maybe he's just like, no, you know, I really didn't get to pop off. Let me just keep the deck as is. I'm going to go first. I'm going to showcase exactly why I got to this seat.
Oh, he has his game plan for sure for this matchup. He was just having a discussion with the judge. I think there's a clarification on some things here.
We know there are other duelists are still rounding out their matches in the top 8. But this is where all eyes are on. Will our 2017 Dragon Duel World Champion runner-up be able to topple 2-time YCS champion Steven Santoli? Or will we have to change that 2-time to 3-time?
That'll be really exciting to see. Oh, yeah. Now I think Steven's getting a little antsy. He's like, come on, guys. I'm ready to go. I got everything locked in.
I got my good energy. Let's do this. Hey, speaking of let's do this, looks like we have got just a moment to breathe here ourselves.
Yep, they're just having a bit of a discussion here, I believe, about how that first game went, just to make sure everything is copacetic.
All right, so it looks like just a little bit of an appeal here, but we'll just go ahead and let the players figure that out with our judges staff. But man, what a stacked top 8 we have, but just like the quality of this format is so interesting. You know, when we were at the Alliance Insight Premier event recently, it was wild to see, okay, there's these decks and that decks. You know, I was expecting to see a little bit more maybe of the Witches of the White Forest and stuff. We did get to see that up here too.
Yes.
But there's a lot of stories still here.
Oh, yeah, and it looks like we do have a bit of an update for you guys here that after some additional investigating that our judges did during Game 1, Armaso did happen twice, so a PE minor is being issued to both players. Charlie is just currently appealing that, and that's why we're getting a bit of a clarification as to how the actual ruling's going to go.
Which is definitely within his right. There's no shade being thrown at anybody if they appeal. Remember, the tournament policy guidelines are there for a reason. You can appeal any ruling that a judge gives, and nobody's going to be like, oh, man, you should have appealed that. What are you doing? No, it's completely within your right, so don't be discouraged by that just because there's a little broadcast delay. It is part of the rules of the game.
Just like how it's both players' responsibility to make sure the game state is achieved properly, it's also the players and the tournament staff's job to make sure the tournament is run as it's supposed to be. So if you have any questions or concerns about how things are being ruled or judged, you can always appeal and ask questions about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that tournament policy guidelines, they're there for a reason. You do have to study up. It's not just a tournament of the cards. There are rules to the full event, but we'll give them some breathing room while we wait for the appeal to happen. So I gotta say, were there any highlights from earlier in our top contention that have just like really stood out to you, still ringing in your ears?
Oh, I will be remembering that matchup between Ruben and YNU for a long time, seeing two of the best to ever do it actually have a mirror match, and that was purely determined by, this idea of sequencing and skill and timing of effects and, plays that you didn't expect, like attacking with the Malice main deck monsters before going into your Link 3s. Really impressive to see.
Yeah, and I feel like we're kind of in that Reigns format again, right? Cyber monsters are everywhere.
Yeah.
But seeing Ryan bring out Topologic Bomber Dragon, which is becoming a popular choice, so it's not like we're not going to see it again, but the fact that it's not a once per turn effect. And I'm not saying just like once per turn, period. You could do that like 37 times randomly. If you had the monsters, you could do it.
Yep, and we're going back to the players here right now because it's looking like some more information is being done. We're hopping into Game 2.
Thanks for bearing with us.
Super excited to see now. I'm sure these players are both ready and raring to go. They still have their opening hands for Game 2. Steven has proudly declared that he's going first. They shake their hands, and here we go.
Standby phase?
Standby phase. Charlie has nothing. Main phase has begun for Steven. This is a really good sign. We've passed the first hurdle. Any more Charmies? Okay.
I'm steady pitch happy.
Ooh, Horus.
Good.
We saw the Duamtuef in Game 1. Now we're seeing the M-Steady pitching the Happy to go search for King Sarcophagus. This could allow us to have...
So it looks like the call was upheld, by the way. So we are going to go ahead and keep on going. That is procedural. A reminder, again, it's just a warning, not a big deal.
But there we see the Drone Lockbird coming down for Charlie once again. This could be a little not fun for him because adding cards to his hand might deny him his Crystron cards.
Well, you can't just call it in now. It's single elimination. So let's see. We're going to go ahead and activate the King Sarcophagus, maybe get a few Horus monsters onto the field.
Yeah.
Yep, so now we're going to be summoning the Mseti, and then we're going to be summoning the Happy because King Shark is on field. So now we can go for a rank 8 play if we want to.
Sure.
We're going to chain Lancia, preventing any banishing effects, which is something that the Crystron cards do need to do, but they need to be banished from the graveyard to activate effects and whatnot.
This is a credit to your point that the most important cards this format seem to be the ones that have these big effects, not just a one-for-one trade, but something like you can't banish and you can't draw. Makes it pretty hard for Crystron.
Yeah, and Crystron's one of those rare decks that both gets hurt by Droll and Lockbird and Artifact Lancia, which because of the popularity of Mitsurugi and Malice are everywhere in people's side decks. And for Steven to still be at the top 8 of this tournament, I think speaks to his ability to play through these cards.
Absolutely. Looks like he's going to use Foolish Burial, though.
Oh, watch this get the third name here for the Horus cards. That could be really fun to see.
I think so.
He's also eyeing up a Solfefnir here. That card's going to be sent to the graveyard here. That could be a nice future reborn. He's just getting clarification for how this card works. Basically, if it's destroyed or sent to the graveyard, you can summon a Crystron monster from your deck. I believe Burial triggers this, if I remember correctly.
Kind of difficult, though. Crystrons love being banished, and they cannot do their favorite thing right now. But I did catch a Super Polymerization in Steven's hand, so I think he does have the ability to stick in this duel no matter what.
Yeah, I was just clarifying that Soul Fafnir does need to be destroyed, so the Burial will not be triggering it, but I did see the cluster in Steven's hand, so what he's doing is he's setting up that ability to pop during Charlie's turn. So here we see the overlay of these two level 8 monsters into number 90, Galaxy Photon Lord. This will be a really nice monster negate for him to have. Yep, so now we can discard and summon it from the graveyard, and now we're going to pop itself using its own effect and special from the deck.
Now, it is kind of funny to see Steven Santoli running a destruction-based deck because if I remember correctly, one of his great premier finishes was from Unchained, right? So he just loves destroying his own cards.
He's like, oh, are you telling me my cards can be sacrificed and I gain value? That's pretty fun.
Why wait for your opponent to destroy something when you can do it yourself?
So here we see the Smiger. Smiger has that really cool ability to destroy other cards you control and summon Crystron Tuner monsters, but it also has the ability in the graveyard to be banished and search for a spell trap. Right now, that effect won't be able to activate because of the Lancia, but he is going to use the main effect to destroy it and summon a Crystron Tuner. This will give him Citri access during Charlie's turn, or Tristaros as well. That could be a really good option for him as well.
Still deciding. Don't count him out yet.
Yeah, the only reason to pick Citri is if you want to be able to synchro without needing to summon any other cards, because Citri can summon the monster from the graveyard and then synchro with that.
Seems like that's exactly what he's going for.
Also, Tristaros can only work if your opponent activates a card or effect, so Steven might want to just like have a quick ignition to be like, here's whatever level 7 I need.
We saw how powerful that was earlier in order to allow him to get that Samurai Destroyer before the Nibiru the Primal Being came down, but he also has Nibiru protection from the number 90 as well, so just good insulating, right? He's kind of has his back to the wall, having lost the first game.
So here we're going to have Steven end his turn. Now, I know this board doesn't look that formidable, but there's a little bit of layering going on here. We have the Photon Lord to be able to negate monsters. We have the Citri to be able to quick synchro. And we have, I believe, a known cluster for us, not for Charlie, of course, which can be an extra pop or double pop if he chooses to synchro summon a Crystron monster.
Ooh, infinite permanence there. Is he going to force the chain?
Unfortunately, I believe it's a main phase only effect.
Oh,
and
you're right.
Charlie
so
was
draw.
doing it, I believe, before that. I could be wrong, though.
Either or, we did not see anything happen.
And there we see the aggregator targeting the Photon Lord, which is going to force it out, and that's also fine as well. So now we have the X-Ryziel pretty much unfettered here from Charlie.
So everything that Steven set up under those very powerful lingering effects is now, well, it's lingering around and not doing much else.
And so we're going to special the sword here and get an additional search. So we're going to think on the add of Ice Ryziel.
Thinking on res, though.
Maybe time for a Crystron cluster?
Any of your guys in Grave doing that? Not on my turn.
Not on your
right?
turn.
Yeah,
It's
okay,
purple's monster add, things, spell trap add. This is pitch to special.
Just a little education there on all the Crystron effects. You don't see it in the top tables every day, let alone just in the dueling field. Steven Santoli, one of the very few duelists that showed up to this tournament with Crystron, but here he is.
Here, I think the thing is debating is to activate the cluster now or to wait for the duo drive to get summoned, so that way we can maybe prevent Charlie from getting access to any more Ryziel cards. But uh-oh, I think Charlie's eyeing up that Exciton Knight.
That is a big payoff. Imagine sending 5 cards for 1 detached material.
Yeah, Charlie has no concern about going for game this turn. What he wants to do is just clear Steven of all of his resources, which necessarily isn't true, because if Steven gets another turn, his follow-up with the Crystron graveyard he has might be more than enough for him to play through stuff.
Steven considering whether or not he's going to chain.
I'll chain trap to pop the Exciton.
Ooh, he wants to get the Exciton off the board and deny the body for Charlie. Because that'll force the Ice Ryziel to go -1 in Charlie's hand. Oh, wait, but no, he hasn't normal summoned yet, so he can just normal summon it.
You might as well get rid of it. I mean, the card's going to go away anyway, so clear this field of cards.
Ooh, it was a super poly that was set face down.
Ooh, that is going to be difficult to live without it. However, there's no cards in Steven Santoli's hands, I think.
Yeah, but from now on, Steven's not going to take any damage, so he's confidently going to get a next turn and have a full graveyard of Crystron effects. Yep. So now Charlie's got to go, okay, how can I play through what I know is coming up next turn? Yeah, we got Smiger, that's Wyvern, so we're going to be able to get both a Crystron monster and a Crystron spell card. Plus whatever we draw for turn.
And so Charlie going to start off with the Ice Ryziel here. And it is time to special summon a new level 4 friend.
Yeah, we've already summoned Sword using his own effect as well as X using his own effect. So we're going to get a new Sword. We've already searched with one as well, so we're not just going to get the body here. But we do have access to Duo Drive still. Yep. Charlie just trying to make sure he knows where to go from here.
Without the damage, it's almost like both duelists got a first turn, so I think we're going to see, oh, is that King of the Feral Imps?
Well, like I said in game 1, I was surprised Mitsurugi can bridge into Ryzeal because normally it's the Ryzeals that bridge into the Mitsurugi cards thanks to the rank 4 King of the Feral Imps. But Charlie showed me you can do both.
Apparently it's a small world, huh?
Oh, we love it. Whether you're a Thunder Pyro or a Dark Reptile, it's all we're all one big Yu-Gi-Oh deck. So here we have the Saji tributing the Imps off of the effect.
Sure.
Gonna go ahead and get the Mitsurugi Ritual. We're going to use the Mitsurugi Ritual to summon the Habakiri that we added off the Imps. And we're probably going to tribute the 2 level 4s, Aramasa and Kusanagi that we saw in game 1. Ooh, it's Kusanagi and Aramasa in hand again. Once again, having those names not all in the deck is a little bit of a bummer for Charlie. Going -1 for no reason. Yep, 100%.
Add that back and then add a monster. Yep.
Yep. So Kusanagi was 2, Aramasa was 1. It looks like we got another Habakiri. We saw Charlie go through all 3 of those in game 1. Will he do it again?
Definitely committed to the plan here and activating the Mitsurugi Ritual once more.
This time we're going to be summoning from the deck, not from the hand. This will get us the Murakumo, I believe, that we saw again in game 1. We're going to be tributing the Habakiri. This will get us another Mitsurugi card, and it will summon itself back to the field because it was properly summoned. So there we see the Habakiri and the prayers. We're going to use the prayers to tribute the Murakumo and get access to one of our level 4s again. And now this will be going into the duo drive, I believe, is what Charlie's trying to set up here. And because Steven has no cards in hand, Charlie's pretty much playing unfettered.
Now is definitely time to push. Life points are not an issue, and neither are cards in the hand. I mean, just push, push, push. That's exactly what we're doing as Murakumo hits the field once more.
Yep, and here we have pretty much the full power of the Mitsurugi board in that Murakumo being able to be a potential reusable Raigeki.
Yeah, you
really
took the
cool.
8 and added.
Oh, I didn't summon though, because I tributed.
It's optional, so.
I tributed. So I can do both in sequence, right?
Yeah, but you... Did this get resolved already?
No, I haven't. I'm searching off this right now. This has not done resolve.
Where'd that come from? Question.
No, like this is...
Oh, so we're just asking a question here of what the resolution of Mitsurugi players.
I'm saying I didn't.
The effective summon is optional, so like you took the 8 and then this was the one that was.
I only take 800 if I summon though. So I have the summon. I said I take 800.
The summon's optional.
It says take 800 then special summon. I can't take 800 then not summon.
So we just have a clarification here because I think Charlie summoned the Murakumo back before he summoned off of prayers, and that would happen on a new chain. So there's a chance he skipped over the ability to summon, but I believe it is mandatory because he paid the 100 life points.
He did take 8.
So we're just going to have the judge clarify how this resolves here.
Then the other guy's on the board. The Futsu was on the board.
So it looks like the Murakumo will be still in play.
Yeah, you're good.
So Murakumo.
And then you're resolving this one, yes. And then what I know in hand. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, so it looks like, I believe, because the effective summon is optional, that Charlie was not able to bring back the level 4, even though he did pay the 800 life points.
A little painful, but still managing to stay in there.
Like we said, it's both players' job to make sure the game state's being played properly. Steven noticed the problem and just called it out.
Now we got the Node Ryzeal coming down. And gonna go ahead and bring out a Sword Ryzeal as well from the graveyard. Looks like I think it was Habakiri used from the hand to pay cost.
Yes, for the Node Ryzeal. And here we're going to see a XZ summon into the duo drive here. This will get us the rest of the Ryzeal cards that we might need. We're going to be, that sword was in play, and then we're going to attach from the grave.
Yep. Patch is fine. Yep.
Yep, so we attach the sword, and we're discarding both the Node and the sword, leaving the Saji underneath the duo drive to go get Cross and probably Star, or no, Ice. We have not used Ice's effective summon yet, so that'll give us the extra level 4 we need. So there we see Cross coming down. That'll be a nice monster negate for Charlie during Steven's turn, which could be very crucial for stopping some of those graveyard effects.
Yeah, Charlie basically cleaning up shop here as he prepares for Steven's onslaught of graveyard-based effects, right? You get one negate off the Ryzeal Cross, you get another one off the Mitsurugi Ritual Monster if your opponent doesn't even have a card to discard. So it's going to be kind of difficult for Steven to play through this, and Charlie's just taking this opportunity to get as much defense set up as possible.
Oh, 100%, because he knows that even though I have Steven's board wiped, he has access to actually a lot of cards. So here we're going to see the Ice Wrestle coming down, discarding the last Abakiri from Charlie's hand, being able to search all 3 of them once again in this game.
What about the last monster? Another Xyz. We haven't seen detonators. Let's go ahead and attach from our graveyard.
I believe we do have the aggregator there that we sent for X at the very beginning of this turn, which is a really nice sort of extra form of disruption that Charlie has access to.
That could be huge. There are some face-up cards that remain in the Crystron deck.
One last, yeah, one last cut. You're good? Okay, you're right. I'm sure it's going to matter. Draw for turn?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Saw a trap card in Steven's hand. Didn't quite catch what it was.
Oh, and there we see Steven just clapping it up. This board is too much for him to play through. Charlie is the winner of Game 2 in the top 8.
Charlie advancing there. Certainly a relief to get through that duel. A couple stumbles along the way, but Charlie kept his cool and managed to get another win here as he moves on from the top 8 to the top 4.
Turns out the full power of both Mitsurugi, Ryzeal, and Drawn Lockbird is enough to beat Crystron Horus. Who could have guessed?
That's the thing. Huge round of applause to Steven Santoli, though, managing to get this far with a deck that has so many quote-unquote natural predators, so many cards that work against other decks. They all happen to collide and work against the Crystron deck. But Steven did a great job making top 8 with not an underdog deck, but just not one that's very popular these days.
Oh yeah, from what I can tell, it took the very full power of Charlie's deck to even stop Steven from being able to play. If there was one thing missing, the draw on Lockbird or the extra layer of interaction with the detonator, he might have been able to play through all of what Charlie was doing.
But it wasn't to be for Steven Santoli, so Charlie Fetch will advance. So we do have some Mitsurugi Ryzeal and a very creative way to link those 2 decks together. I don't think I've seen a Drag Luxia in a long time, especially not that one.
That was awesome to see.
Good stuff, good stuff. So, top 8 is starting to round out.
Yes, we're going to be going down to just the top 4 very soon, and we have, like I said, a bunch of great players. I believe we had a match between Lucas Sacco as well as Adichia that happened as well this round that I'm sure was pretty and crazy to see. I believe it was a Malice Mirror match. We've been seeing a bunch of those apparently in day 2.
So apparently Adichia, our reigning NAWCQ champion, beat Lucas 2-0. So Lucas is going to not advance, and Adichia is going to advance. So we have an NAWCQ champion, a Dragon Duel World Champion runner-up. Man, again, stacked top 4 now.
Oh yeah, super happy to see. I'm really kind of liking how the difference of the story of day 1 was all these fun new things, the evolution of players as the rounds went by, all the fun storylines, the potential familiar YCSs, and then day 2 is just a story of the grinders, the best of the best, duking it out with each other and showing us what Gladiator Yu-Gi-Oh! Is really like.
Oh, yeah. Day 1 is really interesting because we get a lot of different looks at a lot of different decks. We see how the format shapes up. But once it's shaped up, we see all these top competitors who are just going at it. Gladiator Yu-Gi-Oh! I love that. I'm sure our Gladiator Beast fans in the chat are happy too. But jokes aside, I mean, this is a really serious set of games that Charlie's going to go ahead and continue through this tournament. Oh, wow. We are in for an incredible top 4.
Oh, yeah. It's absolutely amazing to see, and I'm sure we're going to be in for an even better finals after that as well.
For real. So, now we got those 2. We got to find out who the last 2 are. I still can't believe what this format looks like. It's just so wild to see that you can't really guess, right? Everybody coming in thought it was just going to be Malice, Malice, Malice. Neither of those 2 decks were Malice.
Not a single one. In fact, there's the opposite of Malice cards in there. Cards that want to be in the graveyard and banished, not just banished.
Yeah, so, I mean, you're the Malice fan. What do you think's happening with there? Just, it wasn't to be for the artificial intelligence?
Well, I mean, don't count them out just yet. We still have some of the best players in the world playing the Malice deck, and I would not be surprised if it took down the whole thing. But I definitely think it was the deck that everyone was prepared for. We've seen Artifact Lancia in every single side deck since December. There's no reason why people are not prepared for the strongest incarnation of Malice that we've seen thus far. And I think Malice is one of those decks where not only is it strong, but the stronger you are, the stronger you can pull, the more you can pull out of it, essentially. So the ceiling naturally increases the kind of player you are. And so I feel like what we're seeing in today, for day 2, is the people that are pulling the best out of the deck. The Ryan Yus, the Gabriels, the Adichias.
So basically, that means that Adichia, definitely one of the last Malice players of the tournament, but it almost seems like because Malice has such a big target on its back, people are so ready for it.
It is a deck that can win, but it's not going to be easy.
Well, speaking of not being easy, let's talk about a winner ourselves, shall we?
Oh, yeah. I think if they're ready, we're going to go ahead and throw over to the stage to have Kangas interview Charlie about his impressive win over Steven.
Let's hear it.
Thank you very much. I'm live on stage here with Charlie. Congratulations on your feature match of victory in the top 8, which means that you're going on in this tournament. I want to talk about your expectations coming in and maybe relive some of that match there. How'd you feel about your opponent and how you played?
I played him in Swiss, and he beat me, so I kind of needed to get my get back to say. But no, Santoli's cool. We're good friends, so it was a friendly match.
How do you feel about what you learned in Swiss? Do you feel like you learned the matchup? Because he was on a unique deck, right? The Crystron plus the Horus.
I definitely learned. I read the cards, so I know what they did, and I kind of made a mistake with my side pattern in Swiss, so I knew not to make it in Top Cup.
All right, well, it's been a long weekend so far. I don't want to keep you for too long on the stage, but you did give some shout-outs for Kamal, Ruben, Hani, so I see a couple of them over there. Any other shout-outs you want to give?
Heisum. Shout out Heisum.
All right, shout out to everybody who's helped you out. Congratulations again on your win. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
Wow, I didn't know that going in, that Charlie and Steven played in Swiss and he was able to get the run back like he said. That's actually a bit of extra storytelling there.
Get that get back. So it shows you that when you play in these events often enough, you are going to run into these people. Just like I said, it was a friendly match, but it is still serious, right? Just like Yuki and Joey going against each other. They're not going to pull any punches.
Oh, yeah, and like we alluded to earlier, we had the conclusion of the match between Lucas and Aditya as well, with Aditya winning 2-0. Let's go and take a look at our bracket for the rest of the top 8 to see how top 4 is looking.
All right, so just like we said, we saw Charlie go ahead and conquer against Steven Santoli, but his opponent will be Jim, who 2-0'd Jeffrey. So that is going to be quite the match. Two duelists who had some great records there. Shunping Zhu is going to go ahead and advance against Gabriel. He was able to beat him, and so he's playing against Aditya, so an ultimate duelist against an NAWCQ champion. What is this bracket? Because Aditya did beat 2-0 against Lucas. That's insane.
Wow, this is awesome to see. I cannot wait to see how either of these games play out and determine who the winner of YCS Providence is going to be. Between the four people we know about, the 3 of them I know are playing Mitsurugi Raziel, Fiend Smith Raziel, and Malice. I wonder what Jim is playing. I don't think I can tell, but if it's a different deck from those, we could have a different deck in all places of the top 4.
Definitely a diverse format,
Nice.
And what just is going on? I know I keep saying that, but it is really just stunning to see that, like, this is almost a world championship level tournament. This is people who have been to Worlds before playing in the Top Cut and just showing how great they can be. And speaking of the World Championship, you've got to find your way over here, don't you? So how are you going to do that? Well, we've got some upcoming events to talk about.
Oh, that's right. We have some really awesome YCSs going on later in this year, going to be happening all across the world. We have the one happening in Ecuador between May 31st and June, just the end of this month. It's going to be really exciting. We have the YCS in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, happening August 16th and 17th. We have the YCS happening in Lima, Peru for September 27th to 28th. We have YCS Championship Series Anaheim in my very own backyard, October 4th through 5th. Going to be really excited for that one. We have YCS Brazil, October 11th through 12th. And we have, of course, November 8th through 9th, YCS Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
And remember, those YCSs that are happening after the NAWCQ and respective WCQs for the region are going to have those new prize cards we talked about earlier. So it's one thing to announce the prize cards. It'll be another thing to find out who wins those prizes. Well, they are technically promotional cards, but that's still sick.
Oh, those packs are going to feel like a prize whenever I hold them in my hand. I'll tell you what.
Good stuff, good stuff. Well, the top 8 is starting to round out. Now we've got the top 4. Oh my goodness, it's going to be here before you know it. But you know what else is going to be here before you know it? We're going to have to throw to a break before we get to our first semifinal match.
As always, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead. You can do it.
I was just going to say, as always, don't go anywhere as we have more dueling action to show you guys.
See you soon.
Say hello to Dark Magician Girl!
Hello and welcome back, everyone. It's Billy Break and Asala back at it again, and we're here finally at the top 4. It's been a long weekend, but we have made it down to only 4 undefeated. Well, not undefeated, but undefeated in the single elimination portion of the tournament here, and only one of them will walk away with a YCS winner. But we have some excellent duelists that made it all the way with some really cool decks, and obviously the ones that people were looking at going into this weekend are the ones that kind of made it here on top, even though there is a pure Mitsurugi here in top 4 as well.
I believed that deck was going to be really strong going into this event, mainly because it played into the Molcharmies a little bit better than the Ryziel version. It played into Fuelas a lot better, I would say. But, I mean, just you're never going to count out Ryziel, right? Ryziel was going to do well in a tournament like this.
And this could be the YCS that Malice finally gets the W now that they got all those exciting cards out of Alliance Insight, but we're going to have to wait and see if that is going to be the case. I'm not sure if we're almost ready to jump into it, but from here we are going to be going to top 4, and then the finals. So let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see who is remaining here in the tournament thus far, and it is going to be Charlie taking on Jim. Jim is that pure Mitsurugi player we were talking about. We just saw Charlie defeat Steven Santoli in that last round feature match. And on the other side, we have Xu Ping, who we saw earlier, taking on the NAWCQ champion Aditya.
Absolutely. He was Xu Ping was able to beat Jib, and Aditya was able to beat Lukasako.
Yeah, so those were some 2 players that have really been hungry for a YCS win to get close, but not quite make it all the way. But they will be back and have other chances to compete for that YCS championship. And making top 8 is, really good. I mean, you finished top 8 out of over 1,500 players. Not quite where they want to be, but almost.
Absolutely. Those players have been trying again and again. They've been getting farther every single time. So it's just a matter of time. They just have to keep playing.
That's right. But we're going to go ahead and meet our first semifinal matchup that we're going to have on the feature. We're going to feature both of the semifinals and then the finals. So you're going to make sure you stick around and not go anywhere while we're going through this coverage, because it's going to be bam, 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 and then we're going to crown a YCS champion. So Kangas, go ahead and introduce our first players here for our first semifinal here at YCS Rhode Island.
Up first in the blue chair from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, a UDS belt holder, and despite being the Dragon Link guy, wants you to know his disdain for bestial Magnamut. It's Xunping Xu! And his opponent today in the red chair, all the way from Plano, Texas, your reigning NAWCQ champion. Wants you all to know his all-time record is 3-0 versus his opponent today, Aditya Darab. Duelists are already on stage. Let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. Oh, that's a scary thought to throw out there, because if you are 3-0, you are bound to take a loss at some point, especially against someone as strong of a duelist like Xu Ping. But Xu Ping versus Aditya, this is going to be the 2 top decks that people were looking at going into the tournament, taking on each other here in the top 4. Fiend Smith Raziel up against the Adagnister. Malice, just pure Malice. Well, still using some of the new Adagnister cards, but not going as hard as to include like the Allied Code Talker, Adagnister, and the extra deck. So it's going to be just Malice. Maybe using a little more of the trap cards as we saw, but this is semifinals match 1. Yeah, big shout out to Plano, Texas. I used to live there for many, many years of my life as well. It's a cool city. If you're in Texas, it's a little suburb of Dallas. You're going to want to make sure you check it out. A lot of cool stuff. And Xu Ping representing Philadelphia.
Both these players traveled quite some ways to be here.
One a little further than the other.
Yeah.
But now they've made it all the way here.
Aditya having traveled a little bit farther, but he is confident in this matchup here. Matchup being against Xu Ping, already having 3 wins against him. And that does, you can say that you're eventually going to lose, but there is a bit of stress there when you've lost to someone that many times. There's an additional pressure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Xu Ping knows it. Aditya knows it. They've definitely faced each other before. This will be their 4th meeting. But will Xu Ping be able to take down the NAWCQ champion? You see Xu Ping smiling. I wonder if that's because he's, pretty happy about it. He has to take kind of some comedic effect into it that he hasn't been able to beat Aditya just yet.
I mean, yeah, just some banter from both these players here. They're very familiar with each other. They've been in the competitive scene a long time. So they've been running into each other several times throughout their YCS career.
Yeah, many tops between the 2. Aditya, obviously, the reigning NAWCQ champion, and with the next NAWCQ coming up soon, he'll be looking to win that again. But for now, he wants to get a YCS win under his belt. He doesn't have that. Chuping does, on the other hand, have a YCS trophy, the UDS belt, but he would love to win another YCS because it has been some time since he found himself in first place at the end of the weekend.
Aditya's going to try to do his best to keep it going even longer here. He was so close just at the last event, YCS Houston. We saw him taking his Mermaid strategy up to, I believe, top 4. So barely missing out. Same position he's in right now.
Yeah, but not on that Mermill strategy now. He's brought the best deck as expected from the Duelists here in the room. That's right. It's that Malice strategy. This is really going to come down to like which one of these Duelists wants it more. There's a lot on the line. Aditya is hungry for a YCS win. But when you already have the NAWCQ win, like that means a lot too, because there's only one NAWCQ every single year. So it's kind of a little more impressive than a YCS. But where do you stack up the UDS YCS versus the one NAWCQ?
I don't think you look at anything before. You're only focusing on what is happening now.
Smart
so the
stuff.
only thing is you have to win this event that's in front of you.
And one of these players will win as we jump into it. It's game 1 of our first semifinal match here at YCS Providence, Rhode Island. It's time to duel. All right, the players have drawn their hands, and now here comes the die roll. It looks like Aditya is going to roll a 6. That's going to be just slightly below the average. Pink could roll a 7 here. That's going to be a 9. In this case, 9s win, and Pink will be going first. Let's see what he's going to start his turn off with. And the last time we had him in the feature match, both of his games he started off with a Fiendsmith's track. We'll see if he's going to continue on that course.
Stand by Memphis.
Sure. All right, made it
for the Mulcharmies here.
Made it to the main phase without a Mulcharmy coming down quite just yet. I do at least see some cards that will be useful in Pink's hand.
Aditya not even looking at his hand right now. He knows if there is a card he's going to use, he has the moment in his head of when he wants to use it. He's not going to show it to us. Normal summon Lacrima. Not the ideal start here.
Yep, but Lacrima the Crimson Tears will allow him to send a Fiendsmith card from his deck to the graveyard.
Likely just going ahead and sending a copy of Fiendsmith Engraver. Grabbing 2 halves of his deck here. Go shuffling between both. Looks like he's considering actually sending Fiendsmith in Paradise right now.
That could be the case. I mean, I looked at him. He looked like he was eyeing Fiendsmith's track too, but yeah, it is going to be the Fiendsmith in Paradise.
That would have been a very interesting choice. That would likely mean that you had engravers in your hand already. But at that point, why would you even need to send track? Like, what are you going to fuse for?
He's going to link that away into Fiendsmith's Requiem. Yep, Requiem's going to be able to attribute itself to special summon a Fiendsmith monster from the deck to the field.
Potentially a all Fiendsmith hand here from Ping. We're going to get the engraver onto the field. We will be able to Requiem equip to the engraver here and be able to contact fuse using the engraver equipped with the Requiem into Necroquick Princess.
We have our winner. Congratulations. Alexander Crazy for Rescue.
Will he be activating an effect in hand now to get the additional benefit of Princess on the field?
Looks like he's going to use the Engraver effect to return the Requiem to summon back the Engraver. Looks like he's going for a rank 6 play.
Yep, 2 level 6 monsters on the field. Aditya taking a peek at his hand here to see if he wants to do anything. There is going to be Nibiru the Primal Being before the DDD can hit the field. This will put a token onto Trooping's field here.
And Nibiru was one of the cards that I was looking at. I figured was going to be popular into this weekend. It does seem a lot of the players who made it this far do have copies of Nibiru in their deck.
This could be rough for Trooping. I mean, he already committed his normal summon for this play. I'm not sure how he's going to extend if he wants to access his Ryziel engine. It's going to be Bonfire. He can go for X here.
Sure.
Very surprising if you had Bonfire that you led this way.
Maybe just to force out the Nibiru early, but yeah, now his X won't be able to search as he has a monster that's a non-level 4 on the field.
Really prioritizing the Fiendsmith cards here. X goes to the hand. We'll see if it's immediately summoned. Yep, X is going to hit the field.
Yep.
Sending from the extra deck. We'll see what he wants to throw in the grave.
Yep, still able to summon from the hand. He won't be able to use the search effect. But getting a level 4 on the field is going to be the start to getting access to all of those Raziel cards. But he's going to send Eclipse Twins to the graveyard.
We see sword from hand. There's a sword.
Yep. He's going to be looking to attach that Eclipse Twins to the detonator later on in the turn.
Yep, this line of play makes a lot of sense. If sword is in your hand, you didn't want to have to normal summon sword to go with this play. You knew that X could happen at any point, so you still had access to the remainder of your Raziel play here. Ice, you already normal summon, but you could still special summon it by sending another card from field or grave, or sorry, for field or hand to the graveyard. And now be taking those two Raziel monsters to see summon Raziel Duo Drive.
Okay. Not going to use the effect to attach material, but he is going to use the effect to detach 2 to try and add 2 Raziel cards in the deck to hand. No response here from Aditya.
I mean, that is what you love to see if you're playing Raziel. If Duo Drive resolves, you are really ahead. Looks like he's really considering his options here. Going to be adding a copy of X Raziel as well as Node Raziel.
You think this means he already has Cross in his hand?
Normally, I would think so. But I wonder if he's just not playing Cross.
Oh, well, that would be a good reason why he isn't adding Raziel Cross. I think we had the same conversation, too, during his last feature match as well.
That is an incredibly interesting choice. I mean, I've seen this happen before in the Fiendsmith Raziel deck that's more heavily focused on resolving Fiendsmith.
All right, the Node is going to send the Duo Drive to the graveyard to special summon back the Sword Raziel, it's looking like.
Cards now?
4.
Resolve.
Node is able to resolve here. Sword hits the field. Detonator likely going to be the next step. He just had no other responses besides the Nibiru of the Primal Being. Detonator hits the field. Going to be able to attach that Eclipse Twins with the Duo Drive Engrave, making it live. He still has the Fiendsmith in Paradise in the graveyard as well. Lots of follow-up in hand, even without the cross. But this should be a pass here.
Yep, Shuming is going to shuffle the deck, make sure that it's all randomized before his next turn. He's done going in there and trying to add more cards, and this is going to probably be the end of his turn. As you said, Asala.
Maybe a few set spells or traps. We know Sword Raziel in hand. We know X Raziel in hand.
Yep, just looks like a lot of monsters there, but just a Detonator. That Nibiru proving to be pretty strong. He also has the... Oh, no, he doesn't have Requiem in the graveyard anymore either.
But he doesn't need to because Fiendsmith in Paradise is already in the grave.
He started the turn with smart stuff there from Shumping, so he does have the Fiendsmith in Paradise to send down Fiendsmith's Desiree as an option.
So a lot of removal, no negation represented so far, but removal can be good against Malice. Cut them off from summoning their Link 3s.
Yeah,
but into a Detonator can be tough.
Yeah, we haven't got to see a lot of what Aditya is working with here, but does he have access to some of those Malice cards? It's going to be key.
We'll see if he opened a copy of Malice in the Mirror, if he's able to commit a body
just like switch it
prior.
For us. Yeah, just keep it out. Yeah.
Let's see what his next move is going to...
Do you have any Darks in grave?
Checking for dark monsters in the graveyard.
Dark specifically, I mean, there is surprisingly one in there. There's only usually one copy in the deck, and it is that Necroquip. I mean, that usually, if you're asking for Dark specifically, that means you're trying to make Dark Charmer gloomy.
Yeah, I was trying to think like what would matter besides the Dark Charmer. Yeah. Looks like he's just going to go to battle phase to try to attack the Detonator.
No response.
Clears your Nibiru, gets rid of one material from the Detonator. Yep. Open up space here, so now maybe because it's an empty field, you can activate Infinite Impermanence on the Detonator? If I had to guess. He's just holding one card. There it is, infinite impermanence on the detonator. Will we chain the detonator here to destroy itself so that Eclipse Twins can bring it right back?
I feel like you have to, right? Yep.
Unless he had a Nibiru of his own.
Oh, true, and wanted to save it for later on. Yeah, so he is going to chain the detonator to destroy itself. The Eclipse Twins, since it was sent to the graveyard, is going to special summon back the detonator with Duo Drive as material.
But there is Dominus Impulse. Going to be able to cut it right off there.
So Nibiru, the problem being Infinite Permanence and Dominus Impulse really helping out Aditya here, and now all he has to worry about is that Fiendsmith in Paradise.
The Nibiru kind of backfiring here because this forced out his own battle phase. Otherwise, he would have been able to just use this combo in the main phase. But now we're in main phase 2. Malice Underground is activated. It's going to be able to resolve. We're going to be able to start playing with all of our Malice engine here. But we still have to deal with that Fiendsmith in Paradise. This is a really strong interaction into this play exactly because we have to special summon the Dormouse from its own effect, and Paradise can immediately send it to the graveyard.
Yeah, Ping going for the graveyard. Looks like that is going to be what he's going to do. He's going to banish that Fiendsmith in Paradise to send a Fiendsmith monster from his extra deck to the graveyard.
But there's Ash Blossom for the Fiendsmith in Paradise.
Aditya has an answer for every move that Ping makes. He said he was 3-0 against him leading up to this, but
now he's showing you why.
I mean, he's 4-0 against every move that Ping has tried to make in this match.
Ash Blossom, Infinite Permanence, Dominus Impulse, Nibiru, Mouse and Underground. What a hand.
You have to feel bad for Ping, but if you're an Aditya fan, you're feeling great right now as he is going to start his full combo here in main phase 2. The Dormouse resolves, banishing Malice, White Rabbit. The White Rabbit's going to special summon itself back from the banishment and then be able to set GWC 06. We've seen some Malice players cutting that trap card, but Aditya saying, no, I'm going to keep the card that gives me life points in my deck.
Yep, just this 41st card here, allowing you to make some of your plays a little bit more easy. Not the card you want to draw most of the time, but it does make your life easier when you're able to access it from the deck.
All right, both of those Malice monsters are going to go to the graveyard for the Splash Mage. We've seen Splash Mage all weekend. It's been really incorporated into, like, Malice. Usually in the old Malice deck, you would save it for, like, if you got Nibiru, it'd be like your backup plan, but now it's a part of the plan.
Yeah, usually you don't want to lock yourself into Cyberse that early in the combo, but now it doesn't really matter anymore. Every single body you're trying to summon is a Cyberse monster, and you don't need to prioritize summoning Haggard Lizardos because you will have an effect to banish a card from your graveyard naturally through Cyberse Wicked in the following play. Investigating the graveyard here. Not sure what he's looking for. He's already locked into Cyberse here, so we're not going to be going into Dark Charmer anytime soon.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. I was like, he started the turn out asking about Dark Monsters, but...
Oh, we're just going to try to see if he needs to get rid of anything with the White Binder. I think you do still try to eliminate all those Fiendsmith cards if possible. There is an Engraver in the graveyard. You will likely banish that. You can banish the Lacrima as well if you so choose.
Detonator.
Oh, and of course the Detonator. There's the singular copy of Detonator now. Without Ryzeal plugin, you're not going to be able to access that again. And strictly going after the opponent's graveyard. You're getting rid of Engraver, Duo Drive, as well as the Detonator. So there isn't even an option for X to send Eclipse Twins to get even more value from the graveyard.
Crazy stuff here from an amazing hand from Aditya. It looks like the White Binder is going to resolve, banishing those 3 cards.
White Binder can set another trap card directly from the deck now, and likely be going for that MTP 07. There it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I can't tell because I can hear him really well through this.
So it's a GWC MTP, right?
Correct.
Has 2 Malice traps set face down here.
He's considering activating the 07 already, potentially getting the additional draw while clearing the token.
Activate MTP.
Yep, there. Oh, we don't actually get to clear the token because he does not have a Malice monster or a Link 3 at resolution, but we are able to go ahead and add likely a copy of March Hare, and then getting the White Binder summoning itself back and drawing a card. Now, we've already used the effect of White Binder to set the 07, so we're likely going to find a way to banish that 07 with this March Hare and then shuffle it back with Cryptor.
You get the free draw there from the White Binder's effect as it special summons back.
Chelsea.
Oh, we haven't even normal summoned yet. I wonder if that was the card we drew right now.
Chelsea effect.
Now he's going to use the Chessy Cat to banish a Malice card from the hand to draw 2 cards. He's going to banish the March Hare, draw 2. Now March Hare hasn't been banished yet, so it's going to be able to activate its effect, I believe.
Yep, it was added off 07. So now it can pay 300 to add itself back to the hand. Looks like he's considering his options before doing so.
Effective Hair.
Yep. He will be opting to use the effective hair here.
Link.
He's going to send the Chessy Cat to the graveyard to link summon out a Ling Karibo.
Activate backup Adignister.
There is the backup Adignister as well.
Will Aditya be the one that's going to have Malice with its first YCS win here in Rhode Island? Things are looking good for him here in game number 1 against like the person he couldn't be more happy to face, it seems.
Apparently. If this is how you draw against the Shu every time, you take it.
Chelsea.
We're going to go ahead and discard another copy of Chessy Cat here. I mean, we saw 4 points of interaction used on Shu Ping's field, but then 3 free cards drawn from the Malice engine to continue to extend through this play.
All right, now he's going to activate the effect of March Hare in hand to banish a Malice monster or card.
We're going to want to banish the 07 here because we need to recycle it so we can set it off White Rabbit on the following turn. And now we can go ahead and make a Link 3 using the Malice March Hare.
It's going to be Heart Scripter or Red Ransom?
Probably will be Heart Scripter at this point.
Yep, and it is going to be the Heart Scripter.
Scripture could use its effect now, but then you still will need another card banished on the following turn.
Yeah, and if he clears the Nibiru token, then there is a Mulcharmy in Shu Ping's hand that he'll finally be able to use, but it might be too late.
He also knows that there's an Extraziel in his hand that he added on the previous turn. This opens him up to be able to use it for free, get the maximum value from it.
We'll see if Shu Ping does end up using the Mulcharmy. I'm not sure which one it was, but I could tell there was at least one of them in the hand. Now links them. I'm guessing it's not Fualos, otherwise he would have gone into it. And Topologic Bomber Dragon coming down again.
Proceed to the end of main 2.
This has been the breakout card for Malice. I didn't expect a lot of Malice decks to be playing it this weekend, but it has been in a ton of the decks that we've seen here in Top Cut.
I mean, yeah, often the problem, a lot of these decks go really wide. Topologic Bomber Dragon is a way to conveniently get rid of a lot of monsters at once. We've seen that be a common thread that a lot of people have been trying to find, even with things such as the Nemesis monsters.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool techs. Like, even though if you're playing like the standard decks, there's a lot of interesting variations you can go that might give you an edge in the competition. And now it looks like Aditya just ends on the Bomber Dragon. Shu Ping's going to draw for a turn.
I mean, it's not just Bomber Dragon, right? We have GWC set.
Just Bomber Dragon on the field.
Yes.
And the GWC set. There's a lot more interruptions than it seems.
Oh, Perulia directly from the hand now, cutting off the March Hare. So that will be valuable. And then it's a normal summon of Lurie.
Okay, Fabled Lurie is going to come down here for Shu Ping. Looking to go into some Fiendsmith cards.
I mean, there is still Lacrima in the graveyard, so we can simply just get another copy of Engraver from the deck off of a Requiem. Aditya considering if you want to just get rid of the Lurie now. Oh, he's going to give him a card off the Perulia here by using March Hare.
Yep, activates the March Hare to banish the summon from hand.
Sorry.
I love the apology there. Thanks, Aditya. It's okay. We forgive you. So the March Hare is going to banish the White Binder for the graveyard so it can special summon itself from the hand. It's a quick effect during either player's main phase, but thanks to Perulia, Shu Ping will be able to draw a card.
Okay, opting. It looks like he wasn't going to summon it in the zone that Bomber points to. Okay, but then we changed our mind.
Mandatory chain link 1.
So yeah, Bomber Chain Link 1 to go ahead and destroy all monsters in the main monster zone. Unfortunately, White Binder will be Chain Link 2, so it will be summoning itself into the destruction effect of Bomber.
Yeah, I would just
Yeah, so he's not going to be able to get that on-summon effect to banish 3 cards from the graveyard. But he does
For
still,
now.
Yeah, for now. He still has that GWC 06 set, which will summon back the White Binder when he needs it to be able to banish his own Heart Scripter. He gets the draw.
Both players get a draw there off because of the March Hare from Perulia.
Wizard, not back.
Oh, yeah, wizard.
And now we can potentially just lead with X here to eliminate the Bomber Dragon from activating its effect again.
It looks like, yep.
You already normal.
You know, yeah, the double normal summon there, immediately caught by Aditya.
P minor. Okay, yeah, it's fine.
You're going to get a warning there on accident for summoning twice. High stakes, a lot on the line.
Good to
Yeah, we're good to get
yeah, just special.
All right, now he's going to special summon Extra Zeal by sending a monster from his extra deck to the graveyard, and it's going to be Aggregator maybe to go after that Bomber Dragon.
I would imagine you would. You definitely want to get rid of the Bomber right now because it could easily trigger again with the GWC, and it could be a lot more painful later in this turn. But, yep, there's Aggregator.
One surge to aggregator on the.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Everything resolves here. X is going to be able to add one of those Thunder Rise Eels from the deck in hand.
Yep, and it's going to be Sword Rise Deal.
Now, we now have a lot of information from Shipping's hand here. I think we knew about a Sword Rise Deal from the previous turn as well, so there's 2 copies of Sword and a copy of Ice. Which we were not necessarily supposed to know, but I mean, the information's there.
It was revealed, indeed. So Ice can still be special summoned from the hand if you want to send a card to the graveyard.
Definitely a lot of ways to put Rise Eel monsters on the field now. There's no way to cut off Sword Rise Eel from being able to use its effect, mainly because... Oh, okay, we're going to actually be giving up the Sword Rise Eel for Ice Rise Eel. I think Aditya's considering if he wants to get rid of one of these bodies here. And there's the Ghost Bell for the GWC.
That's huge. That's going to cut off the last interaction that Aditya had there, and now Ximping is free to overlay for an Exiton Knight, okay? So now he's going to try and clean up the field to take down the Bomber Dragon and the Mouse at Underground. Ximping's turning things around here.
Opting to go for, I mean, okay, attacking for 0, sure. Yeah, I don't know if he necessarily needed to go for that. Maybe he needed to access his actual engine here. I'm not sure how powerful that set card is.
I mean, yeah, he doesn't have access to Detonator, right? Since it's gone.
Yeah, there isn't anything left. I keep forgetting Detonator's gone.
This is the best he can do with what he's got.
Yeah, not without a lot of your Fiendsmith cards to work with. You don't have Detonator to work with. His entire deck has basically been handicapped here. I'm not sure if there's anything he can really do. All Aditya has to do now is re-access his graveyard by banishing White Binder at least once, and then everything comes back.
You still got to worry about that one material under the Exiton. Did he pass?
It might be a pass back here.
It looked like he passed.
I mean, 3 cards.
He did. Yeah, he passed, and now Ximping's drawing. And it's a Graver off the top, heart of the cards, and you can see a little bit of frustration there from Aditya.
I mean, there's a Light Fiend on the field already.
True. But this is getting okay. But the engraver is great.
Yes.
Because because he lost his engraver earlier, right, from the White Binder. So this lets him shuffle back the Fabled Lurie, summon back the engraver. The Lurie's back in the deck, so the track that he just added to his hand with engraver is live. That was a pretty big heart of the cards moment.
Absolutely. I mean, now just having access to the DDD High Caesar will be extremely powerful against Malice with limited options.
See, this is how I feel when I've played against Xu Ping in the past. Like I always thought like I had him like dead to rights and I was gonna win the duel, but then he finds a way.
Yeah, using the Bomber Dragon very aggressively there with the Marcher, giving him a card off the Perulia as well.
I mean, the key moment is that Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion to clean up to stop the GWC06.
He really thought he was safe, but did not expect that Ghost Spell from the hand. I wonder if that was the card drawn off Perulia. That would feel really good.
It had to
yeah,
have been.
I think it
had
was.
to have been. Like,
heart of the cards indeed, for sure.
Oh, man. This is only game 1-2 of this exciting matchup. Now it looks like Xu Ping's going to equip Fiendsmith's Requiem to one of his engravers.
I mean, Aditya has very low life points. He's been paying for every single one of these effects.
Yeah, he's only at 5,300. This is definitely enough already on the board.
He summoned just a few times here.
This is enough.
Well, I'm ending main phase. I'm just waiting for his.
Tempting. There's a chance that Aditya has something like March Air and he didn't want to use it on his own turn. Maybe. I'm just looking for anything here.
That would have certainly been a choice.
It would have been a choice. Is there a B-Steal? Is there anything? Oh, man. The way the cards are flying is making me think that there's not.
So now ending main phase is fine.
Yeah.
Battle phase.
Battle phase. 18.
The damage is connecting. I don't think there's anything you could do at this point.
19.
That's 37.
25. 24. Oh, yeah. Whoa.
Oh, he does have something. What does he need to have?
Okay.
Oh, it isn't enough. He's just short.
He was at 53, right?
I don't know, but he was just short here. And DDD High Wave King Caesar's going to come down next. So Aditya still has a chance. Oh, he's at 100 life points. He was only able to do 52. So even though he does have a chance, he's not out of it just yet. He won't be able to activate any of his Malice effects, which is pretty tough.
That's essentially game over at that point. There is Nibiru the Primal Being into a DDD Wave King High Caesar. He actually already used Impulse this game, so he can't even use Nibiru.
True. Oh, that's why they didn't even detach the material. Imperm on the way. Okay.
But then what? He couldn't play before.
You never know. Maybe if he has like a Wizard Addict Nister, he can get somewhere.
Don't you have to have the Link monster on the field?
He could just normal summon it. I don't know. I'm looking.
Normal summon Ash.
Typhon?
Activate Lacrima target Requiem.
Is there...
Unrest Requiem effect? Sure.
He's going to do the Fiendsmith Shuffle.
I mean, Fiendsmith in Paradise was already used this game, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That there is no... Oh, no. He's just giving himself more cards to not be able to use with the Exciton, but... Wow, this is just a crazy game.
I mean, how much can a single Typhon do? We'll have to find out.
He's going to send Fiendsmith Track from his deck to the graveyard since the Paradise had already been used. His Detonator has been banished in the banishment for so long. Oh, it's going to be a Link summon.
Oh, Almirage.
Salamander.
Oh.
It's a Cyburst. It's a Cyburst.
No response here.
Oh, I thought Wizard.
It is.
Wizard Addict Nister.
Okay, he's found a way.
He drew Imperm. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. 3-0 against them lifetime, trying to make it 4-0. This is only our first game of our first semifinal. Aditya only 100 life points remaining. Will he be able to find a way back into it?
I mean, he still doesn't have any life points to pay.
900 came back from the... Oh, so it's already game now.
Okay, I was wondering. It was like it had to have been like
yeah,
it was 37 and okay.
So it's already game.
It seemed like I thought I was crazy. It seemed like he had enough when he attacked her game on the previous turn, and that was the case. It looks like there was a life point discrepancy. They didn't quite catch it. I don't know what Aditya would have been able to do had he still had that 100 life points remaining, but yeah, I was wondering what was going on.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think I'm that bad at math.
Me either. Yu-Gi-Oh made me good at math, and apparently not. But there's a lot of lights and nerves going on, but with the judges watching, they were able to realize that he did have enough for game, in fact, and won that turn from the direct attack. But, oh man, like, he almost found a way to get back into that game there. Aditya, that is.
I mean, that was really representing what it means, but you only need 1 life point. If he had 1 life point, he was still potentially back in that game, but of course, he did not have that.
He did not have the 100 life points, but oh man, what an epic start to our first semifinal match here. Either way, one of these duelists will be in the finals of YCS Rhode Island. Touching his heart there a little bit, might be beating a little bit fast. He's going to want to breathe.
A lot had to go right for him to win that game. It started off so strong for Aditya here. He had 4 points of interaction to stop everything that Shu had, and then had the starter to go into his play, but then he had the follow-up.
The Perulia into the Ghost Bell into just... What's even crazier if you think about it, the Perulia, if Aditya had started with the GWC06 instead of the March Hare,
it would not have worked out this way.
He wouldn't have drawn into the Ghost Bell. He would have summoned back the monster. He could have just not used like the Bomber Dragon effect at all and gone into like White Binder, banish like Heart's Cryptor, banish his stuff, get a bunch of monsters. Mansters, as it were. Yeah, but we have the Heart's Cryptor to shuffle back and more disruption on top of that. Yeah, no, he could have just done everything else and kept the Bomber for later on and then maybe had an opportunity, but it's hard to like to play around a Perulia into a Ghost Bell for your GWC06.
I mean,
Tough.
There was definitely an option if instead of using Bomber in that position, you wanted to just go for...
Firewall Dragon?
No, like, I mean, even just with the GWC, if you want to just like stagger your interruptions a little bit more, only summoning back the Cryptor. Cryptor banishing the Lurie just to have it banished for 1, so they can't even access it back with a top deck Requiem or a top deck Engraver. There were a lot of options there, because then you could still use March Hare on the following to try to banish your other monsters and get access to a White Rabbit. And then White Rabbit will give you access to 07 later. Or you could do it in however order you want. Maybe you go for the 07 first, and then from there you will be able to still banish the Lurie and then have Hare for the Cryptor, whichever one you choose to keep at the end.
Yep, definitely. There was ways to navigate that might have resulted in Aditya winning that game, but hard to be able to make those reads with so many variables in the situation for sure. It's one of those moments that you're gonna, I mean, Aditya, if I was him, I would look back on and be like, man, if I did this, it would have worked out.
Might have been a little too confident in that position.
Yeah, but yeah, hindsight's 20/20 always, but there's always something to learn from your plays. But Aditya's still an excellent player, the reigning NAWCQ champion. He is undefeated lifetime against Xu Ping, but now down,
not that game.
Not that game. He lost that one, but he could still win the next 2. Because like where Malice really is at its strongest and wins going first, but now he has to win 2 games where those Artifact Lancias are going from Xu Ping's side deck into his main deck.
I wonder if Aditya is happier that he's playing against the Fiendsmith version of Ryzeal rather than the Mitsurugi that we've seen be so popular in this event, or if he's underprepared because of how much he expected more Mitsurugis than Fiendsmith.
I thought Xu Ping was grabbing his heart again. I was going to be like, someone get up there and relax this man before he has a heart attack.
Give this man some water.
Please, get us something to drink. Take a deep breath. You see him leaning back in the chair just trying to relax and calm. I see a smile from Aditya. That's not something I see too often. He usually is pretty good about keeping a stoic face, but it's honestly hard not to smile when you're dueling in Xu Ping. He kind of brings that out in all of us. But the duel will continue here as game number 2 is about to begin. Aditya will start things off this time. Time to see what his Malice deck can do.
Step 1, check for any of those Charmies.
And there's one. It's Perulia.
That one's fine. That one's pretty acceptable.
It's pretty good in the Malice. They summon, if they want to do their full combo, summon from the hand like 3 times. All right, but starting with Malice and Underground is a good way to dodge the Perulia completely.
If you have another Malice starter in your hand, you're able to just lead with Chessy Cat. Chessy Cat, banish that monster from your hand, eliminate that draw that you would normally have to give for Perulia while still getting 2 more cards.
Just going to go for Dormouse.
It looks like that might have been his only starter in this position. Oh, getting a little sloppy here.
Slippery sleeves.
You've been here before, Aditya. Come on.
They're pretty fresh sleeves. They had to change sleeves in top 16. But the Dormouse is going to come down, and now he can use Dormouse effect to banish a Malice monster from his deck, and then once it's banished, it'll be able to summon itself. Let's see if he's going to go for White Rabbit. Nope, Chessy Cat.
Interesting. Does that mean you had White Rabbit in hand? I guess that you want access to Dormouse, so this would be the correct way to go for this. Jesse's activating the effect here. Will we see a response? We confirmed that there is no Artifact Lancia. Oh, at least we can only assume.
I mean, yeah, I probably would have changed the Lancia to the Malice and Underground.
Which is a very, very favorable trade. And there is that White Rabbit as we predicted.
I don't know how to shoot ping saying you just have everything. Huh? It does seem like that some of the times. So he's going to banish the White Rabbit to draw 2 cards, and then he can pay 300 to special summon back the Malice White Rabbit from the banishment. And on summon the Malice White Rabbit's going to set a Malice trap card from the deck.
Choosing to go for GWC 06 here. Having that to make sure you have a play on your opponent's turn. Giving 0 draws so far. Outside of the Adignisters, you don't really need to give any more.
Looks like Adicha's looking to link summon. He's going to send 2 monsters to the graveyard to link summon Splash Mage. Splash Mage is going to use his effect to special summon back a Cyberse monster from the graveyard, at least attempt to.
Will we see a Bestial? A Bestial here could be really strong. All of these effects have been used. But nope, Chessy Cat will hit the field once more.
You mean again?
Again.
Indeed. And now, where does he go from here? He's going to link away the Splash Mage with the Malice Chessy Cat for a link 3.
It looks like this might be Red Ransom. Nope, it looks like it's going to be White Binder in this situation. White Binder will not be banishing anything from the graveyards, I can only imagine here, unless you want additional names for the effective Heart Tripper down the line. We'll see if there's any response to the summon here. Chu bent his deck in ways I don't. That can't be healthy.
Chu's just waiting for the next moment he wants to do something. That prompted a little. Okay, let me sit up and see what you're gonna go ahead and get. Yep, 07 is gonna be the trap he's gonna set. So now he has GWC 06 and MTP 07 face down.
Will we see just a summon of Bomber Dragon to end the play, or will we try to get access to Cryptor?
That's probably been my biggest surprise this weekend is how much Topologic Bomber Dragon has been coming down for these Malice players. But it's going to be GWC 06. He can activate it at the turn it's set by banishing a Malice monster. He's going to banish the White Binder. Not going to be able to gain any life points here, but the White Binder will be able to summon itself from the banishment by paying 900, and he also gets a free draw.
Yep, very expensive here. We will not be able to reset the 06 because we've already used the effective White Binder, but that just means we have to have access to March Hare in our hand, and we can still do it unless, of course, there is a copy of Ghost Bell worshipping. And we're going to be taking all 3 of those Malice monsters here, likely going into a Heart's Cryptor.
He's going to complete the circuit and summon Heart's Cryptor.
I'll pass.
We're going to be...
All right, Cryptor pass.
Cryptor pass, 6 cards in hand. We have 07 set. Cryptor currently not live.
Do you think like what happened in game 1 has affected like Adicha's player in game 2 to not go for something like a Topologic Bomber Dragon and be like, no, I'm just going to make sure I have guaranteed interruptions on the field?
Maybe. I mean, if that's true, it's really easy to get in Adicha's head.
It could be the case.
This Cryptor is currently not live.
Yeah, he's going to need to banish something. And Chu Ping's favorite way to start, I don't know if it's his favorite way, but he's done it a lot today. It's going to be Fiend Smith's Tract.
That's a great way to start here. We're going to be able to get the Lurie discard, likely the Lurie, but we'll see if we have any other options here.
Yeah, sure.
Lurie is going to hit the field. Will this trigger 07? I think 07 would be really strong here. You get access to the March Hare to be able to set up your graveyard, set up more banishes for the Heart Scriptor while also getting rid of the Lurie.
I think that is a fine time to activate that Malice in TP07.
It's at least tempting, so Adicha is looking at his trap card here.
No, I swear MTP.
He's going for it. And there's Ash!
Chu Ping saying, I have the answer for it right away. I'm the one with the answers.
And now he has no interruptions.
No.
Well, he still has a 6-card hand. Still has a 6-card hand.
Yeah, he could. All he needs is to have a March Hare already in hand, which he probably does, I feel like.
There's an Ash Blossom for the Fiends with Requiem.
I'll see your Ash and raise you another one.
Shu has to consider how he wants to navigate through the cards in Aditya's hand right now. He doesn't have a whole lot of information to work with. He just knows that there was a lot of free draws.
He still has his normal summon.
Does he have a normal summon? One can only hope.
Normal X.
Okay, so that means he still believes he will be accessing Fiendsmith cards in the remainder of this turn.
Doesn't want to quite lock himself into level 4s and rank 4s just yet.
I wonder how he plans on... Okay, that's how you do it.
Discards a copy of Fiendsmith Engraver.
Sure.
That lets you add another copy of Tract here, I imagine. You could grab Fiendsmith in Paradise, but I don't know that's necessarily what you're going for. Yep, Tract is going to go into the hand, and now Engraver can summon itself back from the graveyard by putting the Lurry back in the deck. The question is, what would you do after doing that? Are you going to be linking away the X Ryziel into potentially Fiendsmith sequence? Does that give you enough Light Fiends to even work with? I'm not sure if this Engraver will really provide any value this turn with the current information that we have.
Yeah, even something like Chaos Angel banishing Heart Scripter.
I would not recommend.
Yeah, would not recommend him doing that, but he is going to look to special summon Sword Raziel.
Yep, special summoning Sword Raziel. He will not be able to go into non-4s from his extra deck for the range of this turn now.
Okay, so I saw Shu's hand. He has a node in the track that we know he added.
This will likely grab a copy of Ice Ryziel or an X Ryziel for the following turn. It will be a copy of X. We do know that there are Nibirus in Aditya's deck here. We have not resolved Dominus Impulse yet, so that is a threat that Shu has to consider. Will we just be going into a duo drive here, or will we try to extend further? Potentially maybe just going for a detonator to keep it safe?
This is a big point in the game for Shu Ping, and it looks like he's going to go into Eclipse Twins. Oh, he does have the node in his hand as well.
Right, but there is... Okay, he's going to be activating the Eclipse Twins here just to put a card in the graveyard for the node.
Special.
Yep, his node can now send the Eclipse Twins to summon back Sword from the graveyard. Eclipse Twins does not have anything that it can summon.
Okay.
So now we're in the same position, but there is an Eclipse Twins in the graveyard.
Except, yeah, he had to use the... Oh, it's Nibiru the Primal Being
I
coming down
expected
from
it.
Aditya. That makes a lot of sense. Not locked into anything. He hasn't used Dominus Impulse just yet. He's going to be able to use Nibiru the Primal Being. And this is pretty big after the node being special summoned, because node Raziel is one of those ways you can keep extending later on in the turn after getting hit by Nibiru the Primal Being.
I thought you meant just stats, but I don't think it's too big here. But yeah, now we've seen node come from the hand. We know X in hand. You can't use... Or you can still special summon the X, but it won't get you any value. We can still use the Engraver in the graveyard here. Looks like we're going to be putting the Lurry back in the deck.
Okay.
Special summon it out. There is a Requiem in the graveyard, so we can equip that to the Engraver and use Engraver's effect to get rid of the Nibiru. Try to push for some damage, really limit how many plays that you can have, because life points is a resource for Malice here.
You want to make sure you keep track of your life points, because I think both players did get a PE minor for not being able to keep track of life points in the previous game. But Bestial Magnamut coming down.
We know Shu hates Magnamut specifically, but the Magnamut on the White Binder completely closed out this game.
Yeah, the way that Aditya played that, we knew that there had to be a March Hare or something that was going to be able to summon from the hand. There's no way he would just end a Heart Scripter with nothing banished. Like, there was another plan that Aditya had all along, but he wasn't going to use it until he absolutely had to. Maybe that's what he took away from game one, is that he spent his disruption way too early, and this time he held off on it as long as he possibly could.
Yeah, didn't want to be a little too aggressive with your interruptions there. You want to be really tactical with how you remove your opponent's board. And I mean, Ryziel will always punish you if you go after their cards too early, because they are so good at just forcing one effect through.
Definitely. I mean, we just see how impactful Nibiru, the Primal Being, can be against all the decks, really, of the format. I mean, it's a weird kind of situation because Nibiru, really strong, but the timing of it is what makes it so key. Is like a lot of the decks, after it gets Nibiru, can continue playing, continue pushing, continue extending, but there's other things that happen in the game to where you're not always going to be able to do that. He was going for the Eclipse Twins to go into the node to keep trying to like play it safe, but he wasn't accounting for the Nibiru, which made the Nibiru all the more better at the time that it came out.
This was just one of those situations. Well, I mean, Nibiru, I think, is at its peak where you are able to go first with it. They have to play into your board.
Which is interesting to think about. Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of those types of cards can be extremely impactful when you are able to back it up with other interaction on your side of the field, whether it be like having a copy of Drone Lockbird or having a copy of Nibiru. All these cards, or even Artifact Lancea, they're so much harder to deal with when they also have to deal with the cards on your field. So sometimes you don't even have to use them, but if they're expending all their resources, that's usually the nail in the coffin.
Definitely. And we saw the Bestial Magnemite really cleaning things up there, and it really put some salt in the wound after we heard the special tidbit from Xuping that Kangas let us know that even though he was one of the first people to win with Dragon Link, if not the first one, that's what he won his UDS with pretty recently after Striker Dragon was released in the TCG. He still doesn't like all the dragons. His least favorite card, I believe, is that Bestial Magnemite.
Yeah, absolutely. And he did ask Aditya, do you have everything? And Aditya responded, yes, I do.
He said yes. Yeah. He said yes. So he's trying to salt him down. He's like, I've beaten you 3 times. We're about to make it 4. Maybe he just, you got to set him up before you knock him down, right? There's like bowling pins. You got to set him up before you knock him down. Aditya maybe letting him off on the hook, winning game number 1, but now he's going to try and win the back 2. Oh, man. But either way, it's just so cool to me that one of these players will be in the finals and will be 1 win away from becoming either a 2-time YCS champion, or for Aditya, he'll be in a very small group of people who have won an NAWCQ and a YCS.
Absolutely. At the very minimum, they're both extremely decorated players, veterans in the game, just for being here at this point. I mean, Aditya, even just in the last year, we had called him an up-and-comer.
Yeah.
I mean, he looks like he's... I
think he's running through the last game in his head. He's playing all the games throughout in his head. If there's anything he could have done differently, if there was a way he could have saved that node.
I think he just likes the chair.
No. I can see the thoughts going. The gears are turning right there. But yeah, no, speaking of Aditya, yeah, well, it seems like just yesterday we were talking about he was an up-and-coming duelist. He was playing in like the World's Qualifying Points playoff. He travels to regionals to try and accumulate those points, but he has been topping YCSs left and right. It seems like almost every YCS that I'm at, he's in the top cut. He came so close just very recently in Houston with the Mermaid Atlantean strategy, and now he's here again back in top 4. Or was it Orlando? Orlando or Houston? It was our...
I think he was top 8 at Orlando.
Yeah, it was top
4 at Houston.
Yeah,
and then top 4 again here, but we're going into game number 3. One of these players will be moving on into the finals here at YCS Providence, Rhode Island.
Oh, man. Here we go. Xuping will be able to go first this time. It worked out for him in game number 1. Will
barely.
Work out for barely.
No.
All right, there's the checkpoint. No Mulcharmy so far.
Fiendsmith's track.
He loves opening that.
I'm telling you, this is how he starts all his turns. If it's in his opening hand, it will be the first card he activates.
I mean, it's his best response to Drone Lockbird is activating the Fiendsmith's track first. There is the Lurie immediately discarded. No responses here from Aditya. This also plays really well into any potential Bestials because there are no monsters on your side of the field. Requiem will hit the field now, immediately activating this effect. Will we chain Mulcharmy Fualos?
Oh, Ash.
And then immediately ashed.
Mulcharmy Fualos is met by an Ash Blossom of Joyous Spring. There's not another copy of Mulcharmy from Aditya. So right now, Xuping is a step ahead.
Lacrima will hit the field. This will likely send a copy of Engraver from the deck to the grave.
Wait for it. Yard. Graveyard. I saw an opportunity and I took it. It's been a while since I feel like I've said Engraver from the graveyard, but it is a classic phrase. And now we're going to see the Fiendsmith's Requiem being equipped to Lacrima the Crimson Tears. And this might prompt a response from Aditya.
There's some thought here.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's a little confusion there. Wasn't sure if there was a response. She was going to be able to now contact fuse with the Lacrima.
Fulfills the requirements for Necro-equipped Princess. This is a level 6 monster, so he's going to be looking to go into the DDD Highway King Caesar, and then a copy of Fiendsmith and Craver are going to be discarded so he can add another copy of Fiendsmith track.
And get a draw off the Necro-equipped Princess.
True, yeah, it has that bonus effect if you send a card from your hand to the graveyard as a cost, you're able to draw a card.
And just so you know, this card that's drawn will be Ice Ryzeal.
Is that what you're thinking?
I'm thinking it.
All right.
I'm sorry, it might already be there.
It might already be there. Oh, I can't see it on any of the cameras we have, but we're going to find out here shortly. The next, it looks like he's going to summon Engraver from the graveyard.
Shuffling back the Luri.
I'll summon.
Any checkpoints here? We know that there is a potential Nibiru
Yeah.
in Aditya's deck. It looks like we are going to go for the Wave King High Caesar.
He's used that Nibiru in game 1 and 2, so we can expect it here in game number 3. But now DDD, High Wave King Caesar, is going to make sure that Nibiru doesn't come down.
Not opting to go for the maximum field here, going for Agnum Day into Caesar down the line, setting up the Desiree as well. Okay, just a set to the Spell and Trap here.
No Ryzeal cards? Is he just going to be banking on High Wave King Caesar?
All right, Fiendsmith Control. We've been here before. I mean, you know if there are no other cards at play, that there's got to be a lot of points of interaction in the hand. We know there's a Tract in the hand. I don't think there's any other information that we have.
Sure.
Battle.
Yeah.
Inner Battle?
Yes.
Main 2.
Oh, okay.
No, he's just trying to scare him.
I was about to, there's... That would have been bold. I don't think anyone is playing evenly matched that we've seen in this tournament.
And the Ming 2 is fine.
What, in the main 2?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like both these players not drawing ideal here, but we're going to be using the Lacrima for the Requiem. And now he's set up on the following turn here.
This is devastating for Aditya. Not the time you want your deck to not give you the cards you need. Not game 3 and top 4. Not again.
By Mayfish.
I mean, this is where Fiendsmith by itself can get you access to Ryzeal. We're going to be activating this. There wasn't even another potential infinite permanence. It was the Tract added on the previous turn. We're going to be going ahead and using it to add the Luri, discarding the Luri. Luri is able to switch summon himself back to the field here. Now we have to go ahead and activate Requiem. I can only imagine. We're just going to make the second one.
2 Requiems on the field. Not something you see every day, that's for sure.
We're going to activate both of them at once. I think this is going to summon 2 copies of Lacrima the Crimson Tears.
This is cool. But unfortunately for Aditya, he's going to need something like a combination of Infinite Impermanence and Nibiru the Primal Being to really get back into this game. Yeah, 2 copies of Lacrima the Crimson Tears.
And you know what that is? That is 2 level 4 monsters.
It is, so he will be able to access the other parts of his deck. Fiendsmith in Paradise is going to be sent to the graveyard by one of the Lacrima the Crimson Tears.
Just insurance here right now, but now we will have to see if Duo Drive is able to resolve. Even if it doesn't, I think this is a commanding position for shipping.
Yeah, I mean, we thought just the High Wave King Caesar and 1 face down Spiller Trap wasn't going to be enough, but just the cards weren't there for Aditya. But he's going to need something to stop this Duo Drive.
Yeah, so even if Duo Drive doesn't resolve here, you can activate Engraver in the graveyard, go for Sequence, go for Agnum Day, and that should be enough to end the game. Infinite Impermanence is fine. We should see the...
5. 4.
Still 4 cards in hand here. Oh, Special Summon Sword. Okay, that'll do. That's had to be drawn off the top here.
I have non-normal summon here.
No.
Right?
No, that's correct. There's been no normal summoning.
You have not normal summon.
It was just a continuation of the previous turn, essentially. Sword Ryzeal is able to grab Ice Ryzeal. Unfortunately, he will not be able to link summon here, but it's going to be just very easy to get some damage in here. All those monsters in attack points.
Some damage? This is a lot of damage.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Does Ice Ryzeal have to summon in defense mode?
Thinking.
I mean, he's going to overlay with it anyway,
yeah.
I think. But it is a Nibiru. Does he have the Imperm? Does he have double Imperm Nibiru? Does he have it? Does he have everything?
Double Imperm!
He does! I told you he's going to need something like Infinite Impermanence Nibiru. He didn't play any other cards. He had double Imperm. Oh my gosh.
He could have played it a little bit safer, but I mean, he still has the effect of Engraver in the grave. This is a massive token.
Oh, it's one of the biggest Nibiru the Primal Being tokens we've ever seen.
There is still Fiendsmith in Paradise in the graveyard. Engraver is able to special summon himself out, but you are locked out of the extra deck because you special summon Sword Ryzeal.
Yeah.
And then now you can Engraver.
Wait, you already equipped Requiem to a Lacrima.
No, he did not. That was the previous turn.
Last turn, my bad. Yeah.
So these are the stats that you calculate. Yeah.
You tell the judges to handle that. It's a massive token.
They're
If
running
it stays
low
on the
time.
field.
They're running low on time, so it makes a lot of sense that he'd have the judges add it up.
18.
So he's going to attack for 18. He wants to play quickly. We don't want this to go to time.
And there should be a pass back now. There's not much you can do in this position.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe he had double imperm Nibiru.
I mean, he had no way to play, so it had to be something.
All the defensive options and none of the starters, but could there be a Malice Dormouse off the top? Does Xueping have any sort of disruption in the hand? He has Feasters in Paradise in the graveyard.
I mean, will a Dormouse be able to do it with the limited amount of time left? He's going to have to pay life points to continue playing. He needs to find access to a battle phase. Not only that, he has to get rid of the token that's going to be the hugest wall here.
I think they said it's something like 9,000 defense of some sort, something close to that.
I mean, yeah, Aditya has this turn to end this game.
This is going to be the last turn of our first semifinal match. I can't believe this is just our first top 4 match. We're going to have oh no.
That's not going to do it.
No, but Set Monster face down in the pass. You kind of see the frustration from Aditya during the end phase. Lacrima goes back into the deck to special summon back the Fiendsmith's Requiem from the graveyard.
Aditya flew too close to the sun, made callouts in the beginning, and now he's punished.
This will be the first time that Aditya will lose to Xueping in his dueling career.
All right, Shu just considering his graveyard here to see if there's anything else he wants to do before drawing for turn. I mean, we've already activated the Lacrima. Oh no, okay, we're in his turn now.
Yeah.
We're going to be activating the Requiem on the Engraver. Engraver's effect will be able to send the monster here.
Yeah, I can target any monster.
You can target any monster, yeah.
I like to concede.
Yep, you're just
and
conceding.
That's it. Aditya concedes, and Xueping is back in the finals again, taking down our reigning NAWCQ champion after an epic match. Unfortunately, no Malice cards there for him in game number 3. He had the Imperm, he had the Nibiru, but that Ash Blossom on the Mulcharmy was huge there because Aditya really needed to access more cards from his deck, but he wasn't able to because Xueping had that Ash Blossom. Just showing you this is why the Fiendsmith cards are so strong, because if you just happen to have just an Engraver or just attract in some forms of disruption with it, it could be just enough to get to enough damage on the field. And we really see the crossover with the Lacrima, the Crimson Tears being a level 4 monster and like finding a way to get to the 2 Requiems, because Requiem's not once per turn to summon from the deck, but it's once per turn that it can be special summon. So knowing that you can summon it during the end phase, then summon another one on your turn, use both their effects together to summon the 2 Lacrimas. It was quite a match, quite a show.
And you know what that means? Aditya was the last Malice in our top cut.
No, don't say it ain't so, Asala. Say it ain't so.
There were 2 Mitsurugis on the other side, right?
No, that's insane. So Malice will still have to wait to win a YCS despite getting all of their new support. Got close here at this YCS, but it doesn't look like it's going to be walking away with the YCS here. But Xueping might be the one to become a YCS champion.
Absolutely. I did not expect Fiendsmith Ryzeal to be in the finals this YCS. I didn't really expect Fiendsmith to be as popular. I thought Mitsurugi was going to be the other dominant force, especially for Ryzeal as well with the Malice. But it looks like it's going to be the tried and true Fiendsmith Ryzeal facing some Mitsurugi variant in the finals.
Yeah, so the other match that's coming up, it's going to be pure Mitsurugi versus
Mitsurugi Ryzeal.
And then they're going to, Xueping is going to be waiting just a few feet away to see who he's going to play in the finals, because we are going to have another semifinal match coming up after this and find out who, will be in the finals with Xueping. And there's a chance Xueping is going to become a 2-time YCS champion, a UDS champion, just absolutely incredible. It's been a while since Xueping's been in the finals.
Absolutely. I think every time we count him out is when he becomes that dark horse and he goes all the way. But, I mean, the players on the other side of the bracket are not going to be any slouches. Charlie is looking for that YCS championship of his own.
Yeah, Charlie and then Jim is flying under the radar. You know, we've had a lot of big names, a lot of people we've seen on live streams before, but Jim is the one playing that pure Mitsurugi deck. He could sneak in and just steal this YCS away from everyone else that's in there. And you know, Xueping's, I feel like what he says right now is like, you're not going to beat me 4 times in a row or something along those lines. Like,
you can never let them have the 4, especially if they're going to talk like that, you know?
Yeah, you can't. You have to. You know, he's gonna be thinking about that. It's like, man, maybe I jinxed myself and before calling my shot before. But I do love the confidence. I think you have to go in with
the
confidence.
banter's fantastic.
Yeah.
I love this kind of play, especially it's all in good fun. Both these players know each other. They're friends. It is just healthy competition.
It definitely is. It's always good to have fun, especially when you play against. I mean, this is a rivalry now, I believe.
Absolutely.
I mean, if I'm Xu Ping, I would think Aditya is one of my rivals. I mean, I don't think there's many people that are 3-0 or were undefeated against Xu Ping, so he definitely wanted to take one of the wins away.
One of the final bosses for him going for that other ring, right?
Yeah, and especially at a moment when it really mattered. Because, I mean, they've probably played in Swiss before, but not in top 4 going to the finals of a YCS. But, man, what an incredible match. We're going to have another semifinal coming up right after this one. But first, I think Kangas is standing by with our winner, Xu Ping, so we're going to be able to hear from him, see what he has to say about finally getting that win against Aditya. So, Kangas, take it away. Let's hear from Xu Ping.
Thank you very much. I am live on stage with Shunping after his feature match win. Shunping, you're going to the finals of YCS Providence. Congratulations there, and you're against Aditya. You ended the loss streak. He came on saying 3-0 versus you. I want to hear your thoughts.
Well, first of all, one of the 3 was like an unfinished match in your 3v3. So that one didn't even count, okay? You know what? And then, yeah, also those were before I was a UDS champion. So now I'm completely different. Those all expired.
All right. Hey, you're beating him. You finally got one on stage. That's the only one that everyone saw, first of all. But also, you defeated the last Malice player. I want to get your thoughts on that because, okay, we got a little applause from the audience right there. That seemed to be the boogeyman of the event. What are your thoughts, and why'd you choose your deck over playing something like Malice?
Not gonna lie, I really dislike Malice. I just, like, when I was testing Malice, I cannot see myself beating myself like in a mirror. Not like a mirror match, just specifically like a mirror if I'm playing against myself. So it's like I couldn't find an edge to have for Malice mirrors. So if I'm going into a tournament with Malice, I'm kind of just high rolling or try to high rolling my opponent. And that usually doesn't work well with it, right? Like in game 1, my hand was Lori Lacrima already in top 4. So it's like if I play Malice, I'm not gonna be as lucky, or probably more unlucky than my opponent. So I was like, at the end, I just choose the more consistent and then the deck I'm like more comfortable with.
It had nothing to do with the fact you're probably running Magnamut in Malice?
Yeah, I kind of had to, but yeah, well, I'm also running it in my side in the Ring Smith deck, so and you just have to. What if there's other people who's playing the same strategy, right? Gonna also hit their engravers. So, well, had to.
Maybe a love-hate relationship with Bestial Magnamut then. Well, Shunping, you're going to the finals. I want to get your mentality. Are you feeling prepared? Do you feel like this could be your event?
I mean, I had few events already in the past, so it's like, it's nothing special. I've been here, so that's whatever. I'm just chilling. I paid the entry. Oh, technically I didn't even pay for the entry to enter a tournament, but I'm just here enjoying the event like everyone else, play as much as I can.
All right, you know what? You better. It's another weekend. For everybody else, this is a big event. For Shunping, it's another weekend. Congratulations on the feature match win. Best of luck in the finals. We're throwing back to the casters.
All right, thank you so much. Exactly what I expected to hear from Shunping, and I just imagine he was like in his like bathroom, like looking in the mirror, like, oh, my toughest opponent yet, and he's just dueling himself in the mirror. And if you can't beat yourself, who can you really beat? Great advice there from Shunping, but we're going to be able to see our next top 4 match right after this. We're going to jump into it very quickly, but before we jump into our second semifinal match, I want to talk about some awesome things that we have coming up in the Yu-Gi-Oh world. That's right, World Championship qualifiers are coming up. June 6th and 8th, we have the South America World Championship qualifier in Bogota, Colombia. Solid, I haven't been there. Hopefully you guys will also be going if you're in that area for that WCQ. Then July 4th through the 6th is the Central America World Championship qualifier in San Jose, Costa Rica. July 5th and 6th, we're going to the Oceanic World Championship in Brisbane, Australia. July 11th through the 13th, it's North America World Championship qualifier in the great city of Indianapolis, Indiana. And ending of July 25th through the 27th is the EU WCQ. That's right, the European World Championship qualifier in Berlin, Germany. You're going to want to make sure if you're in the area, you got your invite. You're going to want to go to these NA WCQs starting in June, ending at the end of July. This is going to find out who will be competing at the World Championship this year in Paris. Going to be real exciting stuff. You're going to want to watch the live streams for the events that are going to have them. And if you're going to be there, maybe you will be the one that will compete at the World Championship. Maybe it'll be Shunping, but first he's going to try and win this match. But stay tuned. We're going to be right back really quickly to jump into our second semifinal feature match to find out who's going to face off against Xumping. Malice won't be winning the event, but will it be Mitsurugi, Ryzeal, or Fiendsmith Ryzeal? Stay tuned. We'll be right back with our second semifinal match. Don't go anywhere.
Game on, world. Another game, world?
Welcome back, players, to YCS Providence. My name is Steven. His name is also Steven, and I gotta say, that was one of the most impressive top 4 matches I've ever seen.
We've already figured out half of our finals, but I have to ask, how you feeling being a Malice holdout? You're gonna be okay, Steven? You're gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Malice will get it one day, fam.
I couldn't have asked for a better representative of the Malice deck than Adichia, but unfortunately he couldn't bring it home. But congrats to him again on getting 2 back-to-back top 4 finishes at YCS's Houston and Providence.
Yeah, great duelist in his own right. Obviously, he will get that YCS win soon. But today's not his day, but we do have some great stuff coming up.
Oh, 1,000%. Now that Xumping is guaranteed to be in the finals, is going to be really impressive. And soon we're going to have the second semifinal match for you guys, which I think will be equally impressive.
Oh, wow. So this format's been wild. So when you think about the last parts of our topic, we have Mitsurugi Ryzeal, and then we've got somebody waiting for him, Xumping Xu.
On Fiendsmith Ryzeal.
Yeah, Fiendsmith Ryzeal. So
Amazing.
just like, it's weird because I don't think people when they came into this format would be expecting to cheer for Ryzeal, but here we are.
I know, everyone was so afraid of Malice this weekend, but they forgot, oh yeah, Mitsurugi and Ryzeal also got support in Alliance Insight, and those decks are equally as impressive.
Now, we haven't gotten to see one of our top 4 competitors, Jim, at all on the stream, have we?
No, we have not. Jim Marioga, I believe. He'll say it in his name in a second earlier.
Absolutely, but he's kind of the dark horse competitor, right? Just because we haven't seen him. Doesn't mean he's bad, obviously, if he's gotten to the semifinals.
And playing pure Mitsurugi, nonetheless. Very impressive. And one of my favorite versions of the deck because you can play cards like Dominus Impulse, which is very exciting.
Yeah. You also get access to a lot of interesting cards. We're not going to spoil any surprises, but there is just some sick choices in this list. Gosh, I can't believe it's almost going to be over. We're about to crown a YCS Providence Champion.
Yes, this is going to be the last round for us as well, and it's going to be very exciting to see what these duelists have to say, and it looks like they're ready to tell us. So why don't we throw ahead, go over to Stephen Kangas on the stage, and see what they got to say.
And in the blue chair from Indianapolis, Indiana, he wants to once again shout out Ruben, Kamal, Hani, and Hyson. It's Charlie Futch III. And his opponent today in the red chair from Trenton, New Jersey. It's his first ever YCS top. Shout out to the crew from Jersey, Nick, Will, Mitsael, and Kevin. Give it up for Jim Mayorga. Duelists are ready on stage, so I'll throw it over to the casters for game number 1.
And there we saw Jim Mayorga. Like you said, this is going to be his first time topping a YCS. No wonder we haven't seen him before today. And of course, he's fighting against Charlie Futch, who we saw dominate Steven Santoli in the top 8.
Good to see some representation from the East Coast here, and it'll be interesting to see which of these two versions of Mitsurugi reigns supreme.
Yep, either the pure snakes of Mitsurugi versus the snakes and the robots of Mitsurugi Ryzeal.
It's just going to be so cool again to see which of the decks do well, but you're right that there's various different choices that you get access to. If you're running Ryzeal, you don't really have access to great cards like Dominus Impulse.
And if you, unless you want to turn off your extra Ryzeals, of course.
Oh yeah, that sounds like a great idea. But jokes aside, you know, both of these duelists obviously have what it takes. Charlie has been on the stage before, but Jim, having a first-time performance like this is incredible.
Making it all the way to top 4, again, in this stacked field that we've had all day during day 2 is very impressive.
Yeah, no matter where he does, or how he does in this duel, he definitely should be proud of himself for making a YCS top 4 like this in his first day 2 debut.
And did you hear the crowd, man? Everyone was so here to support him. It's lovely to see that. Whether he walks away with this as a finalist or not, I think he's going to be a winner no matter what.
Yeah, kind of a hometown hero. Seems locked in, though. No nerves here on his first time on the featured match stage, just kind of getting set up. He's got an opponent who has almost been born and raised on the featured match stage as a young dragon duelist, but everybody's just kind of getting ready, and there's that trophy, just waiting to see who's going to take it home.
And I think on paper, you would probably give the edge to Charlie because, like I said, he's playing Mitsurugi Ryzeal, so he can do pretty much everything that Jim's deck can do, but he has that extra bonus of being able to throw things like Ryzeal into the equation and have detonator access, which could be a really good way to sort of stymie Jim. But Jim might have more room for more impactful non-engine like the Charmies, like Nibiru's, like Ash Blossom, like Dominus Impulse if he chooses to play it or not. Could be really exciting to see how those interact in this matchup.
Definitely, because we've seen that Ryzeal is still getting a lot of mileage. Obviously, the Forbidden Limited list was a huge hit to the Ryzeal deck, but Ryzeal duelists are just kind of shrugging their shoulders saying, nah, I still got this, I'm fine.
And I wonder if Charlie's going to impress us with some more like layered, deep Mitsurugi combos like we saw in Game 1 against Steven Santoli, being able to go into the Dragluxion to get the Tachyon to then go to the Ryzeal place.
Or he could do it backwards, right? Because you could do King of the Feral Imps to go into your reptile-based plays. So really, really consistent deck. There's no wonder why Charlie got up here. But I guess that's the same story for Jim, right? Because if you are playing pure Mitsurugi, you don't have to worry about drawing the wrong engine pieces, right? It's just all snakes all the time.
Yep, and there's all kinds of Alliance Insight cards from Mitsurugi that we haven't really gotten the chance to see. Things like Wosu, things like Magatama, things like Mirror. You know, these are not popular decks. I know we saw, you know, some semblance of those cards in Tavion's deck from yesterday, but we haven't seen him reach this far into the tournament, so let's see what they can do, maybe.
I am really impressed with this deck list. Again, I'm not going to spoil any surprises, especially since this is his first time on the stage, but man, if some of these cards activate and resolve, whoa.
100%.
Whoa. And I don't mean whoa-usu.
You just mean whoa.
Whoa. So again, it's going to be just a jewel of a duel for sure. Everybody getting locked in here. And even if somebody doesn't advance here, we do still have the 3rd, 4th playoff. I don't believe that's going to be on the stream here, but there is an additional chance for them to get some great prizing there. And just what a YCS this has been. You know, I thought YCS Houston was going to be the duel to end all duels. But speaking of duels, let's go into Game 1. It's semifinal 2 time here at YCS Providence.
Yep, we have Jim Mayorga versus Charlie Futch III. It's going to be quite the duel. They have their opening hands laid out, and they're going to roll the dice to see who goes first. I think they're rolling for high. We've got 3 from Jim. Not the best start.
I'll go first.
All right, it looks like Charlie has proudly declared to go first. We have the handshake, and here we go for duel number 1.
Definitely a historic Yu-Gi-Oh moment for Jim. First time on the featured match stage here in the semifinals. That's a pretty good start to a great dueling career.
All right, we're in our main phase. We're going to be activating... Oh, no, in draw phase, we're going to be activating Mitsurugi. Did he say in draw phase for that?
I didn't catch it. Looks like we may be in main phase based on what's indicated on the screen there, but I guess we shall see.
It's maybe unimportant, but it just depends on if he wants to... If we see a Dueling Lockbird come down, we'll know.
Dueling Lockbird, definitely such a powerful card. Works against so many different decks, but I feel like Mitsurugi is definitely the biggest victim of the Dueling Lockbird.
Yeah, it definitely can be for sure. This deck adds a lot, as we saw in Charlie's first match against Steven Santoli.
Now let's see where Charlie's going straight into the Habakiri and then bringing back the Saji.
Yep, paying that 800 life points because we did trigger. We got to use both effects.
Yes. Charlie had a few hiccups earlier, but probably has ironed out his mechanics since then. Taking a look just briefly into Jim's hand, I think I caught a Molcharmy Meows in the main deck. Great option for sure in this format.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting choice. I imagine he was expecting to play against a lot of Malice throughout day 1 and day 2, and that card came in handy.
Waka Waka, because it's a hand. Ah, that's funny. That's funny.
Love it.
All right, we got Yu-Gi-Oh jokes, but we also got Yu-Gi-Oh plays here. So, do you see those Molcharmies? I guess he's holding on to them, not ready to activate them. Maybe doesn't want to get hit by a Triple Tactics talent.
Or just waiting for the right moment before Charlie overcommits, and he's like, well, I guess I got to keep going and give my opponent more draws. That can always be the mentality behind holding Molcharmy cards.
You got to know when to hold them, when to fold them.
It looks like here we're considering normal summoning Sword Ryzeal before we go into any Amino Habakiri no Mitsurugi plays.
Interesting. Now, he didn't special summon it, so he's not locked into rank 4s here, but often when you're playing against a Ryzeal player, you know something's up when they normal summon Sword.
Yeah, it usually kind of lends themselves to their hand being either really strong or really weak, but we know we have the Habakiri, so we definitely know it's not a weak hand.
Trying to figure out the 50-50 there. Jim does not respond in any way, allowing for the search, so we're going to grab X Ryzeal out of the deck and add it to the hand.
Ooh, and we're going to, after that effect's been activated, we're going to activate Molcharmy Fualos. So now any monster summon from the deck will give him a draw.
The well-timed Fualos there, because again, you're right that you're kind of locked in. You've got those two monsters. You're not just going to pass on this, especially not in our YCS semifinals.
This might give up at least 1 to 2 cards over to Charlie, because unfortunately, Saji and Sword cannot make Ryzeal Detonator, but they could make Duo Drive, which then can make Detonator, and that's 2 cards.
We'll see if we get the 2 for 2 here. Does he want to give a single card to his opponent? Or at least we're going to use the X Ryzeal. And the card from the extra deck sent is going to be, could be an Eclipse Twins. Oh, but it's actually a Duo Drive.
Ooh, interesting. And here we're going to have the X effect, because we can only control level 4 monsters right now to get another Ryzeal name. Doing all this before we go for the Habakiri or for the prayers is really huge, so we can sequence this properly and not get locked out of all these powerful Ryzeal effects.
I might go back down.
Grab the Node Ryzeal from the deck there. You think there's a possibility Charlie might just put a whole bunch of defensive bodies on board? It doesn't feel quite right. And I think he's considering the Xyz summon. We've seen this before. Usually it's the Duo Drive whenever he puts those materials in the extra monster zone.
Just so we can get access to our powerful spell and trap cards for the Ryzeal deck. We're going to be adding that.
Draw first, but attach.
Yep, draw first, and then we're going to attach here using the effect of Duo Drive.
Search.
Yeah. And now we're going to use the effect here to search. That's perfectly fine, according to Jim. And I'm sure Charlie is more than okay with this.
Feels like we're going to go for Ryzeal Cross. We did manage to get 3 materials on there, so 3 minus 2 is 1. And that's just the 1 you need for Ryzeal Cross's negation effects. And there's the cross.
And we still have the prayers and the Habakiri in Charlie's hand, so we have more than enough plays to keep going. We saw Charlie loves to extend as far as possible with this deck.
I think at this point, you got to just go all in. It is just game 1. If you can take that first win, gets him that much closer to being our YCS champion.
So we got the sword. We have not specialed the sword yet this turn, so we can still do that. We just won't get the search once it's summoned.
Node Cross, Ritual Spell, Sword, and Habakiri.
Yeah, we just want to get a full understanding of all the known cards that are in
that
Charlie's hand.
Looks like the Node Ryzeal's coming down next. Possibly, maybe not. Charlie considering his options.
I think it was just clarifying that it was in his hand.
Oh, I see, I see. We do have the field spell there. Perfect timing there. Don't want to get hit by Nibiru. We saw how powerful it was just last game.
Oh, 100%. Especially since if Charlie plans on playing into this Fualos anymore, or if he's just going to summon 1 Detonator and maybe the Habakiri from hand. But I imagine he wants to also have Murakumo established, and he's probably just debating the value of those 2 extra cards versus the summoning of Murakumo.
I think we are going to go ahead and add the Mitsurugi Ritual. Charlie considering his options, but slapping that card down the table nonetheless.
Is it from the hand or from the deck that we're summoning?
I'm summoning from deck.
Ooh, we're summoning from the deck.
No. Deck.
Someone from deck?
Yep, someone from deck is A-okay with Jim, he said. Definitely is, because he's going to get a free draw out of this. It'll probably be the Murakumo.
Seems like a decent enough trade. Looks like another Molcharmy drawn.
Given that we still have Node and stuff in hand, that's actually a pretty good one in the form of Perulia, so on resolution, we could see that come down here.
Maybe considering the Meowls?
Res anything?
Thinking on res.
Sure.
Okay, he is thinking on res, so now he's going to make that Molcharmy choice. You can only use 2 Molcharmy effects per turn, so you do have to choose. And he chooses Perulia.
And I mean, against Mitsurugi Ryzeal, Perulia and Fualos seem like 2 pretty good ones.
How far is Charlie going to go? Because every time he's going to summon from those sacred spots, Jim's going to get another card.
I mean, he has to summon the sword or the node in order to get to a detonator anyway. So that's going to be at least 2 more cards added to his hand. That's 7 cards if he were to do that. Ooh, he activated Murakuma in response to the Purulia to force him to discard. He's just going to get rid of the Meows. I can't use it anyway.
All 3 Volcharmies hanging out in the graveyard.
Think on cross.
Oh, that's right. We're still at resolution of Purulia, and we can use cross to negate.
Ooh.
Definitely impressive to see him think about that.
You would be giving up that material, though.
And the protection of cross in case there is a card like Nibiru, because Jim is still going to draw if he summons from the extra deck.
Oh, so he is going to use the cross effect to the gate.
Oh, no, he's using the cross effect to put back 2 and draw, which means the Purulia did resolve, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, looks like it. Okay, so does that mean that Charlie's going to play a little bit more conservatively, or maybe he just doesn't care?
Yeah, I think I saw that he has a draw on Lockbird in hand, so we can always just use that to stop Jim from drawing any further. If he's
I do
worried
see
about
the draw.
No.
He played 2, he discarded 1.
Even the judge is confused when they see 3 Volcharmies back to back to back, but no, it's just 2 activated and 1 to make sure it resolved.
Yeah, they're like, normally it's only 2 of these things that are in the graveyard. Why is there 3?
The whole gang's here. But speaking of the whole gang, Rise the Old Detonator joining in.
And then we see another draw here. And here we see Charlie just choosing to let him have those 2 draws. All right, Jim starting his turn with 7 cards, facing down a Detonator and a Murakumo, plus a cross. And that's all he knows about. Maybe a prayers as well.
Ooh, at the start of the main phase, let's banish random.
For 6.
Yep, he's declaring 6, and then he's going to shuffle up his extra deck and give it to Charlie to pick random 6 ones.
And I gotta say, the bling on Charlie's field, all the quarter-century secret rares you can eat.
Oh, very gorgeous deck for sure.
Charlie being very careful and decisive there. We got our 6 face down. Are we gonna respond here, though?
I mean, 2 cards is 2 cards, especially when his hands are already 6 other cards.
That draw on Lockbird. I can seal the duel right there as we draw 2.
I mean, well, in the pure variant, he could have just drawn all the cards he was going to search for anyway.
That is true.
If I want to chain.
Oh, maybe going to chain? Thinking about maybe that Mitsurugi Prayer?
You can chain to this, and this will allow you to search for more stuff.
Chain.
Draw on Lockbird hasn't resolved yet.
Just add.
So we're just using the effect to add, which means we're not tributing anything to do so. Charlie's trying to maybe think about a potential Ash Blossom, or he's trying to maybe mind game Jim into thinking he has an Ash Blossom. All options, because we know that Jim knows he has a node in hand and 1 unknown card.
Well, like after.
Ooh, and there we see the Wosu. It is in his deck. Mitsurugi no Miko Wosu. That card has a really unique effect in order to summon itself by tributing not only a monster you control, but also a monster your opponent controls.
Kind of an in-archetype Kaiju, if I say so myself.
I think that is an out to detonator as far as I'm concerned, because it's not an effect, right? It's just a summoning condition, so cross cannot stop it.
That's correct, because you can special summon this card by tributing 1 other reptile monster from your hand and 1 monster your opponent controls.
You can tribute from the hand as well?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's pretty cool.
I'll tribute.
Oh, speak of the devil, here it is. We're going to tribute the Habakiri from hand and the detonator from Charlie's board.
I don't know what else it does.
Oh, he's like, I got to read this. Give me 1 second, bro. This Wosu's about to cook me, I think.
Yeah, Charlie did not include that, so we didn't know what it does because it didn't make the cut, but maybe this monster's all right.
I believe the on-field effect has something to do with, like, if it's tributed, right?
Yeah, if tributed, you can discard 1 card, and if you do, add this card to your hand.
I see. So basically, it can just replace itself. That's cool.
Also allows you to keep the tribute cycle going.
So that clears the detonator, but we still have the cross as well as the Murakumo to deal with. But I don't think Jim necessarily cares about the Raigeki effect. It just depends on how much he can play through. Remember, he is under draw on Lockbird, so even though he did tribute that Habakiri, it won't be able to activate its effect because you need to be able to search and summon that card in order to bring it back.
Yeah, I saw him leaning a little bit towards the Wallace. I think we're about to normal summon it as an additional level 4 monster.
Normal summon?
All right, normal summon Fuwalos. Is this a...
Oh, we are doing some interesting stuff here because we said there were some prizes in Jim's deck list. He's link summoning.
I'm gonna look at Graves. That's fine.
All right.
I think we are going to see it.
It looks like he's declared a Link 2, and that's going to be Reptilian Echidna. Ooh, this is a really cool card. I believe it has an effect like all Reptilians do to make monsters a 0 attack, if I'm correct.
That's correct. So if Link summoned, you can target one face-up monster your opponent controls, change its attack to 0. And then just during your main phase, if your opponent controls a monster with 0 attack, which is the whole Reptilian like strat, basically,
It's like
you can add reptile monsters with different names from your deck to your hand. However, we're not going to really be able to do much with that, considering the fact that Joel and Lockbird is in effect.
Right. So in my mind, Jim's is just showing this to try to force the Ryzeal cross, because if he just goes make Murakumo 0 attack, go battle phase, he can just clear it right now or force it and then play after that.
It's not a giant monster, but I'll tell you, 200 attack is bigger than 0.
Uh-huh. Well, and actually, it would have 100 attack, funny enough, because of the
because
duo drive.
of the duo drive.
But that's still more than 0. It's 100 more than 0 to be exact.
Big numbers. I mean, 100's a big number, kind of.
Yeah.
Not so much in Yu-Gi-Oh, but yeah, it'll get it done.
It'll get the job done. Ooh, and there we see the Imperm on the Echidna. Can't let that happen.
So saving the Ryzeal cross negation effect for later. Let's see what else we got here.
I think he's eyeing that Mitsurugi ritual in his hand, but again, he's got to be a little careful with this cross. But there we see the declaration of Habakiri's hand effect to summon from the deck and then tribute.
Does this do something when it's tributed?
No.
To my knowledge, Echidna does not have a tributed effect, but he's just like, okay, hold on, you summoned this card for a reason. I just want to make sure I try to suss out why.
Well, would have been able to get some searches on, but not for Droll and Lockbird. But another way to search cards out of your deck, just don't add them to your hand.
Yeah, Charlie's like, how important is this effect?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
Not like the summon it too.
Yeah, the summon. I can only summon it once per turn.
Yeah, just clarifying how Wosu works. She's like, this card just got rid of my detonator. I don't like it. I want to make sure this can't surprise me again later.
Jim just educating. Hey, did you know there are other Mitsurugi monsters? Yeah, there are.
Turns out. So here we're going to have the Habakiri's effect resolve here. It's going to get Kusanagi, and we're going to potentially tribute that here to get back a Mitsurugi spell card from the graveyard. This can give us Prayers access again.
Effect, when it's distributed, target Prayers.
Every duelist kind of has to know how to play against their own weakness, right? The Malice monsters have to know against, well, Artifact Lancia, and here, Mitsurugi is doing a great job living through Joel and Lockbird.
I have not.
Jim at the wheel, and he knows exactly how to turn things around.
And Charlie just recognizing, okay, you haven't ritual yet, right? Okay, does he have the ritual spell in hand? I don't believe Charlie knows that Jim has it, but I believe we at home do know that he has it.
We do. You kind of have to sense it, though. Why is he doing this? He's probably got the good.
He's definitely trying to bait out this cross pretty hard. That's definitely, I think, Jim's line of thinking here is like, if I can get cross off the board, that means if I summon Murakumo, I wipe his board.
Charlie's been under pressure before, but let's see how he responds to this Mitsurugi ritual.
We're going to use the Ame here to force Jim to discard a card, otherwise this card is negated.
Oh, that's a great choice. That pre-preparation of the rights isn't going to do much.
Under Droll and Lockbird, definitely not.
Ritual Raven eating well, but not today. Oh, he's going to keep it, I think. Wow. Getting rid of the woes, or excuse me, Adamasa instead.
Seeing the pre-prep and rights means that Jim is definitely playing Mitsurugi Mirror. And there we see the ritual. Summoning the Murakumo, tributing the Habakiri. Again, we won't be able to use its effect when tributed, but we will be able to use Murakumo on summon. But at resolution, cross can just negate this effect, and I wonder if Charlie is going to go for it now, or if he thinks this is just, again, one giant bait of Jim.
I love the pace of this duel. It's a lot of questions from Jim. Hey, Charlie, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? And for the most part, Charlie has chosen just not to spend the Ryzeal cross effect at resolution.
It's really important when you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! To make sure you plan your interruptions. They can't just go willy-nilly on the first thing that happens. They got to be on the things that you think will cause the most impact of the turn. And I think Charlie is recognizing, if I let this Murakumo resolve, that's not going to be good for me. So we're going to cross negate at resolution. Do we have a response from Jim? I don't believe so.
Nothing in the open game state, so I think we're going to go back to playing a few more cards.
And we're going straight to battle phase here because we can clear their duo drive using our Murakumo, or we could attack and crash the Murakumos and then force the effects to activate. That could be interesting.
Certainly a good way to try to deal with it. The risk with getting rid of the Ryzeal duo drive is it can just get recycled anyway with the Ryzeal cross. Here we go in the battle phase.
It's just a question of either do you attack duo drive or do you crash the Murakumos. I think the...
I think you just think
Yeah, so we're still in battle phase, but I think Jim is just going like, okay, what's the scariest thing?
I don't know that he ever declared battle phase, but he had that hand motion that we all as Yu-Gi-Oh players know. He's thinking about attacking.
I'll crash.
Oh,
it looks like we are.
We are going to attempt to crash the Murakumos. We have the Ultra Rare going up against the QCR. They'll both go to the graveyard, though, if this attack is successful.
Yeah, you don't get extra stats for the rarity. It just looks really cool.
I believe we have that. I believe that set card's a known prayers, right? So Charlie's just thinking, okay, if I tribute my Murakumo, I can dodge this and then Raigeki his board. That feels pretty good if that is the card I believe it is.
And I think it is. I just got a quick flash of it. Now, so has Jim.
Ooh, and there
Dominus Impulse
on the Mitsurugi Prayers.
Opponent controls a card. Locked out of Light Monsters. It's the one privilege you get for running the pure Mitsurugi build.
It is Prayers a card you can impulse? It contains an effect to summon a monster, right?
I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, we're good.
Maybe it's just a question here of how this resolves. So now the battle will be redeclared, and now we're going to swing and attack Duo Drive. That'll deal 700 damage to Charlie.
So Jim showing pretty well in his first duel on the feature match stage, able to get through all of the resources that Charlie had, including various negation effects and some big bodies on the field. But now he's just got his Reptilian, Echidna, and his Murakumo no Mitsurugi, but not much else.
And I do believe we have the Prayers. And then we're going to swing for just 200 because why not?
Hey, it's 200 now that Ryzel Duo drives out. You got to take the damage you can get. This is single elimination.
We're going to set a card that I believe is the known pairs of Jim. And now we have pretty much the same board that Charlie had, but no Ryzel Duo Drive or Detonator.
Big follow-up in the hand, but not much help there. The pre-preparation on the right is certainly powerful, but not during your opponent's turn, and hopefully you'll even make it to your next turn. We'll have to see.
And like you mentioned earlier, Steven, this Ryzel Cross, being able to put back that Detonator is, I think, going to be really huge.
In this game, correct? Because I went Prayers, Tribute Sod, Summons back. Yeah, no, I didn't.
Yeah, we're just clarifying here that the once per duel effect was not activated for Charlie, but I believe it was activated for Jim. Always interesting to keep track of those once per duel effects.
Crazy set of turns so far. It's only been 2 turns, wild as it may seem.
Yeah, and right now I think the only interaction that Charlie knows Jim has access to is this Murakumo effect to Raigeki the board, but it could be pretty interesting.
He impulsed it. Yeah.
Judges just verifying that the special summon effect was activated, and that's what was stopped by Dominus Impulse, and yep, play continues.
Because he was under Droll too, he couldn't even have activated the effect to add from hand anyway.
That is correct. Droll and Lockbird affects both players.
This will be interesting because we know that Charlie's hand had Node at least in it, and Jim knows that too. And here's that cross, like I mentioned, going to be able to put back that Detonator, even though we have one. Doesn't matter. I can get it right back.
At first you don't succeed, try again.
Oh, actually going to start off with the Habakiri, which I believe was drawn for turn, and we're going to chain the effect of Murakumo to force Charlie to discard a card, otherwise that effect will be negated.
I think I see a Node in the hand, can't quite see what the other card is. Charlie take a look at the graveyard to sort of forecast. I think he's... No, maybe not. Gonna keep going. Decide to let that go, and then I guess just discard the Ame no Habakiri no Mitsurugi to do that effect instead.
That's right. It is simply a reveal to activate the effect. Therefore, it's still in your hand, so you can use it as Murakumo discard target. But now, if he goes for a Kusanagi, he can't ritual summon from the hand unless he has another Habakiri in hand, is I think the thing Jim was going for there. Trying to force extra resources out of Charlie if he wants to continue playing this turn. And if he forces him to overextend into this potential Murakumo Raigeki the board, that could be pretty big. He gave him his graveyard to cut. Adorable. Adorable. Adorable.
It is a long day, Duelists. But both these guys still hanging in here after many, many rounds. Note the win record. They've already done 14 rounds of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card game over 2 days. Speaking of rounds, looks like the Node, maybe
Is that going to be a normal summon Node?
I think so.
Oh, no, we have an Xyz in the graveyard. It'll definitely be a special.
Okay.
This could be pretty big. Basically, Jim might have to decide whether or not stopping an Xyz play or a Mitsurugi play is better for the Murakumo.
Sure.
At this point, Detonator isn't that threatening because the Murakumo is just stronger than it. And so as long as Jim doesn't activate any effects, I don't know what Detonator can do to get over it.
Yeah, patience is going to be the name of the game for sure. Obviously, there's a little bit of damage that Charlie is sort of guaranteed by attacking the Reptilian Echidna.
Yep, so here we have the pay 800 effective prayers to summon back Saji. Saji's effect on summon will then search for another Mitsurugi spell card, which I'm assuming is going to be Ritual, or it could be another prayers. One benefit of playing the pure Mitsurugi deck is that you can play 3 copies of Ritual pretty happily, but the Ryzel one doesn't always play that many, so Charlie might not have any access to that card. Yeah, he's just gonna grab a second prayer, so I bet you he would grab a ritual if he could.
Kind of a neat way to find out the question of which of these decks performs better. Just pit them against each other. Pure or Ryzeal.
Ooh, and there we have a normal summon of Star Ryzeal.
Star Ryzeal kind of not as prevalent in this tournament as I was expecting, but still here nonetheless. Was normal summon, so doesn't get that special summon effect, so no setting of any Ryzeal cards.
Keep going. I'm just gonna check.
I'm just checking your graveyard.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, we're just making sure that the life points are correct, it looks like, on the judges' side, because a lot of paying of life points have happened. I know we're used to it for Malice, but we're not so used to it in other decks.
Now you do take 800 damage every now and again in a Mitsurugi Mirror.
Yeah, I think Jim here is just contemplating whether he has to use the Murakumo now to deny access to the detonator.
Update prayers.
Yeah, here we go. Contributing.
Yeah, that's fine.
So now we'll be able to add pay 800 and some.
Yep.
Yep, so we're going to add to the hand.
To apply both effects too.
Probably going to look for something like a Saji for follow-up the next turn. And then we're going to summon back by paying 800 life points to the Kusanagi. This can get us back the prayers if we want to, or we can get the ritual. Now we're just setting our chain links here between Kusanagi as well as Murakumo. Very important in case you want to chain block stuff.
2 Kusanagi target prayers.
Yep, so we're going to add the prayers back with Kusanagi as chain link 2, and then chain link 1 is going to be Murakumo. We're going to summon back and destroy all monsters on Charlie's board.
It's great timing. Keep him out of any Xyz summons, especially when you see the sort of desperation play of normal summoning Star Ryzeal.
Ooh, and there we see the Magatama coming out of Jim, another new card from Alliance Insight.
Or
it's a quick play spell that allows him to tribute and destroy cards, basically. But it can also let him ritual summon.
This and then, and what else?
You know, prayers, Saji, and now Magatama. And then on a new chain, Murakumo.
So Charlie knows what to do, goes ahead and clears off his field.
But now Charlie can just go cross, add back the detonator and duo drive. He can go node, then summon those back out. But oh, it's looking like he's choosing to go for cross to put back Star Ryzeal and X Ryzeal. He must not have that many Ryzeal names still in deck, which is why this is very important to him.
Well, if he gets an Ice Ryzeal later, that Star Ryzeal could be huge.
I mean, this feels like an Exciton Gambit if I've ever seen one. And then I think he just drew an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring off of that Ryzeal cross, which could be a very key point of interaction during Jim's turn. Up. Good job on both players here keeping track of life points. 800 was paid by those prayers. So I believe we have 55 to 72.
Keep track of mine.
Definitely got to follow the certain policy guidelines, writing it down. Node Ryzeal being special in the field.
Yep, we're going to special sword here because we do have an Xyz monster in the graveyard. We can attempt to use its effect to reborn another Ryzeal monster by sending a card from hand or field to the graveyard.
So 2 cards in hand is pretty rough. Either has to give up Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, or he has to give up the Mitsurugi Prayers. It looks like Prayers is going to be the choice Charlie makes.
Yeah, that's a little rough because it gets rid of all of his follow-up with the Mitsurugi cards.
Follow-up is important, but also so is having a turn. So we will see Sword Ryzeal special summon, and we're going to go into Xyz summon into maybe King of the Feral Imps, maybe Ryzeal Duo Drive. Trying to think about both choices, but Duo Drive takes it.
Yep, another Duo Drive coming down from Charlie. That's going to be his second one that we've seen this game. We're going to attach the other Duo Drive that is in the graveyard to it to get as many materials as possible. This will allow us to get stuff like Sword and Ice.
So lots of materials here. Maybe trying to set up an Eclipse Twins to get the detonator back out at some point.
There could be a world where he tries to out it himself by crashing into the Murakumo and then use that to get back detonator. But the question is, how does he out the actual cards? Because if it goes back to Jim's turn and he has a gigantic 2,200 attack point monster that he can use to just sort of tribute the field because he can just add back Wosu and stuff from the graveyard, that might be more than enough to just out the detonator again.
Charlie's challenge has got to figure out one way or the other, or we are going into game 2.
He's definitely got to be careful to watch how many cards he has in hand, because we saw in day 1, if your hand gets too low, Murakumo can make it very hard to resolve effects.
For twins.
So we are going to send Eclipse Twins to the graveyard, and we got plenty of Xyz monsters there. So we're going to go ahead and take a Duo Drive and a Ryzeal Detonator.
Yep, so like you said earlier, we are going to be sending that Eclipse Twins off X to be able to access the Detonator that's in the graveyard. No need to cross it back if you can just summon.
No, I just went node and I normal summoned good.
Yep, we went node and we normal summon Star. Those are the only Ryzeal monsters we have used this turn before this X'd. Good job on Charlie just to make sure both players are aware of what he's done so far. And then we have the effect to attach. And if I remember correctly, Duo Drive reduces for every material attached to it, not to all Xyz monsters.
That is correct, and so it should be up 100, down 100.
Which currently is not enough for this Duo. Actually, it does mean the detonator can crash with the Murakumo.
31 to 31, and it could use its protection effect to detach material.
100%. There we have the special of sword, but I wonder what's the number of cards here. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Jim, and then I think we have 5.
Only some from players once.
We're going for Dugaris. Doesn't look like it's Exton Knight's turn.
Like we saw in his first match against Steven Santoli, Charlie loves to extend as much as possible. This will bring back his Murakumo, which is really huge considering he had to get rid of his prayers earlier.
I can't read Dugaris.
So with each Dugaris effect, you're going to get something good and then skip something later.
Yep, so if you draw 2 and discard 1, you're going to lose your next draw phase. I believe if you special summon, you're going to lose your next battle phase.
Actually, the special summon is the next main phase 1.
Ooh, so you're going to go straight into battle phase. That makes more sense.
It's going to be like a wonky duel if we get too far, but look at all the attack power in the field. It may not last that long.
Yeah, so we had 31 plus 26 plus 11. That might just be... Ooh, no, we have 7,200 life points, so that's just about enough for Jim to keep playing here.
Dugaris is little.
Normal summon star.
Oh, no, I did.
Yep, we do not have
check
that.
the warning, yeah, that's fine.
So procedural or minor warning, Charlie already knows.
No. Special game.
Yeah, but we did not go into battle phase yet. We just summoned. And then we just special the sword here, and that's more than the ice, and that's more than enough damage. Charlie takes game 1 there. In a very grindy kind of matchup there. Like, Jim did a pretty good job of breaking all of Charlie's cards, but he had just enough extension with that, thanks to that node and that normal summon star to stop Jim. Draw and Lockbird, again, being the non-engine of the weekend, just making it super hard for your opponent to build the strongest boards they need to.
Definitely cuts you off from the deck, and a lot of decks have a way to play around Droll and Lockbird, and certainly Jim did an incredible job of doing so, but it just wasn't enough. Sort of stunted his growth by activating that early pot of extravagance. Didn't necessarily help. We'll see as these fine duelists go into their side decks, find out what they're going to use in game 2.
Yeah, and as you noticed in Jim's deck list in game 1, he was main decking all 3 of the Charmies, which is a decision I highly support because this format was completely defined by powerful combo decks, and being able to force those decks to go for weaker boards, otherwise they give you a bunch of draws, is a really good way to counter them. But unfortunately, against Charlie's deck, he was able to make just a strong enough board to where those extra cards didn't matter due to the Droll and Lockbird during Jim's turn. So I imagine we could see cards like that entering Jim's deck, rather than trying to, convince your opponent not to overextend, just have the cards that straight up counter them instead.
Definitely a better way to do it instead of just these 1-for-1 trades. Not to say there's anything wrong with the 1-for-1 trades, but just this tournament hasn't seemed like that is the strat. But both duelists, again, signing something in. We'll have to see soon.
And something we haven't mentioned, too, about the Mulcharmies is that, unfortunately, going first, they don't really do anything for you, unless you plan on passing your turn.
Probably not. We have seen a couple of Mulcharmy starters, right? And then you start playing, but it hasn't really paid off so far. Not in an explosive way, at least on the feature match stage. Somebody out there is like, hey, I was in the tournament. I did some crazy stuff. Well, I'm sorry we didn't get to see it, friend, but let's see what happens here.
I mean, we kind of saw that in match 1 with Jim, where he had to normal summon the Fuelos to go into the Echidna.
So just an update, we are issuing a procedural error minor there to Charlie for the illegal second attempt of the Ice Ryzeal. Again, that is just a warning. It was going to be fine, but Charlie does have to keep it together here if he's going to be our YCS champion. Doesn't have too many chances to make that many more mistakes.
Oh, yeah. Even though he's the blue player, I'm sure Charlie saw red. He's like, oh, but ice is enough damage to win the game. I'm just going to summon that. Oh, wait. Not normal summon. Special summon. Easy
Definitely
mistake.
had it one way or the other. And it's hard, too. That's the thing. You wake up early, you wait in line, you fill out your deck list, you get everything done. You have duel after duel after duel after duel, and I could be saying that till I'm blue in the face. But these fine duelists have made it this far. They've got the stamina to go the distance, so we're going to find out if Jim can make this comeback or if Charlie is going to advance into the finals.
Yep, and these are the kind of duels I love to see. Similar engines trying to build the best boards possible. The goal of Charlie's going to be to break Jim's board and then win on top of that, and then Jim's job is going to be to establish the strongest board he possibly can to try to stop that from happening. Yeah. Oh, go ahead. I was going to say.
No, I was just going to say, Jim, just staring at that trophy there. It's so close, but so far. Only got one more duel left for Charlie to get into the finals so he can have his chance to claim it. Jim, 2 games down, but He made it this far, perhaps in his first debut in the top cut. He could take it home for himself.
Oh, he's definitely keeping up with the best of them. It's honestly anyone's shout which of these two duelists are going to fight against Shinping. But right now, like you said, Charlie's in the driver's seat and Jim has to claw his way back. It looks like our duelists are ready to get going. My assumption is that Jim has chosen to go first in this game number 2. He's going to open up with a card by the name of Mitsurugi Prayers. He's going to discard, or sorry, tribute, I should say, Wosu from his hand. We saw him earlier as a really good, powerful going second tool.
I can discard a card for effect and add it back to my hand.
Just clarifying here that the Wosu could add himself back to hand now that he's been tributed, but only if Jim wants to pay the cost of discarding a card from his hand.
I got a peek at Charlie's hand, so I know why he asked that question. He's holding on to a Mulcharmy Meows. So thinking about, oh, okay, there's something in the graveyard. Maybe I want to activate Mulcharmy Meows in order to draw a few cards.
Yep, and then we see the pay 800 effect of Prayers summoning back out the Wosu
72.
as we search for Aramasa.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Aramasa, yeah.
Main phase.
That was all in the standby phase, it looks like.
Back to summon from hand.
Now we're going to activate Ritual to summon from hand. That's a very confident summon from hand from Jim, too. We're going to summon Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi by tributing Saji, and my assumption is going to be Kusanagi, so that way we can get the prayers back? Question mark?
Yeah, the rain clouds are gathering here. We're going to go ahead and send Kusanagi to the graveyard as well.
And having Murakumo out before you do any other plays is going to be really cool, because as we saw in Game 1, that can force your opponent to discard if they want to play any monster non-engine, things like Ash Blossom, things like Nibiru, things like Drone Lockbird to try to stymie you from playing.
So now your hand is Prayers, then you have Aramasu in the random?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, just clarifying the unknowns. We're going to get Great Purification, the Mitsurugi Trap card. Not a thing you see in every single Mitsurugi deck, but this one definitely is going to be playing it for the pure version.
Resolution.
Nothing on Resolution. Jim is feeling very unfettered now. He's going to keep going. Hasn't used his normal summon yet. It looks like he's going to spend it on this normal summon of Aramasa.
Normal summon. Back to add.
So Aramasa hit the field, going to add a monster from the deck to the hand. Charlie hasn't done much with that Mulcharmy Meows. Obviously, there's not really a good time to activate it right now as the opponent hasn't flagged down. They're going to special summon from the graveyard, but other than that, there's not really a lot of points of interaction in his hand.
Yep, and getting that Habakiri is going to be really huge for Jim here. He can both use its effect and then use the prayers again to summon from the deck. Ooh, and this is really interesting. Tributing the Murakumo so we can get the free value. And we're going to get Futsu, and this is definitely not a card you see in every single Mitsurugi Rise Deal deck, but one you will happily see in the pure Mitsurugi.
I added Habakiri, yeah.
Sure.
Yep, and here we're going to be using the Futsu's effect on Summon to get the Magatama.
Certainly don't see the Magatama every day.
Oh, I'm sorry, no. We're adding the Magatama off the Murakumo's effect to summon itself back and adding a Mitsurugi card.
So cool to see the pure Mitsurugi deck get this far. Not to say anything bad about those who have mixed it with Ryzeal, Fiendsmith, etc. But it's nice to see that the strategy can stand on its own. Well, I'd say 2 legs, but they are snake monsters.
And as Jim showed you, Charlie knows every single card in Jim's hand, and it's basically the full Mitsurugi cards. And there we see IP Masquerade coming down. That's going to be a really nice extra bit of interaction that he has access to now because of all these extra monsters. He's going to set 3 powerful spell and trap cards and end his turn. To my knowledge, we know all those cards. It's Prayers plus Purification plus Magatama. So we have a pop, a quick effect, ritual summon, and a negate.
Yep. It's a pretty strong field, so Jim may bring this to a game 3 after all.
It just depends here. Charlie feels maybe as confident as he needs to. He has a full 6-card hand, but like you said, that Meows is kind of just eating it up. But we're going to activate Meows on our own turn because we imagine.
It's a great idea, though, because you know your opponent has the ability to tribute cards, get those effects, and special summon them back, so the Meows could get additional advantage. Seems like it's forced things out now. So we are going to tribute the Futsu no Mitama no Mitsurugi.
And Murakumo. Futsu.
Yep, and here we're going to use the Futsu effect as tribute, so the Meows will not be negated, and the Futsu will be able to summon itself back out. And here we could add something like that we would want to tribute, but we're just going to add a prayers for some follow-up. Makes the most sense to me. Yep, just clarifying, we have prayers plus Magatama. We do have still access to the Murakumo no Mitsurugi and the IP Masquerena, which could be enough disruption to keep Charlie off of his Ryzeal cards, but can it stop the Mitsurugi cards?
Right, we're going to start with the X Ryzeal. And let's see which card goes to the graveyard. It's going to be Myriologic Aggregator targeting the IP Masquerade. Also sort of asking the question, you going to do it or not?
Yeah, this almost will always force it out because if he targeted Murakumo, he's like, yeah, that's fine. I can just tribute it later and still get the effect. We are going to chain IP. We're going to send the Murakumo, it looks like, and go into, I would assume, an SP Little Knight. Or we could go into, because we are playing a Ritual deck, Dynamundo is on the table. But no, it's going to be the SP Little Knight here.
Definitely thought about it for a moment there. Let's go ahead and resolve this card effect before SP Little Knight does something different. Important to notice that it can't be destroyed by card effects, something that doesn't come up as much this format, but definitely will when there's Detonator and the Amine Murakumo no Mitsurugi effect.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. You can essentially, chain to a Detonator, and then Detonator cannot chain pop the Little Knight because it just won't get destroyed.
Well, it could try, but it's not going to do that much.
So there we see SP banishing the X Ryzeal after Charlie was able to add a Ryzeal name from deck to hand. Still have not normal summoned.
Jim keeping the opponent at bay.
I think Charlie does not have the freedom to go for the Mitsurugi card, so he's going to have to rely on his rank 4 engine to try to break through this board. But uh-oh, did I just see a Called by the Grave flash in Charlie's hand?
I do see it.
That could be huge for that Murakumo.
Normal summoning Ice Ryzeal. We know that Star Ryzeal's in the deck too. We're going to go ahead and SP Little Knight here, try to banish both.
No response.
No response.
Eating up the normal summon's pretty huge because now even if you special a Sword Ryzeal, you still need to extend even further than that. And we know Jim has a pop in the form of Magatama, which can still keep Charlie off rank 4s.
So looks like Sword Ryzeal is what we sort of pre-selected from the deck. Thinking for a second, Charlie checks his hand. Every decision counts here, but we are going to go for Sword Ryzeal.
Are you using the effect?
Yes, it effect.
Oh, 2. Target.
Yep, so here we see the effect of Futsu targeting Kusanagi to summon, I believe?
Target.
Or Saji, depending on which one he wants to target.
Kusanagi?
No response.
Yep, we're going to summon that, and then Sword Ryzeal is going to search. My assumption is he has to search for Node here because that's the last name that can probably get him access to a rank 4 play.
Definitely has to get out of trouble somehow. There is that Called by the Grave, but I guess we slept on that with no response. Trying to hold on that Called by the Grave to use it for just the right moment.
And the follow-up that Jim is going to gain here by using this Kusanagi is going to be really huge because he can add back that Ritual, and now he has Prayers plus Ritual in his hand for the following turn, and a Habakiri. He has everything he needs to go, all right, I was able to stymie you to the point where I still had my turn, and now let's just go ahead and break your board. Oh, we're actually going to add back the Wosu here. That's even better.
I love that each time Jim is taking these cards back, he's not using something he can use for this turn. Instead, he is building his hand for next turn. Now he's got Prayers, and he's got the Wosu for that double tribute to get rid of the Ryzeal Detonator if it shows its head.
And he still has Magatama, which means he can use like the Magatama tribute, the Futsu to summon the Habakiri from his hand, which is going to be really cool to see. So here we have the special of Sword because we do control a Ryzeal monster.
Yeah, only ice.
Effect. Target.
The way this is going, I wouldn't be surprised if we took the Ritual, but instead it looks like we're going to go for Amine Murakumo no Mitsurugi.
Ooh, we're going to target that with Futsu, I believe, to add it back to hand? Or no, I think it's going to summon it, actually. If I'm not mistaken. Because we're using the Futsu on the special summon of Sword. And oh, there's the Call by the Grave targeting the Murakumo. But we have the Prayers, which we can use to summon it back out.
Wow.
As well as add from the deck. That is a really heads-up play from the Jim there, using the Futsu and then following it up with the Prayers to play around any shenanigans that Charlie could have had.
He still gets it back out. Wow, just incredible.
Murakumo on summon.
And then the on-summon effect of Murakumo is going to go ahead and blow up both of those Sword Ryzeals. And now I don't know if Charlie has any ways to keep going with Ryzeal cards.
Maybe he can get an Ice Ryzeal out, but that's about it. He's got so few cards left in his hand.
And remember, Jim, I don't believe, has used Murakumo's effect yet, so we can force him to go -2 on that Ice Ryzeal, and we're just going to see Charlie scoop it up. Jim wins game 2. We're going to go to game 3.
Crowd cheering for the hometown hero again, representing the East Coast from Trenton, New Jersey. Not too far from Providence, Rhode Island, and obviously the sort of tri-state area scene reaching even further, adding a few states to Rhode Island. So Jim getting his first win on the feature match stage.
And may I say, that was a very expertly played game 2 there, just utilizing every point of interaction in the best way possible to dodge all the potential and really respect the constant stream of extension that Ryzeal is known to have.
Big respect, certainly a sigh of relief there from Jim. All of a sudden, the life came back to his face, a smile, but he still has one duel, just like you say, man. The final duel is the most important one. Both duelists have access to their side deck. Both duelists know both opponents' game plan, so this is wild.
I know the people at home cannot see me, but my hand is literally shaking. I can only imagine how nervous these two players must be, because the winner of this game will be meeting Shunping in the finals for the chance to play for champion of YCS Providence.
They're staring down an Ultimate Duelist belt holder. And Shunping did have his Ultimate Duelist belt here. It is on the stage. I believe it's the Exodia belt. If I saw it. Yeah.
Ooh, very exciting. Oh gosh, this matchup has been so interesting. Both players really showing off the power of both the Mitsurugi engine and the Ryzeal engine to its fullest. You have the Mitsurugi
Duelists
cards.
talking amongst themselves too.
Oh yeah, they're just so excited. It's always fun being in these live events and being able to cheer people on in person, watch duels as they're happening, and be a part of the story. It's just the absolute best. Something I wanted to mention here before we go into Game 3 is I was just marking how impressive it is. You know, you have the Mitsurugi cards, which have all this search, support, layered interaction. But you have all these Ryzeal cards, which can play through pretty much anything if they have the right kind of hand. And it's going to be a question here for these players of how they're going to approach this. Now that Jim is no longer going first, he's probably going to be signing into cards that are really useful going second and helping him break boards, like the Fuwaloses, like the Mulcharmies, but I wonder if he has access to any powerful spell or trap cards that can maybe help him out in the process as well.
Well, we'll have to find out. Charlie certainly humbled a little bit by that duel, but no stranger to being this far into the tournament, so I don't think he's going to give up anytime soon.
Like we saw just the absolute clinic he was putting on earlier in Game 1 with the powerful turn on board coupled with the draw and lockbird to just shut Jim out. No matter what Jim could do, he was not enough to break Charlie's board and give him a favorable winning position. But now, everyone knows all the secrets. I've always said Game 3 is the most exciting game in any Yu-Gi-Oh match because everyone knows everything. I know how you play. I know what decks you play. The only thing I don't know is necessarily what cards are in there right at this moment, but I don't think it matters. I'm going to play my best, and we'll see who comes out on top.
3 duelists remain in the tournament in contention. Adichie waiting whoever doesn't advance for the 3rd, 4th playoff. But looks like the duelists are ready here.
We have the fist bump of respect given. We have the opening hand being drawn. And I believe we have Charlie declaring that he is going first. We're just making sure all the hands face down. No big deal. Before we get everything truly going, I want to make sure these duelists start on time at the same time.
All right, hands are being picked up here. We are at Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Rhode Island, and we got ourselves a match here as we enter the final Game 3.
All right, it appears that Charlie has chosen to go first in this final top 4 match. We have 12 minutes on the clock. That first one was kind of a grind. Let's see if these players can get a decisive victor.
No, very strong hand I saw from Jim. He does have a pre-preparation of the rights, but he also has pre-preparation rights twice, so it's got to stack it up there.
So there we see the starting of Saji. Even though Charlie is playing a much smaller Mitsurugi count than someone like Jim is, we've seen him start with a Mitsurugi monster so many times today. Either it's Aramasa or it's Saji.
Yeah, he kind of has to reach harder for the Ryzeal part of his strategy, but once that kicks off too, he's got legs to run away with this duel. But for now, we're just going to start off with Saji and grab out the Mitsurugi prayers from the deck.
If I see that Draglexion again, I'm going to go crazy. That was awesome.
Man, it was insane. I cannot believe we have gotten to see so much cool combos, so much cool tech this format.
Ooh, and there we see the prayers tributing the Habakiri from hand, not using its effect, because I think we drew the Saji, which is normally the best card to summon off of its effect for the once per duel. So he's like, why waste it? I can use it again later to get back my follow-up.
We know he's got multiple copies too, so he may just choose to jump into that with the Habakiri effect later. But for now, going back in, taking a look. Looks like Kusanagi, another Habakiri in the hand. Some kind of trap card, can't quite make it out.
Oh, watch him like side into the Mitsurugi trap. He's like, yeah, that was a really good card. Let me put it in mine. That'd be funny.
Thanks for the tip, bro. Looks like it's going to be the Amine Murakumo.
Going to be added to hand.
Can I appeal that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. We got ourselves a little bit of an appeal.
Seconds, you didn't give him the slow play.
So things getting hot here as we continue Battle City, but again, you do have the right to appeal.
Yeah, I'm trying to summon it, but
I guess, yeah, resolve the effect and then it appeals.
Okay, so we were just having a clarification here on the resolution of prayers because he had the target in hand that he wanted to summon.
I see, I see.
Yep, so we want to pay the energy life points to go down to 7,200.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Did you get the Kusanagi to the field?
Did you stop it?
And time is paused, so we're just gonna take a little breather here again. Even if you're a champion, you gotta work for it, so you gotta make sure to exercise your rights.
Oh, 100%.
Wow, though, I mean, what an incredible set so far.
Oh my gosh, yes, you can totally tell that this game is grinding, and every second is going to matter, which is why someone like Charlie really wants to make sure, okay, if I get a time extension for something like this or not, it's going to be really important to see.
It really is. So we'll take a moment here as we let our assistant head judges and head judges handle that, but it's really cool to see this match. Like, there's definitely two very different decks, even though they've got like a core contingency of the same cards they're playing, right? The Sajis, the Nikotojos, etc. But the Magatama definitely puts on the pressure, you know. Charlie just knew he couldn't get through that, so that's how we got to game 3.
Yeah, I've definitely had, like, you know, my own personal biases against the Malice deck and how much I love that archetype, but definitely the story of the weekend has been the Mitsurugi cards need to be respected. Habakiri is a custom card that unlocks so many lines of play and bridges into other archetypes that is just so impressive to see.
Yeah, I think the story of this format really is the letter M, right? We got Mermail, we did see some Memento out there, we got Malice, here's Mitsurugi.
Super awesome.
Super awesome. It's just wild, though. I don't think we would have seen this, because everybody just assumed it was just going to be the Malice tournament.
Yeah.
You know, that somebody out there that were going to go ahead and put their videos together after the tournament and say, take a look at the pie chart. Malice, 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 Malice. It's not really the story so far.
Yep, only one in top 4, and then unfortunately lost to Fiendsmith Rise Wall decks, which ever since the FNL list, people thought was maybe the weakest version of the deck because it was really hard to kind of find the room for all the, you know, powerful Rise cards that supplement the Fiendsmith cards. But you're like, I'll just play one more Lacrima, and I'll be fine.
Yeah, well, we also talked about how, like, control, where were the control decks? I do feel that controlling tempo when you're watching the Mitsurugi decks do what they do best, right? The ability to force them to discard that sort of magic drain-like effect, like, do you want this card to resolve? It's going to cost you.
Like we saw that in game 2, that was the reason why Charlie had to scoop it up. He only had 3 cards in hand, and if summoning an ice costs those other 2 cards, 1 ice is not going to win the game, so we got to just scoop it up there.
You got nothing, goose egg, 0, right? But it'll be interesting to see how play picks up once we get back here again. As a reminder for the folks at home, we are in the middle of an appeal, but just about the field, it really is just 2 level 4 monsters in the field, Kusanagi and Saji, so obviously could be some sort of Xyz play going in. Maybe we are going to see King of the Pharaoh Imps, maybe we'll see something wild, but it's going to be interesting. Again, I'm dumbfounded. I cannot believe this is the format we got.
And it looks like the appeal is done. We have, I believe, a resolution of that Kusanagi happening for you guys, where the prayers is attempted to be added to hand.
Okay, so we should be switching back over the cameras pretty soon there, but again, it's just going to be neat to see. They might also be explaining it to the judge, though, just to say.
Oh, right, because yes, I see.
So we'll find out.
Yeah, probably just getting an explanation here of how this appeal has worked, if there is any extensions given to the time, or what the clock is properly reflecting.
Definitely got to read your tournament policy guidelines so you can follow along at home. It's really the foundation of how this event works. So the appeal, by the way, was the appeal on the slow play minor warning that was issued. So we are going to find out whether or not there is a slow play minor warning. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, as we wait for that, though, like you said, I think what Charlie's trying to go for here is he's trying to go as far as he can with his Mitsurugi cards, because it turns out that, you know, going from Mitsurugi to Rise is a little harder than going from Rise to Mitsurugi.
Well, it looks like we will be coming back to the game soon because the appeal is complete. It was overturned. There is not going to be any slow play minor, and that's okay. Reasonable judges could differ. The most important thing is that the assistant head judge or head judge decided, no, that's fine. It is what it is. We're going to keep on going.
Yeah, it makes the most sense to me. Charlie was again just making sure that every single minute is accounted for in this match, so he has as much time as possible to play it out and hopefully get that finals placement.
Yeah, every minute counts here because, again, this is single elimination, so the time rules, as you want to describe them, are different. There are not going to be a draw here. We can't send both of them in a tag duel against Shunping.
Oh, yeah, that would be, even though Shunping is really good, that'd be a little unfair.
Just a little bit. If anybody could handle it, maybe he could, but now we're going to jump back into the game here.
Yep, like I mentioned, the prayers from the graveyard was added back thanks to the Kusanagi's effect on resolution, and now I believe we're activating the effect of Habakiri because it was tributed to add a Mitsurugi card and then summon itself back out. Oh, no, just add a Mitsurugi card because I don't believe it was properly summoned. So we can still just add, though.
And I think we're going to add the ritual and then activate the ritual.
Yep, and there we have the Murakuma coming down by tributing the cards from the deck.
What happened now?
He added out of Kusanagi.
But that is... I'm not going to say we don't need more time, but like that's kind of...
Got to keep it cool under the pressure there. Charlie's still just making sure that his duel is kept clean and integral.
Oh, 100%. So here we have the tributing of another Habakiri from the graveyard, from the deck to the graveyard to bring out this Murakumo from the hand.
Probably gonna go back in.
And now the question I have is, does Charlie have any Ryzel cards? Even though we know he can bridge with things like Dragluxion, does he want to in this board texture? I'm not necessarily sure.
Well, he may take a note from his opponent just saying, hey, I mean, Pure Ryzeal, or excuse me, Pure Mitsurugi may be good, but I did see him go for the Duo Drive, so we're thinking here.
He's definitely XZ summoning, we know that.
Yes.
And yeah, Duo Drive would give him those Ryzeal cards in case he doesn't have any already, which could be super huge here. We're going to get the effect automatically activated here. We're going to go ahead and search for those 2 Ryzeal cards. It was uninteracted with by Jim here. We're going to get Cross, it looks like, which is usually a really good one.
We're going to go for the Cross, and it will be supported also by introducing another Sword Ryzeal.
We have already used our normal summon, I believe, for Charlie, so things like Ice become a little less powerful, but things like X are still really good.
Really, really good. Nobody has ever said that X Ryzeal is a bad card, that's for sure.
And did I just get a little flash of Harpy's Featherstorm in Charlie's hand?
I mean, you definitely would have access to it technically if you Xyz summon a Winged Beast, whether it's Daigusto Emerald or maybe Castella Skyblast from Escotier. I mean, certainly not too surprising, but that level of surprise this late in the tournament?
We love the side deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! That's all I'll say about that, if that is in fact a card from Charlie's side deck.
You definitely get the full anime arc with the side deck, right? You beat me the first time. We'll meet each other again, like in 3 minutes. But
Yes, and this time I'll be ready. So here we see the XZ summon here of X and Sword. I wonder what he's gonna go to. And oh my gosh, there's the Castell. And look at Jim's face. He's like, okay.
I was dumbfounded before. I am even more dumbfounded now.
All right, we're gonna start our main phase 1, and it looks like we have Extravagance. If you hear me tensing up, it's because I think a Harpy Featherstorm is about to be flipped up, and it's gonna be a little crazy.
Yeah, the crowd clapping there. They know what's going on.
Yep. So here we see that. And even if I didn't know that that was a card in Charlie's hand, summoning Castell when your opponent has no monsters in play is very telling, I think.
Yeah. Any duelist who made it this far in the tournament's got to know what's going on.
Yep, so there we see the discard of pre-prep to satisfy the Murakumo to still let us activate this extra and draw 2. On resolution, Charlie doesn't have anything.
And Charlie played it close to the chest, by the way. Wants to have Jim waste a few cards or play it in a little bit.
Here we're just debating here as the best way to start here. I did see the Habakiri in Jim's hand, and we're going to be leading with that effect, the once per duel to summon and tribute.
Charlie taking a look at his cards.
All right, it looks good to me. We're going to go ahead and resolve that Habakiri to summon and tribute either from the board or the hand. We're going to get Aramasa and then immediately tribute it off and activate the effect. And there it is, the Harpy's Featherstorm being flipped up because we control the Castell. No monster effects are going to be able to be activated and resolved for Jim. But because he waited for the Habakiri to be resolved, that means no more once per duel effects. This duel really heads up from Charlie here on holding back just a little bit. So we see the prayers. I wonder if that's in response to the Featherstorm or if it's...
No, it seems like it resolved. It's already in the graveyard.
I agree, yeah.
But wow, I mean, you know, usually we'll see that sometimes in a Primite deck, right? You might bring out a Winged Beast, but this shows that this combo of cards, very small package, by the way. You just kind of have to hard draw it, but it gets it done.
With things like Prosperity and Cross, there are lots of ways to like kind of draw cards in Charlie's deck, so I wouldn't be surprised if he has the room for something like this, especially given how many rank 4 Winged Beasts there are. We are going to go ahead and get the Aramasa. Yes. Fun fact, I believe the Miko can still summon itself because it's a summoning condition and not an effect. So that could still tribute some of the powerful cards on Charlie's board.
And the Wosu itself also is a summoning condition, so we could clear something out. We are going to go in Wosu, one from the hand. Oh, maybe not. We think we're going to pre-prep now.
Yeah, we were just revealing the known cards that we have in hand to Charlie to make sure he has awareness of that.
So good looking out.
Pre-prep will be able to get us Mitsurugi Murakumo here, and then it might get Mirror, because that's the only one that references the cards by name. That's
references all 3, so pre-prep really heads up play for this particular deck, because you can just have anything.
Oh, Mirror, yeah.
Yeah, we got Mirror plus Murakumo. We still have not normal summoned as Charlie, which could be pretty huge.
All right, so Jim continuing his turn. And activating the ritual.
Yeah, we just can't activate monster effects. We can still summon them just fine. So they see the tributing of the Habakiri to summon the Murakumo from hand. And there we see the tributing of the Kusanagi in hand, as well as the potential tribute of the Murakumo. But if we tribute our opponent's Murakumo, they will be able to activate it. We're just going to go ahead and tribute the Castel instead. Imagine if he had Wosu in hand and then just like immediately tributed the Castel. That would have been pretty funny because you can't respond with Harpy's Featherstorm at that point.
Would have been good to do on that main phase 1, but just not available. We had to start off with that Pot of Extravagance. But we are going to go ahead and flip over the Mitsurugi prayers, tributing the Amane Murakumo no Mitsurugi.
Yep, this is going to force out some interaction from Jim if he has any, because if this Murakumo gets to come back and summon itself, but there's the Dominus Impulse!
Wow.
We do control Dual Drive in play, but we are going to summon back out.
Crowd going wild for it.
Oh, and there it
there's
is.
the handshake.
Unfortunately, he was able to stop the prayers, but he was not going to be able to stop the Murakumo from summoning back itself, and thus getting the Raigeki effect to blow up all of Jim's cards, giving Charlie the victor in the final match of the top 4.
Charlie showing he ain't no dragon duelist. He is a full-grown duelist, standing up for himself, and some incredible tournament results across his career since that fateful World Championship position. I think he might be our next YCS champion, but Shunping is waiting for him.
Man, I've never been witnessing the tunnel vision that Charlie had of like, I drew Harpy's Featherstorm. I'm just going to summon Castella in my turn, and hopefully that's going to be enough. And it was!
Yeah!
Oh, we love to see it. Good job to Jim. Really great job for your first topping at a YCS. Definitely couldn't have seen a better matchup between Mitsurugi and, of course, Mitsurugi Ryzeal. Sadly, Ryzeal got the edge this time, but it could have gone either way.
No, Jim's got a bright future here with his debut at a top 2, hitting the top 4. That's insane. That's insane.
Yeah, it's just really impressive. And I really think the edge was the Ryzeal cards, because, Jim had way more extension with the Mitsurugi combos, getting access to Wosu and stuff to break boards, or Magatama as an extra form of disruption. But you get all those things to Ryzeal cards too. And hey, what's better than one really powerful engine? 2 really powerful engines.
So that kind of answers the question, right? This duel, the question was, which deck is going to perform better in this particular duel, Mitsurugi or Mitsurugi Ryzeal? But the next duel, our finals, is about whether or not Mitsurugi Ryzeal or Fiendsmith Ryzeal is the better bet for this format.
Yeah, we're kind of going to have kind of like a retelling of YCS Orlando, where that was the finals between Tavion as well as the other Mitsurugi Ryzeal player, which is going to be really exciting to see, because we're kind of like, that was like 2 formats ago, essentially, We had the FNLS and now the brand new introduction of Alliance Insight to kind of shake things up. But yeah, we still have that finals between Charlie and Shunping.
So it's funny, too, because, the Forbidden Limited list, a lot of Ryzeal players were like, oh, no, I can't do that anymore. Both of these duelists saying, what Forbidden Limited list? I'm fine. I got this.
I'll just play more Lacrima, and I'll just play more Mitsurugi cards. It'll work out. I swear. Trust me.
Oh, though. Just incredible performance again. And huge shout-out to Jim. That's an incredible first Top Cut performance to make it to the top 4. Good stuff.
Mitsurugi is not an easy deck to keep track of, especially when you play all 3 different rituals and you have all their effects happening and all these draw effects, and you have to play through Droll and Lockbird. Oh, very complicated, but an impressive feat nonetheless.
Yeah, really good sequencing for sure. So, wow, okay, so that means the finals. Both of those duelists are extremely experienced. So to see Shunping go up against Charlie, wow, that's going to be an incredible... that's a stacked finals.
Yeah, we saw Shunping use this deck against, various combo decks like Malice, and how he kind of forced them into a grind game and used his Fiendsmith cards to kind of get the edge in that. I wonder if he's going to have a similar strategy fighting against the Mitsurugi Ryzeal deck, but only time can tell as we await that epic final match.
Yeah, I guess what kind of the advantage is on the side of Charlie is that you kind of have more matchup knowledge, in the sense that, Fiendsmith Ryzeal, we've seen it before, it is tried, it is true, but with the new Mitsurugi cards and Mitsurugi Ryzeal, and that Star Ryzeal being used too, very cool choice from Charlie, that's where the sort of sauce, the sort of spice, the sort of difference comes out, because literally, that's the first weekend these cards were available. So in terms of their testing, their theory crafting, how they prepared for this tournament, we're going to find out who really got ready for this event. This is insane.
Oh, yeah, and I wonder what gives the most edge, the new Mitsurugi cards or the classic tried and true Fiendsmith cards from the Infinite Forbidden. I guess we'll find out really soon.
Yeah, I mean, it shows you the staying power of those cards for sure, right? I mean, you said yourself the Infinite Forbidden. Fiendsmith Engraver has been around almost for a year now, and he's still sticking around doing some good work.
the first ever YCS I commentated was the first ever YCS where Phoenix was being played. It was in the finals. It's going to be in the finals again.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff. Just can't believe how far we've come since then and all the sets that have come out in between, right? The one, I guess, is there anything that we've missed out since we've been in the YCS? Anything you wish you could have seen?
Oh, man, I did hear a little bit about, like, Heraldic Beast stuff happening in this YCS, which I would have loved to have showcased because, you know, the ability to summon the whale and summon the Heraldic Crest was really awesome. But honestly, this event has been stellar, and I cannot wait for the finals.
Well, speaking of the finals, let's go ahead and throw it to the stage to find out exactly how Charlie feels as he gets ready to take on legendary duelist Shinping Xu. Take it away, Steven.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. I'm here with Charlie after your feature match when you're going to the YCS Finals for Providence. A big step for you. But I want to start off with your opponent, Jim, and how that last match went from your perspective. Because Jim, kind of a surprise here at the tournament. His first stop ever. What was it like dueling against him?
It was fine. I made a good amount of mistakes, but it worked out and just don't make them again.
Well, you have a finals ahead of you against Shinping, so obviously mistakes against him will be felt. So what are your thoughts about that match coming up?
I'm confident. I think I'm going to win the event, so I'm just trying to win the event.
All right, I love to hear it. He's won before. This is going to be another chance for you to win a YCS. You are a Dragon Duel champion, but this would be a big star on your jacket here if you can pick up this one. So what would a YCS win mean to you today?
I just got to catch up to my friends, honestly. I'm pretty much behind, but one at a time, I guess.
All right, maybe it's going to be today. Congratulations on the feature match win, Charlie. And we're going to let you get going. So back to the casters.
Oh,
Wow.
man. I can only imagine what it's like to have Charlie's friend group between Ruben, Kamal. These are all some of the best. And you as a Dragon Duelist competitor feels like I'm behind? No, bro. You're totally not behind.
fine.
You're in the finals for a reason, and I can't wait to see you perform as well as I know you can do.
I love how locked in he was, right? Those at home and those at the stream, they saw, offered that handshake and just wasn't ready. But speaking of being locked in, man, let's talk about something real serious.
Oh, that's right. All the duelists here are anticipating this event later on this year. I know we're having a lot of fun at Providence, but don't forget about the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship in 2025 happening in Paris, France, the last week of August, 29th through the 31st this year. It's going to be amazing.
I know, the last World Championship had some incredible results, right? Just the Western Hemisphere taking event after event after event. Well, bon chance to everyone who is headed to Paris, because it is going to be an incredible World Championship featuring some crazy cards, the new format. Oh, this is going to be sick.
Oh, it's going to be amazing. I cannot wait, and I wonder who's going to earn some really fun spots in the NAWCQ happening later this year as we head to the finals. Honestly, it's been so much fun. I've had a pleasure casting with you as always, bro, but I think it's that time.
It is that time. Sorry, fam, we gotta go, but don't go anywhere because the finals are coming and the two duelists that you just saw are about to take each other on. It's gonna be some good stuff. Don't go away.
Hello and welcome back one more time here at YCS Providence, Rhode Island. We have finally made it to the finals. Over 1,500 players competed here this weekend, and now only 2 remain, and they're 2 really good duelists.
They're decorated players for sure. Charlie looking for that first single YCS championship, and then Shu looking for his 3rd championship here.
Yeah, has the UDS belt, and he also has a YCS championship. And Charlie also, a Dragon Duel world champion as well, but he really wants that YCS trophy to be out of that collection. So let's go ahead and meet our finalists. Kangas, take it away.
After 11 rounds of Swiss, top 32 and over 1,500 duelists registering for YCS Providence, it's down to 2 duelists remaining. Please join me in welcoming to the stage, up first in the blue chair from Indianapolis, Indiana, your Dragon Duel 2018 World Champion, chasing his first YCS title and dedicating this finals to Hani, Kamal, Ruben, and Hisam. Give it up for Charlie Futch the third. And his opponent today in the red chair from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, a UDS belt holder battling for his 2nd YCS title. He would like to dedicate this finals to himself, Shunping Shu! Duelists are ready on stage, so give it up one more time for your YCS finalists. And let's throw it over to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. We have finally made it to the finals, and wow, I wouldn't expect anything else from Shu Ping. Shout out to himself, but going to be taking on Charlie. Oh man, a former Dragon Duel World Champion. He's also competed at the regular World Championship, because after he won that, he aged out of Dragon Duels, was able to compete the next year. He competed at the Dragon Duel World Championship the year before that as well, so he's been to multiple World Championships, but he wants that YCS win very badly. And on the other side, Shu Ping, UDS champion, YCS champion. He's been here before, and he definitely wants to get a 2nd win to just really solidify himself as one of the best to ever do it. But either way, no matter who wins, we're going to have a decorated duelist, and let's get into it. This is the finals of YCS Providence, Rhode Island.
You said it, Billy, and I think Shu is really choosing to play the villain in this finals here. Really just playing a character of himself, I want to say.
That's kind of Shu Ping for you. He really doesn't kind of exaggerate anything. He's a nice guy, though, if you're actually ever sit down and play him. He enjoys Yu-Gi-Oh! And loves it, and the same can be said about Charlie, his opponent sitting there on the other side. And that trophy is just sitting so close to both these players. One of the 2 players will walk away with the trophy. The other one is still going to be hungry for another YCS win. Only one duelist can win. And well, unfortunately for all the Malice fans out there, even with the release of Alliance Insight, Malice lost in top 4. Shu Ping made sure to eliminate that last Malice deck, and now we're going to have Mitsurugi Ryzeal up against Fiendsmith Ryzeal. So Charlie really utilizing all those new Mitsurugi cards that came out in Alliance Insight, and Shu Ping relying on the Fiendsmith strategy that's been tried and true for Ryzeal in the past.
Absolutely. Now, I think there's just a difference in attitude that we can clearly see from both these players here. Shu, having been in the seat many different times, already collecting 2 championships, is a little bit more lighthearted about it, but Charlie is focused. He is really chasing that final ring here.
Yeah, definitely wants to win. I mean, we heard in the last interview, Shu Ping, this is just another day for him. He's been here before. He's expecting to win when he entered this tournament. Every tournament he enters, he probably expects to be in the finals. So this is just exactly what he thought was going to happen. And Charlie, wearing his heart on his sleeve there, shouting out his friends, his playtesting group. A lot of them are in the crowd cheering him on. You're just a few feet away. And when some of your playtesting partners are people like Ruben Peñaranda, who's not only topped this event, he is our reigning TCG World Champion. That's a good person to have in your corner.
Absolutely. Now, we know that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a single-player game, but it is definitely a team effort every single time. It is not just one person creating a deck list here. It's a lot of effort from a lot of different minds coming together that create these ideas and keep these ideas flowing. And we see that all the time in that testing group.
Yeah, it's definitely the more people you have you're playing with, similar mindsets, the more ideas you can like bounce off each other and kind of find those tech options and what works for you, what doesn't work. And it's kind of like I talked about, it's like waves. There's 2 different waves that you got to catch. You want to catch like, okay, this is where the meta's at, and this is like where I'm at playing like a certain deck. You can capitalize on those 2 waves coming together at the same time, where you know exactly what your deck does, you know exactly what the meta is going to be like, you have the right choices, the right mindset, the right play style. You'll end up finding yourselves in the finals, and both these players have done just that here this weekend. But which one do you think has the edge between Mitsurugi and Fiendsmith?
I mean, I'm here for the new toy. I think Mitsurugi got a lot more tools. I do think Fiendsmith is very consistent. It's able to just set up its engine very quickly, but I just think the power of Mitsurugi can be overwhelming, and especially if both players are going to be maining copies of Molcharmi Fuwalis as well, the Fiendsmith cards are going to be weaker into that.
Yeah, and like a little fun fact about Shuping, even though he only shout out himself there, really, he does have a playtesting group. I mean, it's been a while since I've talked to him about his playtesting group, but he actually comes from as an OCG player. When I first met him, he was transferring from the OCG to the TCG, learning the differences between that, but he still keeps in connection with some of his OCG friends, and that is kind of his playtesting group. We're going to have to find out which group is going to help them out the most. Will it be Shuping? Will it be Charlie? It's game 1 of the finals of YCS Providence, Rhode Island. And here comes the all-important die roll. Is that an 8 there for Charlie? And we didn't get to see Shuping's roll, but it looks like he did win the die roll. If he rolled more than an 8, had to be a strong one, 9 through 12. And Shuping says he is going to start off our finals here. So now do you think, now that you know he's going first, does he have a little bit more of an edge? We're going to the standby phase. Does Charlie have anything he wants to activate?
I don't necessarily think Fiendsmith Ryzel cares that much about going first. Obviously, it's very helpful, but you have a lot of tools that help you going second, and you are able to close the game out very well if you...
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
I mean, Fiendsmith Engraver is just going to be a strong start.
Yes, sir.
I mean, that we can already know if we've been watching any of Shuping's other feature matches. That means he probably doesn't have a copy of Fiendsmith's Tract in his hand, because he always goes for that one first. But no Droll Lockbird. He's going to activate Fiendsmith's Tract to add the Fabled Lurie. Fabled monsters, if they're sent to the graveyard, can special summon back, and that is the case here for Fabled Lurie. Now he has a Light Fiend monster on the field. He'll be able to send that to the graveyard to link summon Fiendsmith's Requiem from the extra deck. It's a link 1, and if he's going to be able to tribute that off to special summon a Fiendsmith's monster from the deck, but not before he's normal summons Ice Ryzeal.
I mean, this
could end horribly, right?
This was the ideal opening that you wanted to have, having Engraver as well as Ice Ryzeal, the most powerful starting combination for the Fiendsmith Ryzeal deck. It looks like Charlie is really considering if he wants. I think there is a Molcharmi in his hand, but
he hasn't used it just yet.
Shu played around it because at least if Ice Ryzeal is activated, he could chain to the Fuwalis there, but now he's going to guarantee get the draw there, but it's just Ash anyway.
Shuping has Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring for the Fuwalis again. We saw that in the last top 4 match, and now he's here in the finals doing the same thing. So the Requiem is going to resolve the special summon Lacrima, the Crimson Tears from the deck to the field.
I had Ice.
You sure?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ice, yeah.
I'm saying, what did he? You didn't just. Can I see? Can I see?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you say you had a sword, if you say you had, then yeah.
Just wanted to check what he added off the Sword Ryzeal. He did add another copy of Ice Ryzeal from his deck to his hand. Now the Lacrima of the Crimson Tears on summon is going to send a Fiendsmith monster from the deck to the graveyard.
You're going to send another copy of Fiendsmith Engraver there, loading it up in the grave with plenty of Light Fiends. Now, one Fuwalis down with the Ash Blossom. He can go for the full combo here. It looks like he will be doing so.
Going to link away his 2 monsters. Since 2 monsters to the graveyard to summon the link to Fiendsmith Sequence. Fiendsmith Sequence will let him fusion summon by shuffling back monsters from his graveyard and hand. But it looks like this is prompting Charlie to think for a moment. Shuping's going to activate the effect of Sequence 2 fusion summon.
This is going to be attempting to summon that Fiendsmith Desiree. And if he's going for the combo, I think he's going for it. It's not going to stay on the field very long.
Thank you.
All right, Charlie does have a copy of Nibiru, the Primal Being, in hand. Looks like he's contemplating, and an infinite permanence. Plenty of disruption here for Charlie.
I mean, it definitely doesn't look like a bad hand. We're going to use the infinite permanence now, force Shuping to commit more to the field.
All right, that's going to negate the sequence, hopefully keeping Shuping here from summoning Fiendsmith's Desiree.
Engraver's going to activate now, putting the Luri back into the deck. So to summon itself out from the graveyard.
Charlie, deep in thought, thinking he wants to do anything here in the open game save after the summon of Fiendsmith Engraver.
I imagine you wouldn't. So now we can go into a Link 3, likely into Agnum Day. Agnum Day is able to use its effect to bring back the Lacrima from the graveyard, which threatens 2 level 4 monsters.
Yep, and he's going to... So the Agnum Day turns into an equipped card to special summon back the Lacrima equipped with Agnum Day. Now he's going to overlay the 2 level 4s for Ryzeal Duo Drive. Now we'll see if this prompts anything here from Charlie. He's going to use the Duo Drive's effect on summon to attach a Ryzeal monster material. And
Duo Drive is going to activate on field now. That is going to prompt Nibiru, the Primal Being, to come down from Charlie's hand. But we know there is already an additional Ice Ryzeal in hand, so there's at least one other Ryzeal monster that you can summon.
a timely Nibiru, the Primal Being. This is one of the cards I had my eyes on being a popular choice.
We didn't see it a lot in Swiss, but it's been really a game changer in Top Cut here.
Almost every single match in Top Cut has been involved with Nibiru.
Yeah, just do it.
There is the
25-20.
Okay, just confirming the stats on the Nibiru token. X Ryzeal is going to drop down here. It was almost guaranteed to be in the hand when you search Ice Ryzeal after already normal summoning Ice Ryzeal that turn. Eclipse Twins hits the graveyard. It won't be live, and we send off of empty mouths for the Ice Ryzeal. Now we can still make Detonator. Detonator is going to attach the Eclipse Twins that was sent to the grave off the effect of X Ryzeal.
Still finding a way to get to where he needs to be to have at least some form of interaction during Charlie's turn.
But he has no cards in hand after that, so it's just a question of how can we deal with this Detonator. If there's a good answer to this Detonator, then there is not a whole lot going for Shuping here. I think there is still the Lacrima as well as a Requiem in the grave as well.
Yep, so he'll have access to Fiendsmith in Paradise during Charlie's turn.
So not a lot of potential follow-up in the Ryzeal side of things, but a lot of follow-up from the Fiendsmith side of things.
Okay.
All right, considerations in draw phase here. Are we going to try to use the Lacrima immediately? It doesn't seem like it. Right, allowed to enter the main phase. Charlie will activate Mitsurugi Prayers.
Will Shuping go ahead and use the Lacrima? I believe they said they're in the main phase, right?
Yeah, they're in the main phase, and there's no reason to play around Draw and Lockboard when your opponent doesn't have a hand. At least give you the threat of, oh, maybe there's a card of the Triple Tactics variety in your hand here as well. Namely Tactics in this situation if you're going for main phase effect.
All right, the Prayers is going to add the brand new Mitsurugi monster, Amino Habakiri no Mitsurugi.
Habakiri is able to do the entirety of the Mitsurugi play on its own.
Also North.
Habakiri was activated here. It's going to be special summoning Saji, and we'll see what it tributes. It's going to be tributing the Nibiru, keeping a level 4 on the field.
Saji is going to try and add a Mitsurugi Speller Trap from the deck to the hand.
Habaki really quick to tribute any monster?
Yeah. You just tribute one monster. Usually in the combo, you tribute King
one
Pharaoh.
monster.
Yeah.
So that's chaining one to search.
Yep, we're going to be likely chaining the Detonator to remove the Saji from the field.
Ryzeal Detonator is going to blow up that Saji and send it straight to the graveyard, but the effect will resolve to still add maybe Mitsurugi Prayer, or Ritual.
Ritual in the hand, Habakiri in the hand as well. Plenty of material to summon Amino Murakuma from the deck. Force out another material from the Detonator as well. Murakuma also way more threatening when your opponent doesn't have a hand, which means its negate effect will be applied.
Why do you think Shubing's waiting to get the Fiendsmith in Paradise online? Just until he absolutely needs to, potentially?
I think he wants to keep the body on the field, so he wants to at least wait until Murakumo's been used.
That would make a lot of sense. So X-Raziel is going to be coming down, sending Mirrorlogical Aggregator. That Aggregator is going to try and negate the Detonator. This is going to force Xunping to use its effect on itself to bring itself back with the Eclipse Twin.
And then it's going to immediately lose to the Murakumo.
Things are looking really good here for Charlie Futch in game 1.
Anything else? Yeah, sure. 4 Lacrima target.
All right, it looks like now is the time Xunping has decided to go ahead and use the Lacrima of the Crimson Tier to return it to the deck to special summon Fiendsmith Requiem from the graveyard.
In the new chain, Eclipse Twins will be able to trigger targeting the Detonator as well as the Duo Drive in the graveyard.
New chain. You don't have any more triggers, right?
No, no quick effects.
Okay. Twins target Detonator Duo Drive.
Sir.
Yep, Detonator will be hitting the field with the Duo Drive under it, and then will be able to trigger on the field to attach another monster from the graveyard to it.
So it gets the dodge. The Aggregator still has 2 materials to be destroying cards on the field. The Requiem can contribute itself to summon out the Lacrima so he can get the Fiendsmith in Paradise into the graveyard.
Special effect.
Well, looks like we're going to continue with the Ryziel monster, especially summoning the Sword Ryziel from the hand. Not sure if he's going to activate it.
Yeah, no, 2 no.
He's letting him know he knows the Habakiri and the Mitsurugi Ritual.
It looks like he is activating the Sword Ryziel. He's not going to be chaining the Detonator as well. Requiem will be chained instead. Going to be summoning the Lacrima from the deck. In the following chain, Lacrima will be able to activate to send that Fiendsmith in Paradise from the Shu's deck to the graveyard.
That Sword Ryziel made sure that Charlie was able to get Ice Ryziel to the hand there as well.
We have not committed our normal summon yet, I believe.
Oh, he main deck we have. Cool.
That Fiendsmith in Paradise, if Charlie special summons a monster, will be able to banish itself to send down a Fiendsmith Desiree, which will give him a way to deal with 1 card.
We'll see if there's an answer from Charlie here to the Fiendsmith in Paradise. I mean, there's still a Detonator on the field, but you have access to any rank 4 right now. At the very least, we know he plays Castell. If he wants to, yeah.
I was literally thinking the exact same thing as we just saw. He played Castell for the Harvey's Featherstorm in the top 4 match. That would be crazy if he went into Castell just to clear the Detonator.
I don't think he really needs to. He's going to commit to the normal summon here, summoning Ice Ryziel. I don't know if he's activating the effect.
Looks like he is.
And is Detonator activating here? It looks like he's really conserving that Detonator effect. Gonna grab Star Ryziel. Star Ryziel's gonna be able to put Cross on the field.
That's a brand new secret rare out of Alliance Insight. It's like the first time Ryziel's able to access their spells and traps without having to commit to going to like something like Ryziel Duo Drive. It's a good way to get to Ryziel Cross.
Now he does have to place it face down here. So Detonator will be able to immediately answer it at any point.
Shu's considering his options. Doesn't look like he's going to do anything quite just yet.
I think the play's on Charlie right now. He's just waiting for Charlie to make a move. At any point, Shu knows that he can activate the Mitsurugi Ritual to summon the Murakumo from the deck, tributing the Habakiri from the hand. That's going to give him not only the Murakumo on the field, but will trigger the Habakiri to search yet another Mitsurugi card. But we'll be starting with Detonator on the field here. Is able to attach anything from the graveyard, likely going for the Aggregator. Will this demand a response from Shu's own Detonator? Both players are really thinking heavily about this. This is a very crucial turn here. This is going to be an important sequence. Because if Shu decides to chain his Detonator, Charlie's allowed to chain his own Detonator.
There's just explosions going off everywhere in that case. Looks like he's going to use the detonator effect to attach the Mirological Aggregator.
I mean, I think at this point you flip up the Ryzeal Cross, and the Charlie sees that he's going to flip it up. That's going to demand an answer. Detonator is going to trigger, trying to go after that Ryzeal Cross since it's not face up on the field yet, officially.
And now that will proc Charlie's Ryzeal Detonator.
We'll see what it goes after. Likely Shu's Detonator as well. Detonator will target Detonator. Let's see what Shu does with this activation now. He can, again, just go after Charlie's Detonator. Charlie's Detonator will be able to save itself by detaching material.
4, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, getting rid of a level 4 monster here. Very smart. You want to cut off access to Duo Drive right now.
We know that Charlie's last 2 cards are the Habakiri and the Mitsurugi Ritual in hand. Oh, he has another card as well.
1 mystery card in this scenario. There are still 1 interruption left for Shu with the Fiendsmith in Paradise in the graveyard. But other than that, we are pretty well off here.
I'll cross on risk.
Wait, what? It hasn't resolved yet.
Hasn't applied yet.
Oh, it hasn't applied yet. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So resolving. So
I mean, he did say that resolution is allowed, so Rawson will be destroyed, Star Ryzeal will be destroyed. I mean, this is a great time to just activate the effect of Mitsurugi Ritual, because when you're able to special summon the Murakumo, you're able to use Murakumo's effect to negate anything that he summons off of Paradise here. So he is able to run away with the game from this point on.
I definitely think that's going to be the case. It's just going to be whether Charlie sees it and capitalizes on it right now. Looks like he's doing some math.
I mean, he is going to be able to pose a lot of damage right here. I think he's 100 off.
Is he really?
Yeah, 32, 3017.
That would be 79. But all right, Mitsurugi Ritual is going to be activated.
Special from the hand.
He's going to be special summoning from deck here, I can only imagine. Oh no, he's going to summon from hand. Contributing 2 monsters, he's going to get rid of the Kusanagi, as well as the Aramasa. No Fiendsmith in Paradise from the graveyard here. So we're going to be able to add a monster to hand, and the Kusanagi will be adding the ritual back to hand. So we will get to the Murakumo eventually, but we'll see if we're going to attempt to use the effect of Desiree in this chain.
He is going to use the Fiendsmith in Paradise. He can banish this from his graveyard to send the Fiendsmith Desiree from the extra deck to the graveyard.
I don't know what else he's really thinking about here. I don't think that there's anything else he can activate. I think maybe Charlie's considering if he wants to use Detonator or not.
Just to try and clear out some of these monsters that are on Shuping's side. Could be.
If he's, I mean, it would only be relevant if he's unable to summon Murakumo. Murakumo will clear the field anyway. Charlie has no response there. Able to go into the extract, send that Desiree, and resolve this chain. We're going to be adding a monster off Aramasa. Summoning, getting another copy of Habakiri here.
Do you have any triggers first? Do not.
And he's going to add back the Mitsurugi Ritual
I mean,
as well.
This version of the play definitely does set up another monster and does threaten game here. The Desiree will be able to get rid of 1 body here. Likely just going after the Detonator at this point. Shu really considering what he has to go after. I don't know if he can afford to not go after the detonator. This is tense. Both players trying to be as cautious as possible.
Yeah, but this is going to be their last match of the tournament. One of these players will walk away the winner. You don't want to make any mistakes once you reach the finish line. And it looks like he's going to let the detonator go to the graveyard from the Desiree.
Yeah. Aggregator has already been used. Resolved the chain completely. Now we're able to finally activate the ritual again.
To summon from hand? Or from deck?
From deck this time.
You summoned from hand already. He's going to summon the Ame no Murakumo, tributing the Habakiri.
Tributing the one from the field instead of the one added to hand. Very interesting here. Adding another copy of Prayers. Oh yeah, because of course it does summon itself back from the graveyard, as all the Mitsurugi rituals do.
And now Charlie just in a commanding position, chooping on no cards, facing down a bunch of rituals.
I mean, this is kind of why I wanted to go for Murakumo first, just directly, because you had the option to use the negate on the Fiendsmith in Paradise or just the Desiree, and then still have the detonator on the field.
32, 49, 69, 73 total.
All right, so Chooping's going to have 700 life points left after all of this. But the biggest thing I think you keep mentioning is about the Ame no Murakumo has the effect for your opponent. If your opponent activates a card or effect, you can negate that effect unless they discard a card from their hand. And being in like top deck mode here, believing in the heart of the cards, not a bad position to be in.
I mean, there's still a lot of Fiendsmith cards in Chooping's graveyard, so it's not down and out. But I don't know if it'll be good enough. He has the prayers to resummon the Murakumo.
I activated at the start, just search.
Looks like there's just one set here, likely going to be that prayers.
Yep, so a negate and basically a board wipe all in the same card. I don't know what Chimpy's going to be able to draw. He does have a graveyard full of Fiendsmith cards, as you mentioned, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
I passed. Oh, I passed. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see that Charlie had passed his turn already. They were both. The players had been so tense up to this point. Like, there's not a lot of communication verbally.
I was going to do something, maybe it's 2 or something.
Nah, that was it. That was it.
Yeah, right.
I mean, technically, we saw some cards in Charlie's extra deck. There is a rank 8 available if you wanted to continue with the Ryzeal cards, but I don't think it was quite useful right now. Leaving the Murakumo on the field is quite strong. The Habakiri's additional effect to reduce your opponent's monster's attack, probably not going to come up, but it is relevant here.
Could be. All right, so he has Lacrima and Agmon. He has Engraver, so the Engraver is going to put back the Desiree to special summon itself out of the graveyard.
Oh, cost putting my Desiree.
Okay, thank you.
Right, we'll see if we want to just clear it immediately. If we clear it immediately with the effect of Murakumo that's summoned back off of its own effect or from prayers, then you can immediately just save your last negate, so to speak, of Murakumo on the last card in Chooping's hand.
Requiem's in there. Yeah, Requiem is on the gate. So it's either discard one or... Yeah, or...
So he's going to try and use the Ame no Murakumo here on the Engraver's effects when it's attempting to summon from the graveyard.
So now Shu has to choose if he wants to discard a card or allow a Fiendsmith Engraver to be negated.
He only has 700 life points left. His back is against the wall. He's going to have to make a move now, but it's not going to happen. And Charlie's going to take game number 1. And now he only has to win one more game, and he will become a brand new YCS champion.
I'm telling you, the power level of the Mitsurugi deck, being able to combine just how efficient the Ryzeal cards are with how potent just Ame no Murakumo is able to clear fields, able to set up multiple threats over several turns. I just think we saw it was a strong hand for Shu here. We even had the Ash Blossom for the Fualos, but it just wasn't enough.
It just wasn't. I mean, yeah, his turn 1 board, I mean, it really is like, was it a Nibiru, right? Yeah, the Nibiru, the Primal Being, just really being a huge impact here in that first game.
I mean, there was an Imperm to make sure we stopped the sequence as well. You were still able to make a detonator even after all that, but it was just a little costly.
Yeah, I mean, living with no cards in hand, it's tough.
I mean, there's a detonator as well as the Paradise in the graveyard. Still plenty of disruption, but it's just not enough.
All right, well, now they're diving into their side decks. I mean, Charlie's going to have access to cards that are going to be helpful when going second, stuff like Triple Tactics Talent, Triple Tactics Thrust, all of the Mole Charmies potentially. But the biggest thing I think we can take away from this, if we're looking at that top 4 match where he won in game number 3, is Charlie will get to go first in game 3, and he has that ace up his sleeve, having 3 copies of Harpy's Featherstorm in the side deck.
I mean, yeah, you said it. There's just so much going for Charlie in this game. And another thing that we haven't mentioned, every player in this tournament is absolutely prepared to play against Fiendsmith Rizio. They've been playing against it for quite some time now.
Yeah, this is not a new deck. I mean, we saw even Tavion Crowley, it's the deck he won with in YCS Orlando a couple months ago. It's not, the deck has not changed much since then. It's a consistent deck. It's strong. It can play through a lot of things, and Xuanping knows it really well. As he mentioned, this is why he's stuck with that deck as opposed to adapting and changing to something new. But there's something to be said when you actually try out the new cards and they're really strong, like these new Mitsurugi cards. It can give you the edge that you need to win a YCS.
Absolutely. I mean, I think I made that call in the first day of the tournament. I said early on, I think Mitsurugi had all the cards going for it.
I was still holding out for Malice. I really thought this would be the weekend Malice will win, but they'll get their YCS win eventually, just not here in Providence, Rhode Island. But no matter who wins, we all win because these are 2 excellent duelists, decorated duelists who've been around for quite some time. Even like Charlie, I mean, when he was a Dragon Duelist, that was ages ago. He was a Dragon Duelist in 2017, won the 2018 Dragon Duel World Championship, competed in the 2019 TCG World Championships. Charlie has multiple tops under his belt since then. He hasn't been able to get his hand on that first place trophy that's literally not even feet away from him right now, but he is just 1 game win away. But he's going to have to go through one of the best to ever do it in Xuanping. I mean, a UDS champion, a YCS champion, wanting to get that second win, wanting to get that ultra rare prize card, that trip to the NAWCQ. There's so much on the line, but the biggest thing of all is just that the historic, being a part of that name, the history, become a YCS champion.
Yep, exactly as you mentioned it. Both these players, veterans in the game, extremely consistent. You can expect to see either of them in every single top cut that we've had this season, and they're just arm's reach away from that trophy.
And this is it. It's game 2. Could be the final game of the YCS, depending on how it plays out. Oh, but it looks like Xuanping might be making a couple last-minute adjustments for his deck. He's going to cut Charlie's deck, and now Xuanping is going to be finishing shuffling up here.
Something? Trying to do something.
Under no circumstances. A lot of things with cheaters, nothing.
All right,
okay.
Charlie is shuffling up his deck. Oh man, I can't believe Charlie Futch might become a YCS champion here. I'd be so proud. He has been around for a while now. I know he's hungry for that win. A handshake before game number 2. This could be Charlie's time. But Xuanping needs to mount his comeback right now if he wants to get that second YCS trophy.
All right, we'll see the first checkpoint. Is there anything before the main phase? Doesn't seem like it.
He does have Mole Charming Falls intro, but here, this is the classic Xuanping move. He starts off with Fiendsmith's Track. This is where he's at his best.
Very strong at playing around at least one of the cards in Charlie's hand here in that Droll and Lockbird, getting the Lurie on the field.
Looks like Charlie might be considering to use something here, but he doesn't. Linking away this Fabled Lurie into Fiendsmith Requiem effect. He has the Fualos. Is there another Ash Blossom here from Xuanping? Does he have it again?
It doesn't seem like it. It would be a pretty immediate response.
He's going into the tank. Deep think here. And no, there's no Ash Blossom this time.
We're going to be able to get at least one draw here. Lacrima is going to be able to hit the field for Xuanping, but he's not going to want to extend too far here. We see how powerful the Mitsurugi cards are when they're able to be paired together.
Lacrima the Crimson Tears on summon will be able to send a Fiendsmith card from the deck to the graveyard. Let's see if he just goes for Fiendsmith's in Paradise. Indeed he does. He wants to summon from the extra deck and his deck as little as possible, giving Charlie as few cards as he can.
Sets up an interruption here. He has access to Requiem and Lacrima, so we will have follow-up. Doesn't need to do anything else with the Fiendsmith side of things right now. We'll see how much he can do. Oh, it's just the one set.
And a pass. Oh, this could be Charlie's moment.
All right, we are entering the main phase.
Let's see what Charlie has to work with in terms of starters.
Is it a normal summon of Ice Rise Zeal to get us started in this game? Oh no, I don't think Charlie's hand is that strong here either. It's going to be a normal summon of Sword Rise Zeal, one of the easiest tells of a weak hand. Is there going to be any response at all? A Veiler.
Oh, man.
That could prove brutal here.
You know, Shuping's banking on Charlie's hand not being good. If he's going to use the effect Veiler right away on Sword Raziel, he's saying, I hope you don't have any way to get another level 4 monster on the field, because Duo Drive could be disastrous. He does have that Fiendsmith in Paradise to also kind of cover his bases and maybe just keep him off anything from the extra deck. Sometimes when you have those defensive options in your hand, you're not going to have as many starter cards, and Shuping is really hoping that's going to be the case here. You say go?
Is that a pass back?
Oh, man.
So my turn.
All right, this is Shuping's moment now to jump back into this game. It's back and forth here in game number 2.
Not having a hand strong enough to capitalize on forcing your opponent to skip their turn. We're going to immediately link summon the second copy of Fiendsmith Requiem. Requiem is going to activate, tributing itself to summon a Fiendsmith monster from the deck. We're going to be summoning potentially a second copy of Lacrima here if he wants to have multiple level 4 monsters.
More light fiend monsters as well.
Maybe he sided it out?
I mean, at the very least, he'll still have an Engraver if he did side out some of his Lacrimas. And it does look like Fiendsmith Engraver is going to be special summoned from the deck. He's going to equip the Requiem here to Engraver, it looks like.
I don't imagine he's going to be using the effect to clear the sword, not want to open up the chance for something just like another
Charmer.
Yep. But also, you just want to go for Caesar here, right?
Definitely. So he's going to be able to fill up the fusion requirements to special summon Necroquip Princess by sending the Requiem and the Engraver to the graveyard. Now he's going to be able to shuffle back a Light Fiend to special summon Fiendsmith Engraver from the graveyard to the field. That gives him 2 level 6, and as you hinted at, Asala, he will be looking to go into a rank 6 and probably DDD High Wave King Caesar.
Caesar especially strong against the Mitsurugi variant, being able to stop the ritual spell.
Yeah, how many questions? 5.
We'll see how he wants to proceed here. Is he going to go straight in to the Caesar, or is he going to try to commit to sequence? No, it looks like they're going to be overlaying those monsters into the DDD High Wave King Caesar.
Battle.
Just going a simple battle phase here, attacking over for 13 points of damage.
Shuping keeps life the exact same way I do. 80. Yep. I even scratch it out too when I'm done with the game. But yeah, he's going to attack over that, and we're having some honest Yu-Gi-Oh here. But that's what's cool about the Fiendsmith card is you can play low to the ground and not have to go too crazy.
I mean, you know that your opponent's hand is weak. They had to pass as soon as Sword Raziel was dealt with, so you know they need another starter at this point. And you already have the Caesar to deal with most things.
Into main phase 2. End phase, it's Charlie's turn again.
I don't know what the card needs to be here. I mean, I got a glimpse at what Charlie drew. That was not the card he needed. Charlie taking a look through his extra deck here, see if there's any potential outs that he can take advantage of. We are going to, oh, how did I miss that? Normal summon Ice Raziel. Oh, special summoning Ice Raziel. Because we don't want to play into the Caesar. I guess that was the card drawn for turn. Pretty good one.
Oh yeah, it had to have been. He would have definitely normal summoned Ice Raziel last turn over the sword.
I saw another Molcharmy and I just assumed that's what he drew for turn because he never had the opportunity to activate it. And now we're going to be normal summoning Saji. Is able to add back the Murakumo that was just sent to the grave for the effect of Ice Raziel. Well, not effect per se. But
Kusanagi?
Oh yeah, Kusanagi.
But adding back the Ame no Murakamo is excellent here. And it's also just a level 4 on the field.
But we're going to be...
DD Crow! DD Crow coming down for Shuping. I have not seen a DD Crow in I don't know how long.
You have several options to banish your opponent's light or dark monsters, but I suppose DD Crow is also one of them.
Oh, wow. It doesn't require your opponent to have any monsters on the field at least, so there is some advantages.
It also hits anything. So
Yeah, that is true, yeah. So that's going to cut him off from the Ame no Murakamo. Now he's going to overlay for Duo Drive.
But that's going to just get hit with Fiendsmith and Paradise, right?
I think so. It looks like... Yep, Shuping is going to activate the Fiendsmith and Paradise. Since the Duo Drive was special summoned, he's going to be able to send the Fiendsmith Desiree to the graveyard. Take care of the Duo Drive.
Desiree is going to put a Requiem back in the extra deck. There is still a Requiem in the graveyard for Lacrima here.
In the main phase.
Into main phase.
Nothing. In phase.
In phase. Charlie's passing back in phase. Shuping's going to use Lacrima the Crimson Tears effect to shuffle it back into the deck to special summon out the Fiendsmith Requiem during Charlie's turn so that he'll be able to summon another copy of Fiendsmith Requiem during his own turn if he so chooses.
I mean, he only needs to...
Man, we might be going to a game 3 here, Asala.
I can only assume we're going to a game 3. There is still one hope for Charlie here. When we're going to be activating this Requiem, there's going to be a Fualos chained. Is there an Ash Blossom for it? There is an Ash Blossom for it!
He drew into the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring for the second Molcharmy Fualos. Shuping's not going down without a fight.
At this point, Charlie should just concede. No, he said the word right before I could.
He's seen enough. He knows that he's not going to be able to come back this game, and Shuping's going to even out the match to 1 game apiece. And now we are going to the final duel of the YCS.
Look at him just grinning.
So smug.
He loves playing the villain.
He loves Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, he loves Yu-Gi-Oh! He loves giving his opponents a hard time. At least going to make sure he's going to... Charlie has to earn this win. He's not just going to give it to him. He's not going to say, oh, you drew a Molcharmy, I can't do anything. It's about what you can do. Yes, and, okay, you hit me with the Fualos. Well, this isn't the best board ever, but it might be good enough. I'm going to have to, like, utilize this Effect Veiler. Do you save the Effect Veiler for a Duo Drive? No. In that situation, you know that you have to go after the normal summon Sword Raziel because that's like a weak start. So chances are he doesn't have any other Raziel monsters he's going to summon from his hand. Because if he had X, he would have started with X. If he had Ice, he would have normal summoned Ice. So Shuping was able to make those reads, Veiler the Sword Raziel, and was able to get that turn back.
It's exactly the situation he needed to be able to come back from a turn like that. Charlie was really just hoping that she would commit a little bit more with the Fuala so he can have a bit of a stronger start here. I mean, Sword Raziel does allow you to play, but it's just weak to every single interruption that your opponent could have, as was demonstrated here. But now Charlie will be able to decide we're going to start another game, and he is, as you mentioned earlier, able to go first.
Yeah, and we saw what happened when he went first in Game 3 in top 4. He overlaid for one of the most powerful rank 4s of all time.
Castel,
the Sky Blaster Musketeer. Castel, is an icon for sure. It's I
mean, we've talked about cards from different eras. 2014, Castel was one of the most powerful rank 4s available. Now, I mean, still has a useful effect. It's a good effect. I think it just being a wind wing beast is strong enough in this.
Oh yeah, especially if he's able to draw something like Harvey's Featherstorm, and there could be cards like Triple Tactics Thrust going in as well that he'll be able to get even more access to a powerful trap card like that. But we're gonna have to see if that's gonna be what Charlie's gonna rely on here, as this will be his chance to go first again.
I mean, we're talking about those cards, but they're only a bonus, right? The Mitsurugi Raziel deck is so strong at going first independently of anything else besides its own engine. There are so many cards that can create a threatening field for several turns. Just the Raziel cards alone, we've seen how powerful Detonator can be. We've seen how powerful Raziel Cross can be. When you add Ame no Murakumo to the mix, along with cards like Great Purification or even the Prayers, it's just so hard to deal with.
Yeah, you don't even need the Featherstorm. It's just kind of like a bonus, maybe like an easy button that he's looking to have there. But yeah, you said why this deck is here, why it's made the finals. It just got Mitsurugi cards just got their second wave of cards in Alliance Insight, and it has done wonders for them here. This deck has been all over the tournament scene. A lot of Adagnister Malice as well, but Fiendsmith Raziel, Mitsurugi Raziel are going at it here in the finals. Only one of these Raziel decks will be able to make it. And this is after the Forbidden Limited list, with all these cards getting semi-limited. The consistency went down for a little bit on the Raziel cards, which we haven't seen a lot of pure Raziel as much. I mean, unless you're talking about like Karl Manigot's deck, but I wouldn't even classify that as a pure Raziel, as he had Shark cards, Arch Nemesis cards, all sorts of crazy
Are there
stuff.
even enough cards to make a pure Raziel deck anymore? You took away 5 of them.
Yeah, it's tough. You definitely want to find the supplemental strategy, whether it be the Fiendsmiths or the Mitsurugis or the Sharks, just another way to get level 4s. We've also had like Heraldic Beast that just got some new cards in Alliance Insight as well. They made top cut. But this is the 2 prime decks that people are going to be looking to beat now that it is in the finals after Alliance Insight, after the Forbidden Limited list.
I kind of wrote out Fiendsmith Raziel a little bit, mainly.
Scripted. Yep. You wrote it out?
Oh, sure. I took it out of the script, yeah. Okay. Mainly because Malice was just so much more prominent, and then obviously Mitsurugi being as powerful as it is. But you know, you can never count out Fiendsmith cards.
Yeah, I mean, they just do so much on their own. You don't even have to access your actual engine. You can just win with the Fiendsmith cards. But this is it. It's Game 3, the final duel of YCS Providence, Rhode Island 2025.
Let's start the minigame. Is there anything before the main phase here? Doesn't look like it from Shu.
She's taking a seat back in his chair.
He doesn't look as excited as he normally is. That's a...
Maybe it's on purpose.
Is that a draw phase? I imagine that could be a draw phase. Prayers tributing the Ameno Habakiri.
So he's going to be able to add... This is going to do a lot.
This is doing everything. It looks like he's eyeing the Aramasa. Prayers, when it's able to tribute as part of its cost, it's able to resolve both effects, able to pay 800 to special summon a monster from your hand or graveyard, as well as add a monster from the deck to the hand. The Habakiri in the following chain, because it was tributed, will also be able to add any Mitsurugi card from the deck to the hand. We're going to be adding the Aramasa and then summoning the Aramasa. Aramasa on summon or when it's tributed is able to add another Mitsurugi monster from deck to hand.
Next chain.
We'll probably go Chainlink 1 Habakiri, Chainlink 2 Aramasa.
This Aramasa is rotating card.
Yes. So he's going to get a couple of Mitsurugi cards here.
We're going to potentially start the main phase with a Mitsurugi Ritual to try to summon the Murakumo.
Shumping did pick his hand back up. Maybe he does have some points of interaction here. Not going to be a Mulcharmi Fualos, though.
I mean, there was no... Technically, he has not summoned from deck yet.
True.
Perulia would have been very strong in these positions. Going to be adding another Habakiri.
Indeed, he does.
And then there is the Mitsurugi Ritual. Habakiri, just an insane card for the Mitsurugi deck.
Main phase 1.
Looks like we're in the main phase now. Gonna be activating that Mitsurugi Ritual. Is there any response for Shu? Doesn't look like it. It's going to resolve. We're gonna be ritual summoning the Habakiri from the hand, tributing monsters from the deck. We'll see what he tributes, likely a copy of Saji as well as Kusanagi. Yep, there is this Kusanagi. And there's the Saji. So both these effects will now trigger in the graveyard. Saji will be able to add any Mitsurugi spell or trap, and then Kusanagi can add back any Mitsurugi card from the graveyard or banished.
Yep, Mitsurugi Ritual, you can use each effect once per turn, so you can summon from your hand and from your deck. Saji's going to add probably Ame no Murakamo if he doesn't have it already.
You can kind of see peeking into Shumping's hand here. There is a copy of Droll and Lockbird, but because so many effects were activated in the draw phase, you were not able to activate that Droll and Lockbird.
Smart stuff for Charlie by making sure to be able to add all these cards before he had that opportunity to use Droll, but now the Droll and Lockbird will come down. But is it too late? Is it going to be enough at this stage in the game?
I mean, that's okay. Yeah, it's okay. You know, at least it cuts off Duo Drive for sure.
Yeah, you're not going to. You might be keeping him on just the Mitsurugi cards and not having to worry about as many Raziel issues.
The Mitsurugi cards are pretty good, but now he can activate the Ritual spell to go ahead and summon from deck. Oh, actually, that's a card we haven't seen in quite some time. Your Triple Tactics talents.
He's going to take a peek. It's limited to 1 now, but Charlie has an opening hand, and
That is you saw the crowd go, yeah, to,
Yeah, it won't be that one. It won't be that one. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to draw the Fiend's in Paradise. That's something you want to send from your deck to the graveyard, so that's going to be staying in Shuping's hand. The Bonfire is going to be able to replace.
I mean, it probably has to be the X Ryziel, right?
Yep.
You don't want to let him lead with X here. At least force out the Bonfire, especially when Murakumo's going to be on the field here.
Oh, man, but still, he basically just has 2 cards in hand now, just Bonfire and Sword Ryziel.
It's a Bonfire, Sword Ryziel, and the card that you're going to discard from Murakumo.
Indeed it is. Charlie has all the information he needs. Now he's going to use the Mitsurugi Ritual to summon from deck by attributing the Ame no Habakiri, Mitsurugi, to summon Ame no Murakamo.
Next turn.
No Mitsurugi.
Yeah.
Yep, and just as you called it, Asala, Shuping already knows what card he's going to discard for that effect of Murakamo.
Will Habakiri be summoning back to the field? It looks like he's opting out, and we're setting 3 to the spell and trap. No Ryziel cards.
Just no prayer out of the 3 of them.
Yep, he does know Mitsurugi Prayers. That's going to be able to threaten an entire field wipe with the effect of Murakumo. Going to be able to destroy all monsters on the field.
Harvey's Feather Duster off the top? Nope, it's going to be Bonfire. He's going to start with Bonfire.
So, this is. Do you have the trap? Do you have Mitsurugi Great Purification to be able to cut this off as well? Because you know that is going to be your way into X Ryziel. If he doesn't use it here, he's going to have to activate. He's going to have to normal summon Sword with the information that he has.
Charlie thinking long and hard about this. It's a very important, crucial moment. Could be the most important moment of his dueling career, and he does have
there's a Great Purification.
That's negated, right? The trigger one.
I mean, does he have DD Crow for the Murakumo here? It looks like it's able to just come back.
So now we just know he has Sword Ryziel, Fiendsmith in Paradise, plus 1 draw.
We're going to be adding another copy of Prayers here. Okay, how powerful was this draw shipping? We've seen your Heart of the Cards so far in this tournament.
Murakamo's effect to make them discard one is on resolution or it's on the activation?
Yeah, to answer Charlie's question, the card would be discarded at resolution when the player opts to decide if the card is going to be negated.
I mean, this really comes down to what did Shuping draw for turn.
Look, it's a normal summon sword activating effect. Will we be chaining the Murakumo, or will we be activating an infinite permanence to just potentially end the turn immediately?
Could be the last card that's activated of the tournament if it's an infinite permanence, if Shuping didn't draw anything useful.
I mean, there is still one unknown here from both players. It is infinite impermanence!
The Sword Ryziel is cut off. Now, going to battle phase, Sword Ryziel is going to attack over the Mitsurugi monster.
That cuts off some of the value that you can get off Prayers here.
Main phase 2.
Yeah, but he has not been able to go into the deck yet.
Ending main phase 2!
It looks like the turn is going back to Charlie. He's going to activate that Prayers because there's no reason not to. He's going to not do it in the main phase, though.
No. Yep, in phase, he's thinking if he wants to do it or not.
He already has another Prayers in hand. He might as well get his value here.
Yeah, just go ahead and use it and add something from your deck to your hand. You don't even have to use the extra effect.
You can add something from deck to your hand. You can clear your field a little bit here, or to play around a Bestial, but you have to respect Crow now that you've seen it. This is the question. Is he going to respect Crow?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. He put the
I think he's about to. They're both
Yeah.
the same card. I think
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
just both
yeah.
prayers.
Yeah.
They're the same card.
Yeah, look, we're going to Prayers Tribute the Murakumo here. It's
Okay.
going to be able to summon a monster from hand or grave, as well as add. In this position, okay, we can add another copy of Habakiri. For maximum value, we're going to be able to summon Saji from the graveyard. Saji is going to be able to add back, or not Saji, we'll go for Kusanagi from the graveyard to add back anything, even another copy of that Prayers, and then Murakumo will come back as well. But if we want to respect DD Crow here, we could just summon back the Murakumo off the Prayers. You already have another copy of Prayers in your hand. Don't need to do it now.
Charlie could be moments away from becoming a YCS champion.
I mean, this is where you can't slip up. Don't give Shuping a chance. It looks like he's going for the maximum value, going for Kusanagi. And then
That's going to add back from the graveyard on summon.
maybe going for the Aramasa here. And then Murakumo's not going to come back. Oh, because he already used it to come back. He already used it to come back.
But he's going to special summon Extraziel.
Straight from the top.
He did not hesitate with this play. He knows he's moments away. The pace of play is picked up here for Charlie. Sends Duo Drive to the graveyard. X
There's
is
only
gonna
one
add
unknown
sword.
here. It's Troll and Lockbird.
Okay, that might be something.
I mean, you can chain the prayers now if you'd like.
I think he's going to. Shumping just trying to buy himself some time to figure out how to get back into this game. Shumping looking to the sky for answers, but I don't know if the meteor's going to come down.
I can't tell if Charlie's still considering in the chain here or not. Looks like, yep, Droll and Lockbird has resolved. We're going to be special summoning Sword Ryzeal for no effect.
I mean, yeah, Shumping just with one card in hand, and it's the Fiendsmith in Paradise. You could just go into Detonator.
I mean, yeah, Detonator in this such a simplified position is going to be, I think, most of what he needs. I mean, yeah, those monsters are not going to stay there that much longer.
Let me do math.
Oh, Charlie may potentially trying to find a way to win this game this turn.
Got to run some numbers.
Doesn't want to miss an opportunity here. He knows everything that Shu has. All right, it sounds like he adds the math here. We're going to be overlaying the X Ryzeal and the Sword Ryzeal.
It's going to be Eclipse Twins, maybe?
It's going to be Dugaris.
All right.
Strong way to make your monsters bigger, or we're just going to be using its effect to revive.
Just going to detach the two materials from number 61, I believe. Number 60, Dugaris, the Timeless. He's going to use the effect to summon out his Ame no More Akamo in defense mode.
Murakumo is going to be able to hit the field. It's able to trigger its effect to destroy all monsters the opponent controls.
This was summoned properly, right?
It was, in fact, summoned properly.
Not this guy. Not this guy.
I believe the Habakiri was also summoned properly as well. One of those were.
I think he might have added back the one.
No, he added one from deck.
Oh, that's right,
Yeah.
that's right, that's right. All right, doesn't want to fumble here at the finish line. Can't activate prayers under Droll and Lockbird.
He can use the revive effect, but he can't
add anything beyond.
Normal summoning the Aramasa just to normal summon it.
Can't go into Detonator anymore. The Ryzeal monsters are gone.
Just can't attack direct, correct? Yeah, one in hand, right?
Charlie, do not want to fumble here at the finish line. We need to keep up the pace of play. Judges are being pretty nice about it.
I mean, they have 14 minutes left on the clock. This game is definitely going to be over. He's just making a duo drive for the stats here. Let's see if he's using the effect to attach.
Charlie's going to have to skip his next main phase, right?
Yes.
If there is another main phase.
I think the way he's playing, he's not hoping for another main phase. You can still activate Freyr's Effect to Tribute even if you aren't going to resolve the effect assert, I'm pretty sure. So that will be able to summon Murakumo and the Habakiri.
1200. Wait. 28 to me. 1200. So
1600 with the duo drive attacking over the sword Raziel.
I was a full. So 64 now.
Okay. Needs to do 6,400 more. How much attack?
15.
Okay, 1,500 from the Dugaris here.
49.
49. And now we're going to be activating prayers?
No, he's just going to set it just
okay.
so he has the board wipe. He has the negate, or at least force him to discard.
Interesting that he.
But
did it
Shu's
this
sitting
way.
on nothing. Shu has nothing. Yeah, pass. Shu has nothing. He's going to need a top deck, and it's going to have to be a really good one. Charlie doesn't have a main phase next turn, but he's not going to need it if Shu isn't able to draw something to get out of the situation.
I mean,
it's not my main phase.
All right, he's going to main phase. He didn't go to conceive phase. He's going to normal summon Lacrima the Crimson Tears.
You don't really want to activate Murakuma here to let him discard the Fiendsmith in Paradise.
Lacrima's not a bad draw.
I mean, do you not just get rid of it immediately?
I mean, we're going to see if that's what Charlie decides to do. With the
Okay, no, he's going to use its effect here. He was able to send the Engraver. Requiem is immediately summoned. Going to be able to link it away.
And activate the effect right away.
I mean, now at this point, Charlie just has to be patient. Just get maximum value off the effect of Murakumo. At this point, he's likely just, because the Fiendsmith cards have now hit the graveyard, you're never going to activate Murakumo's effect to negate. Engraver will hit the field off the effect of Requiem. Requiem will be able to equip to the Engraver.
All right, looks like he's going to try and take care of the duo drive.
He might just let that go.
I think you do, yeah.
Yep. Duo drive is going to be sent to the graveyard off the effect of Engraver. And now will we be seeing an Engraver come down or come back from the graveyard?
Does Shubing play Typhon? Wait, did he only summon? No, he summoned Typhon from the extra deck. He has duo drive and Dugaris, yeah.
Typhon would definitely be something. It buys you the 2 turns you need.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I don't think Shubing has Typhon in the extra deck here.
Not a lot of space in that extra deck anymore. Yep, okay. Engraver is going to be putting back the Requiem Special himself back on the field. This is where I believe you activate the prayers.
I 100% want to do it right here, and it looks like he is going to move to do so.
Oh, Great Purification could also use its effect. Always forget about that effect in the graveyard. Purification is going to be able to banish stuff from the grave to revive.
This one was something. Yeah. One was probably something.
And then he's going to have to tribute a monster on the field. He's going to tribute that Murakumo. Murakumo's effect is going to activate.
And it's going to destroy both of the Engravers. Shubing just has Fiendsmith in Paradise in his hand. He's used all his graveyard effects, and that's
it. Charlie is your YCS Providence Champion.
Charlie Fudge III grabs his trophy, doesn't wait for it to be presented to him. He is the YCS Providence Champion. You're right. A Dragon Duel World Champion, a World Championship contender, and now he can join the class of YCS Champion as well.
And look at that sportsmanship
there with Shubing. They will forever now be connected due to this finals match. It was an epic one, but Charlie dominated that game 3 from start to finish, down to the triple tactics talent. And look at Shubing's hand, and Charlie Fudge is a YCS champion, and you'll never be able to take that away from him.
Mitsurugi, fresh with the support from Alliance Insight, has been a dominant strategy all weekend.
Yeah, this just means so much. It looks like, I think he may be calling his mom. I know, I'm not saying that in a weird way. His mom is a huge supporter of him. You know, I got to meet them at the World Championship in 2017 when him and Ryan Yu were fresh onto the scene. Dragon Duel, just being there at the World Championship. Amazing people, amazing family. And, you know, Shubing, he's already a YCS champion, a UDS champion. He
said it wasn't special to him.
He wanted to get a second win for sure, but I know there's a part of him that is very happy for Charlie here. Oh, wow. I can't believe it. I'm so happy for Charlie. so cool to see, you know, the Dragon Duel program has produced some of the best duelists throughout the years, and Charlie is just another one that has become a YCS champion with his, you know, support group out there in the crowd, his playtesting partners. You know, Kamal, Ruben, they both also made top cut, so you knew they were on to something. It wasn't just a couple of players that made it. They play tested, they practiced, they put the hours, the time in, and then they got to have the results. And it's just, you know, Charlie's topped so many events over this past like couple of years, and he's lost in the first round of Top Cut, the top 16, top 8, I think, but just never be able to finish it all the way. So I know this means so much to him.
I mean, yeah, this is where consistency is key. He just kept playing. He's constantly doing well. He knew the day would come, and it's here today.
All right. Just an incredible way to finish an incredible tournament. YCS Providence 2025 did not disappoint. Alliance Insight just was released this weekend at the premiere event last weekend. All the players got their hands on these powerful new cards, and we saw them all over all sorts of decks this weekend, including this final winning deck, Mitsurugi Raziel coming out on top. Everyone thought it was going to be, you know, that Attic Nister Malice deck, but you cannot count out a good player with an excellent deck in their hands.
I mean, it was possible that Malice would take the event if Mitsurugi cards didn't exist first, but they do, and they are just so powerful. Habakiri is a custom card, as we got to see. It did everything for the deck. You didn't even need the Raziel cards for half of those plays. But yeah, I mean, Charlie, with the support of his friends, just doing the work and finally able to get that win is everything that you love to see in this game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, it's just incredible. Like, I know how much this means to Charlie. He really cares about like this game. He loves playing, and it means the world to him to win. I've seen like, yeah, when you lose, it can feel really bad. You can get down on yourself and be like, oh man, I just don't know if I can do it. But you just got to stick with it, keep on going. And now Charlie Fudge III can call himself a YCS champion.
I'd love to see it. This is everything that we play the game for. These players that put their heart into it and they just keep trying. They have the mentality to keep going every time they lose, and you get to see these players finally get their championship.
Yep, definitely. And I think we're moments away from the interview. We'll toss that as soon as we're ready for that, but just, yeah, I mean, I'm out at words. I'm glad that we didn't end on a Harvey's Featherstorm. As much as I like Castel, the Sky Blaster Musketeer, I didn't want there to be a Featherstorm ending. That's just not that fun. But, you know, at least, you know, Shu had a chance to play. I mean, he had the Droll Lockbird. The reason why a lot of people included that deck or that card in their deck this weekend was because of how popular the Mitsurugi Raziel strategy is. But this just shows there are ways to play around it with the quick play Mitsurugi Prayers, being able to activate in the draw phase, which is basically the only phase Droll and Lockbird can't be activated. Just, yeah, wonderful stuff there.
We got to demonstrate a lot of what makes the Mitsurugi deck special here. It is weak to Droll and Lockbird, but it has the tricks in the draw phase. We saw a lot of that in that game. And as you mentioned, we don't need those gimmicks to be able to win. The strategy is able to do it alone. Even without the Raziel cards, Mitsurugi Pure did do well in the tournament, but it's just a matter of seeing those engines, and if you're able to play the game, I think it's always enough.
That's right. It's been a wonderful tournament. You know, on behalf of myself, Billy, Break, and us all, Watsu Thundergate, we've had a pleasure doing these feature matches with you. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we have. We are going to be signing off. I'm going to toss it to Kangas one last time. So he's going to have our trophy presentation, and we're going to be able to see our YCS winner, Charlie Fudge III. Take it away, Kangas.
Thank you very much. I am live here with Charlie Fudge III, your new YCS champion. Congratulations, Charlie. I know you've been working on this one for a long time, so I got to start by asking, how does it feel to be a YCS champ?
It's about time. I have won, but I'm still behind all of my friends, so we got more work to do.
You did mention that you were trying to catch up to them, and you gave a lot of shout-outs to everybody that was cheering you on in the audience. What message do you have for them now that you own one of these?
I couldn't do any of this without y'all. I love y'all.
Now, I love to ask champions, because you are a champion. It takes a lot of work to get to this point. You know more than most. What have you learned about yourself through this process after winning your first Worlds as a Dragon Duelist all the way to now, all the work you put in? What you learned about yourself?
That I could have played better, but I mean, it's fine. It's fine. What else did I learn? I just learned if you put the time and the work in, anybody can win. You just just gotta want it bad enough.
That's all it takes sometimes. A lot of work, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. Now, you hopped off as soon as you won. You pulled up your phone and gave a call to somebody. Who'd you give a call to?
My mom.
Shout out, Mom. Now, I hear that she gave a message that she wanted everybody to know. Do you have that message?
I think she said, thank God. That's it.
And I believe congratulations. Well done. Well done, Charlie. You're YCS Providence Champion. There's a lot of people that want to go celebrate with you. So I'm going to let you get off the stage and go celebrate with all the homies over there. You dedicated it to them all. Thank you very much, Charlie. You can head off now. Everybody give a round of applause for Charlie. And with that said, that is it for YCS Providence. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you to the casters for covering all the games, everybody in production for keeping the stream going. And a reminder, next time you see us, we'll be at the NAWCQ July 13th through the 13th, which will have the updated prizings. So make sure you sign up for your regional so you can get an invite to there. But thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.